Why would anyone be threatened by an ant? These could affect Leylin even up to the Morning Star realm, and at this point, Leo sneered, his spiritual force continuously seeping into the scroll. At worst, he could just kill the opposite party and invite his master to take part as they slew the rest of the Magi who could possibly know the secret. The only powers that could restrain the Oakheart clan were those at the Morning Star realm and above. The current Leylin didn't even qualify to bargain. Leylin understood this principle. What he sought was not a withdrawal, he just needed that moment of pause. The moment Leo froze when Leylin's voice was transmitted, he sprung into action. Chem-in scales, toxic bile, intimidating gaze. Acting on the chant, all three innate spells immediately took effect. Compared to the other methods of using spells or potions, a Magus innate spell would take effect in the blink of an eye. Thus, in times of danger, every Magus would first choose to use their innate spells, and Leylin was no exception. A layer of shiny black scales immediately enveloped his entire body. The two domains of poison and intimidating gaze was launched in his attack without any reservations. At this critical moment, Leylin had burst forth with all his power. Without any apprehensions, the toxic bile poisoned Noah who was standing by his side. Thereafter, the ripples struck the surrounding crystal phase Magi, creating countless waves. After absorbing the Lamia bone's radiation, the power of Leylin's intimidating gaze had swelled by a few folds. The pressure was immense even for similarly ranked crystal phase Magi. Such strength of the domains. Even average crystal phase chem-in warlocks are not this strong. The enormous amounts of life force caused the iron chains to start trembling. The surrounding Magi, numbers 1 and 2, immediately cried out in alarm. Fatality's tip. At such a juncture, Leylin did not show the slightest reservations. The black rays of death, aimed at the weakest link, number 3, it was like a vicious viper baring its ferocious teeth at its prey. Number 2, number 4, support? Number 1 yelled immediately. As the leader of the team, he needed to help stall for time as Leo launched his rank 4 spell. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Multiple chains appeared like a wall blocking Leylin's advance. Cross-blade slash. Leylin held onto the meteor sword, its black blade dazzling. The iron chains started to break apart into pieces, dropping to the ground one after the other. The remaining unbroken ones started to erode away, revealing multiple tiny holes. Pack. The iron chain was split apart. The rays of death appeared before number 3. You want my life? Number 3 looked like a kindly old man and had extremely thin and long lips. At that moment, he lost all self-control and started howling as his face warped. Thunderstorm shield. Sparks of blue electricity danced around, forming a massive blue shield in front of him. On top of the shield were flickering multiple streams of current. Rumble. The death rays clashed with the blue shield. 2 different streaks of brilliance collided in midair. Although the shield was showing signs of being unable to endure for long, it bought him enough time for backup to arrive. Seeing the support, number 3 broke out into a smile. But the next moment, his face froze. With a flash of his body, another identical Leylin appeared in front of number 3 and dashed forward. Lightning spear. Number 3 waved his hand, and 2 shafts appeared in his hands that were bathed in arcs of blue electricity. Following his command, the 2 long spears darted towards the 2 Leylins. Crackle. 1 Leylin was pierced by the long spear, and the slight explosion caused darkness to fill the whole sky. The same happened to the other Leylin. No, panic washed over number 3 and he turned around. Yet it was too late. Leylin emerged from a crack in the darkness and dashed directly towards him. Multi-limb strength. A strange, unusual image manifested behind Leylin. It was a huge, tall humanoid covered in green scales. It had 3 thick and bulky arms on the left and 4 on the right. It gave off a thunderous roar. Leylin's muscles swelled instantly, bringing a kind of shiny luster to his muscular curves. Rays of green and black combined, forming a terrifying energy. Innate defense spell. Number 3 revealed his last trump card. Numerous currents covered his whole body, forming an armor made wholly out of blue lightning. Break, bolts of lightning were flung at Leylin's body. However, they were absorbed by the chem-in scales. Leylin's hands violently moved forward and grabbed the opposite party's lightning armor, tearing it in half. Zip. With his terrifying prime body quality, and under the enhancement of multi-limb strength, the lightning armor was torn apart like paper. The wild electric current destroyed Leylin's defenses and branded his skin and muscles in a horrifying black. Yet, Leylin did not even bat an eyelid. Although he had other ways of breaking through the other side's blockade, he was in a race against time to succeed. Thus, he believed the best course of action would be this that was simulated multiple times by the AI. Chip, his innate defenses screeched as they were ripped apart, and number 3 turned pale, trying to flee. But how could Leylin let him do so? With a huge earth-shattering punch, number 3's head was cracked apart, sending splashes of red and white liquid all around. Number 3, number 1, and number 2 helplessly watched this execution. Now, with one member absent, their formation wasn't whole. Numerous iron chains grouped up into a cage, but Leylin broke through easily with its instability. The moment he escaped, horrifying white rays of light grazed through the entire region. A large amount of soil, rocks, and even corpses were vaporized, forming a long, deep ravine. A rank 4 spell wasn't comparable to a Morningstar Magus arcane art, but a crystal phase Magus would not be able to withstand it. If Leylin hadn't escaped in time, he would have perished under the horrifying white light. Garbage, you're all a bunch of garbage. Seeing Leylin's silhouette disappearing in the horizon, Leo immediately chided number 1 and 2. They hung their heads low, with pain and sorrow in their eyes. Leo was breathing heavily. It took a lot for a rank 3 Magus to use a rank 4 spell. If it had been put to use by a rank 4 Morningstar Magus, things wouldn't have been so slow, and Leylin wouldn't have escaped. Get him! Leo vented his anger. He brought along the remaining Magi and gave chase. Do not let him get away. Wild whistles and screams sounded from both sides. Leo's eyes burned with an unmasked hatred. This was the same Leylin that made him suffer a huge loss with that astral stone. If it was just that one single incident, all that would happen would be a scolding from his grandfather, and it wouldn't be a big deal. What infuriated him was the fact that Leylin had discovered the secret of the Stardust bugs. My goodness. If his private collections were discovered, he would be brutally torn to pieces by the enraged female Morningstar Magi. The methods Morningstar Magi used in tormenting others were unbearably cruel and feared by even the most savage of devils. Naturally, Leo felt the same way. Unfortunately, the opposite party had managed to destroy all traces, and Leo had been left with no leads to follow. As such, his grandfather, the king of Azure Mountain, personally made a trip to locate a Morningstar Realm prophet. After paying an enormous price, they obtained Leylin's definite identity. As for the enormous price, his grandfather was still working on paying off the debt. The prophecy showed that Leylin was just a newly advanced crystal phase Magus. Hence, the job of hunting him and silencing him fell on Leo. In order to succeed, he'd brought along a large number of men. He even called upon his spy in the Ouroboros clan, Noah. Coincidentally, while he was in the Ouroboros clan's territory in the midst of discussions with Noah, Leylin showed up and bumped into them. If the location had been Leylin's Onyx Castle, with the presence of the Magus Tower, Leo and his men would not have been able to hide. Furthermore, without any insider help in the Ouroboros clan's core territory, Leylin was sure Leo wouldn't have dared make any opposing moves. But now, they would never give up this golden opportunity. Leo's eyes reddened with anger. At that moment, he noticed Leylin stopping. Watching Leylin descending on a bare rock on top of the hill, he and a few of his men immediately followed up and surrounded him. Why? With nowhere to hide, are you now seeking death? Having surrounded Leylin, Leo raised his brows and jeered at him. Leylin shook his head. He'd been secretly conversing with his AI chip. Beep. Scan completed. Articles detected on the opposite side do not exceed the Morningstar Realm. No other Morningstar Realm undulations detected in the surroundings. Leylin was pleased with the conclusion, and he secretly sighed a breath of relief. No. You flies are disgusting. It's about time I cleaned up. Previously, when he'd fled in disarray, what caused him more worry than the rank 4 spell scroll in the opposite party's hands was the possible presence of the Azure Mountain King. However, thankfully, he hadn't appeared, only sending forth some crystal phase Magi instead. With Leo leading a team of elite Magi and the use of the rank 4 scroll, it would have been no problem to deal with an average crystal phase Magus, even one from the Ouroboros clan. However, Leylin wasn't your average magus. Even morning star seedlings would be tossed around by him. Flies? Leo's face swelled as he flushed red. Wait till I catch you. I'll use a magic scroll and turn you into a red-eyed fly. AI chip. Probe the surrounding space and establish a model. Begin charting the best path for a massacre. Leylin's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Since the opposite party had discovered his identity, there was nothing to hold him back anymore. This matter had to come to an end. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487, The Pursuit and the Appearance. The Pursuit and the Appearance. Leylin was extremely offended by the attempt on his life. Furthermore, Leo was the chief of the Oakheart clan. If he was killed here, it would be a huge blow to the Azure Mountain King. The chase with Leo previously had not been merely for his entertainment. It was for the AI chip to gather vital data and create a plan. Right now, with the data compiled, the AI chip had come up with a large number of plans. It filtered through them continuously, leaving only the most feasible ones. Model establishment completed, simulated combat victory rate, 67.9%, it reported. Enter supplementary mode. Leylin's voice was laced with a lethal aura. Target number 1 is condensing energy particles. Determined to be the rank 3 spell Aurora Beam, dodge to the right by 3.7 million immediately. The AI chip warned. As per the simulation and the AI chip's deductions, target 1, Leo, activated a necklace of colorful gems in his hands. A powerful aurora burst forth, immediately attempting to swallow the entire area up along with Leylin. Leylin dodged to the side in a flash at the same moment the enemy made his move. Aurora Beam. Leo triggered the high-grade magic artifact in his hand. Immediately, a powerful multicolored torrent drowned out the stone that Leylin was standing on, causing the terrain to cave. Target defined as number 3 is undergoing transformation, estimated to be a descendant of the Banu tribe. Bloodline activated, morphing into a barbarian bear. The moment the AI chip ended the report, one of the men standing by Leo's side let out a thunderous roar and started ripping his clothes apart. He morphed into a brutal bear with stiff white fur. Countless shards of sparkling ice circled around its body, emitting a freezing chill that formed billows of white fog around it. Kill! Leylin's eyes gleamed blue. He danced gracefully and lightheartedly managed to dodge from under the huge bear's palm, sliding up in front of it instead. The meteor sword traced a beautiful arc as it flitted across the bear's body. The white fur was slashed apart, revealing bright red flesh and an outline of the internal organs. Blood splattered all around. Unable to believe its defeat, the enormous creature howled loudly at first, but soon its voice tapered away until it fell silent. The earth rumbled as the carcass of the white bear, resembling a large mountain, collapsed onto the ground, causing large amounts of dust to fly. The fur of the bear started to shrink back into its pores and soon returned to its original form of a magus. Number 4. Number 1 and Number 2 cried out in alarm, their eyes fixed on their dead comrade. They clearly knew the abilities of Number 4, and the fact that after his transformation, he would be able to resist a rank 3 spell easily. And yet, he died this quickly. Number 1's eyes darted towards the meteor sword in Leylin's hand. His eyes narrowed and his pupils dilated. Be wary of his sword. There's something strange about it. The meteor sword was originally a high-grade magic artifact, but through multiple improvements and optimizations, its quality had improved to that of a piece of magic equipment. Additionally, with the supplementary power of toxic bile, the current meteor sword could be considered a big threat to any crystal phase magus. Leylin enjoyed handling foes like the bear, all brawn and no brain. Hakata Beast. On the other side, witnessing Leylin's explosive retaliation, Leo's face hardened and he yelled for his trump card. Howls rang out as a creature manifested out of thin air that had the upper body of a wolf and the lower half of an octopus. It landed right in front of Leylin. The countless suction pads on its arms looked like magnificent blooming flowers. It's no use, Leylin muttered in a low voice, his silhouette dodging in a flash, avoiding the multiple arms attack. He stopped in front of the Hakata Beast. Multi-limb strength, the silhouette of a multi-armed race member appeared behind Leylin, formidable power seeping into his body. Ding, multi-limb strength in operation. Host's power is increasing, the AI chip reported. Leylin grasped his sword firmly and hacked at the creature's brain. The beast started cracking apart as fissures arose on its body as if it was breaking glass. They spread all over its body, before pieces of flesh began to simply fall apart. By the end, the creature's body had been sliced into ruin, eventually crumbling apart like dirt. Damn, Ho, how are you so strong? After executing the Hakata beast, Leylin turned to look at Leo, the killing intent in his eyes causing the Oakheart clan chief to feel a chill down his spine. You're next. Leo could faintly make out what Leylin mouthed, and could see the mockery in the eyes that were staring into his. Having never experienced these circumstances before, it was a huge blow to his self-esteem. Number 1, number 2, follow me, Leo roared ferociously. Stormwall. A pale green whirlwind emerged from the short black staff in his hand. The huge whirlwind then formed a terrifying barricade that seemed to be made of sharp blades as it rushed towards Leylin. Number 1 and 2 nodded their heads and simultaneously cast their own spells. Water Elemental Right? A huge blue ball of water appeared on the ground under Number 1's chant. Arctic Draft? Number 2 summoned a huge bout of chilly air and had it adhere to the ball of water. The icy wind sucked away the heat from the ball of water, causing a huge reaction as a frightening ball of ice was formed. Combination spell, Iceberg Torrent. The huge ball of ice was like a meteorite as it darted towards Leylin, smashing onto the ground. Impressive! The blue light in Leylin's eyes dimmed. His body was covered in frost, and yet the meteor sword did not deviate even slightly from its trajectory, forging ahead and crashing into it to open up a pathway. The cold could freeze the average rank 3 Magus to death. To Leylin, though, all it could do was slow him down. Shadowflame Plague. A huge amount of dense black flames clashed with the whirlwind that had now developed into a hurricane. The two clashed, each trying to destroy the other. Compared to combination spells, it's wiser to rely on magic equipment. That way there won't be anything to worry about. Leylin tore through the hurricane and stepped in front of Leo. His eyes glistened with a piercing chill that gave the other man goosebumps. Fatality's Tip. Black rays of death streaked across the vast sky, reaching Leo in a flash. Just as they were about to strike, a black wooden cross on his neck immediately flashed and formed a rune that represented new life and regeneration. The barrier shattered as the rays of death dissipated. A majority of the attack had been blocked by the defensive runes, but even then, it had only diverted the attack as a thumb-sized hole appeared on Leo's body, bleeding profusely. How? How can this be? Leo glared at Leylin, the fear in his eyes palpable. He let out an odd cry, turned his head, and fled. Number 1 and Number 2 fulfilled their duties as bodyguards faithfully, blocking Leylin from giving chase. Giving up after encountering such trivial problems, you certainly deserve to be called a descendant of a big family. Leylin shook his head and laughed as his gaze on Leo was filled with mockery. Seeing the blood-covered Leylin, Number 1 and 2 both felt a chill down their spines. In their time accompanying Leo, they had seen their fair share of slaughter. Yet, this was the first time they'd met someone as valiant and ferocious as Leylin. Both of them had cursed Leo umpteen times for provoking Leylin, but Leylin had what they needed, so they had no choice but to take action. Get out of the way, or else you will die. Leylin drew his sword and pointed at them. Number 1 and Number 2 exchanged glances. Determination in their eyes, they both shook their heads. Pity. Leylin had no sympathy for the suicide fighters of large families. Moreover, these two from the Oakheart clan had no means of defense remaining. Armed with the determination to die in battle, they stood in front of Leylin and blocked his path. Damn it, why? Why? Leo was fleeing madly, his heart in absolute turmoil. Not only had he brought along a rank 4 spell scroll for this, he'd even brought with him a large number of potions and magic equipment. He'd even had 4 crystal phase magi accompanying him. With such power, to deal with a newly promoted crystal phase magus ought to have been a simple matter. And yet, the opponent was unfathomably terrifying, practically wiping out his entire team KR-rich. Suddenly, the sound of 2 crystals cracking was emitted from his chest. After hearing the sound, the blood drained from his face and he panicked. He sped up as he dashed along. Number 1 and Number 2 are also dead. Useless indeed. Soon after, he ground his teeth and retrieved a communication device. He punched some secret code on it, and the message was sent from his hand. I still have a chance. I am the chief of the Oakheart clan, so long as I make it back. Grandfather will absolutely not turn a blind eye to. Leo cut a sorry figure as he fled in disarray, speaking words of encouragement to himself. Got you, a voice was suddenly transmitted from behind him. He turned his head, only to see Leylin rushing towards him at the speed of lightning, a brilliant black streak. At this rate, he would catch up in about a mere 10 seconds. The new blood on Leylin's body was obviously from number 1 and 2. No, you cannot kill me. I am the chief of the Oakheart clan. If you let me go, I can give you whatever you want. Leo ran madly, his voice turning hoarse as he yelled out terms of surrender. I only want your life. Leylin knew promises made under such circumstances were not reliable. Hence, without emotion, his killing intent increased. His speed increased threefold, and he was but an arm's length from Leo and his petrified face. Die, Leylin drew his black meteor sword. Stop! An extremely imposing voice spoke directly into Leylin's mind. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488 Confrontation with Morning Star. Confrontation with Morning Star. This voice, a Morning Star Magus? Leylin's pupils narrowed. If someone were to be named as the Crystal Phase Magus with the greatest knowledge of the Morning Star realm in the central continent, it would be himself. Through the AI chip simulations and deductions, as well as previously collected information, he already had a deep understanding of the Morning Star realm. The owner of this voice could not be disguised. The words emanated power and a slight aura of rules. This was not imitable by Magi below the Morning Star rank. Grandfather, save me, Leo suddenly smiled and slowed down ahead of Leylin. In the presence of a Morning Star Magus, Leylin absolutely could not harm him. He completely trusted his grandfather, as well as the strength of the Morning Star realm. However, Leylin noticed something different. Although the nature of the aura has not changed, its power is only at the crystal phase at its peak. Could it be a puppet or some sort of clone? This was, after all, within the boundaries of the Ouroboros clan. If Morning Star Magi from other clans stepped in, it would be seen as a provocation, leading to war. But the restrictions on this kind of clone seemed unclear. After all, it was very difficult for Morning Star Magi to create a clone of equal strength. Very few succeeded because most of them were limited to the strength of rank 3 Morning Star. With Leylin's sharp eyesight, he could already see a streak of blue rushing there from afar. Haha, you're done for, Leo laughed carefreely. But shortly after, his smile faded as his surroundings swiftly shrunk and grew again. A scene swept across like a parabolic curve, and he ended up looking at a patch of yellow ground. My head was chopped off, he said with the last of his consciousness. Leo then fell into eternal darkness. Space shook as a blue shadow suddenly emerged before Leylin's eyes, looking at Leo's headless corpse with an angered expression. I told you to stop just now? His voice was deep. It seemed to carry an irresistible compulsion to obey every word of his. This majestic aura could only be developed after obtaining absolute power and being in a high position for a long period of time. Leylin was also analyzing this Morning Star Magus. Although he had not seen the Azure Mountain King before, he had read up on him. The other party looked exactly as in the portraits, a head of blue hair with eyes that twinkled like stars. Yet those eyes were now blazing in anger. This was the rage of a Morning Star Magus. It was enough to burn Leylin to ashes. Yet, Leylin simply shrugged his shoulders. Sorry. I killed him. If this was his main body, Leylin would have no chance to flee. However, it was only a clone, and there was still hope for escape. Do you know who he is? The Azure Mountain King's eyelids drooped. Someone familiar with him would know that this was a sign of irrepressible rage. The chief of the Oakheart clan. Leylin shook his head and stared at the Azure Mountain King. I don't care who he is. Someone who has bad intentions towards me can only repent with death. Then, let me tell you something too. The last Magus who dared to offend the Oakheart clan still has his ashes buried below the steps of Azure Mountain City. The sparkle in the Azure Mountain King's eyes had reached a limit. A circular mirror appeared in front of him, reflecting Leylin's figure. Strip! The Azure Mountain King gently pointed to the Leylin in the mirror. A hum sounded, and as if he had been rejected by the world itself, Leylin immediately felt the elemental particles that were in complete harmony with him previously leave him one after another, as if stripping him down to an ordinary person. The domain of a morning star Magus displayed its terrifying power once again. That's not it. Leylin was a Magus who had previously experienced a true morning star domain when he'd been caught by demon hunter Cyril. He naturally noticed the difference between this domain and that of a morning star Magus. The situation this time was much better. His connection with the elemental particles was still barely holding on. As long as he used more spiritual force than usual, he would still be able to communicate with them and invoke his spells. This was just equivalent to his spiritual force being suppressed to a fifth of its normal amount. A bitter smirk appeared at the corner of Leylin's lips. Even if the other party was only a clone whose total amount of spiritual force and magic power was around the same as his own, he was no match for him in the understanding of spells and laws. Even this simple suppression had immediately put him in a dilemma. With over half his body's strength being suppressed, how was he to fight a peak rank 3 Magus? Leylin shook his head, feeling that he had been too optimistic previously. However, this is also an opportunity to confront a morning star Magus head-on and to gather data. Leylin's eyes sparkled. If he wanted to advance to the morning star realm, he could not be lacking in knowledge of it. Although the AI chip had previously used the data he had to simulate some experiments, the lack of samples meant that its progress was still less than 20%. And now, a morning star Magus clone had appeared in front of him. He had no need to defeat it. He needed only to stall for time as the AI chip gathered data that would be greatly beneficial to him. The AI chip should be able to collect enough data from this fight. Leylin's eyes blazed brighter. He pulled out the meteor sword, a metallic hiss ringing from the blade. At the same time, a layer of dark chem-en scales covered Leylin's body. The phantom of a huge multi-armed race member appeared behind him as well. Since my elemental particle connection has been suppressed, I can only rely on my physical strength. With multi-limb strength in full effect, Leylin's entire body enlarged, and numerous muscles swelled up as a dark green membrane emerged on the surface of his body. Following a deep shout, Leylin's meteor sword emitted numerous rays of light that shot towards the Azure Mountain King like a rain of arrows. "You actually dare to resist?" The Azure Mountain King frowned. How many years had it been since such a low-ranked Magus provoked him? 200 years, 300. He had never encountered this situation since he'd advanced. After a momentary daze, the Azure Mountain King was overcome by boundless anger. The sound of metal striking metal rang out as a translucent spherical film appeared around his body. Despite seeming like a mere bubbly layer, it actually blocked all of the black rays. "Die!" Leylin's figure emerged just as the rays disappeared. He suddenly jumped up, and the meteor sword slashed across the void, bringing with it a ferocious wind that was aimed at the Azure Mountain King. Black gases shot out of both sides of the blade, so corrosive that it seemed like even the surrounding void would melt. The ground was continuously eroded. Bang! The blade, which contained a terrifying poison, was blocked by an aged palm. Although this palm seemed extremely old, with green veins popping out of the skin, it was unmoving like a hill. Even the skin hadn't been pierced through. The Azure Mountain King raised his right hand with a mocking smile, watching Leylin's expression change. Abandoning elemental spells and switching to physical strength, this method is not bad when under elemental suppression. Unfortunately, your tricks are too low-leveled. Impossible, your body can't be this strong, Leylin blurted out. The Azure Mountain King chuckled. Do you know what point mass is? And the meaning of the morning star realm? The power of the point mass, soul force, is the only power a morning star Magus has. However, it greatly surpasses spiritual force and physical strength, having achieved a terrifying qualitative change. A layer of crystal-clear light emerged above the Azure Mountain King's palm. With his right hand grabbing the meteor sword, he mercilessly punched the blade with his left. The meteor sword howled out a sad cry as the blade cracked. The mere physical attack of a morning star Magus could actually damage the meteor sword, which was comparable to magic equipment. Although I don't specialize in physical attacks, as long as I have the amplification of soul force, my vitality will be able to break through the boundaries and ultimately allow me to attain the perfect body of morning star. This strength of yours and your spiritual force will only collapse in front of soul force. As if confirming the Azure Mountain King's words, a large number of crystal-clear light blades appeared before Leylin, drowning him within. The power of the point mass, also known as soul force, was the next evolution of spiritual force. Only Morning Star Magi could possess such a thing, and it was the first time it had shown its terror in front of Leylin. As he watched Leylin being drowned by the light blades, the Azure Mountain King smiled. The light blades, which were composed of soul force, were not only powerful in physical attacks, they could even attack the spiritual sea within a Magus sea of consciousness. Magi who were below the Morning Star realm, without a soul force defense of equivalent power, did not have the slightest chance of resisting these blades. This was the reason Morning Star Magi had almost no enemies at rank 3. Soul force was just too terrifying. Yet, the smile on the Azure Mountain King's face only lasted a moment, and his expression immediately hardened. With his soul force, he sensed that Leylin might have sustained injuries all over his body, but he had survived the slashes from the soul light blades. Soon after, the Azure Mountain King felt the weight on his hand fade as the meteor sword landed in them. Bang! A dark green shadow rushed out of the sea of blades, its scaly body covered by a raging dark green film. Multi-limb smash! Leylin had thrown away the meteor sword, and as the physical strength of his hand surged, he threw his fist at the Azure Mountain King's defense. The mere power of this punch could shake space itself. The soul force of a morning star, Magus surpassed spiritual force in terms of quality. Due to this enormous disparity in strength, most of the methods of Magi were rendered ineffective. But Leylin was not limited to the methods of Magi. He possessed a secret technique from another world, multi-limb strength. A large phantom of a multi-armed race member appeared behind Leylin's body, growling into the sky. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489, Breaking through the defense. Breaking through the defense spiritual force was fundamental to a Magus. In the beginning, as acolytes, all Magi would start with meditation. They would begin to meditate in a willpower rune of their own and construct a core spirit body, together with a sea of consciousness. After advancing to the realm of official Magi, they would have a conversion of elemental essence amounting to 80% or more, in order to advance into rank 2. After materializing spiritual force in rank 2, and then passing through the 3 stages of vapor, hydro, and crystal in rank 3, the point mass would finally be formed. The point mass was fundamental to Morning Star Magi. It was the path for everyone, even spirits. Once they broke past this bottleneck, the spiritual force in a Magus sea of consciousness would sublimate to form soul force. This was a threshold in ancient times, used to mark the difference in strengths between Magi. Only those who were capable of using soul force would be considered to have stepped foot into the world of ancient Magi. As soul force had a horrifying suppressive power, low-ranking Magi would lose their ability to communicate with the elements, and would end up disconnected from the elemental particles. Those who were suppressed would be unable to resist or escape. Many Morning Star Magi liked using this trick in their domains. Hence, over time, they successfully enhanced the prestige of a Morning Star Magus. Since his normal powers had been suppressed, Leylin had no choice but to use another system of power instead. Luckily, he indeed had such a thing on hand, a terrifying secret from another world, multi-limb strength. Leylin had relied on the dark green membrane to avoid injury and death when drowned in the sea of light blades. A booming sound rang out, as if a tall mountain had collapsed to crashing waves. The phantom stood behind Leylin, performing the same moves as him. Formless streams of air started developing a pressure as even the ground behind the Azure Mountain King started caving in. The wind continuously rolled in, coagulating to form a substance that was stronger than granite. Poe, the defensive layer on the Azure Mountain King, deformed completely as a look of disbelief took over his face. Even for a morning star, you're merely just that. The blood-soaked Leylin burst out laughing. He then threw his fist forward, aiming for the Azure Mountain King's face. Boom! The Azure Mountain King slid across the floor like a train hurtling through, leaving long tracks on the ground. The skin of a morning star is thick indeed. Leylin flung his clenched fist without any traces of excitement on his face. He definitely felt it when his punch landed. A barrier with a starry radiance appeared on the Azure Mountain King's face, blocking his attack. Hence, he was only shaken up slightly by the attack and did not sustain any major injuries. Soul Force defense? Leylin scrutinized the dull-faced Azure Mountain King as he stood up, secretly conversing with his AI chip. How much data has been collected on the target? Data collection at 12.1%. Further interaction with target needed. It is suggested to break through the Soul Force defenses. The AI chip responded. You still want me to try breaking through Soul Force? Leylin smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it weren't for the purpose of gathering intelligence, he would not be so silly as to clash with a Morningstar Magus in the first place. Begin simulations, calculate a path of retreat. Seeing how things had turned out to his disadvantage, he immediately made plans to retreat. But at the current moment, it was no longer up to him to decide if he could leave. Leylin saw that the Azure Mountain King wasn't seriously injured. A huge amount of the blaze continued to surround him, burning wildly. Traces of black smoke streamed from his nostrils, eyes, and ears. He was really fuming mad. Morningstar Magi had always been placed on top of a pedestal, much like kings. At the current moment, he felt like a king who'd been bitten by an ant as he was walking down the street. In the Azure Mountain King's eyes, as long as one had not reached the rank of Morningstar, their existence was similar to that of an ant. To be bitten by an ant and even be humiliated by it, how could anyone bear it? You, how dare you insult me? The Azure Mountain King's face scrunched up, his rage-filled words staggered apart. Such plaintive whines of defeat, I've heard them too often. Leylin did not give the opposite party a chance to rebuke him, dashing forward. Even in a simple match of speed, Leylin would be lacking compared to the opponent. Therefore, the only way for him to escape successfully would be to slow him down by inflicting some degree of injury. I want to incinerate your soul for 100 centuries. The Azure Mountain King bellowed loudly, the imposing aura emanating from his body. Even the sky started to darken, revealing the sparkling of stars. Only a Morningstar Magus could thoroughly grasp the power of a domain. In any case, the current Leylin had reached his rank 3 limits, infinitely nearing to a rank 4. Hence, he was able to portray a portion of the power of his domain. Being enveloped in the Morningstar domain, Leylin felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Every single move was tedious. Soul armor, a layer of translucent, full-bodied armor appeared on the Azure Mountain King. Judging from his attitude, it looked like he was ready to take on Leylin with pure strength to erase the humiliation. Multi-limb strength operating, estimated remaining time, 3 minutes 57 seconds. Noting the hint of the AI chip, an unrestrained Leylin amplified his power to the maximum. He struck the Azure Mountain King head-on. The earth shook as a silhouette of dark green and another of translucent blue collided with each other continuously. Their every punch and kick seemed to rip the sky apart, creating countless tremors on the ground. Sharp, ear-piercing explosions boomed continuously from where they struck. Once the dust was dispelled, an entire huge region would have been knocked off the map. Bang! A translucent fist from the armored body smashed Leylin's chest viciously. Multiple scales cracked and flew with explosive lights of dark green radiances. Leylin's face turned red, and some black rays of light appeared on his hand. Fatality's tip. As if the Reaper himself had descended to the earth, a terrifying explosive light sprang forth. With how close they were, even the Azure Mountain King did not even have the chance to dodge. Although the other party had suppressed his elemental connections, he was merely a clone after all, and his main body was not on sight. Thus, Leylin could still break through the opponent's soul force, forcefully converging elemental essence. All it required was a huge spiritual force consumption. Leylin had held back on his trump card until now. Firstly, there had been no real opportunity to use it, and secondly, he was biding his time, waiting for the Azure Mountain King to take the bait. As for the data on his opponent, he'd constantly kept that in mind. You did not abide by the rules. The expression on the Azure Mountain King's face said it all. Leylin clearly understood what he meant, yet he didn't care. There hadn't been any agreements on the usage of spells in battle. Furthermore, the opponent was a Morningstar Magus who had made the first move. In a matter of life and death, Who would abide by rules? Leylin's pretense of having supreme bodily strength had successfully tricked the Azure Mountain King. The most terrifying thing about a Morning Star Magus, and also the fundamental of their power, was soul force spells. Watching the flustered and exasperated Azure Mountain King getting ready to retaliate, Leylin almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The rays of death reached the Azure Mountain King in a flash, clashing with the translucent armor. "AAHH!" The Azure Mountain King yelled. The void and stars behind him shook as a huge amount of blue light converged on his armor. Explosions sounded as the AI chip reported to him, multi-limb strength at full power. How could Leylin miss this golden opportunity? He immediately yelled, releasing all the power remaining in him. Feeling the steady flow of energy seeping into his body, Leylin charged wildly towards the defense of the Azure Mountain King. An enormous iron fist landed on the armor mercilessly, and the translucent layer shook. The Azure Mountain King couldn't believe his eyes as his armor cracked, blasting apart in a loud explosion. The black rays of death arrived at his chest and pierced through him like arrows. Target's soul force defense breached, data being collected. The AI chip took the opportunity to collect massive amounts of data while it was available. Leylin, too, had unknowingly absorbed some residual form of data from the Azure Mountain King. Shadow Prison, Dense Fog Frontier. Watching the Azure Mountain King cut a sorry figure while retreating, Leylin continued to launch his spells. A menacing black fog spread continuously, swallowing the Azure Mountain King up. The ground split apart as countless yellow bars extended upwards, forming a gigantic dungeon that sealed the fog inside. The doubled spell of dense fog formations with the addition of a secret composition makeup should be enough to delay the opposite party by at least 3 minutes. Not in the least bit zealous to continue with the fight, Leylin turned around to leave. Fatality's tip did not cause any major injuries to the Azure Mountain King. Adding the fact that he was a Morning Star Magus, he definitely had some trump cards hidden away. After multiple provocations, he could become hysterical, and if that happened, Leylin didn't want to face him head-on. As such, his silhouette immediately morphed into a black shadow and faded out rapidly in the midst of battle. Rumble. About 2 minutes later, a huge blue sword streaked across the width of the dungeon, and it collapsed like a mountain that had its summit shaved off. Dust flew and rocks flew everywhere. When the dust cloud dispersed, 2 bloodshot eyes appeared out of the darkness. "Leylin, Leylin, Leylin, I'm going to kill you," he yelled at the top of his voice. When he couldn't locate signs of Leylin, he started to roar furiously. Following his hiss, massive blue energy waves swept forth, wreaking havoc on the region. Soil rumbled and stones rolled as the very earth split apart. It looked like Armageddon had arrived. Everything that had happened had nothing to do with Leylin anymore. After escaping to a safe distance, he'd immediately changed course, ordering the AI chip to clean all traces and marks on his body. After multiple rounds of purification, Leylin came upon a newly established cave. "My lord," a ray of light shone in the middle of the cave. A beautiful woman with a slender, proportionate body curtsied, behind her standing Parker and the other men. Looks like you have successfully saved them all. Well done. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490 Large Crisis Naturally, this female Magus was Tanasha. As a crystal phase Magus from the Forgotten Land, she had a sensitive identity and served as Leylin's hidden force. Tanasha also participated secretly in several battles. As soon as he'd noticed the sudden change in the Parble family, Leylin had sent her to rescue his Magi in the castle. "Parker, how are the casualties?" Even so, injuries and deaths couldn't be prevented, although it was still better than being wiped out. "Master, we lost 2 rank 3 Magi this time, one of them at the vapor phase." Parker didn't look well, and the big loss this time could be seen on his face. After listening carefully, Leylin sighed. The Magus World was full of danger. Death was common in fights between Magi, so those who fought in battles seldom cared about it. But as an enforcer, he couldn't say this out loud. Leylin pointed 3 fingers to the sky. "I swear on the name of Leylin Farlier, every Magus who fights to the death for me will be adequately compensated." His vassals followed him for different reasons. Some of them wanted to further improve themselves, but many worked for their families like Parker. Thus, Leylin's oath successfully relaxed them. What happened in the Parble family was very complicated. Prepare a room for me, I need to contact the headquarters. Knowing there were great dangers, it would be foolish to make further movements. Leylin had his own forces to back him, and it was time he put them to good use. This clone was only rank 3, and this was his only chance to kill it. He was very confident in the strength of his forces. Your room has been prepared, please follow me. Tanasha led Leylin deep into the cave. Although this secret base was temporary, it wasn't a big problem to construct several rooms using spells. Parker looked at Tanasha, whose face was covered by a black cloth, moving his mouth but finally said nothing. Only now did he learn that another crystal magus served his master. Rich in experience, he felt an aura of danger from the cold-blooded aura of that magus. How many hidden powers did Master have? Although he was used to his master performing miracles, Parker felt like he was shrouded with another mysterious veil. Of course, this was just his imagination. He would rather die than inquire about his master's secrets or even the woman's identity. This was how a subordinate should behave. Not only him, the other Magi accepted the existence of Tanasha immediately as well, as if she had been with them all this time. And with the help of Tanasha, their base was quickly tidied up. When facing great danger, great power could give people confidence. This wasn't limited to ordinary people, even Magi felt the same way. In a cave dug with earth elemental spells, Leylin found the secret imprint of his communications officer. He pressed his hand on the imprint, and soon the device was covered in black light. After several minutes, Leylin's face turned dark. It can't get through. He pressed down on the imprint once more. Headquarters. Is anyone there? After several attempts, he couldn't help but admit that the liaison assigned specifically to him, who was expected to be ready for his message any second, had deserted his post. Knowing this, Leylin frowned. He had no other backing in the central continent except the Ouroboros clan, and he would be in danger if something happened in headquarters. The pressure from Azure Mountain City alone would force him to hide in the underground of society, with the dregs of the Magus World. What the hell happened? Leylin searched the other pages. There was no feedback from Kesha. Lucian was there, but he didn't say much, just that some accident had occurred and all outering movements were cancelled. Cancelled. Now, Leylin smiled coldly, directly ending contact with Lucian. Judging from his tone, something must have happened in the headquarters that caused them to lose their ability to react. And from his secretive manner, he still didn't take him to be a core member and was suspicious at this key moment. It was too dangerous without accurate information. Leylin considered calmly for a moment and flipped to another scale-shaped red imprint. After a short while connecting, a response finally came in. Is this Leylin? It is. Leylin spoke in a low voice. Freya, are you in the headquarters now? Yeah, I'm here. Leylin, it's now an emergency. You better come back immediately and not go out. Leylin was surprised about her panicked voice. She hadn't acted like this even when the bloodline of her own family was deteriorating. I have trouble here too. The Parble family colluded with Azure Mountain City, and even the clone of the Azure Mountain King is here. Leylin related the information he hadn't told Lucian just now. The Parble family, a clone of the Azure Mountain King? She cried out in surprise. Anyone would be nervous if a Morning Star Magus, even if just a clone, appeared in their hinterland. I knew it. Knew what? Leylin asked. Freya seemed to notice her slip of tongue, and after a while she spoke in a low voice. Are you in a safe place? Absolutely safe. Leylin moved his fingers, and black light covered the whole room. Wait a minute, I need to change into an encrypted channel. As Freya's voice arrived, the light on that brand first vanished and then returned, now brighter. Things don't seem good. Leylin listened carefully. He knew that what Freya was going to say definitely affected his life. We can't make contact with Mentor or the other 2 elders. Freya's nervous voice came from the brand. Can't make contact? What does that mean? Leylin was confused. My teacher said they were about to find the coordinates of the Purgatory world, and they needed to conduct detailed experiments and couldn't be disturbed. Thus, they cut off all connection with the outside. Yesterday, I found that the spiritual flame my teacher gave me was about to die out, so I broke into my teacher's lab and... What did you find? Leylin's voice also became nervous. Nobody was in that lab, even the astral gate had stopped working. Intermittent sobs laced Freya's words. The same thing happened in the labs of the other two elders. I. Leylin was about to curse, so he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Experiments on the astral gate were very dangerous. And if you didn't return before the astral stones ran out of power, the Magi who passed through would be trapped in another world. As Freya said, the astral stones had run out, and even the spiritual flame was extremely weak. They were trapped in another world. The three Morning Star Magi were the backbone of the Ouroboros clan. Once they lost them, it wouldn't be long before the whole clan was destroyed. No wonder the headquarters was in a mess, and even Lucian was thrown into disarray. Are you sure? Leylin felt his throat tighten, but he still held on to hope. We have tried everything to contact them, even projecting the spiritual flame. Nothing worked, my mentor. I'm afraid they're lost in another world. On the other side of the brand, Freya couldn't restrain her choking sobs. When someone was lost in another world, it wasn't as simple as not being able to come back. Big worlds always hated outsiders, and once you were unable to return in time, the Magi stuck there would have no good end. Nibble away from the safety of the astral gate, and finally reverse the attitude of the world. That was the best way to seize another world. Now, the three Morning Star elders were like ordinary people lost in the boundless ocean, surrounded by bloody sharks. Nothing could be worse than this. After she wept for a while, Freya's voice finally grew firm. Do you know why the Azure Mountain King is here? I have no idea. I thought it was for the Parble family or me, but now I'm not sure. Leylin smiled bitterly. If it was just an experimental accident, there was still hope. But what if the whole thing was set up by their enemies? Thinking about the omens of war recently, and the abnormal behavior of the Azure Mountain King, Leylin thought this was very possible. After thousands of years, why did they find the Purgatory world at this exact time? It made sense if this was their enemy's plot. Good job. Good job. One astral coordinate trapped three Morning Star Magi. Leylin took a deep breath. If he was right, after the Morning Star Magi of the Ouroboros clan disappeared, they would be dealt with as fast as lightning. If they couldn't settle this matter, from now on, whether the Ouroboros clan would continue to exist in the central continent was a question. Cutting off the connection, Leylin fell into deep thought. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491, Obliterating Hurricane. Obliterating Hurricane. What happened this time round was evidently a conspiracy. A huge conspiracy against the Ouroboros clan. First, it was the revealing of the world coordinates so as to attract three Morning Star Magi, which caused them to fall into enemy hands. After which, the military controlled the borders heavily. First, they created trouble to sound out the situation. Upon confirmation that the three Morning Star giant Chem-In serpent warlocks were all not around, they would proceed to exterminate entire family clans. During that unstable period, Leylin, who was a rank 3 Magus in the crystal phase, was considered a small and insignificant figure, and could potentially be exterminated at any time. I have to be a more prominent figure if I do not wish to be attacked, more so if I wish to even go against the tide. After some contemplation, Leylin's expressions revealed more determination. Those who are below the rank of Morning Star are considered insignificant figures. What about those who advance past the Morning Star realm? Leylin's eyes shone. Only upon advancement to a rank above Morning Star can I decide my own fate. Then I will not be abandoned or destroyed at the wishes of others. AI chip, what's the progress on the collection of data with regards to the Morning Star realm? Leylin immediately asked. Beep. The Morning Star realm deductions are currently 34.5% completed. The AI chip intoned. Leylin had always been fixated on data in this area, but due to the lack of actual specimens, the progress was barely halfway through. The recent progress was all thanks to the Azure Mountain King's clone, which had allowed for the progress to increase by quite a bit. Leylin recalled what he had used when advancing to Morning Star. The Lamia fingerbone has already been prepared. The bloodline combustion experiment has also been tested multiple times, and there wouldn't be any errors. The only thing left now is the AI chips deductions on the Morning Star realm. Those three factors were the key to Leylin's confidence in advancing to the Morning Star realm. On the other hand, the AI chip which had to deduce the nature of the Morning Star realm was also a pivotal factor. The current progress is insufficient. We need a progress of at least 50% and above to be able to avoid mistakes during the formation of the point mass. A sample of the clone of a Morning Star Magus would be sufficient. A ray of determination shone across Leylin's eyes. He turned his palms upwards, where stony rune filled with holes appeared. If this still doesn't work, then we'll add this in. A Magi who had just attained crystal phase and want to construct a point mass in order to be promoted to Morning Star rank would, at the very least, take a couple hundred of years of accumulation and hard work. Leylin naturally knew that, but time was not on his side. Furthermore, he had many hidden trump cards and had a deep enough understanding, which could surpass that of many crystal phase Magi who had hundreds of years of accumulated knowledge. At the fringes of Parble family's territory stood a starry-eyed Magus with long blue hair, his face red with fury. The numerous high-ranked Warlocks and even larger numbers of common soldiers before him were too numerous to count. Not far away, the outline of a giant city could be seen. Above it there were flames that had started to consume the city. The cries and sobs of the residents seemingly passed through the raging flames and arrived before the Magus. The resentment, together with the extreme agony accumulated, could cause a catalyst for a terrifying existence to be born. As compared to Leylin's previous life, in this world, where the power of energy was more reactive, anything was possible. But the Azure Mountain King had not once furrowed his brows. It was as if exterminating the tens of thousands of people was like swatting a fly, which had not stirred up any of his emotions. 7 cities have already been destroyed, and there are more than 5 million casualties. More than 10 high-rank warlocks have perished. The Azure Mountain King gave a cold smile. To think that the Ouroboros clan is still burrowing its head into the sand like an ostrich. Looks like Gilbert and the rest have already fallen into the other realms. His visit this time round was obviously not just for Leylin, but more so to sound out the reactions of the Morning Star Magi. If the other party was around, how would it be possible that they'd watch on as he wreaked havoc? Warlocks typically had very fiery tempers, and they might even have directly attacked Azure Mountain City. But now, the other party's high-ranked military prowess was evidently held up, and even the reinforcements from the high-ranked Warlocks seemed chaotic. This was why they were so easily massacred. I had originally decided to just let my clone perish here, but from the looks of it now, I think I can get far more benefits. The Azure Mountain King's eyes shone with greed that could not be concealed, but he swiftly caressed his face, and his expressions slowly became gloomy. Leylin Farlier. He deeply called out the name of the man who had caused him to suffer losses to the extent that he had disgraced the name of his clan. I hope you'll continue living long enough to see the day that I attack the Ouroboros clan. The Azure Mountain King laughed coldly. In an instant, his brows furrowed and his eyes widened. This aura. He has the guts to appear here. Part of the Azure Mountain King's facial muscles cramped up. Since you have a death wish, I'm more than willing to help you with that. Boom. The entire body of the Azure Mountain King transformed into a blue ray, and in an instant he streaked across the sky and disappeared. It was not until half an hour later that a few cowering low-ranked warlocks emerged from the sea of corpses. Their faces registered horror, and they did not dare to shoot a single glance at the direction the Azure Mountain King before they swiftly escaped from the area. What had happened today would forever be a nightmare in their lives. West Sea Canyon. This was a rank 3 danger zone in the Parble family's territory. From the depths of the crevices, a hurricane that could obliterate anything in its path would appear. Any being below rank 4 would not have a chance at surviving the hurricane. Currently, Leylin was standing at the edge of the cliff. The strong winds caused his robes to flap in the wind. Jew. An ear-piercing explosive sound could be heard from a distance. Pure energy waves led to a chain reaction. Large amounts of air were displaced, instantly forming a vacuum. Thump! The Azure Mountain King's body landed on the floor steadily. His brows were furrowed as he leveled a deadly stare at Leylin. It seemed as if he was afraid that the minute he was distracted, the sly Magus would escape like he did the previous time. To think that you still dare to appear before me. Am I supposed to clap for you at your bravery? After the scanning with soul force, and upon confirmation that there were no Morning Star Magi lying in ambush, the Azure Mountain King caressed his own face. Even though the part of his face where Leylin had attacked previously did not have a mark, the humiliation still lingered on. The humiliation could only be wiped away with Leylin's fresh blood. "Why would I not have the guys to come?" Leylin laughed lightly. "You are but a clone who can't make a breakthrough to the Morning Star realm. Furthermore, I'm the enforcer of this region. The crimes you've committed must be tried by me." Obviously, Leylin could not divulge the news that all of the 3 chief warlocks of the Ouroboros clan had gone missing. As a result, he skillfully used his status as a smokescreen. As he was the enforcer of the region, after he had confirmed that he could not complete the task himself, the reinforcements from the headquarters took over. The Azure Mountain King was not a fool, and there was no guarantee of deceiving him. However, as long as he could arouse the Azure Mountain King's suspicions, it would be considered a success. If there was a possibility that there were still Morning Star Magi present in the Ouroboros clan, the enemies would not dare to be too unruly. The destructiveness of the killing tactics of a Morning Star Magus would definitely do both parties no good. Once a Morning Star Magus was pressured, he would disregard the peace treaties and begin to unbridledly utilize Morning Star arcane arts. The destruction that they could cause would be so immense that even Radiant Moon, Magi would not be able to account for it. In other words, even if they were to successfully attack the Ouroboros clan, the benefits they got might not even make up for the losses that they would suffer from the Morning Star arcane art. Magi were not fools, and if the battle would not bring about benefits, and even potentially cause them to suffer losses, they would not be willing to engage in it. It was under such threats that those with the powers of a Morning Star Magus could peacefully coexist in the central continent, which was also why there were rarely any large conflicts. From Leylin's understanding, a Morning Star Magus was equivalent to a nuclear weapon from his previous life. Countries with nuclear weapons could choose mutual destruction. As a result, they would tolerate each other, which was why the peaceful outlook could be sustained. But now, if outsiders got wind about how all of the nuclear weapons in the Ouroboros clan were missing, then a calamity would be imminent. As a result, in front of the Azure Mountain King, Leylin presented himself as a high-ranking official who was very concerned about his honor. Before he was certain that the problem could not be handled, he had not requested for reinforcements from the headquarters. That would explain, though barely, why there was no response from the Morning Star Magi. He had done all that he could, and could not be bothered about how the Azure Mountain King would react to it. Sure enough, the Azure Mountain King was only thrown off for a while before a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Do you think I would believe your nonsense? It's up to you to believe it or not." Leylin shrugged his shoulders. "But you will have to perish here today." Rumble. In an instant, as if to prove what he had said, the calm waves of the West Seas Canyon started to crash against the cliff. As a royal of the Ouroboros clan, Leylin naturally had access to a lot of reading materials. Since the geological conditions of the West Seas Canyon were not a secret, that piece of information would have naturally have been recorded in the database of the AI chip. And Leylin, who wanted to keep the Azure Mountain King's clone, had immediately thought of the West Seas Canyon's unique environment and the obliterating hurricane. His abilities were not on par with that of the opponent, and hence he needed external aid. After serious inspections of the area, and upon using the AI chip to stimulate the eruption process of the West Seas Canyon, deducing the concrete timing was merely a matter of time. After which it was the selection of a suitable timing to attract the Azure Mountain. King Leylin believed that due to the hatred the Azure Mountain King had towards him, once he discovered Leylin's aura, he would definitely come forth. Sure enough, everything had worked out as he had expected. Howl! The raging hurricane whistled like a giant black dragon, and it suddenly rushed towards the sky, spewing out its rage. Leylin, who was standing in front of the raging flames, was like an ancient heroic knight riding upon a giant mystical creature. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492, Killing the Clone, so you're relying on this? The Azure Mountain King laughed coldly. "Do you think you can control this hurricane? It may be possible if I came with my main body. Nonetheless, his face was full of fear, and he unconsciously took a few steps back. "If you don't try, how would you know?" Leylin chuckled, and suddenly rubbed the ring on his hand. A strange energy wave seemed to pass by at the speed of light. Miles away, Parker looked at the communicator in his hands with a stern expression. He then ordered, "Activate, beginning operation, preparing number 1 energy reactor." Snoopy shouted immediately. "The elemental particle gathering device is complete, beginning ground vibration." Many warlocks, as hardworking as ants, began to get busy, and one by one, strange symbols were lit up on the surface of the huge pyramidal reactor. Rumble. At this moment, the surface of the ground seemed to come alive as a large amount of energy was bound and transmitted towards Leylin's direction. This violent earthquake did not cause much trouble for the warlocks, as expected. Snoopy wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and went to his grandfather's side with an evident look of worry on his face. "Grandfather, will Mentor be able to succeed?" "I've never heard of this idea before. No. I wouldn't be able to think of this even in my dreams. Once any node goes wrong, I'm afraid what awaits Mentor will be." Before he could finish speaking, a thick, muscular palm pressed down on his shoulders. "Snoopy, you have to believe in your Mentor." Parker's eyes did not mask his respect for Leylin. "He is the most profound scholar and the strictest magus amongst everyone I've met. Once the Lord makes a decision, it will definitely be correct. We only need to follow and execute according to the plan devised by the Lord." After interacting with them for more than a century, be it in force or knowledge, Leylin had long ago subdued these men of his. "Yes," Snoopy nodded repeatedly, and his previous worries disappeared immediately. At another place, Tanasha was also doing the same thing. A perfectly straight lightning rod, almost piercing through the horizon, stood firmly on a pile of black rocks. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Many blue electric waves growled and rushed towards the black needle, before diverging in all directions through the path that was laid out. "Sir, I hope you will succeed." Tanasha grew a little excited in her heart, praying silently. Preparations for Node 1 completed, review of Node 2 completed, preparing to charge Node 3. Data kept pouring out from the AI chip continuously, and many fluorescent blue information windows flashed past Leylin's eyes. Rumble. The howling hurricane that was brewing in the sky seemed to be controlled by someone, and it slowly began to transform and pack together, converging behind Leylin. The windstorm roared, dissipating the dark gas and silently turning the rocks and plants on the roadside to dust. It then wrapped the Azure Mountain King within. How is this possible? Why can you?" The Azure Mountain King's eyes almost popped out. How could a mere rank 3 crystal phase magus possess such enormous power? After he came here, he had definitely tested with his soul force that there were no other magi lying in ambush. There were also no signs of any spell formation. "I am unable to hide anything from soul force scans, hence I did not plan anything here." Leylin stood above the hurricane, as if he was a deity from another world. "Thus, the closest spell formation that I've set up is 45 kilometers away. The underground hurricane is being manipulated through redistribution points and could be temporarily kept under control. I call this spell formation Farcast Support Spell Formation." Using the superimposition of small influences from other areas, he ultimately gained control over the hurricane. It was easier said than done. To do it, the calculations needed were terrifyingly complex, fit to be described as perverse. Even if there was a slight error in the data, there was a possibility that the hurricane would ultimately lose all control. As the one to bear the brunt of the damage, Leylin would be the first to die without any remains. Such horrifying calculations, even the Azure Mountain King felt giddy from just simulating them in his head. Leylin had done something even Morningstar Magi could not thanks to his AI chip. A scientific chip from his previous world, which possessed incredible abilities after numerous extreme transformation and advancements. "The hurricane can destroy anything under rank 4, you are destined to die today." Leylin's expression was calm, his face showing no signs of sadness or happiness. But the hurricane, which was under his control, suddenly screeched. A large gust of strong black wind surrounded the Azure Mountain King and began to spin around him, as if it wanted to drag him into the eye of the hurricane. "No, I have not fallen yet." The Azure Mountain King's eyes flushed red, and his facial muscles twitched as he suddenly growled. Explosions rang out as the crystal-clear soul force transformed into a defensive film on his body. Terrifying accessories, which had reached the level of magic artifacts, began to explode one by one. The massive explosion caused a horrifying driving force, and even the hurricane was momentarily blocked out. Using this hard-earned chance, the Azure Mountain King immediately dashed out to break through the barrier. "You can't escape," the large multi-armed race phantom thrashed and growled behind Leylin. The hurricane gathered in Leylin's hands as he stood before the Azure Mountain King and threw out a sudden punch. Boom! Like the roar of an ancient giant snake, along with the accompanying howls of the many hurricanes, a terrifying energy instantly extinguished the explosion from before, breaking through the Azure Mountain King's body. Even if it was soul power, under the besiegement of the hurricane, it was exhausted too quickly. The protective film immediately crackled and broke. Cracks began appearing one after another, and due to Leylin's attack, the Azure Mountain King was once again pushed back into the eye of the hurricane. While watching Leylin, who stood outside like a war god, a hint of despair surfaced on the Azure Mountain King's face. Rumble. It was as if the world exploded, reaching its end. Among the many dark storms, a touch of blue light suddenly exploded. It immediately intensified, offsetting the dark storms persistently. The terrifying energy waves dissipated as streaks of silver cracks in the space emerged endlessly. The dark storms howled, but it also seemed to weaken under the blue radiance as time passed. At the same time, the blue radiance slowly began to dim. The earth rumbled, and after what seemed like a sky-shaking and violent magnitude 9 earthquake, everything finally calmed down. Only, the surroundings had already been destroyed beyond recognition. Even a part of the West Sea Canyon was totally wiped out, becoming a large, ruinous rocky plain. "Master," this was the scene that Tanasha and Parker, who had rushed over, saw. Their faces seemed to search for answers anxiously, until they saw Leylin, who was standing on a large rock proudly. Their faces were immediately overcome with delight. "Yes," Leylin nodded. Currently, he was in a very bad condition. Not only were there blue wounds all over his body that were bubbling and corroding it, there was also an obvious dent on his chest. In his hands, there was an already prepared crystallized test tube in which laid a piece of burnt flesh. Surrounding it were some squirming tentacles. "I'm fine," Leylin waved, stopping Tanasha and Parker's greetings. "I give you all an hour's time. Search this area immediately and look for bloody pieces of flesh like this. No matter what the outcome is an hour later, we will leave immediately." "Yes, sir." Watching his men busy themselves, a bitter smile emerged on Leylin's face. The Azure Mountain King was indeed a morning star Magus, with an extremely determined mind. After he realized that there was no hope of escaping, he immediately cast some sort of secret spell, detonating his clone. The self-destruction of a rank 3 Magus clone would cause major damage. Not only was Leylin's spell formation utterly defeated, he himself had sustained serious injuries. This could be said to be a loss for both parties. But as long as these things can be obtained, it'll be worth it. Leylin put away the pieces of flesh safely, before his heart lightened. Although the Azure Mountain King had self-destructed, losing him the opportunity to collect his complete body, the tissue structures of these bloody pieces of flesh and such were enough for the AI chip to study for a long time. And after obtaining these, the AI chip's deductions on the morning star realm would be able to advance to at least 50% and above. If it's like that, the conditions are more or less all set. We only need to prepare for the Azure Mountain King's counterattack. Leylin stroked his chin. Originally, he and the Oakheart clan were prepared to give their lives to achieve their goals. Now, the other party's morning star Magus had lost his clone at his hands. Surely the Azure Mountain King would be going crazy. "We cannot stay in this territory anymore. We must hurry back to the organization and evacuate as soon as possible." Leylin was stuck in thought. Although it still seemed peaceful at his Onyx Castle in the core of the Ouroboros clan, with Robin's Parble family reduced to their sorry state, was it really? Perhaps, as of now, only the area at the headquarters of the phosphorescent swamp could forcibly maintain stability. Although they lacked Morningstar battle power, under circumstances where outsiders were still unsure, keeping it a secret for a period of time was no problem at all. Furthermore, based on the Ouroboros clan's arduous accumulation, as well as the spell formations, defense installations, and such by the Morningstar Warlock's ancestors, hindering a certain Morningstar Magus for a duration was still not an issue. What Leylin needed most right now was time. This was because the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan was definitely a point of attack for many enemies in the future. Once it was confirmed that the battle powers of the Morningstar were gone, there was a high chance that they might face a siege from numerous Morningstar Magi. By that time, the headquarters would be a death trap. If they lost the other territories, without advancing to the Morningstar level before the phosphorescent swamp was attacked, all of the Warlocks at the headquarters could only accept death. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493 Distractions. All in all, phosphorescent swamp is going to be the safest right now, but the most dangerous place in the end? Leylin smiled reluctantly. It's just that, do I have any other choices? At this time, he was sure the Azure Mountain King was hot on his heels. Once he left the Ouroboros clan, he feared he would not get to live another day. Unlike his rank 3 clone, the Azure Mountain King was a famed Morningstar Magus. The disparity in power was too large for any strategies to be of use. Thus, he was left with no choice but to take a gamble. Fortunately, he had already exterminated the opposite party's clone, earning him and the Ouroboros clan some extra time. Otherwise, if they allowed the Azure Mountain King to continue to stir up trouble, word may leak out to other power-thirsty parties that the Ouroboros clan no longer had Morningstar Magi defending it. He could imagine them swimming forward like sharks towards their prey. For now, since the Azure Mountain King's matter had been settled by Leylin, he'd presumed Leylin's strength was why Gilbert and the others chose to lay low. This was what Leylin was striving for, a little of their apprehension. Morningstar Realm, I must advance to the Morningstar Realm. Leylin clenched his teeth. At this moment, Tanasha brought forward a transparent box. My lord, this is our harvest. Inside the box were some scraps of flesh and hair, and even some blood-stained clothes and other fabrics and such. Well done. For your contributions, I shall reward you in the form of contribution points later on. Right now, let's go home. In front of his subordinates, Leylin resumed the attitude of a master. My lord, back at his own Magus Tower, upon hearing the Green Tower genie's greetings, Leylin felt as if he had been away for a lifetime. His departure had started with a banquet celebrating Freya advancing to the crystal phase. Who would have thought that, within such a short time, so many drastic changes would take place? Even the entire Ouroboros clan was in a crisis and was almost destroyed. The failed mission of Gilbert and the other two was something Leylin could never have predicted. Morningstar Magi's failed mission on a whole was something Leylin could have never predicted. After losing the deterrence of Morningstar Magi, the Ouroboros clan immediately showed signs of instability. Tower Genie, back up the entire experimental data to the AI chip. Destroy all original experiments, starting from the natural resources. Prepare to transfer. Leylin drew a deep breath and requested. Authorization confirmed. Spiritual force connected. Data transmission in progress. Compared to a human Magus, the Tower Genie's level of compliance is as good as first class. Immediately, a link was formed between it and the AI chip. Leylin had always held the habit of backing up his important experimental data to the AI chip. The amount the genie had was only a small part of the whole, and he took the time to patch up the holes in his database. The most important step was to destroy the experiments themselves. For the past century, Leylin had secretly carried out many bloodline experiments. He had been fortunate to not leave any clues behind, otherwise he would have gotten into deep water. Following the command of the Formation Genie, many secret paths and doors started opening up, revealing the concealed spaces and storage facilities. Inside, bountiful magic crystals and precious objects glowed in brilliant lights and vibrant colors. It was a feast for one's eyes. Leylin heaved a sigh and picked out many of the stored magic crystals. He was sure he had provoked the Azure Mountain King to the maximum this time, thus he didn't have high hopes of being able to preserve the Magus Tower. Compared with the main headquarters at the phosphorescent swamp, his Magus Tower would be the first to be ravaged. Since he had decided to seek refuge at the main headquarters, he didn't want to be taken advantage of and lose his magic crystals. With these thoughts in mind, he turned to the experimental room where he absorbed Lamia radiation. After complicated and meticulous verification, Leylin saw the brilliant milky white bone in the center of the crystal ball. AI. Chip, Leylin's face contorted as he yelped. Begin compatibility scan, unscrambling data in progress. A huge amount of data flowed in the form of blue streaks of light from Leylin's eyes and seeped into the crystal ball held by a machine. After 2 minutes of data transmission, a clear, distinct sound echoed as a tiny pin-sized hole appeared on the surface of the crystal ball, slowly enlarging. This is what my advancement to Morning Star will depend most upon, Leylin exclaimed and sighed. He drew out a box made of crystal and carefully kept the lamia bone. Prior to this, he didn't want the lamia bone to be kept on him for fear of Gilbert finding out. But right now, there wasn't even a single Morning Star Warlock in the headquarters, so Leylin naturally had nothing to be afraid of. Mentor, are we really leaving now? Before they set off, Snoopy looked at the Black Tower and Onyx Castle in the distance, his eyes filled with a look of unwillingness to let go. Having stayed here for more than 1,000 years, he had already developed feelings for it, hence his hesitance to leave. Similarly, Cobbler, Parker, and the others who were behind Leylin felt the exact same hesitance and unwillingness, even though they had obeyed Leylin's orders and packed all their belongings. We must leave, Leylin's reply was resolute and decisive. You should know the situation and how things are right now. Except for the main headquarters, everywhere else is dangerous. Parker and the rest solemnly nodded their heads. They had not found out about the 3 missing Morning Star Magi yet. However, the chaos that had happened was enough to keep them on the edge for a long time. Magi who were able to live past 3, 4, or 500 years were all intelligent, and the recent spate of events had made them realize that something unusual was going on. Hence, their support for Leylin's decision was unanimous. Glancing at his rather muddle-headed apprentice, Leylin shook his head and patted his shoulders. We will be back, I promise. I believe you, Mentor. Snoopy nodded his head passionately. Parker, on the other hand, forced a smile. Inside Phosphorescent Swamp, numerous sulfur-filled bubbles rose from the sludge, becoming green balls of flame as they escaped. Erected in the center of the swamp, the Warlock city was as busy as always. In fact, the population seemed to have increased. It wasn't just 1 or 2 families that could feel the oddity in the air. In the early days, when there were instabilities at the border, many marquises and counts had reallocated their families and servants over here, blowing up population and city. As for the issues of their territories and such, they had no worry about that. To the Warlocks at the top of society, commoners were like wild grass. After trimming them, comes springtime and they would tenaciously grow again. So if the taxes were reduced for the people, in less than 10 years, the population would boom again. Regardless of whether it was the invading troop or the defense troop, they did not need these commoners as resources. Thus the commoners were able to lead a rather good life before and after the war with no major changes. Compared to these commoners, the Warlocks' regrets would be losing their castles, Magus towers, and such. Just like Leylin, who had built his Magus tower in his own territory. He supposed that after the war was over, his tower would be gone too. And it did not matter who the enemy was, they would be ruthless and would help themselves to the structures. Also, once a tower genie discerned a master, she would never change. Thus, total destruction was the only way. Hee, Leylin, it looks like the bad blood between you and the Oakhart clan is serious. Looking at this latest intelligence report, your territory had been occupied by him, and your Magus tower has been demolished. Freya smiled as she handed the intelligence report to Leylin. It is serious, Leylin stroked his nose. Even their chief died in my hands. In his heart, he silently added, and a Morning Star's clone next to it. Under such circumstances, if the opposite party were to be polite to him, it would truly be odd. After moving to the Ouroboros clan headquarters, over 10 days had passed, and within this time, many things had happened. Every territory had its fair share of unceasing riots, and there were multiple forces would invade these areas. Naturally, Leylin's territory was not spared. Freya, too, had lost her territory. Hence, she teased Leylin with a bit of schadenfreude. However, Leylin could sense the fear and restlessness beneath Freya's smile. This time, the power of the enemy had surpassed the expectations of many. The Azure Mountain clan was but one part only. There were other more powerful ones yet to show themselves. The Ouroboros clan was strong in appearance but weak in reality, and everyone could see it. Hence, the minor skirmishes at the borders had escalated to entire territories being taken over. Even the outer regions of Phosphorescent Swamp were not spared. From time to time, scouts sent by many different powerful families were discovered. Warlocks from the Ouroboros clan could only rely on the headquarters' defensive spells as a core, building an extremely narrow defensive perimeter and guarding it resolutely. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that, if the Morning Star military strength did not make an appearance soon in the Ouroboros clan, the entire clan could face imminent destruction. Over at the Astral Gate, how is the progress? Seeing Freya's strong and obstinate persona, Leylin couldn't console her directly, as otherwise he would have hurt her pride. Instead, he changed the subject and asked her a question. The truth of the matter was, the root of all the problems were the three elders. If they could appear immediately, even if just one of them could show their face in public, not only would the warlocks of the entire Ouroboros clan gain confidence from their pillar of strength, the number of enemy scouts would reduce drastically too. Some of the marquises from the technology department have been working for days in there, Freya smiled wryly. But in the end, only someone of at least a Morning Star Magus status can open an astral gate. Otherwise, no one can support the crossover of the body. Forget rescuing them, we can't even find someone here qualified to open the astral gate. Seeing Freya, Leylin knew deep in her heart that she had some disagreements with the Blood Duchess Emma and the other two Morning Star warlocks. But since she was a student of theirs, she couldn't say anything. You can't blame our mentors, the allure of the purgatory world is simply too huge, Leylin sighed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494. As the dark clouds draw closer, there was another concern bugging Leylin. As compared to the factions that had shown themselves in Azure Mountain City, what worried him the most was still the Magus that had set the trap. To be able to give up a world coordinate and also successfully entrap 3 Morning Star warlocks, he was definitely not a simple person. Furthermore, if Leylin's mentor, Gilbert, joined forces with the other 2 Morning Star warlocks, they would have a terrifying strength on par with that of a Radiant Moon Magus. Since the mastermind could successfully scheme against them regardless of that, it was only a matter of time before his actual strength would be revealed. If the other party came at them openly, the current Ouroboros clan would not have any strength to resist. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, he had not taken any other action apart from setting the trap. No one knew what qualms he had, or whether there was something holding him back. Leylin secretly guessed that perhaps the other party had suffered a violent counterattack when he'd plotted against his mentor, and thus suffered a hidden loss. He was likely still in the midst of recovery, or else he definitely wouldn't have let this chance slip through his fingers. Even so, the pressure the Ouroboros clan faced was crushing. The tiniest bit more and they would collapse completely. After parting with Leylin, Freya took a short walk and arrived at a small garden full of white roses. A distorted human shadow appeared next to the garden. When the figure came into view, a warlock dressed in a crimson Magus robe bowed to Freya. "Greetings, Chief." Freya nodded. The crisis that the Ouroboros clan has met with will require the combined effort of many marquises, but Leylin's team of vassals is really too weak, and they also suffered heavy losses in the previous suppression. I plan to let the Blood Serpent Warlock organization take over some of their missions. After a long silence, Julian then spoke with a hoarse voice. This is not in accordance with the rules. Furthermore, the elders, this is an order. Freya's voice turned cold, and an aura that was unique to Crystal Fae's warlocks surfaced on her body. Yes, Julian quickly agreed, but let out a silent sigh. Even he could see that his chief had feelings for Leylin, but the other party still showed clear signs of rejection. It would be understandable if Freya had only lent a helping hand once or twice, but she had already done so many times. This problem had left many elders with authority dissatisfied. It was in stark contrast to how Miranda simply gave up on her pursuit. In ancient warlock families like Freya's, even the chief could not go against the opinion of the majority and had to take the entire family's opinion into consideration. Freya's actions had already aroused a certain degree of discontent in the family, but was suppressed by her promotion to the crystal phase. However, Julian had a feeling that if Freya continued, the accumulating dissent would one day burst forth. Judging by her attitude, though, would it be possible to change her ways? Julian shook his head and forced a smile, then bowed to Freya and vanished into the sea of flowers. In the depths of a white canyon, a team of warlocks were hurrying through the steep mountains. These warlocks were all clothed in crimson Magus robes, with the giant Chem-En serpent motif on their collars. A platinum-haired high-ranking warlock led the way. Shoom, at that very instant, a crooked shadow shot out from the side of the cliff like an arrow, right into this warlock's hands. Be alert! Chem-En scales appeared on the bodies of the numerous warlocks as a mode of defense. Assuming their various positions, they emitted an aura that was full of solemn determination. Evidently, they were elites with rich experience who have been fighting for a long time. It's a shadow snake messenger from our family. Cancel the alarm. The platinum-haired, high-ranking warlock furrowed his brows and quickly shouted to the rest. The entire troop was tranquil again, and they slowly started to continue walking. They actually want us to offer support to Enforcer Leylin's vassals. Upon recalling the content of the message, the leader of the warlock team seemed gloomy. He was, of course, unhappy about his chief's actions, but looking at the authoritative imprint on the back that reflected the family chief's position, the leader gritted his teeth and yelled out, "Turn around, we're going to the Teal Tusk Highlands." And fast. He was still dreadful of the consequences of disobeying orders and betraying his family, although they questioned why their leader suddenly gave such an order. Their pleasantly compliant nature allowed this small team to make a full turnaround within a few minutes, and they continued to rush off in another direction. He found the Blood Serpent Warlock organization. At this moment, the immature voice of a young boy sounded out, causing the team leader's expression to change drastically. Who's there? The Magi under him immediately broke into formation, with many of them already holding on to multiple magical items for attacking purposes. Bang! The rock wall at the side blasted open, and a gigantic flowering plant emerged from within. This flower was about 5 or 6 meters tall, its sepals full of sharp buckteeth. It suddenly spread open its petals, and with its huge mouth similar to that of a beast from the ancient times, it swallowed a warlock who couldn't dodge in time. Ah! He let out a distorted, muffled shriek. The innate defense of the snake scales seemed to have no effect on the corrosive juices in the stamen. Through the translucent petals, the warlocks could see their comrade's scales corrode, then quickly soften and reveal his skin and muscle tissue. Bang! 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 Before they could rescue their comrade, more carnivorous flowers suddenly emerged from the rock walls and started attacking them. A military troop of carnivorous plants. The expression on the platinum-haired team leader's face changed drastically. Before he could even exclaim, a carnivorous flower that was more than 10 meters tall bore out of the ground and appeared in front of him in a flash. On the stolon of this carnivorous flower was the face of a little boy, and it seemed that the voice from earlier was his. Innate spell, toxic bile. The team leader gritted his teeth, and venomous gas immediately diffused out into the air. It's useless. We have already made special improvements through several mutations targeted at awakening the ability of self-control, just to counter your poison and scales. A grin spread across the boy's face. The humongous carnivorous flower ferociously opened up, and countless minute pollen grains scattered onto the ground. The giant Chem-In serpent warlock's expression changed rapidly. He could clearly sense that the venom in the air had been neutralized by the pollen from the carnivorous flower. Not only that, once a single pollen grain landed on him, his scales instantly started to soften. Haha, kill. Go on, kill. After today, the Ouroboros clan and the giant Chem-In serpent warlocks will become a thing of the past. The boy cheered, while more and more carnivorous flowers started to emerge from the soil and the walls, drowning out the members of the Snake Bloodline Warlock organization. The colorful lights of spells exploded, and finally, all was silent again, on the other end, in a small and prosperous town. The shadows of many densely packed sails appeared all of a sudden in the sky. Numerous huge ships soared through the air like dark clouds, blocking out all the sunlight and casting large shadows on the earth, as darkness enveloped the entire town. What's going on? The Chem-In Warlock in charge of guarding the place walked out, and his jaw instantly dropped. Boom! The gigantic cannon stowed at the front of the fleet started to rumble, and terrifying energy waves immediately wreaked havoc throughout the town. In that instant, the entire city was filled with terrorized cries as blood and fire flooded the land. The ever-plentiful city that had always been under the protection of the Ouroboros clan was suddenly drowning in calamity. Those who could not escape in time turned into ashes under gunfire, average humans and low-ranking warlocks alike. After a round of bombardment, numerous silhouettes appeared beside the fleet and descended to clear out the remaining few high-ranking warlocks. No warlock that belongs to the Ouroboros clan will be spared. A crippled male Magus who was propping himself up with a wooden leg gave an order, his eyes boiling with hatred that he did not even bother to mask. His face was filled with numerous scars and was badly disfigured. Those damn bloodline bastards don't even deserve to be alive. Following his command, the resistance in the battlefield intensified, but all that anyone could do was to struggle in the face of death. After purging the resistance, it was time for a feast, one of plundering and venting their anger. But even in a situation like this, the commander's face remained cold and indifferent, as though he never saw it at all. Such scenarios continued to play out in the Ouroboros clan's territory, and even started to inch closer to Phosphorescent Swamp. The atmosphere at headquarters was gloomy due to the huge war. In one of the rooms in the headquarters of Warlock City, a faint, warm glow flickered. A group of Magi gathered around a circular black medieval table. They were all giant Chem-In serpent warlocks, and the aura exuded by every single one of them was highly terrifying, even exceeding the threshold of the crystal phase. Leylin was among them, scanning through his companions. There were more than 10 of them. These people made up the entirety of the Ouroboros clan's upper echelons, and they were of the highest ranks apart from the 3 Morning Star warlocks. Their decisions would represent the entire Ouroboros clan. Lucian and Freya were also among them. Upon seeing Leylin, they nodded in acknowledgement, but anxiety was written across their faces. A red-headed warlock stood up, propping himself with his hands on the table, and roared loudly, "Only yesterday. In a mere 13 hours, the attacks we have suffered have surpassed the sum of all the damage we have ever sustained. The Blood Serpent Warlock Organization, the Black Iron Warlock Organization, and the Castigators have all been razed to the ground. Even Greenflame City that guards our phosphorescent swamp has fallen to the hands of our enemy." He slammed the table, causing the tabletop to shake vigorously. Leylin could feel his wrath through the vibrations. "It won't take long until we'll be able to see them within the vicinity of the city. Even small fry like the Arm of Vengeance will start hunting us down. Damn it. These were people I could have wiped out single-handedly in the past." With that, opinions started to fire across the table, rage filling the air. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495 Opening Leylin watched the performance of these warlocks, indifferent to it all. In fact, it was very clear to them that small organizations like the Arm of Vengeance were being used as scapegoats by the hidden forces. Were Gilbert and the rest to appear, they would just throw out these scapegoats to suffer their wrath, without caring for their life or death. And even if these small organizations were to find success, they wouldn't end up with much resources. They could only give the majority of the resources to their backers. Thus, these forces could reap the benefits without getting their own hands dirty. It was a great deal indeed. Although these warlocks were completely aware of this, they only dared curse these small organizations that had gone insane in their desire for revenge, but did not dare touch the existence in the background. In the back of their minds, even though they lacked Morning Star forces on their side, they definitely did not have the guts to provoke those acting behind the scenes. To them, on their side, they would not have the guts to challenge the masterminds. Never mind that. This place is soon going to become a battlefield, so every one of us must take up our responsibilities. Do you all agree? Agreed. 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 Numerous high-ranked warlocks nodded one after another. That's great, we still have the 2 chem-in gargoyles and the spell formation left by the elders. We can still handle a Morning Star Magus if we activate everything. We just need to persist for a period of time. Then the 3 mentors will be able to return from the astral plane. The red-haired warlock was still trying his best to boost the morale, and hence he maintained the delusion. After he spoke up to that, everyone's sight immediately shot to an old warlock who was wiping his spectacles with a white handkerchief. This old crystal phase warlock was the head of their technical department, Shat. Shat put on his spectacles with a bitter laugh. Our tests have confirmed that the elders really did open the astral gates and entered another world. However, we couldn't confirm that it's the purgatory world. However, we're trying really hard to calculate the coordinates. I just need 10 days, no? 5, we'll have it in 5. The expressions of the numerous warlocks dulled when the reply they got wasn't the one they wanted. The red-haired warlock forced a smile and immediately began to assign missions as the leader, Marquis Shat, continue to study the astral gate. Headquarters will allocate resources to you as you wish. You have to rescue our 3 mentors. I will, Shat nodded. There was a great scholarly temperament to him, as he still seemed like nothing had happened even in this kind of critical moment. Next, Marquis Lucian. There was pride in the tone of the red-haired warlock when he heard the other party agreeing to his orders. Although he was the first disciple of the Grand Elder, his authority was not much greater than that of the remaining marquises present here. But now, when the circumstances required the presence of a powerful leader due to both internal and external pressures, it seemed like he could try to take control. Very well. Next, the warlock started to assign missions to everyone. Finally, it was Leylin's turn. Marquis Leylin, it's no problem if I leave you in charge of the defense of the west zone of the city, right? Sorry, I do. Leylin raised his hand up. He'd heard from Lucian about this warlock before, although he hadn't met him in person many times. He was Faisal, and he had held power for a long time in the Ouroboros clan. Right now, it seemed that even in all this confusion, his first thought was of grasping power. Leylin was immediately fed up by this sort of thing. With their current situation, perhaps the entire headquarters would be breached tomorrow, and everyone would be finished. He still wanted to scramble for power and profits. What? Faisal wrinkled his brows. He'd met a challenger moments after he set up his authority. This triggered his immense dissatisfaction, so he decided to suppress the challenger ruthlessly. I have an extremely important experiment. Experiment? Just for the purpose of an experiment? Leylin was interrupted by Faisal before he could complete his words. Did I mishear? You want to abandon your responsibility in this kind of critical moment just for an experiment? Numerous high-ranked warlocks around the round table also started whispering to each other after they heard Faisal words. Let me finish. Leylin pressed his hands down. The experiment I'm working on is an interplanar experiment. I'm confident in being able to find the coordinates of the mentors in 3 days. Marquis Shat can testify to this. Shat, who'd been still as a statue from the beginning, also nodded. Indeed, Marquis Leylin's fundamental knowledge about astral experiments far surpasses mine. Especially in accurately searching for coordinates, he leaves me ashamed of my meager ability. Even so, Faisal ground his teeth, the defense of the West Zone, I'll take care of that as well, Freya interrupted. Faisal was a little astonished. Yes. Anyway, my own defense zone is not far from Leylin's. It's all right for me to take care of both, right? Freya looked at Faisal challengingly. The other warlocks had a knowing smile on their faces when they recalled the rumors about Freya and Leylin. You can if you say so, but what if your area has problems first? Faisal dragged out his speech, looking at Freya, who had an unyielding expression. He thought Leylin was getting more and more out of hand. Freya ground her teeth and stated stubbornly, "It'll be my responsibility." Fine, I hope you remember what you said today. Faisal nodded and sat back down. The person involved, Leylin, sat foolishly at a distance from the beginning. Only after it ended did he respond and look at Freya. This woman had helped him over and over again, even at the expense of her own family's interests, and was already facing criticism from her elders. He hadn't expected that she would be willing to help him to this extent. Actually, this so-called important experiment was just to pull the wool over Faisal's eyes. With his knowledge, it was easy for him to convince Shat by exposing a bit of his abilities. If Faisal hadn't agreed even after that, he would have looked for an opportunity to shirk his responsibility. However, Freya unexpectedly took it on for him. Leylin suddenly felt a bit of a headache as he looked at her. "You don't need to do this, you know." Leylin walked to Freya's side and said softly after the meeting dispersed. "It's my choice." Freya gathered her black long hair together and left quickly. She seemed stubborn and firm. Leylin shook his head, then communicated with the AI chip and took a look at the latest data. Progress on deduction of information about the Morning Star realm. 52.7%. After more than 10 days, the AI chip had finally finished analyzing the flesh of the Azure Mountain King's clone. His information about the Morning Star realm had crossed 50%. With this, the final requirement for his advancement to the Morning Star realm had been fulfilled. The future seems exciting. I will look forward to it. A smile hung on the corner of Leylin's mouth. He then took a glance at the meeting place and at last moved his legs, leaving with incomparably firm footsteps. In an unknown place, several mysterious wills were communicating with each other. The attacks of the Plant Legion have had pretty good results. The progress this time is pretty smooth. The Air Force has also taken down Greenflame City. It seems like the Morning Star Warlocks are already lost in the astral plane. Not necessarily. Gilbert and the rest are very cunning. It's possible that they're feigning weakness in order to bait us into exposing ourselves. Another voice immediately retorted, "The lifespan of a Morning Star Warlock is nigh endless. Even temporary gains and losses of territory are nothing to them. They can always expand their influence again in the future. What you said also makes sense. We must consider this and continue to test them. Try to attack their headquarters in Phosphorescent Swamp," the previous voice said. A powerful stream of thought swept out. "Where's that old Azure Mountain guy?" He lost a clone to the Ouroboros clan. With his main body settling a debt with Felix, I'm afraid he won't be available for a period of time," a woman jokingly said. "His clone fell. It must have been at rank 3. Even then, who interfered?" The voice who spoke previously seemed sluggish. "No one. Azure Mountain's clone unexpectedly fell at the hand of a member of the younger generation, without the interference of any Morning Star powers. It's even someone who had just advanced to the crystal phase. I'm afraid he'll feel too embarrassed to meet people before he thoroughly washes himself of his shame." The female voice answered, "To have his clone killed by a member of the younger generation. It's simply a humiliation to all Morning Star Magi." "That's right." The numerous thoughts descended into chaos. "Silence," the first voice said with immense dignity behind its tone. It immediately suppressed the disturbance. "Let Azure Mountain's matter go for now. The area he's responsible for isn't that important anyway. The next test will be crucial in determining the existence of those 3. This matter also concerns how we'll be treating the Ouroboros clan in the future, so we should be serious about it." The huge will stated and transmitted its imposing aura, its huge dignity to hear. "We got it," numerous thought backed up a step as if expressing surrender. "Great, the Plant Legion still needs to advance and push the battlefront forward. As for the Air Force, remain on the defensive for now. The defense abilities of the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan are still decent." The most powerful thought immediately started to distribute tasks. Soon after, the thoughts in the secret space left one after the other, and the region quieted down immediately. A deadly stillness permeated the surroundings. After this meeting, the attacks that were originally planned against the Ouroboros clan grew in intensity. Among these, parties such as Azure Mountain City and Nephas broke apart all pretense and flagrantly dispatched their elite groups into the territory of the Ouroboros clan. This resulted in a great slaughter. The front line also approached the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan in Phosphorescence Swamp continuously. In moments, it was like a storm was raging in the region, which practically affected the weather of the entire central continent. Numerous Morning Star Magi, Radiant Moon Magi, and even Breaking Dawn Magi all diverted their attentions to the sky above Phosphorescent Swamp. For the central continent, which is in dire straits, any minute changes would be able to cause a huge variation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496 Preparation for Battle. Preparation for battle. The chaos in the Ouroboros clan was like a stone thrown into the peaceful lake that was the central continent, setting off ripples everywhere. Due to the mutual deterrence of Morning Star Magi, such a large-scale war was rare. The information about the current state of the Ouroboros clan spread throughout the entire central continent like wildfire. Many spies, investigators, and idle magi rushed towards Phosphorescent Swamp. They had a pressing need to know how it all began and what the final outcome would be. They would use this information for their own reference and in the future would hand it over to the next generation. Storm clouds are brewing. Phosphorescent Swamp, Ouroboros clan headquarters. Dressed in skin-tight leather, Freya stood on a high balcony and observed the huge Warlock city below. Even a peaceful, prosperous city like this will have to bear the brunt of battle. Looking at the gloomy horizon in the distance, dismay clouded Freya's features. Seeing Julian and a few other elders heading towards her, her already cheerless self became even more depressed. Disregarding the few elders, Freya asked Julian directly, "How is the deployment of manpower coming along?" "They have been assigned accordingly, but..." Julian showed signs of hesitation. "Let me explain. A while ago, due to your haphazard assignment of the Snake Bloodline Warlocks, our family suffered huge losses. And now, we have to bear an even greater burden because of your decision to take over Leylin's responsibility of the defenses in the West Zone." An elderly man with a pair of red eyebrows uttered with an icy tone, his face clearly showing his displeasure. The others were the same, dissatisfaction written all over their faces. "You must understand, our family barely has the ability to defend ourselves, yet you pile up more responsibility on us. We're going to be short-handed, and when problems arise, our family might even be exterminated," another elderly woman exclaimed. "Aunt, I know that, but..." These elderly men and women were all Freya's seniors in the family. Many of them had known her since her youth. Even though her status as a crystal phase magus was higher than theirs, there were still many matters that were not easy to bring up for discussions in the course of the conversation. "I know. You have developed feelings for that fellow, right?" Another elderly man with a cyst on his face asked sarcastically. "Uncle Ivanov, so what if I have?" Freya's steely glare was leveled on Ivanov as she drew a deep breath, the tension in the air reaching the choking point. The cyst on his face trembled and he backed up a few steps, his lips quivering, and he remarked, "This is how you want to treat him? That playboy who not only had a fling with his own female senior, but even that slut Murrin? Enough!" Freya suddenly yelled, her face turning crimson. The other few elders raised their brows in shock. Controversial relationships were common among warlocks, especially when they were young. Leylin's licentious lifestyle wasn't that big a deal. But for Ivanov to bring up the subject, it was unsettling. However, in hindsight, what Ivanov said made sense. If Leylin was really interested in Freya, they would have gotten together long ago. Right now, it seemed like a one-sided affair for their chief. Freya's worried aunt asked hesitantly, "Little Freya, you..." At this moment, another voice echoed, "Marquis Lucian is here." Everyone exchanged glances and immediately quieted down. Family scandals like this were best kept amongst themselves. "We will take our leave now. Will you reconsider?" The female elder shot a loving look at Freya before leaving with the rest. With their departure, Freya sighed a breath of relief and stepped out to welcome Lucian. "Hee, dreadful, right?" Lucian asked with a smile, two other magi behind him. "Just some minor inconveniences." Freya fluffed her hair. Glancing over Lucian's shoulders, she recognized one of the magi as Leylin's subordinate, Parker. As for the other female magus who was wearing a veil, Freya couldn't recognize her. However, the horrifying crystal phase energy waves radiating from her body were unmistakably strong. Such power normally would not be kept under wraps. Even within the Ouroboros clan, crystal phase magi were few and far between. They could easily form an organization with the highest authority and take control over everything. "Allow me to introduce you to Parker. I am sure you already knew him." Lucian chuckled, allowing Parker to make his salutations. He then turned to point at the other female magus. "This is Shadow, a crystal phase magus Leylin subdued previously. Having a sensitive identity, she cannot reveal her true name." As for their intentions of being here, Parker. Honorable Marquis Freya, Parker bowed respectfully, my lord knows you have insufficient manpower, so he instructed Shadow and I together with our men to come forth and heed your orders. That's wonderful. Freya beamed and her eyes lit up. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In the beginning, when she agreed to take over the defense of the West Zone, she was indeed rendered short-handed. But now, with the addition of Parker and his men, a big portion of her concern was put to rest. Especially, Freya shifted her line of sight towards Tanasha's black veil. She tried to look through the veil, attempting to figure out her appearance. Leylin had been keeping such a trump card hidden by his side all along. A rank 3 crystal phase Magus was not easy to subdue. If Freya hadn't agreed to defend the West Zone, with the abilities of that female Magus and Leylin's men, they would have no problem defending it themselves. Perhaps what Freya did was unnecessary, but since the opposite party sent over their assistance, evidently, Freya's mouth curved into a smile which persisted for a short while before she shook her head and abandoned that train of thought. The current situation had deteriorated so much that no one knew if the Ouroboros clan would survive to the next year. She could not let her thoughts shift to such superfluous issues. After watching Parker and Tanasha leave, Freya turned around. Marquis Lucian, the intentions of your visit this time was not just to send them to me, right? Yes, there are other matters. Lucian nodded his head. I knew there were more. Freya rolled her eyes. Spill. According to Faisal's suggestion, I am here to ask you to hand over the authority of the tower genie that your family left at the headquarters. Lucian muttered in a low voice. I think it is time to do that too. Freya nodded in agreement and extracted a gold ring, tossing it to her. Take it. I hope their defense measures alongside the Magus Tower can impress me. You will not be disappointed. With the smooth completion of his mission, Lucian also heaved a sigh of relief. What else can I do except comply? Freya forced a smile. The number of Magus towers in the Ouroboros clan headquarters was not small. From her vantage point, the whole area seemed to be packed with them. These Magus towers were built by high-ranking Warlocks, and many of the towers were heavily subsidized by the main headquarters. Of course, the main headquarters had their own agenda. In the core of every tower were inscribed defensive runes that were built to be combined with the rest. During a crisis, they would be able to activate all the Magus towers to unite their defenses. Lucian's so-called taking over of the authority was just a formality to save Freya's reputation. Once Faisal shed all pretense of cordiality, he could immediately bypass all the locks on the Magus Tower and forcefully activate the tower's energy to bolster the defense. Leylin knew about this, hence his unwillingness to build his Magus Tower at the main headquarters. Freya was part of an extensive family, and they owned massive businesses. Not only did they possess Magus Towers in their own territory, they even had some high-grade ones in the main headquarters that were used as experimental laboratories. What Lucian wanted was the authority to those. I am glad you understand. Lucian nodded his head, and his expression dulled. Even at such times, there are some people who are unwilling to hand over control, not contributing to our Ouroboros clan. They deserve to be damned. Luckily, that is just a small minority. Freya nodded in agreement, knowing those warlocks absolutely did not deserve to die. After all, they were already dead. After chatting for a while longer, Lucian took his leave. Given his hasty departure, Freya assumed there were some important matters for him to attend to. With the impending Great War, all the warlocks were on their toes without rest. It was even more prominent for the core leaders, those at the crystal phase. Snapping out of her thoughts, Freya looked to another direction. Even with our forthcoming demise, you are really at ease. If you cannot give me a satisfactory explanation, you will be in trouble. Unknown to Freya, after Elder Ivanov left, he locked himself in the room and threw a big tantrum. That crazy woman, she is completely sick. How could she be so adamant in betraying our family for an outsider's benefit? Ivanov roared in rage, his voice blocked and absorbed by the soundproofing on the walls that kept the outside world from knowing what was going on inside. And Amasha is such an old muddlehead. How could she treat Freya like a child and give her more time, damn it? Soon, our family will face imminent destruction. Ivanov's face flushed red with anger and his cyst bulged. Hands on his back, he started pacing in circles. No way, I refuse to witness the destruction of our family's ancestral legacy at our hands. After a few rounds, he clenched his teeth and tore the sleeves off his shirt. Branded on his arm was an impressive yet odd-looking plant imprint. With the injection of spiritual force, it immediately started glowing. Sha sha. After a wave of noise passed, a low, husky male voice emerged from the opposite end. You have finally contacted us. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497, Elite Group of Magi. Elite Group of Magi? Yes. I've considered it thoroughly. I cannot sit back and watch my clan die in war. Ivanov insisted, with an unexpectedly sanctified look on his face. Very well. Our targeted enemies are only those evil bloodline warlocks. You guys who have awakened in time are still a part of us Magi. A voice echoed from the imprint. There's no doubt about that. I'm honored, Ivanov said excitedly. Immediately, he asked again with worry, is this communication channel safe? The headquarters of the Ouroboros clan has very strict isolation and tapping capabilities. Haha, rest assured. This has already been encrypted personally. Our conversation will definitely not be leaked out. All right then, what do you need me to do? Since he had already decided to betray, Ivanov was pretty much nonchalant. Very simple, you only need to. The voice softened over time, while Ivanov nodded repeatedly. The dim lights slowly extinguished as darkness engulfed the entire place. It was only a matter of time before the attacks began. By the time the Warlocks, who had gotten used to the martial law, discovered that the entire city had been surrounded by a patch of carnivorous plants, many of them felt a sort of relief. Contrary to the previous uneasiness and tension, these visible enemies made them feel more secure. What followed next would be a great war. The winner would survive, and the loser would be doomed for all eternity. It was as simple as that. Compared to open war, the oppressed feeling of the weight from before was what caused mental breakdowns. But many warlocks only felt relieved for a moment. By the time they saw the legion of airships all over the sky pressing in like dark clouds, even Faisal had a slight feeling that it was as if his previous efforts to fight for power had become a joke. Alert! He shouted at the top of his voice, a slight tremble to his tone. Magus Tower authorization complete, constructing core defense system. Contrary to him, those warlocks with specific orders could still carry out their tasks orderly. Buzz, a Magus Tower began to shake, and many runes emerged from the surface of the tower as they shot up into the sky. All the towers in the city were in the same situation. The many runes, constructed of strings of light, converged at the heart of the city, taking the form of a bright sun. A water screen surrounding the sun cascaded from all directions with a crystal-clear glow on its surface, engulfing the entire city. Such a terrifying spell formation, it should be employing at least 50 to 60 elemental reactors and pools. In the center of the enemy camp, a green-haired Magus sneered. Pity, the other party was too impatient. We were only scaring him, yet he exposed his trump card. Yes! Another female Magus dressed in red covered her lips and smiled charmingly. If the Ouroboros clan's warlocks are all of such quality, victory will definitely be ours. In fact, as long as the other party's 3 elders do not rush back, there will be no change to this war's result. At most, it will be a matter of time. The green-haired Magus corrected. As a high-ranking leader of the Legion, the intelligence he possessed was far greater than that of ordinary Magi. He even knew about the disappearance of Gilbert and the others. Hence, what we need to do now is to try attacking. The female Magus bit her lips, seeming rather playful. In front of her, the male Magus appeared very confident, and he announced a little proudly, "There's not even a need to test it. We can have the other organizations to help us with everything." "You mean the Arm of Vengeance?" The female Magus nodded, giggling immediately and stretching her body in a relaxed manner. "Since we already have them helping us, should we take this opportunity to do other things?" Her voice was sweeter than the sweetest honey. The male Magus could not help but be intoxicated by it. Faintly, 2 other soft voices echoed over, "Those Magi, are they reliable?" "Just mere sacrifices. Anyway, when the time comes, they'll be given up. What's there to worry?" "I'm still a little worried. At worst, I'll hand over command to you. You just have to keep an eye on them for me." In here, All sorts of conspiracies were gradually staged, yet they were completely hidden due to the many green plant legions. The things that happened here did not attract any attention from the outside world. Following the encirclement of the plants and airship armies, dark clouds of war immediately filled the region surrounding the Ouroboros clan. The approaching storm made many of the Chem-In warlocks clasp their hands tightly. Just then, the candidate who was to serve as the main offensive walked down from the airship. The Magus had a pockmarked face and a prosthetic wooden leg. He walked with a limp, and his face burned with the desire for vengeance. He stared at the city of Warlocks, and if looks could kill his gaze alone would have burnt it down. Ouroboros clan, Chem-In warlocks. To think you'd face such a day too. An ice-cold voice seemed to be forced out from the crevice between his teeth. Sir Lober, according to the orders of the Alliance, you will command the first wave of attacks, said a masked figure from beside him as he slightly bowed down. Even with his expression hidden behind the mask, his tone was oozing with contempt. Robert clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly several times, but still gritted his teeth and spoke. I understand. Please inform the sirs that Robert will fulfill his mission. Very good. The masked man made a swift bow before his body vanished into thin air. Mentor, we've finally reached this point. Another old man, his head full of gray hair, walked down from the airship as well. When he saw the already surrounded city of Warlocks, he could not control himself as tears streamed down his face. The Magi who descended from the airship were mostly those who had a deep-seated hatred for the Ouroboros clan. Due to their vengeful desires, as well as the possible benefits, they did not hesitate to take up the role of the coalition's vanguard. They even embarked on the bloody path of revenge in their own territories, cleaning it up in revenge for all the humiliation and hardships that their ancestors had been through. And Robert, the chief of the arm of vengeance, was the leader elected by the many small groups. On the other side, many warlocks were observing the enemy from on top of a great tower. The only difference was, while the other side was quite free and leisurely, even able to pursue the pleasures of life, their situation was much more difficult. Their expressions, Faisal's included, were dark and filled with fear. Azure Mountain City's Azure Rain Knights, and the demon Magus army from the Nephas. Freya's hands gripped the railing as she watched the other two armies who had distinct insignias. Her eyes were full of disbelief. In the direction she was looking, a formation of knights that were armored in blue with a bunch of giant feathers on their heads were standing quietly. So were a strange-looking group of magi who possessed scaly bodies as well as claws and horns. The mere energy waves unconsciously emitted from their bodies was enough to suffocate a rank 1 magus. Even the allied army did not dare to stay too close and kept their distance. The Demon Hunter and the Azure Mountain King have shed all pretense of cordiality. They actually sent their elite subordinates out to attack. Compared to the other forces who were secretive, the Azure Mountain Cities and Nephas forces evidently did not have as many considerations. This explained the other party's vengeance and hate towards the Ouroboros clan. It was to the extent that they were already confident that the three elders would not return, so they would give no quarter. The Azure Rain Knights are still all right. They are only counterfeits of the ancient Steel Knights, but these demon magi. On the other side, Lucian also frowned. They are all magi who have communicated with the demon plane. Their bodies have been altered by demonic power, allowing them to possess a very special power. They even resorted to signing contracts with the demons to awaken all kinds of strange abilities. And only the demon hunter can completely subdue them and keep them for his own use. Often, their appearance represents destruction and death. This was all caused by your mentor, Faisal sneered. Moreover, even at this point in time, your brother Leylin still hasn't appeared. Because Gilbert had forcibly snatched away many portions of the Forgotten Lands resources from Cyril, the relationship between the two was never good. Faisal did not agree with the way Gilbert did things, hence he naturally had to use that as a pretext to make a fuss. In fact, if he knew that the Azure Mountain King's exasperation was caused by Leylin, he would probably go even crazier. What we decided originally is the Elder Association's decision. Furthermore, the three elders did this together. Don't say that you didn't use those bloodline treasures at all. Freya immediately rebutted. Seeing her speak up for him, Lucian could not help but direct a kind smile to Freya. Ahem, Upon noticing that the situation was descending into a cold war, another old man whose face had mottled snake scales immediately came over to mediate the dispute. Leylin and Shat both have to deduce Mentor and the other's coordinates. Now is the most crucial moment. It's normal that they're not here. We need to work together to overcome our difficulties right now. Not only did this aged warlock possess crystal phase strength, he was also of a relatively high rank. Even Faisal could only display anger on his face, shutting his mouth after. By this time, they had also noticed the other party's movements. Many small Magus organizations swaggered to the city's borders under another Magus lead. They then began to set up a spell formation. Robert, this bastard, he actually dared to come out. A feminine warlock licked the blade of the knife in his hand and said, "I should have given him a few more slashes that time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 498 Confrontation. The crystal phase magi who were on site held their breaths for a moment. In the past, small organizations like the Arm of Vengeance could only be low profile, as they would be attacked on sight. When did they get the guts to begin a fight? A well-built warlock suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "I want to go out and kill them all." "Don't be rash," Faisal responded while holding the person back. "With the combined defensive spell formation already activated, attacking them now will only ruin our only chances to turn the odds around. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment." Faisal truly was quite capable. At the very least, he was not a fool and could see through ordinary schemes. But then again, looking at how the enemy was valiantly showing off in front of him, Faisal must have been filled with anger as well. He was only forcing himself to hold back and not act rashly. "Once this ordeal is over, I will lead my team out again and have all these rats killed." "Guys, look at this," Freya exclaimed, pouting out the window towards the troops. At this point in time, most of the warlocks had not realized that the massive spell formation that Robert had cast earlier was gradually activating. Rumble. The earth shook repeatedly, giving rise to landslides that covered up the wetlands with all their sludge and sewage. The phosphorescence in the air rapidly dissipated. After the phosphorescence disappeared, the large amount of steam that evaporated from the wetlands turned it into a field of mud and soil. The soil became more compact and eventually gained a rock-like texture. These tumultuous changes occurred all along the spell formation. "How dare they touch our base?" Many enraged warlocks started to cry out. The Ouroboros clan back then had decided to choose this area precisely due to the unique phosphorescent wetlands. The abundant amount of darkness elemental energy particles and fire elemental particles that were present there matched perfectly with the bloodline of the giant Chem-In serpent. Not only was the growth of the warlocks boosted in this place, but it even enhanced the power of their spells. However, the destruction of large swathes of wetlands meant that the darkness elemental particles and fire elemental particles were gradually diminished, to be replaced by earth elemental particles. Even though the area affected was only this city, the impact it had on the high-level warlocks was not small. "Haha," Robert, who was outside, laughed out loud unexpectedly. "Did you think we hadn't planned out our revenge? What a big mistake. Even though we were chased all over the central continent, we never once stopped plotting our vengeance. This time round, we'll uproot the entire Ouroboros clan. There is no other way." Looking at how the city gradually turned into a wasteland, and how the concentration of earth elemental particles slowly outweighed the now meager amount of darkness and fire elemental particles, Faisal's face turned pale. "Alchemized puppets, attack! Work with the combined spell formation." After he gave the orders, his face displayed a moment of shame. He had a sudden realization that he himself actually initiated the entire defense spell formation, and all of this seemed too rushed. Especially after giving his last orders, it seemed as though he was slapping himself across the face. Upon seeing his actions, Freya and the other warlocks could only sigh under their breaths. Faisal was relieved that they did not condemn him up front. At least there are still some smart people around. Lucian surreptitiously nodded his head. Knowing that they had reached a point of life and death, it was not the time for resentments and conspiracies. From their common bloodline, it was already predetermined that these warlocks would not obtain the mercy of the rest. Crack! The translucent spell formation that once enveloped the city had split open to form a large opening that had a current of steel streaming out from it. Clank, clank, what appeared in front of Robert's eyes was a giant troop of steel puppets. All these alchemized puppets were at least 3 meters tall, with intricate runes covering the bodies. The barbed wires and hooks that hung on their bodies stood out reflected chilling lights. Furthermore, the massive barrels that hung on both sides of the puppets sent chills down Robert's spine. Portable spellcasting barrels. The Ouroboros clan is not only gifted in bloodlines. A masked boy, who was in the corner observing the whole scene, started to record everything down immediately. Simultaneously, he asked another observer behind him, "Have you recorded every movement that occurred since the activation of the spell formation?" The young girl, who only seemed to be 7 or 8 years old and was wearing oversized spectacles and a massive red ribbon, replied formally, "Yes, sir. Everything has been recorded clearly and the energy nodes have all been marked. In the process of calculating the geographical locations of the pressure points and the core." "Very good. Continue recording it down. Such micronized cannon spells are still very useful. Remember to inform the rest of our people, and I propose that we get this technology in our hands during the distribution of the spoils." The masked man waved, clearly in high spirits. To him, breaking through the headquarters was only a matter of time. Target locked on. Beginning fire? The steel puppets that walked out from the city had lasers for eyes that marked a luminous red cursor on their targets. Robert and most of the Magi were locked on too. Just then, sounds of machinery could be heard within their bodies. "Not good. Hurry up and hide." Robert couldn't finish his sentence before he was disrupted by the glow of a white laser. Pew, the white laser beam swept through the area horizontally, disintegrating anything that stood in its path. Even the ground caved in where it passed. "No, sir?" Urgent and sharp cries were heard. A number of Magi did not even have a chance to speak before the laser burned them to ashes. Even a rank 3 Magus like Robert was put in a difficult situation because of the lasers. His clothes had been destroyed, and his wooden leg had vanished into thin air. "Initiate destruction?" A cold voice rang out once again, and the steel puppets reacted, firing towards the remains. It took but a moment for chaos to ensue. Light flashed everywhere, and many of the Magi were severely injured. The massive spell formation that had been operating till now was destroyed immediately, and the earth started to stabilize. Tusk, how dare such a small organization provoke the prestigious Ouroboros clan? Faisal laughed out. "The real enemy hasn't even begun attacking, and yet you're satisfied beating these mere distractions," Freya said coldly while rolling her eyes. It was indeed true that destroying the Arm of Vengeance was a piece of cake for the Ouroboros clan. A simple, slightly powerful formation would be enough to send them packing, and even the heavens above would not be able to save them. However, what worried the Magi the most was how these hostile forces could cold-bloodedly watch the members of the Arm of Vengeance die so easily. They did not seem to even consider the possibility of helping the battered and exhausted Robert out, which was why they stopped considering the option of initiating the spell formation. "Sir, why did—" Robert, who was seriously injured, shouted with a sore voice when he was finally saved. However, the rest of the members of the Arm of Vengeance were not as lucky as him. Most of them fell at the hands of the steel puppets. "Don't worry, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Now it's time for us to avenge you," a green-haired Magus said coldly, sounding insincere. He had an air of steeliness about him. Yet he was sneering secretly. "It's only a given that will reduce your strength and manpower after we're done using it. Did you really expect us to leave you with so many benefits after the war?" Dream on, not giving Robert, whose fists were clenched, a chance to say anything else. The green-haired Magus waved his hand. "Plant Legion, attack!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many of the vines started moving, and within a moment's time, a gigantic man-eating flower emerged from the mud and started moving towards the steel puppets. Targets locked. Beginning the second wave of attack. In front of the steel puppets stood a gigantic black steel robot which was more than 5 meters tall. After its laser eyes marked its target, the gun barrels that were hung on either side of its shoulders began to roar. Pew, when the white lasers swept past the man-eating flowers, many of them fell, and thick sludge started to permeate from their wounds. Even the Azure Rain Knights would find these kinds of lasers hard to endure. Fortunately for my plant legion, looking at this scene, the green-haired Magus displayed a teasing smile. A large amount of spores started to shoot out from one of the man-eating flowers. Before these spores even reached the ground, they began to swell up into a giant ball, and within seconds another one emerged from the earth. The two intertwined, forming a gigantic one, at least 10 meters tall, that swallowed the huge puppet from earlier. The earth rumbled as a war of green and black, nature and machine played out. These two incredible forces were fighting head-on against each other. The whole surroundings were filled with white rays and green sludge. Looking at the scene outside, Lucian sighed. I'm afraid that they've already found out about our last defense system from their earlier experiments, even keeping their battlefront exactly 1 kilometer away, which exactly reaches our boundary of attack. Faisal's face turned black. Even though none of them said it out loud, everyone knew that this was his fault for initiating the combined spell formation too hastily. At this moment, another Crystal Phase Warlock screamed, "Look at this!" Gush. All the Crystal Phase Magi looked up. The sky was enveloped by the giant shadow of a sail that enveloped the place in complete darkness. Initiate Warzone number 2's all-over attack. Bang, bang, bang. Like shooting stars falling from the skies, bombs were thrown down from the giant ships above, wiping away the mess created by the man-eating flowers and puppets. Under these terrible attacks, the original giant puppets became a pile of scrap iron. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499, Traitor. With explosions ringing continuously, the Warlocks fell silent as they fixed their gazes on the battlefield, watching the debris from the occasional fights between broken metallic limbs and vines of flowers. Their plant legion can obviously regenerate very fast. On the other hand, our steel puppets have complicated structures and use too much of the energy stored in our Magus towers. This exchange is a huge loss for us. Lucian smiled bitterly, his voice sounding raucous. Outside the city, a sea of flowers lay above the ruins, numerous shoots struggling their way out of the earth. The army of carnivorous plants had reformed in a few minutes. Not only that, the other military forces were closing in along with the Azure Rain Knights and the Demon Magus army. Let's focus on our own areas of defense. Although we have the protection of the Magus towers, it will still be best if our Crystal Phase Warlocks attend to them. Faisal smiled. The images disappeared with a few snaps, leaving Faisal and a few others remaining. Most of the people here were just projections of the other Crystal Phase Magi using the network of the Magus towers. Due to their advanced technology, the projections were almost the same as themselves. Faisal's face turned dark, his thoughts indiscernible. In the meantime, a wisp of dark smoke sprouted from the corner, forming a dark shadow. "My lord, will you consider what I said before?" Faisal frowned at his appearance, but he then calmed down. The people here were all his men, and he wasn't afraid that they'd leak his secrets. "What are you doing here?" "Hee, the Ouroboros clan is about to vanish. There might be traitors among the people you met just now, my lord. Think about your future, and the future of your family," the shadow said slowly, and with a confidence derived from the chasm between their absolute strengths. Faisal's men grew angry, and even his own face showed some hesitation before he waved his hands. I need to reconsider this. I hope you reply soon. Our offer only exists up to the city's fall," the envoy said patiently, then disappeared like a ghost. "Ah," Faisal sighed after he was gone. Something crossed his mind, and his eyes glowed with a strange light. West Zone. Freya smiled bitterly while looking at the approaching enemies. Such bad luck. I have to meet these demon magi. The opponents in her area were the elites of Nephas, the demon Magus army. All members of the demon Magus army were at least rank 2 magi. And since they'd made deals with unknown demons, most of them had mysterious abilities or powerful skills. What's more, the magi from Nephas were wanted men with bad reputations. They were tough and bloody, even more crazed than the uber-emotional Warlocks. No wonder Freya was unhappy. Hee. I didn't expect such a beautiful woman to be my opponent. Below the wall, the head of the demon Magus army touched his chin with his left hand. A pair of horns were on his head, and his right hand was tied up in iron chains. The demon magi around him maintained a distance out of fear and admiration. Many glanced at his right hand, their eyes full of dread. It was as if some horrible demons existed under the cover of those iron chains. This leader paid no attention to the fear of his men, and instead waved his hands. Attack! Many magi roared at the sound of the command, and their bodies began to undergo massive transformations. Some even grew black's wings as they charged towards the city walls. "Get ready," Freya ordered with an emotionless expression. Many of the warlocks couldn't help but get wound up. The next moment, the attacks from those demon magi reached the defensive light membrane. "The energy of the defensive matrix can't be consumed like this. We must attack." Freya grit her teeth. A layer of black scales covered her body, and her pupils turned amber. Swish! Her body disappeared from on the wall, and when she appeared again, she'd already grabbed a demon Magus and torn him apart. Blood rained down, interspersed with flesh, organs, and bones. Petrifying gaze. Every Magus below rank 3 she stared at turned into a stone statue. Even magi at rank 3 would lose their minds for a moment, during which they couldn't fight back. "Kill them!" Seeing their chief fighting outside, the snake bloodline warlocks rushed out with red eyes, fighting the demon magi. Relying on the defensive matrix of their spell formation, they didn't have to care too much about their own safety. Thus, they acquired many victories, and a lot of demon magi fell. "I'm your opponent." Freya's attack crashed into a giant hand bound by iron chains as the chief of the demon Magus army appeared in front of her. "Warlocks with the dirty bloodline of the giant Chem-In serpent have no right to live in this world," he said with an indifferent face as a weird energy sprouted out of his right hand. "Dirty worms that make deals with demons. You have no right to say anything," Freya frowned. Her opponent's aura made her feel discomfort, even fear. But since he was an enemy, there was no need for her to hold back. Throughout history, branches like the branded swordsmen, elemental bards, and steel knights have continually disappeared. You bloodline warlocks are meant to join them. The head of the demon Magi roared, turning into a streak of black as he crashed into Freya. Scenes like this occurred all over the defensive perimeter of the Ouroboros clan. Magic shone in all sorts of colors, flooding the whole city. However, under the joint defense of the Magus towers, these attacks just left small marks on the translucent membrane, which soon disappeared. It seems like the Magus towers in the Ouroboros clan's headquarters have stored plentiful amounts of energy. Seeing this, the green-haired Magus frowned. "So what? Inform your guys, they can start their plans now." A female Magus with red hair sashayed in, rolling her eyes at him. "Okay," the Magus nodded, "and that thing let it out now." "You want to use that now?" The female Magus with red hair covered her mouth in shock. "We have to. I promised those lords that we could deal with the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan within 3 days. The Magus with green hair smiled, saying something to his envoy. Something sinister flashed across her eyes as she watched the movements of the male Magus, and she followed him. "My lord." Even though there was fighting outside, some important places were still under heavy guard. And currently, 2 elites of the Blood Serpent family were saluting to Ivanov. "Good," Ivanov nodded, but suddenly his eyes started glittering. Schlick, schlick. 2 black daggers shot out of his sleeves like lightning, disappearing into the guards' chests. Their Chem-In scales were pierced through by the daggers in an instant, as if they were nothing more than a sheet of paper. The light in their eyes dimmed before they crumbled to the ground. "HMPH, you idiots. Even if they're innate defensive spells, there are methods to pierce through them. How can you 2 defend against an elite of the family like me?" Ivanov sneered and pushed open the wooden door they were guarding. Behind the wooden door was a small, sealed room, magic tools and spell formations lying everywhere. It was enriched with energy and obviously working at full capacity. "This seems to be one of the key points. As long as I ruin this, the defense of the city should be weakened by at least 20%. Ivanov smiled proudly and gave the formation genie an order: deactivate both the defense and alert mode. "Please input the code." A robotic voice sounded from it. Long live the bloodline. Since he was one of the elders in the family, he naturally knew the code. At this moment, he thought about Freya. "Fools like you can die, because as long as I'm alive, our bloodline will be preserved." However, Ivanov's expression changed at the next words of the formation genie. "Wrong code, intruder alert, beginning annihilation." What? Ivanov murmured. At this moment, the image of a well-behaved and sometimes rebellious girl popped into his mind. You're saying she was acting all along? But there was no time left for him to think. Blood-red lightning in the form of snakes appeared out of thin air, drowning him within. Blood-red light flashed, and Ivanov was slowly melted within. After the lightning faded, the space in the room distorted to reveal a red figure. Traitor verified. Blood Serpent Family, Ivanov. The voice sounded cold and chilling. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500, Duo Serpent Annihilator. Duo Serpent Annihilator. Have you decided, my lord? The Black Shadow couldn't help but feel delighted in front of Faisal. The satisfaction in being able to threaten the leader of the Ouroboros clan, one of the largest clans on the continent, was something that could not be described with mere words. It was only furthered by the conflicted expression on the other party. The rewards if he succeeded at this were so great he wouldn't even dare to think of them before. Reporting in, my lord? At this timing, a high-ranking Magus pushed open the door. Ignoring the Shadow's existence, he began his report. The operation was a success. We've captured 7 traitors and killed 12. The energy of the combined spell formation has been conserved, and we've only lost a mere 2.75%. What is this supposed to mean? The envoy questioned, his voice growing deeper and gloomier. What is this supposed to mean? It's exactly what you think it is. Faisal suddenly gave an empty smile as his body instantly appeared before the Shadow, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. If you do this, the lords outside will definitely not let you off. Surprisingly, even at this moment, the Shadow was calm. I'll be waiting, Faisal nodded his head as he said seriously. If you think that I'm unable to deal with you just because you're a spirit projection, you're wrong. You're very, very wrong. The moment he finished speaking, there was a visible change in the expression on the blurred face of the Black Shadow, and he couldn't help but give a cold smile. It's a pity, but it's too late. Boom. Huge amounts of blue electricity rushed towards the Shadow, blowing him to pieces. Faisal sighed. With such a huge stream of disordered data rushing in, even the main body would have its sea of consciousness suffer irreversible damage, he said in an unhurried manner. My lord, this is brilliant. The Magus that had just entered immediately bowed. This is nothing, it's just a little scheme, and it definitely won't affect the general situation, Faisal said. He then exclaimed, the Ouroboros clan is my family and the pillar of support for all warlocks of our giant Chem-In serpent bloodline. I want to be in control of it, not let it be destroyed. Thump. The green-haired Magus who was standing outside the city fumed upon listening to the grievous news as he witnessed the death of one of his envoys. Release the Kayasha beast immediately. But, my lord, just as he was about to continue, the attendant at the green-haired Magus' side was interrupted. I know I have limited authority. I'll explain things to the other lords later, but for now, I want those ignorant warlocks to pay with their deaths. Coo-coo. After the order of the release of the warbeast, the brave and blood-soaked Magi standing on the front line heard a bizarre roar. The roar resembled the beating of a broken drum and carried a heavy pant with it. It created a sense of oppression that made one feel like they were suffocating the moment it fell on their ears. Thump, thump, the ground started to shake. How scary was it for only one creature to cause the entire city to shake with its mere footsteps? Faisal couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in that moment, as he quickly ascended to the highest vantage point. From there, he saw an incomparably large creature, a 4-legged beast with a horn on its head. The creature was so huge and tall that in order to avoid it, the enormous airships in the sky could only wave their flags and ascend further into the sky, opening a pathway for it to walk through. The earth rumbled under this creature's arrival, its enormous aura even causing Faisal's breathing to stop momentarily. When it finally stopped right outside the Ouroboros clan headquarters, Faisal thought he was seeing a mountain range instead. The Kayasha beasts roared in anger. A terrifying and violent wave of energy swept across the battlefield, causing everyone to lose their balance. Morning Star, it is a Morning Star realm creature. Faisal's expression blanked out as he clenched his fists tightly. I'm afraid the cleansing operation this time provoked the enemy so badly that he's using the deadly weapons that were used in the last big war. On the other hand, the enemy who'd lifted the restriction on the warbeast didn't feel too good about it either. "My lord, is it okay to lift the restrictions now? After all, we haven't performed final adjustments on it. Besides, a lot of our soldiers will be injured by it as collateral damage." One of the Magi smiled bitterly as he looked at the giant Kayasha beast with a heavy heart. This giant beast was absolutely not a natural creature. It was a precious experiment created by a morning star Magus. When the creature was not in use, it would be sealed in ice. The morning star Magus that created it even warned that if they didn't provide enough food for the beast to eat, even a large troop of Magi would be eaten alive by it. Naturally, despite such shortcomings, a morning star realm creature had its own worth. This was a beast that had a physique at the morning star realm. Together with its enormous body and terrifying defense system, which included the ability to heal itself, the idea of battling such a creature was a joke. Moreover, because its intelligence was sealed, even a rank 3 Magus could, albeit barely, control it. This resulted in a great increase in its worth. After feeling embarrassed and insulted by the other party, the green-haired Magus immediately lifted the restriction on the warbeast. The green-haired Magus, their leader, clapped his hands. "Don't worry, the other lords have given me the authority to lift the restrictions whenever I want to. After all, this is the last experiment. The warbeast summoned by the other party has to be at a morning star level to be able to defeat this creature. Since we've already made the first move, it's up to the Ouroboros clan to retaliate with their last resort." The warbeast's roars shook the earth as it moved closer to the defensive membrane on its long legs. A large number of warlocks were eagerly showering it with any spells that they could throw. Bang, bang, bang. Blizzards, lightning, flames, and acids were all aimed at the Kayasha beast. Yet, they were unable to so much as slow the rate of its advance. While a rank 3 spell occasionally broke through its defenses, it was not enough to cause any significant damage in comparison to its enormous body. This left the warlocks disappointed. By the time it reached the defensive barrier, the wounds on its body had been healing so quickly that it appeared to never have been wounded at all. The thought that this creature was invincible caused dismay among the Magi. Adding to the fact that it seemed impossible to wound the creature, and they could only wait for their deaths, the warlocks were extremely discouraged as they felt like the world was coming to an end. The enemy's passion for battle increased greatly with the boost in morale brought by the warbeast. This further decreased the chance of the Ouroboros clan winning the battle. The enemies depended on the strength and ability of the warbeast. It was able to kill all warlocks standing in its way. This won't do. If this continues, we might not even win against the enemy, even if we use up all the energy within the Magus towers. Faisal's expression became gloomier as he snarled into his own secret imprint. "Activating Chem-In gargoyles, I need all of you to authorize me to activate it." "Agreed, agreed, agreed." Immediately, Lucian and the rest could be heard as they brought out the runes specially designed for them. "2/3 of the council has agreed, Chem-In gargoyles activated," a robotic voice announced. Following that, a large and powerful energy wave swept across the battlefield. The numerous Magi and Warlocks were stunned. The large Chem-In gargoyles that were always standing in front of headquarters, as if mere decorations, opened their eyes. A ferocious glint, revealing the huge amber gemstones within. Beams of light were emitted from those eyes, heating up everything in their line of sight. The stone skin on their bodies snapped off as if a huge jacket was being taken off. The statues grew rapidly, and within the blink of an eye had reached half the size of the warbeast. Hiss! The giant Chem-In serpents hissed as energy waves at the peak of rank 3 erupted from them. These two gargoyles that are peak rank 3 together have power equivalent to that of a morning star. Yet, this is not enough, Faisal fumed. Combine, Buzz. On top of the headquarters, the main defensive spell formation shook as it released a wave of energy, drowning the two heads of the giant snakes. The two giant snakes hissed as they tangled with each other. A large layer of black light wrapped around their bodies, and when the creatures rose up as one, the body had reached the same standard as the warbeast. Rumble. The Kayasha beast was no longer relaxed, and its eyes showed caution as it stared at the enemy that was just as strong as it. The huge two-headed snake in front hissed, and both heads spit out their scarlet tongues even as their amber eyes emitted rays of light. It's just like the rumors say. The duo serpent annihilator is a capable puppet that has the power of a morning star. Indeed, this is the last resort of the Ouroboros clan. Freya looked at the double-headed black snake from afar as she showed a complex expression. This ultimate move was actually used on the first day of the battle. Did this mean that the reign of the Ouroboros clan would end? Just like this, Freya and the other high-ranking warlocks suddenly had an ominous premonition. Despite facing an enemy that was far larger than itself, the duo serpent annihilator took the initiative as it whipped its large tail at the Kayasha beast. Thud! The large warbeast that looked like a mountain range was actually swept off the ground by the snake's tail. Rumble, it was almost as if meteors were falling from the sky. The moment the huge body of the beast came into contact with the ground, it formed a depression and created a magnitude 8 earthquake. The allied armies that were unable to run fast enough were eventually squashed under the huge body of the Kayasha beast, resulting in chaos. Rumble the warbeast that was stuck inside the hole roared, and a large amount of glittering light gathered on its horn. Hiss, the duo serpent annihilator fearlessly fought the warbeast as it wrapped its long body all over it, layer after layer. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 501, Timely Appearance. A wild blaze surged up as corrosive artillery shells created a blanket of lightning across the sky. The glows of numerous attacking spells revolved around the Ouroboros clan headquarters, unfolding in layers continuously at the phosphorescent swamp. In order to protect their organization and their homeland, the formidable warlocks went all out against their equally powerful opponents. The earth was stained with blood and bones. Outside headquarters, two behemoths roared ferociously in their entanglement. Every strike sent tremors through the land, as if forming an unending earthquake. This sort of remarkable battle was uncommon even in the central continent, and deserved to be recorded as a legendary one. The intense confrontation had lasted a full day, yet not the creatures, nor the Magi nor the Warlocks showed traces of backing down. The Magi could bear the intensity of the battle, and the two giant creatures could do it even more easily. On the other hand, Faisal wore a displeased look from within the command room. The east zone is 37% damaged, the city walls 55%. The energy consumed by the duo serpent annihilator is too large. 67% of our combined storage is already depleted. We can't keep going much longer. How could there not be a price be paid for them to maintain a Morning Star realm combat strength? The Kayasha beast depended on a frightening amount of food as sustenance. On the other hand, the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan could only use the stored energy from the multiple Magus towers to power the duo serpent annihilator. Faisal understood that a puppet would always remain a puppet. Once the energy supply was terminated, the duo serpent annihilator would revert back to its original form. The remaining energy was insufficient for them to continue holding the fort. If this went on, with the exhaustion of their trump card, the Ouroboros clan looked to be set for extermination. Mentor, please come back as soon as you can. It didn't matter what Faisal thought previously. His pleas now were extremely sincere. For the family, for the bloodline, for the glory of our warlocks. At the battlefield at the West Zone, Freya was covered in blood from head to toe, multiple cuts all across her body. Yet she fought on through sheer force of will and obstinance, directly blocking the demon Magus ahead of her. Admit your defeat. You no longer have the protection of your Morning Star, Magi. You are destined to fall. The demon Magus chief was out of breath as he spoke sentimentally. There are few Magi who can sustain battle with me for over 30 hours. Looking around at the messy battlefield filled with corpses of bloodline warlocks, Freya shut her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, they glowed with ferocity. I vow not to yield. The glory of the bloodline warlocks cannot perish in my hands. What a foolish decision, the chief chided. If it is so, I will not show any mercy. As if a seal had been unlocked, the iron chain on his right hand cracked apart, snapping off and dropping down in segments. Dark black flames rose continuously from the arm, and Freya's previous sense of danger had increased tenfold. This demon's arm is a precious treasure that I acquired after braving countless dangers. A terrifying arm, completely coated with scales and tipped with sharp claws, was revealed as the chain broke. Compared to the transformation of the other members of the demon Magus army, the horror that this arm exuded was far more terrifying. This could be considered a true demon's arm. The crystal phase magi that have fallen to this arm number 7. Today you shall be the 8th, the chief roared, swinging his arm towards the front. A frightening black blaze erupted, barricading the whole area like a cage. With the allied army winning, a loud humph sounded, audible to the entire region. A Magus appeared in the middle of the battlefield. With eyes of silver and brows as sharp as swords and a Magus robe, decorated with the images of tortured demons, draped over his body. Although he just stood silently in empty space, his presence generated a strong domain that had the whole Ouroboros clan headquarters engulfed. In but a moment, the chaos of the battlefield had died down, giving birth to a deathly silence. Even the Kayasha Beast and Duo Serpent Annihilator had stopped in the middle of their intense battle. They felt a huge, imminent threat from this tiny human body. It's Demon Hunter Cyril. Why did he show himself in advance? The red-haired female Magus asked in disbelief. Cyril, it said that you're a person who doesn't bother with reputation. The green-haired Magus looked unimpressed. Seeing the positive circumstances on our side, you must have rushed here to forcibly take credit for it. He's an exalted Morning Star Magus. Why would he snatch anything from you? The female Magus covered her mouth and sniggered. He, Cyril's reputation amongst Morning Star Magi, you will find out soon enough. The male Magus smiled bitterly. In the world of Morning Star Magi, everyone knew that Demon Hunter Cyril lacked all form of chivalry. He was overbearing and shameless, seizing the resources and treasures of lower-ranked Magi. Are you not going to act anymore? Me, how can I interfere? The male Magus spread out his hand and gestured. Everyone clearly has made some deals with the Demon Hunter. In front of a Morning Star Magus, I am but a slightly bigger ant, no more than that. Thereafter, he laughed at himself and continued. No matter what, with the addition of the Demon Hunter, this battle will end soon. On the battlefield, the Warlocks who had yet to reach the Hydro phase were confined by the enormous pressure, and even moving seemed to be difficult. Even rank 3 Crystal Phase nobles were helpless, as they realized that their ability to gather elemental particles had been halved. Even activating their spiritual force proved to be extremely difficult. Under the effect of the domain of a Morning Star Magus, all lower-ranked Magi were like ants. It's over, it's all over. Faisal slid to the ground, witnessing the ruthless massacre of the Warlocks. His expression turned deathly pale as he felt the life draining out from him. With the support of the domain of the Demon Hunter, the allied military immediately stomped out many regions of defense, even as the last bit of the defensive barrier was destroyed. At the center of it all, Cyril sneered in midair. A projection of huge sharp claws appeared, and it reached out and attacked the source of energy at the city center. Po! A colorful barrier appeared, blocking the sharp claws. Then, both the barrier and the claw in an instant before turning into ashes, disappearing into the emptiness. A rather good item. Pity that it could only block one attack at the Morning Star realm. Cyril laughed heartily, his body's radiance growing brighter. Horrifying amounts of elemental particles coagulated once again, as if a tsunami had crashed into the bright barrier. The membrane cracked, and the energy source was extinguished. The huge defensive spell formation supporting the whole city had been under the attack of the army for an entire day. The combined Magus towers, as well as the various spell formations, collapsed loudly. Like a screen of water being dispersed, the membrane disappeared, and the entirety of the Ouroboros clan headquarters grew visible to the enemy. No! 2 rolls of tears streaked down Lucian's face as he cried out. An enormous carnivorous flower that was almost 10 meters high devoured him completely. Even though he'd suppressed the other party with all his might, after being weakened by the Morning Star domain, he could only await his death. Is this it? Freya's jaws were clenched hard. She knew she wasn't a match for her opponent. Under the attacks of the demon's arm, she now cut an extremely sorry figure, collapsing on the ground after sustaining heavy injuries from the domain. Seeing the sharp claw advancing towards her and the cold, ruthless eyes of the demon Magus who owned it, Freya was dazzled. In the blink of an eye, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Her life flashed in front of her eyes as if she was reading a picture book, flipping page to page. In the end, her thoughts drifted to a young, black-robed warlock. He smiled warmly at her, the passion in his eyes enough to send the hearts of all female warlocks fluttering. They would be attracted to him like a moth to the flame, regardless of the danger of the blaze, regardless. That attraction would end up fatal. Goodbye, Leylin. A single sparkling tear slipped out of the corner of her eyes. The sharp, scaly claw with its dark flames and terrifying energy brought with an intensely violent wind as it aimed at her body. The demon Magus across her was very confident in his abilities. He could handle a crystal phase Magus that was armed to the teeth easily, forget a warlock who was seriously injured and suppressed. He was even imagining the death of this female warlock in front of him, the blood and internal organs spilling everywhere. However, nothing was set in stone. Suddenly, the chief felt like his hand had been trapped in an iron hoop, rendering him unable to take another step forward. He looked up and was stunned. A warlock wearing a black Magus robe stood in front of him. He had long black hair, an extremely handsome face, and had traces of a demonic charm on him that could attract the attentions of all female warlocks. He seemed to have appeared in a flash. His right hand gripped the demon's arm, and the other radiated a black serpent-shaped airflow which held Freya in place. Freya's shut eyes popped open, and she saw Leylin. Unable to contain herself, she blurted out, Sir Leylin, am I dreaming?" "No, you're not dreaming. You've exhausted yourself. Take a rest while I handle everything else." Leylin's bright smile was soothing, and it put Freya's heart to rest. Drowsy, she fell asleep. "Who are you?" The chief was shocked beyond words. For someone to be able to remain calm under the Morning Star domain and even cause the chief himself to be helpless, this person must not be easy to deal with. Besides, he couldn't even see through the opposing party's energy. The feeling was as if the demon Magus shook his head, forcing his mind to abandon such thoughts as he didn't want to frighten himself. He was afraid he might lose all confidence, kneeling and asking for mercy if his train of thoughts was to develop further. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, Bloodline Ignition Boom. Dark black flames exploded forth from the demon's arm along with sharp knife-like blades. It was obvious that the demon Magus chief had definitely used everything he had up his sleeves for this attack. Unfortunately, be it the flames or the blades, they couldn't even leave a scratch on Leylin's pure white palms. The flame was even extinguished moments after it burst forth. Morning. This chief's teeth began chattering. He had a feeling that things were progressing in a bad way. Who knew the entire Alliance army's plan could have been hindered? "Master, save me!" At the edge of life and death, he immediately cried for his master's help. Looking for him? Too late. Leylin shook his head, and a black blade of light swept across him. This frightening Magus, who was in the crystal phase and had an unfathomable strength with the addition of his demon's arm, was sliced into two just like that. Be it innate defense or magic equipment, they were all like air in front of the blacklight blade, posing no resistance at all. Even at the moment of death, the other party's face showed bafflement. Seeing his best subordinate killed, Cyril naturally had a reaction. By the time he understood the situation, an even more horrified expression emerged on his face. "Leylin, it's me!" Leylin handed Freya over to his subordinate's care and floated up to midair. His gaze fixed onto Cyril, showing not a trace of weakness. Boom! As if an ancient beast had awakened, a mysterious yet powerful force field began to emanate from Leylin, rapidly offsetting Cyril's Morning Star domain. To their relief, all the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan felt like a load was being lifted off their backs, immediately restoring their previously sluggish spiritual force to full capacity. "You have already advanced to the Morning Star realm." Cyril managed to squeeze out from the crevices between his clenched teeth. "Of course," Leylin laughed brilliantly. With just those two words of his, everyone on scene was amazed. "A while ago. I've left Parker and Tanasha at Freya's side. There's no need for me to worry." Leylin, wearing a loose black robe, activated the last spell formation. A mechanical door dropped down, along with the activation of multiple layers of seals. Vibrant runes wandered close to one another across the surface of the iron door. Leylin had used every bit of knowledge he had about defensive spell formations in this, and together with the AI Chip's deductive capabilities, even a Morningstar Magus would take a while to force his way in. The walls of the secret chamber were littered with aura isolation runes. This room could be said to be one of the best hidden places on the continent right now. There was no choice about it. This matter concerned his advancement to the Morning Star realm, and Leylin wouldn't dare to be sloppy. This was not his manor at the headquarters, but a cellar where he kept his secret purchases. The entire process was controlled by him alone, and to an observer, it would seem completely unrelated to Leylin. In his own manner, he had set up the same defensive spell formation, displaying the facade that he was still there. At such a critical junctures, Leylin was extremely vigilant. He even found it hard to trust some of his subordinates. As long as we make it through this, everything will be fine, and all the future holds for us is boundless open vistas, Leylin sighed softly. As if he released all of his emotions, his eyes became clear and he calmed down. He sat on the ground, and some items emerged in his hands. A milky white finger bone with a few narrow cracks on it, a tube of golden blood emitting terrifying energy waves, as well as a messy pile of spiritual force crystals. These crystals were mostly from his spoils, while a portion of it came from Freya's gifts and his own collection. The road to the Morning Star is vast and long. Many crystal phase Magi do not even have the chance to come into contact with this bottleneck. Leylin held a solemn expression. He had only advanced to the crystal phase not long ago, and he was already thinking of breaking through to Morning Star. If it was an ordinary Magus, it would be nothing but a dream. But he was different. He had a lot of cards in his hand and abundant knowledge, so much so that even some Morning Star Magi could only wish for it. Even with just the Lamia finger bone, Warlocks who had been stuck for years would gain the possibility of breaking through. AI chip, report my current condition. Leylin Farlier, rank 3 Warlock, Crystal Phase, Bloodline, Giant Chem N Serpent Strength, 40 Agility, 35 Vitality, 55 Spiritual Force, 356.5 Magic Power, 356 Magic Power in synchronization with Spiritual Force. The AI chip replied loyally. After advancing to the crystal phase, his own spiritual force had increased only slightly. It was instead his strength and vitality that had gotten a growth spurt under the effect of the techniques of the multi-armed race. Rank 3 spiritual force varies from 200 to 400. The first threshold for advancing to the Morning Star realm is for it to reach a critical value, filling up your entire sea of consciousness. Because the AI chip had already deduced more than half the information about the Morning Star realm, Leylin currently had no doubts as to his path. In fact, this was why he had to wait for the AI chip's deduction progress to reach such a point before he could advance. Many times, the crucial reason for failure in advancing was exactly a lack of knowledge about the path to Morning Star, as well as the handling of the many real-life problems during the promotion. The AI chip's deductions on the Morning Star realm happened to make up for this, clearing any remaining confusions that Leylin had. To a certain extent, he also needed to thank the Azure Mountain King for this. If he had not anxiously sent a clone, the AI chip probably would not have been able to progress in the Morning Star deduction to over 50%. My spiritual force now can only be said to have just reached the crystal phase. It's still far from the critical value. I'll need the help of bloodline ignition. Leylin picked up the test tube, which was filled with golden blood. This was the bloodline of the ancient red dragon, obtained from the kobold warlocks of the Forgotten Land. Although it was extremely pure, because Leylin's own bloodline had long before been fixed, there was no chance to use it. That opportunity would only arise after he completely analyzed the ancient quicksand organization's bloodline experiment results. The bloodline ignition experiment, as its name implies, was conducted by burning various kinds of bloodlines to strengthen one's own power. Its requirements towards the bloodline was very strict. One had to be a warlock in order to conduct it, and the grade of the bloodline that was to be burnt could not be too low. If not, the entire experiment would not succeed and could even backfire. The bloodline of the ancient red dragon fulfilled this requirement perfectly. As for the supplementary resource for the experiment, it was a crystal phase Magus spiritual force crystals. Only the spiritual force fire produced by such crystals could completely burn the ancient bloodline and convert it into energy that would serve as the driving force for the Warlock's advancement. A complicated, detailed spell formation was already drawn on the surface of the ground. Leylin inlaid the many spiritual force crystals one by one in an orderly manner, filling up the spell formation quickly. The spiritual force crystal of a crystal phase Magus was a top-grade resource in many social circles. It could even be used as a currency on its own and was of high worth. But now, a large amount of spiritual force crystals were laid on the ground as if they were worthless, radiating a pure, sparkling light. The marks of the original owners of these crystals had naturally been erased by Leylin. The ancient red dragon bloodline is preceded only by that of the sun's child. It's an extremely powerful bloodline that can at least reach rank 5. Frankly speaking, if not for the fact that my bloodline cannot be changed once absorbed, I'm afraid I too would not be able to resist the temptation and would convert into a dragon bloodline warlock. Leylin sighed, taking off his Magus robe. He then smeared the golden blood all over his body without missing a spot. The golden blood felt viscous to the touch and smelt like orchids. It was cool to the touch at first, but soon became boiling hot. At the same time, a translucent flame rose from the spell formation below Leylin's body. Streaks of crystal-clear light were pulled out of the many spiritual force crystals like threads. They then converged at a point, forming a translucent flame comprised of spiritual force. Although this flame was not really hot, once it came in contact with the essence of the ancient red dragon's golden bloodline, it sparked a violent reaction. "Ow!" Leylin groaned. His body grew rigid in a moment, and under the burning of the spiritual force flame, he could feel the strange transformation in the ancient red dragon bloodline. It even turned into a blood-red energy, passing through his pores and making it all the way into his bone marrow. For an ordinary person, such pain was almost unbearable, but Leylin was just more focused on the AI. Chips monitored information. Beep. Large amounts of bloodline essence has been absorbed by host body, identified as the ancient red dragon's blood, beginning bloodline ignition experiment. The curve of the spiritual force's fire is stabilized, converting the ancient red dragon bloodline into energy. Beep. Bloodline energy absorbed by host body, spiritual force increasing. The repeated prompts caused an expression of delight to surface on Leylin's face suddenly. He noticed the initial value of 356 for his spiritual force spiking suddenly, and at the same time, a large amount of blood-red energy was injected into his sea of consciousness, expanding its boundaries continuously. Black spiritual force crystals, faintly hued red, condensed in large quantities. Even if his spiritual force was spiking suddenly, with the amplification of multi-limb strength, Leylin managed to hang on without losing his consciousness. This gave him an opportunity to deepen his understanding of his own body. His spiritual force rocketed up continuously, exceeding 370, then 380. It reached 385 before it began to slow down. Shortly after, the value shot past 390, making it sprint towards 400, the limit of the crystal phase. 395, 396, 397. At this value, it began to slow, with the swift change relegated to decimal places. Pop. At this moment, all of the numerous spiritual force crystals were sucked dry, and the spiritual force flame swelled. With the support of this power, Leylin's spiritual force began to rise again, all the way to 399 before it came to a stop. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503 Morning Star, Morning Star, Morning Star. Morning Star, beep. Injected spiritual force reaching critical levels. With his sea of consciousness swelling up, and the reminder from the AI chip, Leylin realized that not only had his spiritual force reached the value of 399, even his sea of consciousness were filled with black, with a tinge of red in the center, spiritual force crystals. Inside his sea of consciousness, the 3 layers of the spiritual force core nucleus started to emit dazzling lights. The results of the first time the bloodline ignition experiment is performed is the best, and they decrease over multiple uses. As he could still feel the strong surge of bloodline energy, Leylin ordered, AI. Chip, initiate the promotion to Morning Star. Assignment received. Vital signs under observation, initiating morning star deduction, starting from the prototype of the point mass, numerous amounts of data, both numeric and otherwise, relating to the construction of the point mass began streaming in front of Leylin's eyes. If not for the Azure Mountain King's clone, Leylin could never have gotten a hold of all this secret information about the morning star realm as easily. Lamia Fingerbone. Looking at the other bloodline treasure, he realized that it was actually his biggest gain from Quicksand Castle. If he were to use it then, he could have advanced immediately to the peak of rank 3, skipping the hydro and crystal phases. Yet, Leylin was one who did not give in easily to temptations, forcing himself to control his impulses and merely using the radiation emitted by the fingerbone to slowly nurture his bloodline. Even though the Lamia fingerbone could help him advance tremendously, but under comparison with the advancement to the morning star realm, he knew which one was more important. So what's there left to think about? Pang. The milky white fingerbone disintegrated into ashes, and one of the rays of lights that appeared during the explosion pointed directly towards Leylin's forehead. Hong, the Lamia fingerbone was absorbed into his body. A terrifying change started to occur immediately. In Leylin's sea of consciousness, under an enormous compressive power, numerous amounts of spiritual force crystals moved towards the center. His face paled under the enormous pressure exerted at the heart of his spiritual force. It was so bad that his whole body started twitching. The sea of consciousness was essentially the home of the soul. The moment that it experienced any damage, the Magus would be in deep trouble. Under the immense pressure that the spiritual force was experiencing, sounds could be heard coming from the center of Leylin's sea of consciousness. It wasn't a good sign. Construct the fourth innate spell, Leylin commanded with red eyes, beginning assignment. Supplementary work initiated, transferring atomic microscope. The AI chip replied loyally. Leylin's sea of consciousness consisted of 3 layers presently. The outer layer held runes for 2 innate spells, one for Chem-In Scales and the other for the Eye of Petrification. On the layer beneath was the rune for rank 2, Toxic Bile. The innermost layer held rank 3 spiritual force crystals, consisting of his rank 3 innate spell, Intimidating Gaze. Under a sudden flash of red light, the 3 layers of runes perfectly combined, forming the exquisite image of a Warlock's rune. Yet, it was missing one final thing. At this very moment, a 4th layer of crystals started to appear in the center of the 3rd layer. As the center of the core nucleus had a unique structure, the crystals became smaller as one went closer to the center. But at the same time, the details on each rune became more intricate, and they grew much more specialized. At the center of the 4th layer, even though it was a quarter the size of the 1st layer, it was still important that there be no errors when one was carving the rank 4 rune. That was an out-of-the-world request of a Magus spiritual force manipulation abilities. It's no wonder that most Magi fail at advancing to rank 4. Even with the assistance provided by the AI chip, this task seems to be too difficult with the help provided by the AI chip. Leylin, who had already initiated the atomic microscope, had started to carve down the Chem-In's pupil innate spell on the 4th layer with the innate runes he'd recorded. This was something every Warlock must choose, and only in high-grade meditation techniques do innate spell models like these exist. The attention to detail required to carve a rune in the Sea of Consciousness was much greater than carving a statue, and the act was much more difficult. Once Leylin completed the final stroke of the rune, his body almost collapsed due to exhaustion. Under the immense pressure, it seemed like completing the 4th level rune properly was a big challenge. It took a while for Leylin's consciousness to stabilize. Once the innate spell had been completed, his entire sea of consciousness started to tremble. Boundless rays of lights started to radiate from the center of his sea of consciousness. The 4 layers of intricate runes started to bind together in a picturesque order, much like a piece of artwork. Once the centermost part was filled up, the entire crystal started to shake violently, strengthening tremendously within seconds, and the immense pressure that was present previously had disappeared. This rune, Leylin observed the rune that was a combination of all his innate runes. It represented all of his achievements so far, and hence he commanded the AI chip to record it down. Perfection. The first impression this rune would leave on a person was that of perfection. A gigantic rune was created by the combination of these small runes, which circulated continuously and looked pretty much 3D. Regardless of how one looked at it, it was flawless. "Is this the path of my bloodline?" Leylin mumbled. At this very moment, he was almost moved to tears. Russell. Once the 4 layers perfectly crystallized, they started to crumble inwards, shrinking to a point that rapidly started revolving. Much like a black hole, it started to suck in everything in its surroundings. The spiritual force crystals inside his sea of consciousness started to shrink as they got sucked into the black hole, initiating the construction of point mass. Guidelines activated. The AI chip reported. Leylin, too, started to construct his personal point mass according to his understanding and the information from his AI chip. Boom! An immense suction force could be felt coming from the mass point of the spiritual force. Not only were the spiritual force crystals sucked in, even the sea of consciousness was broken through, and more energy, flesh, and soul aura were pulled in. Slap, Leylin's consciousness suddenly blurred. Time seemed to pass extremely slowly, and at times it felt like eternity was squeezed into an instant. It took the sounds of glass shattering for Leylin to wake up again. This time, his sea of consciousness felt empty. There was a dim light shining at the center of the core, the result of shrinking the spiritual force 1,000,000 times over such that the nucellus core's density and purity had reached an remarkable level. This was the point mass of a morning star Magus. The source of the light shook, and the purified energy of the morning star realm, the energy of the point mass that was also known as soul force, started to leak out into the entirety of Leylin's body. At that point, he had entered the morning star realm. Beep. Host's Chem-In's pupil meditation technique has advanced to the 4th level. Host has advanced to rank 4. The AI chip sounded out. Host's spiritual force has undergone a qualitative change. Data is inaccurate. Recalculating, it was a long time for the new data to go up. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Warlock bloodline. Giant Chem-In serpent, complete form, strength, 50 agility, 45 vitality, 65 spiritual force, 503.7 magic power, 503 magic power in synchronization with spiritual force, soul force. Due to a lack of information about soul force, it is currently not possible to calculate stats. Looking at the AI chip's report, Leylin touched his chin and went into deep thought. After advancing to the morning star realm, the original spiritual force would undergo purification and turn into soul force. This energy was on a whole new level compared to spiritual force. Yet, as the information and data that the AI chip had on soul force was limited, there was too little knowledge in the database to display a value. It could only display numbers in terms of spiritual force. He had to wait until the AI chip had collected sufficient data to thoroughly calculate his soul force statistics. The boundary of the morning star realm is 500. Leylin felt the terror of having such strong energy inside. This is nearly 100 higher than a rank 3's spiritual force value. It is no wonder rank 3 and rank 4 are worlds apart. Soul force. Something came into Leylin's mind and a gloomy light appeared above his palm. This was the mutated spiritual force from the point mass. It is also an energy of a greater level. All Magi at the morning star realm and above used soul force. It was only when one reached this stage that they could find their own path in life. This is why in ancient times, Magi below rank 4 weren't even deemed to have entered the world of Magi yet. There was a huge difference between rank 3 and rank 4, and the same was true between ranks 6 and 7. Leylin had no idea about what happened when one reached rank 7, but after advancing, he now clearly knew the differences between ranks 3 and 4. Magi at rank 3 and below mainly use spiritual force. However, once that is crossed, the morning star, radiant moon, and breaking dawn Magi will have to come in contact with the soul force and pay extra attention to explore the potential in their soul. Leylin couldn't help but look at his own point mass. In the heart of his sea of consciousness, that small glow of light continued to spin around, forming a nebular spiral that pulled many of the energy particles around within, only to regurgitate them upon purification. From this point forth, his spirit had been concentrated into the point mass, creating a true soul. At the same time, due to the protection from the point mass, his resistance toward the previous spiritual force and soul attacks were largely maximized. The point mass, with its extreme density, was the last defense of Leylin's true soul. My true soul? Leylin subconsciously remembered the last moment before he advanced. In that instant, it seemed as though he saw the life and death of the universe, and also the rise and fall of the giant Chem-In serpent clan. It was also at that very moment that his soul truly bonded with his bloodline to form one body, making him a true giant Chem-In serpent warlock. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504 Edges of the World. Edges of the World, a warlock's path was one of a bloodline. However, before a warlock reached rank 3, the influence of the bloodline extended only to his body and was not sufficient to affect his soul. Even if the two were linked, they were completely different. But after advancing to the Morning Star realm, a warlock's true spirit would have harmonized with the power of his bloodline, the two no longer separate. The reason this promotion went so smoothly is that, besides my sufficient preparations, there was a great deal of help from the giant Chem-In serpent bloodline. Leylin contemplated while touching his chin. The giant Chem-In serpent of ancient times was originally a creature that could reach rank 4 at adulthood. My bloodline is incomparably pure as well. After the complete fusion with the spirit and its maturation under the radiation of the Lamia fingerbone, my body can totally be viewed as a pureblood giant Chem-In serpent. All these factors were key in my promotion to the Morning Star realm. Now, Leylin could obviously feel that his spirit body possessed a desolate and distant ancient aura. It even glowed a blood red on the outside. The emotional instability of the Warlock bloodline can no longer pose a problem to me now that I've promoted to the Morning Star realm. It has integrated into me as my personal state of mind and emotions, instead of being under the influence of my bloodline. Leylin forced a smile, handing over the bits and pieces of the memories he received about Purgatory World and Shadow World to the AI chip for storage. Although these fragments of memories could be incomparably useful, they were likely to tempt the brutality in his heart. However, as compared to the common bloodline flaw of a warlock, this innate emotion was even harder to control. Because of how pure his bloodline was, Leylin learned a lot of things from his bloodline inheritance when he advanced to rank 4. My path as a giant Chem-In serpent warlock has already come to an end. Leylin stood up, feeling the strong power surging in his body. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He had already advanced to the peak of all giant Chem-In warlocks. Those like Gilbert who were older than him had just accumulated more time at the rank. Essentially, there was no difference between the two. Due to the limitation of their bloodline, rank 4 was the highest rank a giant Chem-In serpent warlock could reach. This was the shackle of the bloodline, and was a curse no giant Chem-In serpent warlock could escape from. Now that his future was bleak, Leylin felt lost. No matter his bloodline or the AI chip, they clearly told him that in his current state, the Morning Star realm was the limit. And this misery killed him. This was the most difficult thing for Leylin to tolerate. He was determined to reach the peak of the Magus World. The stars are boundless. The numerous worlds were even more in number than stars in the universe. Some other world definitely has the solution to this. If not, I can always find the coordinates of the Snake Dowager through the icy world of the Twilight Zone, Leylin comforted himself. His scope was a lot wider now compared to before, and he even had the ability to adventure through astral gates independently. A Magus who advanced to the Morning Star realm could cross over to other worlds on his own. The knowledge and resources they could gain through this were incomparable to the rewards from using a spirit seed. All right, let's do it this way. I'll first lay low for a period of time, stabilizing my Morning Star realm or even trying to reach the peak. Once that's done, I'll immediately adventure through the different planes, Leylin decided. At this moment, an explosion sounded as what seemed to be the tremors of an earthquake made it through the multiple layers of defense, being transmitted to the room. This kind of effect even after being damped by my defenses. Leylin's face grew heavy. The situation outside has probably escalated to the extreme. The enemy might even have entered the city. It's time to go. He waved his hand, and a luxurious black gown was automatically draped over his body. He then disappeared from the secret room as if a shadow. If he'd failed to advance to the Morning Star realm this time, Leylin could only wait for the opportunity to escape when the city was destroyed by the enemy. Even that was not likely, because he was still being hunted by the Azure Mountain King. But since he'd already been promoted to one of the most powerful existences in the central continent, he had the confidence to try and rescue the Ouroboros clan. Looking at the genuine Morningstar domain being issued forth from Leylin, even offsetting his own, Cyril's expression turned extremely ugly, as if he was a dead person. Morningstar. This was one of the highest-ranking powers in the entire central continent. It took the protection of a Morningstar Magus for an organization to be called large-scaled, and such organizations could last for millennia. And this time, only after seeing the 3 Morningstar Warlocks of the Ouroboros clan disappear did the allied armies set out to attack them. Their own side wasn't irresistible. Once a Morningstar from the other side attacked, more than half their legion would definitely be dead or injured. This was why they were very cautious to the point of being timid. Now that there is a fresh appearance of the Morningstar in the Ouroboros clan, undoubtedly it will strengthen this operation. What did he say? Morningstar? He is a Morningstar? On the battlefield, Julian's face grew dull looking at Leylin's back view and was flabbergasted. He would never have guessed that the Marquis Leylin, who had only recently advanced to the crystal phase, would break through to the Morningstar realm at such a critical juncture. It's Mentor. Mentor has advanced to rank 4? On the other side, a blood-covered Snoopy grew so excited he hugged Parker in revelry. Tanasha smiled while watching from the side. She had always been optimistic about Leylin's future, but she'd never have thought that this day would come so quickly. Compared to them, the expression of another person was very complicated. Leylin Farlier, wasn't he searching for the astral coordinates? So it was actually a pretense for his secret breakthrough to the Morningstar realm. Inside the main control room, Faisal felt the 2 large force fields counteract each other and stood up from the ground, his mood very complicated. With Leylin's protection, it was possible for them to survive this crisis. And what made him feel complicated was that, be it his own painstaking effort or his persistence, it was still a joke in front of the sheer power of the other party. He was just like a soap bubble that could be burst by a mere finger. Duke Gilbert, your student is excellent. After a long time, Faisal sighed, covering up all his disappointment and loss. Shouting himself hoarse through the communications, Ouroboros clan, strike back. Boom, like a signal light, his command brought about an immediate change. On the battlefield, the numerous warlocks that had recovered suddenly burst forth and struck down the enemies that had come to invade until they drew back, shifting the battlefront to its initial location in no time. Faisal surveyed the battlefield comprehensively without any cheer. He knew well that the key to their victory was not here, but instead, the confrontation with demon hunter Cyril. Leylin is just a newly promoted Morningstar Warlock. Can he obstruct the other party? With a worried heart, Faisal moved his gaze up above and saw an imposing figure blocking Cyril. How about just giving up this time? Leylin started the conversation. Demon hunter Cyril was an impressive existence among Morningstar Magi, not to mention the allies waiting for him. Leylin felt the attention of several conscients watching him the moment he appeared, and one of them even had a scent of deep hatred and shock. Not only Cyril, there are at least 3 or 4 Morningstar Magi observing from the outside. The Azure Mountain King is among them. He understood the situation after a sweep of his soul force. With just you? Cyril jeered. It was not because he looked down on Leylin. But Leylin was obviously a newly promoted Morningstar Warlock, while he himself was an existence who was well known for a long time in the Morningstar Circle's dot. It was impossible that he would be frightened by the words of the opponent. If he was, how could he mix in with the others afterwards? Besides, he still had some impression on this young warlock. They were the ones who caused him to fall at the last hurdle and lose a huge share of loots from the Forgotten Land the last time. The new and old hate compounded, and there was no way he would cower. Besides, even if he himself agreed, the others behind him wouldn't. This was a war that they had prepared for over a long time, and the hate had already been planted. How could they back down at his words alone? In that case, Leylin shook his head and seemed very sorry. I can only request that you die first. Crash. Leylin tried to attack first, striking like lightning. Powerful energy waves ripped apart the space and formed a huge rift. A silver spatial wave rippled, swallowing both him and Cyril. They went to the edge of the world to battle. Let's follow them. This type of battle between those at this rank is very rare. If we record it, we can definitely sell it for a sky-high price. Several Morningstar conscients communicated, but another voice chimed in. Although Morningstar Warlocks have the additional power from their bloodline, I still look down on that fellow. Although Cyril has a bad personality, his nickname of Demon Hunter was rightfully earned. I also agree. I bet that Warlock will be defeated in 10 rounds. What do you think, Azure Mountain? The Azure Mountain Kang touched his chin and recalled the loss previously. Although he wished that Leylin could just be defeated and even killed, he still didn't speak out. You guys need to be careful. That kid is unfathomable. I remember now. Wasn't Azure Mountain's clone killed by a Crystal Phase Warlock? Was it him? Another voice sounded, making the Azure Mountain King's face turn dark. Enough! The largest conscient spoke, and the place suddenly became quiet. Watch their battle carefully. The result of this battle will be the basis of our next actions. A battle between Morningstars usually lasted a long time, and it was difficult to kill the opponent completely. Thus, Leylin's strength would be the key to the upcoming battle. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505. Great War of the Morning Stars. Great War of the Morning Stars. Although the data paints a similar picture, the magnificent beauty of the edge of the world can't ever be fully described by mere words and pictures. Leylin sighed faintly. Currently, he was in a mysterious space surrounded by darkness. Multiple silver rays of light streaked across among the stars, and it was like the universe in his previous life, boundless and magnificent. Cyril sat opposite him with gloom clouding his face. Subtle, chaotic flows of turbulence struck him, but were rebounded by the layer of soul force on his body, unable to cause even the slightest of injuries. All Morningstar Magi possessed the ability to survive in the crevices of space. They relied on it to pass through the different worlds. Of course, it also depended on the grade of the crevices. The one that Leylin chose was situated at the edge of the world. The space there was comparatively stable, and the slight spatial turbulence could easily be held off by one's soul force. If, by any chance, the space encountered violent turbulence similar to that caused by ancient battles, or due to the wild and violent storms occurring within the crevices of two worlds, leave alone Morningstar Magi, even Radiant Moon Magi were likely to succumb to the force, leaving just ashes. The Scorpion Man from the Icy World had met his death in that exact same manner. Clashes between Morningstar Magi caused extensive damage. A battle between two could destroy the entire continent. As such, if any Morningstar Magi desired to take revenge, they would choose to settle scores inside these spatial crevices instead. No matter how extensive the damage was, it would not affect the stability of the world. The venue of the big battle this time was the Ouroboros clan headquarters at Phosphorescent Swamp. If their clash had occurred there, regardless of the outcome, Freya, Parker, and the rest would certainly meet death. In fact, the entire Ouroboros swamp could cease to exist. Leylin definitely would not want that to happen. Hence, he voluntarily dragged the opposite party here. You're good. Cyril raised his eyebrows in rage, traces of blue current circulating between them. He felt insulted at being out-schemed by a junior. Even though he didn't want to be criticized by the other Morningstar Magi for starting a battle in the main world, he felt he was entitled to choose another location as the battleground instead of being forced here by the opposite party. Cyril, thisn't he matter at the Forgotten Land? Let's settle everything today. Leylin's voice was soft yet strangely firm. He had not let go of his grudge from when he'd almost been killed in a single blow and was forced to take refuge in the main headquarters for over a century. He'd shelved the idea of revenge then due to lacking power, but now the time had come. How dare you bring up the past? Cyril fumed as he recounted the interference of these fellows who took away a portion of the gains. If not for them, the natural resources at the Forgotten Land and the Quicksand organization would have all been his. He had also been suppressed by the 3 Morningstar Warlocks and been left with no possible means of escape. You have to account for your teacher's sins too. Cyril's silver pupils shone with a sharp, icy chill. A long black pike appeared in his hand. Faint, Yet audible demonic cries were sounding out from its tip, chilling to the bone. You're a brat who just advanced to rank 4, just how much do you understand about the abilities of the Morning Star realm? Prepare to accept your fate of failure. Cyril's growl was steely. Rank 4 spell, Demon's Wail. He tossed out the pike from his hand. Boom! The horrific scene was like history repeating itself, when the legendary giant Argyle threw the auspice that destroyed the sun and killed the sun's child. Violent waves of torrential power descended, and the black pike transformed itself into a ray of black lightning, streaking through the turbulent space before arriving at Leylin. Powered by a Morning Star Magus soul force, the results of the spell were earth-shattering. Demon Hunter Cyril, you are indeed worthy of your name, Leylin gasped in admiration. Unfortunately, I too am not as weak as you think. He had prepared to advance to rank 4 for a long time. During this period, he had managed to acquire some badly damaged rank 4 spell models. With the AI chip simulations, he had managed to repair the content and skillfully grasp them. Besides, the numerous memories he'd inherited from his bloodline also net him a battle experience that was even marginally better than Cyril's. The phantom of a giant chem-in serpent, with large amber eyes, smooth scales, and ferocious razor-sharp teeth hissed from behind Leylin. Complying with the ancient contract, I call upon the power of the bloodline, serve me now and transform into a resolute shield. Leylin spoke with a delicate yet intense tone, similar to the hissing of a giant snake, as he chanted awkward-sounding ancient incantations. With every syllable distinct and audible, Leylin chanted the incantations before the pike arrived, completing the spell's preparations and causing everyone an eerie sensation of time disorder. Bloodline shield, as if in existence from ancient times, a black-scaled shield that had ferocious giant chem-in serpent images portrayed on it appeared out of empty space. Crimson lightning still bounced across its surface. Bang! Like a clash between the sun and the moon, or the impact of a star hitting the earth. The long, devilish spike that had transformed into black lightning suddenly bombarded the shield. Blood red and coal black tangled, and the explosive aftermath was horrifying. A huge spatial turbulence resembling the gushing of a tsunami struck from both sides. If it were the main world, one single wave could have left the entire Ouroboros clan completely destroyed. No way, Cyril yelled hoarsely from afar. From the connection with his soul force, he clearly witnessed the crimson point on his pike fade to its original dull color. The giant chem-in serpent on the shield seemed to have come to life as it opened its mouth and ruthlessly chomped the tip off the pike. The black pike cracked and violently blew up. Space itself rumbled as the turbulence started wreaking havoc. It created enormous sharp rifts that even Leylin and Cyril had to avoid temporarily. Shield strike! The huge shield collapsed like a mountain, taking aim at Cyril. With Leylin following closely behind, the attack was incomparably fierce. No way. Cutting a sorry figure, a defensive Cyril yelled despondently, "You're a newly promoted warlock." Why? He was clearly agonizing over his situation. Leylin was not like a newly promoted Morning Star at all, being extremely familiar with battling in spatial rifts. His ability to handle difficulties even exceeded that of Gilbert and the rest. It looks like my inherited bloodline is indeed rare. Assessing his expression, Leylin understood his display of abilities had been too outstanding, even exceeding that of the three dukes. The exceptional purity of my own bloodline must have meant that the bloodline inheritance I received is more complete. As for Mentor Gilbert and the rest, what they'd received was much weaker. The inherited memories of a creature were always stored in its bloodline. Thus, if the descendant's blood was pure, the arousal of the inherited memories would be greater, and the inheritance itself would be richer, resulting in more benefits. With the AI chip having purified his bloodline and the Lamia fingerbones supplementation, Leylin could potentially be the best of the chem-in warlocks. Suddenly, Leylin was clear about his fate, and he had no intentions to be lax about it. Crackle. Multiple black scales appeared on his right hand, morphing into a sharp blade. The runes of the rank 4 chem-in scales were even more simplistic and reflected only a minimal amount of light, but still carried a uniquely daunting aura. Swoosh, a layer of menacing black light surfaced on the blade, and Leylin mercilessly cut across Cyril's chest. The soul force from both sides came into contact. With Leylin's formidable strength and the razor-sharp blade, he successfully broke through Cyril's innate defense. The knife-like blade left a huge wound across his chest, and blood splashed everywhere. It left a hole so large even the organs could be seen within. How can it be? Cyril attempted to cover his chest while stumbling backwards, disbelief in his eyes. How can I lose? And to a newly promoted junior? Cyril yelled fiercely, his face distorting with anger. The poise he previously possessed evaporated, and the fury tinged his silver eyes blood red. No, I have not lost. I have my last trump card. Cyril suddenly looked up, his body filled with an extremely dangerous aura. Leylin Farlier, today I will show you what it means to be a true rank 4 Morningstar Magus. The halo of an innate spell appeared from his body before brightening. Rank 1 innate spell, Anarchic Force Field. This was followed by the halo of his rank 2 spell. By the end, Cyril's aura had risen to the maximum, and 4 unstable rings revolved around his body. This was the Morningstar arcane art. Forced to the edge by Leylin, Cyril he'd ended up brazenly using his final trump card. The Morningstar's final technique, the corner of Leylin's mouth curved up in a smile. His old memories of witnessing one being performed had been refreshed, and it came to life. I have one too. Restraining his smile, the brilliant red glow on Leylin's body started twinkling. First, the rank 1 innate spells, Chem-In Scales, Petrifying Gaze. A fine layer of black scales covered Leylin's body entirely, and his pupils glowed amber. Next up, the rank 2 innate spell, Toxic Bile, a poison from the ancient times surfaced, swiftly surrounding him. Then the rank 3 spell, Intimidating Gaze. After his promotion to rank 4, the dignified aura exuded by Leylin's body had grown even more terrifying. His body had rightfully regained the power and influence of the giant Chem-In serpent itself. He now radiated the aura of an ancient first-rate predator. Finally, the rank 4 innate spell, Bloodline Metamorphosis, combining to form the ancient Morningstar arcane art, Chem-In Serpent Transformation. The point mass in Leylin's sea of consciousness started rotating violently, with his and his soul force spurred him on. The 4 innate spells synchronized with each other, with an amplification that caused a horrifying change. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, Fall of the Morningstar. Fall of the Morningstar Hiss. In the void that seemed to resemble the universe, a gigantic black serpent emerged. With a body more than 10,000 meters long, it looked like it could swat an entire star out of the way with a sweep of its tail. It was a predator at the top of the food chain, which only existed during the ancient times, and was only heard of in rumors and myths. The giant Chem-In serpent had actually descended. The huge black serpent occupying the void had large amber pupils that resembled stars, and the fine black scales on its body twinkled, reflecting its glossy texture. This wasn't a phantom that was combined with his bloodline aura using spells. This was an actual living being, made of flesh and blood. The Morningstar arcane art of giant Chem-In serpent warlocks was indeed this Chem-In serpent transformation. It allowed the warlock himself to temporarily revert to his ancestral form and turn into a terrifying ancient creature. The ancient Morningstar realm creature was still completely under the warlock's control, and he even retained his original spell-casting abilities. With the terrifying strength of the corporeal body and great magical prowess, Chem-In warlocks at the Morningstar realm were definitely a nightmare for many Morningstar magi. Cyril broke out in a cold sweat when he realized that the large pupils were staring right at him, and the fear hidden in his deepest corners of his psyche suddenly burst out. No, I still have a Morningstar arcane art. I'll give it my all. At this moment, Cyril had also completed his own Morningstar arcane art. Splendid rays of light exploded forth from his body. Rank 1 innate spell, Chaos Force Field. Rank 2 innate spell, Meteor Force. Rank 3 innate spell, Celestial Explosion. Rank 4 innate spell, Rites of Turbulence. Combining to form the Morningstar arcane art, Aerial Meteor. Bang! The void exploded, and an enormous meteorite that seemed like a star emerged, transforming into a streak that charged towards Leylin and fire, flickered continuously in the space the meteorite traveled through. The giant Chem-In serpent hissed, greeting the huge meteor in a great clash, just like in the legends. Above phosphorescent swamp in the Magus World, numerous morning star conscients were at a loss for words. How could it be? Why is that youngster's chem-in serpent transformation so strong? After a long silence, the strongest central thought spoke up. The strength of a warlock's innate spell is not only decided based on their rank, but also on the bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the more powerful the warlock. What you're saying is that the purity of that fellow's bloodline is even higher than that of Gilbert and the other two. Yes, it's such a regret that we didn't discover him earlier and kill him, now that we have allowed him to grow, the central conscient side, feeling that it was a great pity. Seems like Cyril is bound to lose. Soon after, the numerous voices started making gurgling sounds like strangled ducks. Even the Morning Star Magi watching the battle were alarmed. You must be joking. How is this possible? They seem to have seen something unfathomable happening before their eyes and sank into collective despair. Buzz, above the battlefield, the void contorted. Leylin changed into his black magus robe and proudly straightened himself. Upon seeing him, the numerous bloodline warlocks below finally heaved a sigh of relief, yelling forth, "Leylin." Leylin, however, the shouting from the crowd suddenly stopped. This was because Leylin had lifted up a head, one that didn't even have the chance to die a peaceful death with its eyes closed. It had thin lips and silver eyes, just that they had lost their luster. This was the head of the demon hunter, Cyril. Demon hunter Cyril has already fallen in battle. Which one of you would like to be next? Leylin stood proudly on the battlefield with Cyril's head held high and looked around. This rank 4 Magus had always been held in high regard for a long time, and was even seen as a morning star Magus. But now, he had actually fallen right in front of their eyes. It wasn't just the Magi in the allied armies, but even the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan who pinched themselves, unable to believe their eyes and thinking that they were dreaming. The battlefield fell into a deathly stillness for a moment. When the warlocks regained their senses, they all started screaming wildly. All this while, the burden they had been carrying in their hearts was too heavy. Now that they had the chance, they naturally unloaded everything off their chests, and they even seemed to have gone a little insane. At the same time, Leylin was also communicating with other Morning Star Magi. "You shouldn't have killed him," a large conscient sounded. "This is a war, an endless fight to the death." Leylin refused to concede. "Does this mean that you will fight us to death as well?" The other party was naturally not startled by Leylin's threat. "Of course not. If you still decide to continue to battle, I will abandon the Ouroboros clan headquarters and flee, then attack your territory." Leylin answered without a single bit of shame, and instead caused the other party to be caught in a dilemma. The battles between Morning Star Magi usually lasted for long periods of time. If one could not subdue the other and let him escape, no organization would be able to withstand the consequences if he came back for revenge. Leylin had already proven with his military accomplishments that he wasn't your average newly advanced Morning Star warlock. He had great capabilities, even among those at the Morning Star realm. His enemies, who were Morning Star Magi, would be able to defeat him if they joined forces, but they would have to pay a tremendous price. It would also pose a problem if he ran away after they suffered serious injuries. The risk was not nearly worth the reward. And with the possibility of a hidden danger being present, even Morning Star Magi would not attack head-on. The many conscients immediately started quarreling. "Are we going to let him go just like that? He killed Cyril. Doesn't Cyril still have a doppelganger? It is only at rank 3, what use does it have? Furthermore, Cyril has bad blood with many other Morning Star Magi, and they won't let this chance slip by. He's as good as dead? No, we cannot let him go." The Azure Mountain King bore the most hatred towards Leylin. "Really?" Leylin's voice was transmitted to his mind directly. "Dear Azure Mountain King, if the allied armies still decide to start a war in the end, I can guarantee that the Stardust bugs will immediately be made known across the whole of the central continent." The Azure Mountain Kings was startled. He glanced around his surroundings. Seeing that none of the Magi discovered that he was communicating with Leylin, he spoke with less restraint. "Are you threatening me?" "Yes, I am," Leylin answered without a tinge of modesty. "Now that I am already a Morning Star Magus, you can't erase all traces of me. In comparison to you, how many people will choose to believe me?" He even added another sentence at the end, which ruthlessly pierced through the Azure Mountain King's heart like a dagger. Also, I seem to have found some possibly disastrous items among your grandson's belongings. So many interesting sketches, if they are leaked, I'm afraid. Enough! The Azure Mountain King's tone went an octave higher, and he had no choice but to accept a compromise. I promise you. Even as he said this, his heart was bleeding. He understood that with such an agreement, not only would he be unable to seek revenge in the future, he would also be subjected to Leylin's threats. However, he had no other way out. After all, his strength was not even as great as Cyril's. If Leylin could kill even Cyril, using military force against him would just be a joke. Damn it, how could such a thing happen? On the ground, in the command center of the Allied troops, the Bloodline Warlocks on the entire front line were counterattacking. This made the green-haired commander hysterical, especially with Leylin having just attacked and killed a Morning Star Magus. What do we do? What do we do? Hesitation flashed across his face, and the green-haired Magus tightly clenched his teeth. Order the Kayasha beast to attack with full force and self-destruct at the end. Even if we cannot reap the fruits of the battle, we have to make sure the other party suffers great losses. We have to at least get rid of that giant serpent puppet. The Kayasha beast and the duo serpent annihilator of the Ouroboros clan were both puppets, artificially manufactured products at the Morning Star level. Although they had partial Morning Star strength, they were unable to fully put it to use. They were not very intelligent either, and were rather rigid. But even so, the terrifying damage one could cause upon self-destruction could not be looked down upon. If Leylin didn't pay attention, forget the duo serpent annihilator, even the entire town of Warlocks would be reduced to ruin. Just like how other Morning Star Magi were apprehensive towards Leylin, but did not take action. It would not be wise for Leylin to harm the green-haired Magus just because of the damage he caused, because threats would always be mutual. The green-haired Magus then made a decision. He fished out a necklace from his waist pouch, adorned with emerald. He was about to issue an order. At this moment, he was greeted with a fragrant smell. A figure that he was familiar with appeared behind him, and the smell of perfume lingered around the tip of his nose. Quit playing around, I'm doing something serious. The green-haired Magus furrowed his brows, but didn't push the other party away. He knew this person all too well, thus he took no precaution at all. All of a sudden, his face turned blank. He lowered his head, seemingly in excruciating pain, and saw the tip of a blade sticking out of his chest. Fresh, scarlet blood stained the knife, dripping down. A gentle voice explained next to his ear, "The Minister of the Dark Serpent Department, Trellis, sends her regards." You. Blood foamed at his mouth continuously. He had not been wary of that female Magus at all, and his innate defense was as weak as paper when faced with that dagger. This mission was completed successfully, all thanks to you. Also, don't even think about using the life entrustment spell to reincarnate. I already learned of the location a long time ago. One last thing, your choice was a grave mistake. You really shouldn't have turned against us. The lady's voice seemed like the sweetest venom, entering the male Magus body along with the dagger. His vitality trickled away unceasingly, and even his vision was starting to blur. Soon after, a black ray of light flashed, and the ring finger on his left hand was burnt to ashes. As a high-ranking Magus, and also the commander of the Allied armies, he had methods that he could use as a last resort to ensure his survival, the most important one being the life entrustment spell. This would allow him to transfer his soul to any part of his body. As long as that part still existed, he would be able to reincarnate. But what a pity it was that the other party had already seen through it all. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, Post-War Boom. Upon pulling out the dagger, a beautiful red-haired female Magus grabbed the emerald necklace from the male Magus expressionlessly. Command, GKLM? After a series of spells, the aura of the gemstone necklace burst forth, as if a miniature war giant had emerged from its core. Get as far from here as possible, beginning self-destruct procedure. After she coldly issued the command, the necklace in the female Magus' hands immediately turned to ashes. Shortly after, her entire body was engulfed in a dark green flame, disappearing into thin air. The headquarters Allied army had been thrown into confusion. It instantly became a mess, and some of the soldiers had already chosen to retreat. Very good, The shadow snake department of your Ouroboros clan has even infiltrated our main command post. The conscient in the middle gritted his teeth. How would I know? In his heart, Leylin rolled his eyes. Previously, his position in the Ouroboros clan was not one where he would be exposed to such things, but it did not stop him from improvising. War is always unscrupulous. Now, it's your choice. With the current state of the Allied army, I'm afraid that even without us attacking, it will immediately descend into chaos. Leylin spoke very confidently, as if he was the one who had sent out the female spy. The Kayasha beast growled, abandoning the fight with the duo serpent annihilator as it made a run for the outer regions, causing the ground to shake vigorously. The Allied army soldiers in its surroundings became minced meat one after the other. Big chunks of flesh fell off its body even as it ran. This was the activation of the previous self-destruct command. Watching this, many of the conscients fell into a silence, then began to talk to one another soon after. Leylin smiled confidently instead. Now, they were evidently carrying out an arduous but unrewarding job and were in the midst of hesitation. And just now, the most stubborn Azure Mountain King had been changed from opposing him to being a supporter. With these changes, the strong force that had at least 2 votes had become the one to decide between the 2 previously evenly matched choices. Indeed, after a short moment, the large conscient emitted huge soul force waves, communicating with the many soldiers of the Allied army. After receiving orders, the Azure Rain Knights, as well as the other numerous Allied Magi, began to retreat gradually. Only the demon Magus army and a few other small organizations like the Arm of Vengeance held their positions with a look of helplessness on their faces. "You have won this time," the large conscient spoke from opposite him. "Thank you all. I only need to preserve the core territory, which is Phosphorescent Swamp. As for this war, pin the blame on the City of Sins, Nephas, and that Arm of Vengeance." Leylin quit while he was ahead, speaking with a slight bow. What he meant was to maintain the current situation, make the opponent hand over all the territories they were occupying, and not to look into the responsibilities of other forces. Leylin had considered things thoroughly. Because of the support of the 3 dukes, the Ouroboros clan could originally hold such a large territory. Now, with him alone, the results of this war were considered a success. Furthermore, with his current frail strength, forming rivalries with so many Morning Star forces was unrealistic. He could only assign a few scapegoats to settle the problem. The Arm of Vengeance was originally a predetermined choice. With the addition of Nephas, which had already lost its Morning Star protection, it was enough. "Very well, you have made the right choice." A hint of rare gentleness floated in the conscient's voice. "I believe in the future, we will become good friends." The interactions between those at the Morning Star realm was this simple. Once they realized they could not completely annihilate the other party, it was very normal to humble themselves to form good relationships. 2 great forces in heated conflict could sometimes bury the hatchet the next day. All of this was definitely not unlinked to the Morning Star Magi backing them. If not for Leylin coming out of the blue this time, how would these starving wolves have been so easy to convince? Perhaps the entire Ouroboros clan would have been swallowed up without any remains. Swoosh! Many conscients disappeared, and only at this time did Leylin slowly heave a sigh of relief. He knew that, at least for now, the Ouroboros clan had crossed its predicament. "Sir Leylin! Sir Leylin! Sir Leylin!" On the ground, many of the bloodline warlocks had injuries on their bodies. As they watched the Allied army retreat, they could not help but rejoice. Especially upon seeing Leylin's gaze, it was as if they had seen a deity. Faisal, who saw the scene, could only smile bitterly to himself. He knew that from then on, the entire Ouroboros clan would probably fall into the hands of the Morning Star Warlock floating above. Where is this?" Freya groaned. After waking up, she looked at the familiar ceiling with a little disorientation in her eyes. Suddenly, the devastating Great War, the blood and flesh flying all over, the appearance of a Morning Star Magus emerged one by one in her mind. At the end was that pair of gentle eyes. "The chief has awakened." The 2 pretty maids at the side noticed Freya coming too, and they immediately rejoiced, scurrying out. After a moment, Freya, who had regained her usual astuteness and capabilities, tidied up her clothing and sat by the bed. Listening to the many elders who had rushed here, as well as Julian's narration, her tiny lips slowly spread apart. That means, Leylin? Oh no, Sir Leylin has already advanced to rank 4 to the Morning Star realm. Freya muttered, unsure of the feeling in her heart. Previously, it was because she had been driven by Leylin that she went into seclusion in order to cultivate and advance into the crystal phase. She had originally thought that she had shaken him off, but little did she know that Leylin would display such great strength at the crystal phase after that, even advancing before her. Now, he had even broken through the Morning Star bottleneck directly, achieving the dream of many of the central continent's magi, rank 4. Furthermore, he had even killed demon hunter Cyril in one blow, and with a determined stance remedied the Ouroboros clan's perilous situation. So, without me even realizing it, the gap between us has already grown so large. Freya's eyes grew hot, almost tearing up. However, after having trained for such a long time, she was able to hold it in by force of will, not exhibiting the slightest bit of emotion on her face. Yes, according to Sir Leylin's previous diagnosis, your spiritual force is exhausted. You require more rest. Julian looked at Freya carefully, making eye contact with most of the clan elders. Deep in their hearts, they were extremely impressed by Freya's previous support for Leylin. Now that he had been promoted to the Morning Star realm, even obtaining the great power of making changes the Ouroboros clan, he would definitely favor their clan in the future. Even some elders stole glances at Freya. Because she was seriously injured, Freya's face was slightly pale, yet it did not cover up her touching expression. It was a pitiful look. If this clan leader could mesmerize Sir Leylin, wouldn't the clan be able to introduce a Chem-In bloodline of the Morning Star rank? Just the mere thought of it made these elders flush red, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. No need, I'd like to see him. Freya took the thick fur jacket, draped it over her shoulders, and walked out. The physique of a crystal phase warlock was beyond one's imagination. With only a short rest, Freya's body was more or less recovered, posing no problem for her to move around on her own. Julian wanted to follow her initially, but was stopped by an elder with a strange, smiling face. The heart of the Ouroboros clan's regime was originally a senate formed by the 3 Morning Star Warlocks. However, with Leylin as the only one left, he could naturally decide everything as he wished. He no longer worked in his own manor, but in the most luxurious hall in the headquarters. Many high-ranked warlocks bowed humbly, awaiting orders from the young Magus on the throne. Dark Serpent Section, the military, the technical department, 57 marquises, as well as many earls and viscounts have announced their loyalty to your highness. They are all willing to follow your highness and revere your highness as the highest veteran of the Ouroboros clan. A smile of flattery hung on Faisal's face. Like the most loyal dog, his back was hunched almost 90 degrees as he reported to Leylin. Very good. Leylin was now wearing a platinum robe embroidered with a fierce black serpent. In the vibrant lights and colors, even the totem of the giant Chem-In serpent was on the robe. At the sides of the robe, many runes were sewed on with thin golden thread. The robe itself was a low-grade magic artifact, and Leylin, who wore it, seemed much more majestic for it. Being on the throne was like being the central power of the universe, and it had him brimming with dignity. As he watched Faisal and the other warlocks giving him an abnormal amount of respect, a playful smirk curled up at the corner of Leylin's lips. Ever since the war ended, these warlocks immediately crowned him lord, showing the utmost respect for him. The strong rule, this had always been a fundamental truth. Furthermore, with Leylin's current strength and the reputation of saving the clan from its perilous situation, even if they disagreed, he could force a massacre upon his subordinates. By that time, things would no longer be as simple as handing over power. Hence these warlocks were very obedient, fearful of Leylin finding their weaknesses. Thump! After Freya stepped into the hall, 2 rows of warlocks immediately stared at her, giving forth a pressure that even she could not endure. Blood Serpent Marquis Freya greets Sir Leylin. Freya was also unsure of the feelings in her heart, and she just bowed respectfully. Everyone except Freya leave, Leylin nodded. The 2 rows of warlocks immediately exited in an orderly manner, shutting the door silently to make space for Leylin and Freya. What's wrong? Leylin stepped down, watching the slightly strong-headed yet confused and fearful Freya, accurately capturing the trace of fear deep in her eyes. "You really are different now," Freya muttered softly as she watched the heroic young warlock before her. From his aura that was as calm as the ocean that had an extraordinariness to it, one could tell that he had really advanced to that far-fetched morning star realm and was probably even stronger than her mentor. It was just that, such a powerful Leylin gave Freya an urge to cry instead. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 508, taking action with a sweep of his soul force. Everything regarding Freya was revealed in front of Leylin. "Your injuries are pretty much healed up, though your sea of consciousness still needs nourishment. I recommend the giant serpent spirit potion. There are already very few crystal phase warlocks like you in the Ouroboros clan," Leylin sighed. After the great battle, the 10 or so crystal phase warlocks had dwindled in number to a pitiful 7 or 8. Even Leylin's senior, Lucian, had been unlucky enough to lose his life at the hands of the Plant Legion. In a situation like this, where there were few trump cards remaining, Leylin knew that even though he was in charge, every single crystal phase Magus was a precious resource. "Many thanks, my lord," Freya bowed, seemingly very solemn. "Oh, right, one more thing. I hope the Blood Serpent family can help me arrange for my Morning Star ceremony." Morning Star Magi had very high statuses in the central continent, especially since it was so difficult to advance. Every instance of it was a joyous matter worthy of celebration with a huge circle of friends, and was even a grand ceremony for the entire continent. Based on conventional practices, each appearance of a Morning Star Magus meant that there had to be something like a ceremony. This was an announcement of power, which was even more important for the Ouroboros clan, given its current state. The bloodline warlocks, who were in a state of chaos, were in desperate need of a burst of motivation. "It shall be my family's honor to do so." Leaving it to her family meant valuing her. Whatever it was, this was beneficial to the Blood Serpent family. As the leader, Freya could not reject them, nor did she have any reason to do so. "I am also planning to release another piece of news during the ceremony." Watching Freya, who was biting her lips with an odd look on her face below him, Leylin smirked. "What is it?" "After the ceremony, I shall organize a huge wedding and marry you into my family." The words that left Leylin's mouth were earth-shattering, leaving Freya completely stunned. "Marry into your family?" Freya repeated it like a mantra, her childlike features perplexed. Leylin was a warlock who had recently joined and basically had no support from any bloodline families. "Yes, the Farlier family. Although there's only me on the central continent for now, I believe we'll become the first family of the Ouroboros clan. We'll even become the best of all bloodline families." Leylin touched his nose. Though he was the only warlock in his family, and it seemed pitiful, Leylin didn't care. After all, how could a family with a Morning Star Magus be common? With his pure bloodline, the chances of his descendants advancing were much higher than for other warlocks. In no time, it would be capable of becoming the greatest family in the Ouroboros clan. The central continent was much too large. Though Leylin now held control over the Ouroboros clan, he needed to develop an organization that was uniquely his. How could there be anything that could beat a family he created himself? Others would have another layer of bloodline restrictions, and this would count as insurance for himself. In addition, he who had already reached the Morning Star realm no longer had to worry about the leakage of information regarding the purity of his bloodline. He now held enough strength to protect himself. Since he needed a female warlock to spread his bloodline, Leylin naturally chose Freya. First of all, she was clean and honest and treated him well. She looked pretty as well. What else was there to hesitate over? "What if I reject you?" Freya bit her lips, slightly unwilling. Though she liked Leylin, she didn't want things to go this way. "You can't reject anyway. I rule the Ouroboros clan." Leylin's tone could not be questioned. The rims of Freya's eyes reddened, and she lightly grasped Leylin's hands. "I know you're unwilling to do this because you're hoping I'll marry into your family instead of the other way around. Is that right?" Leylin completely saw through Freya. Deep inside, Freya still hoped to bring Leylin into the Blood Serpent family, but this was obviously not possible. The Leylin right now would definitely not agree to this at all. Even before he advanced, He would only get others to do as he wished, and there were never instances of others getting him to do something. One had to acknowledge that Leylin was a male chauvinist. He would marry Freya of his own accord, and not because he was thankful towards her. And he would definitely not marry into her family. You know all this, but why? Freya raised her head, face glimmering with tears as she protested. Seeing her reacting this way, Leylin knew that she had pretty much made up her mind and couldn't help but chuckle. Because I am stronger than you. This is what you're destined to do. Strength ruled the Magus World. This was an undisputable truth. Since Freya had completely given in, Leylin softened his tone and began to console her. Don't worry. I will naturally take care of your family. When we have many children, I can even send a son over to the blood serpent family. This was an attempt at pacifying her. Since Freya had done so much for Leylin, he had to pay her back. However, Leylin's nature was such that he had to take the initiative, instead of being begged to act. Upon hearing this guarantee, Freya nodded, finally at ease. Leylin could tell that Freya had nodded slightly and agreed, and laughed heartily at that. The battle that happened at Phosphorescent Swamp swept through the central continent like a whirlwind. In particular, Leylin's exceptional and powerful appearance, from how he had killed the demon hunter Cyril and caused his fall, increased the enthusiasm towards the situation till the extreme. Demon hunter Cyril was not a nobody, even amongst the morning star circles. Rather, his strength had been proven to surpass the masses, and as a newly advanced morning star warlock, Leylin had been able to cause his downfall. Such strength immediately led to the dread of other morning star magi. From the outside, it seemed like not only had the allied armies that had attacked the Ouroboros clan completely withdrawn from key regions such as Phosphorescent Swamp, they had even drawn a certain line of isolation, seemingly wanting to avoid conflict. After the fall of the main body of morning star Magus Cyril, Nephas, the city of Sin, fell into a state of confusion. The Magi there weren't good people from the start, and mostly comprised of vicious bandits and those with death warrants for them. Without Cyril's suppression, the place grew rife with violence. The areas surrounding Nephas gradually descended further into chaos as news about the death of Cyril's clone came in, confirming his fall. In that period, spells flew everywhere in the city, and the architecture was engulfed in a sea of flames. As many demon magi gleefully broke into Cyril's Magus Tower and were prepared to loot the place as they wished, a large number of elite Magus armies suddenly descended upon them. Under the suppression of the Magus army, as well as with a morning star Magus help, the chaos in Nephas died down. After losing the deterring power of Cyril, the defenseless Nephas had basically turned into a giant gold mine, attracting the interests of many morning star magi. This was especially true for those few morning star magi in the original allied army. In the name of their comrades, they dispatched forces and took over the city, making up for all their previous losses. By the time the matter with Nephas had died down, an even more startling piece of news spread throughout the central continent. The one who had caused Cyril's fall based on his own strength, and thus protected the Ouroboros clan, the morning star Magus Leylin Farlier, had invited many friendly organizations to his morning star ceremony. In response to this invitation, many large-scaled organizations who had intentionally kept a distance due to their disdain towards the Ouroboros clan saw a chance to repair this relationship and sent people to attend. Other organizations also saw the ceremony as a great chance to figure out the situation within the Ouroboros clan and to better understand Leylin's strength. They, too, sent out spies or envoys. During that time, numerous magi hurried towards Phosphorescent Swamp, causing the swamp to be bustling with life, a huge contrast from the normal deathly silence. Within the city headquarters, Leylin reclined on the couch comfortably, listening to the female Magus reporting from beside him. The messengers we sent out have mostly returned with positive replies. Most of the emissaries of those organizations have already set out. Recently, Phosphorescent Swamp has not been very orderly. Though preparations for the ceremony are completed, I think it's necessary to prepare a few emergency contingencies. Freya leant against the couch while holding countless files and wearing a pair of frameless glasses, seemingly very busy. Let's do as you say. Also, the bloodline warlocks from Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair are about to reach headquarters. You need to take some time out to meet them. After finishing her report, Freya laughed delicately and moved away from the couch, leaving quickly. After she left, Leylin's expression turned serious. He put on white gloves and produced a broken sword. This sword had the style of casting in ancient times. It was cold and sharp, and even time could do nothing to weaken its firmness. There were even traces of golden-colored blood on the blade. I never expected for the bloodline of the sun's child and the wing of the sun to reach my hands. Sensing the powerful bloodline strength on the sword's hilt, a hint of a smile revealed about Leylin's lips. This broken sword was one of the treasures from the Azure Mountain auction. Cyril had shamelessly used his status and pressurized others so he could purchase it. Leylin had really wanted to get his hands on it, but for one, he did not have enough magic crystals. On top of that, he did not dare go head-to-head with Cyril. However, this was no longer an issue. Even Cyril's main body had fallen at Leylin's hands. The items he had hoarded and brought along on his body had naturally been kindly accepted by Leylin. Besides many precious materials and countless magic crystals, what he'd really desired was this item. Beep, top-grade meditation technique, Wing of the Sun recorded, the AI chip transmitted. Hopefully it's useful for Chem-In's pupil. Leylin sighed, keeping the giant's sword well. Chem-In's pupil was merely a high-grade meditation technique with the 4th level as the limit. It was impossible to progress further. For Leylin, this was absolutely unacceptable. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509 Celebration. Based on the traditions of the central continent, high-grade meditation techniques had a minimum of 4 levels, allowing Magi to enter the Morning Star realm. Top-grade meditation techniques needed to have 6 or more levels, allowing Magi to understand the path to the breaking dawn. Chem-In's pupil had merely 4 levels and was considered the bottom of the pack among high-grade meditation techniques. Leylin naturally hoped the AI chip could simulate the rest of the levels. Leylin had been trying to solve the issue of the bloodline shackles since advancing to the Morning Star realm. The simulation of meditation techniques was very important. The Wing of the Sun was also a meditation technique for bloodline warlocks, and there were 6 complete levels. It would surely be extremely helpful in completing Chem-In's pupil. Since he had the bloodline of the sun's child as well, he could attempt to purify it. Though the Oakheart clan had already confirmed that the bloodline had lost all vitality, Leylin still had some confidence that he could restore it. The ancient sun's child was a being that could reach rank 6 when it matured. It was even a fixed sun for multiple small worlds, and was, therefore, the best bloodline Leylin had gotten to date. With this, I can begin the bloodline experiments. After advancing to the Morning Star realm, many ancient bloodline experiments, and things like the interplanar experiments, could be undertaken independently. Leylin was extremely eager to spend all his time on this. However, he still took some time to meet the emissaries from Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair the next day. It wasn't only the Ouroboros clan that held bloodline warlocks in the central continent. There were other organizations and families that had inherited ancient bloodlines, forming a giant alliance. However, the 3 Morning Star Magi of the Ouroboros clan had disappeared all of a sudden, resulting in a drop in their value. Hence, no aid had been given. Leylin understood this very well, since even when saving allies, one had to see if they were powerful enough. Otherwise, they would only be bringing trouble upon themselves. Besides, the various warlock organizations weren't exactly tight-knit. There were conflicts, and a loose alliance was basically as good as a non-existent one. Of course, things were different with Leylin's ascension. It was especially so after he displayed his strength. All these former allies rushed forth to mend their relationship. Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair were the 2 largest bloodline warlock organizations that the Ouroboros clan was close to. Sire Leylin is so young. This was entirely out of my expectations. The moment they met, the 2 warlocks were blown away by the plentiful life force brimming in Leylin. Magi obviously did not rely on appearances to determine age. They usually had their own unique methods to determine it. However, no matter which angle they looked at him from, Leylin was extremely young. He was not like those Magi who were approaching their end and looked young from the outside, yet held a rotting scent. The two of you, please." Leylin was now dressed in a platinum robe that was a piece of magic equipment, giving him a more elegant aura. With his experience in controlling places like the Twilight Zone, he had already developed a distinct aura of a ruler in how he treated others, which made him all the more convincing. Meanwhile, while the two emissaries were stunned at Leylin's age, Leylin himself was also shocked. He could feel the energy of the point mass on these two emissaries. In other words, they were actually Morning Star Warlocks as well. Looks like these two organizations are taking this very seriously. The smile on Leylin's face became even more welcoming as he invited the two warlocks to the couch in his room. Freya brought 3 cups of coffee over, bowing to the 3 of them unreservedly as she quickly left. "By the way, I've yet to ask you for your names." Leylin smiled as he spoke. "Oh, look at me. I was so surprised when I came that I didn't introduce myself. How impolite of me." A magus with countless tentacles on his face that looked like a giant octopus head palmed his forehead with a tentacle and answered, "I'm Paul from Spirit Circle." "Sir Paul?" Leylin nodded in recognition, seeming serious. The bloodline Spirit Circle had inherited came from a strange creature, the spirit-sucking oddity. It was said that this being not only had a unique spirit body, it even enjoyed sucking the brain juices of intelligent beings, and had the strange ability of peeking at someone's spirit. What caused countless bloodline warlocks to rip their hair out in frustration was that this spirit-sucking oddity was no bloodline creature. However, the original spirit-sucking oddity warlock had fused the ability of this creature into his own bloodline and passed it down, resulting in this strange branch of bloodline warlocks. This branch was named the Spirit Warlock and had a very special strength. They were more partial towards attacks on the mind, and it was difficult to resist them. At this point, Leylin couldn't help but look into his eyes. On the giant octopus head were a pair of dark eyeballs with no pupils, looking like a dead fish's eyes. However, the moment their gazes met, Leylin felt as if his heart was being stripped and laid bare before him. Wang. The point mass in his body rumbled, and soul force swept through. The discomfort instantly vanished, and Leylin immediately put on his guard even though he smiled at the other party. "I am Philip of the Wind Wolf Lair. Greetings, sir." The other was a middle-aged, burly white man. His face and body were filled with hair, and his sideburns were very straight. Compared to Spirit Warlocks, Wind Wolf Lair was an orthodox bloodline warlock organization that had inherited the bloodline of the ancient Wind Wolves. They were exceptionally sensitive towards wind elemental particles. On top of that, Wind Wolf Lair was a very well-known bloodline warlock organization in the central continent that maintained good relations with other warlocks. They had very deep roots. "Sir Philip and Sir Paul," Leylin nodded, "it is my honor for the two of you to attend my ceremony." Whether it was Leylin or the other two warlocks, all of them were very satisfied. Though there weren't any deep discussions, this was a good beginning. After that, however, Leylin could not bring himself to feel happy, as the two warlocks brought him shocking news. Jupiter's lightning? After unexpectedly finding out who was responsible for attacking the Ouroboros clan, Leylin's expression turned grim. Even if he hadn't been privy to the knowledge among the Morning Star Circle before his own advancement, even he had heard of this organization's fame in the central continent. Compared to organizations such as Nepha's and Azure Mountain City, Jupiter's lightning was even more tremendous, and perhaps even surpassed the Ouroboros clan. It was a shadow that loomed over the continent, and was perhaps more similar to a bandit guild. It regularly took on assassinations, bounties, and the like, preferring to stir up chaos and exploiting it. The reason why they were so fearless was due to the manipulator behind them. It was a Radiant Moon Magus. A Radiant Moon Magus was also a Great Rank 5 Magus, and they were even rarer than Morning Star Magi, as well as much more formidable. In the entire central continent, there were probably less than 20 of them. It could be said that besides the few Breaking Dawn Magi there were, the rest of them split the central continent amongst themselves. Hearing that Ouroboros clan was being targeted by such a person, even Leylin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Paul and Philip exchanged a glance, and noticing Leylin's peaceful expression, nodded. "Don't worry. As allies, we will provide a certain amount of assistance, such that at least the Radiant Moon Magus will likely not deal with you personally." "Do you mean that if the other Morning Star Magi of Jupiter's lightning attack, I have to take them all on myself? Leylin rolled his eyes inside, but his expression was that of gratitude. Thank you so much. In reality, he had serious suspicions that these two organizations wanted them to fight. Perhaps they had been the ones to provoke Jupiter's lightning, and yet were now pretending to take the brunt of the damage for the Ouroboros clan, and were insincere about sending aid. Of course, he was no child and would not believe everything these Morning Star Magi told him. He would only trust them after performing his own checks. This was a very simple matter. Though he was unfamiliar with the Morning Star's conscient, he had already recorded the aura fluctuations. With more Morning Star samples, he would be able to make comparisons. He even had a spy like the Azure Mountain King, so information was not an issue. At the thought of the Azure Mountain King, Leylin's gloomy mood was lifted, and he began to anticipate ascension ceremony. Boom, boom, boom. Countless giant fireworks exploded in midair. The headquarters of Ouroboros clan had been painted over, and now no longer had any traces from the battle. There were even fresh flowers and streamers along all the pathways. The guests from the other organizations in the central continent all had sincere grins on their faces. Under the guidance of the Warlocks of Ouroboros clan, they headed towards the heart of the city. This was a palace that had been constructed in a hurry for Leylin, the location of the ceremony. In order to curry favor with the only Morning Star Warlock in the organization, as well as the husband of their family's leader, the Blood Serpent family Warlocks had done all they could and arranged everything tidily. They had even gone out of their way and brought out lavish liquor and delicacies, many of which were unique resources in the Magus World that could increase spiritual force and the effects of meditation. There were so many that they seemed dirt cheap, and it resulted in looks of admiration and surprise. Many guests were gathered in a hall, though they were separated clearly into tens of little circles. Bloodline Warlocks and Magi had 2 large circles, and within those, another 10 or so were formed based on various factors like power, ranking, level of intimacy, and so on. The Warlocks and Magi were like the ladies and gentlemen of high society, conversing courteously and occasionally toasting each other. The atmosphere was harmonious, and it was unthinkable that some of the people here had been eager for the death of the other party just a few days ago. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Assuming the Post, it's time to start the ceremony. Parker's tone conveyed his high spirits and excitement. He was wearing the suit of a compere, and his hair was sleekly styled. His previous investment at this time had gained him the most returns. Leylin was advancing at the speed of light, far beyond his own predictions. It made him feel like he was in a dream. With unanimous joyous cheers, Leylin stepped on the flower petals laid out on his path as he entered the hall, wearing a magical robe with a gold crown on his head. At the same moment, an overbearing and horrifying force similar to that of an ancient beast was slowly released from his body. From his eyes, one could faintly see the image of an enormous black serpent, which was several tens of thousands of meters long. Morning Star? The formidability of a true Morning Star made many Magi and Warlocks bow their heads respectfully to welcome him. Some of the sullen emissaries were also so overwhelmed by his aura that they too bowed, albeit rather unwillingly. In accordance with the rules, Warlocks of the Ouroboros clan who are promoted to the Morning Star realm will fundamentally acquire the noble title of a duke. Congratulations to you, Duke Farlier. Faisal stepped up and ceremoniously handed a snake-shaped scepter embedded with jet-black crystals to Leylin, who accepted it effortlessly and raised it up. Numerous bloodline warlocks stood up and bowed in salutation. Greetings, Duke Leylin. This was a tradition of the Ouroboros clan, something shared by many other Magus organizations. Yet, for Faisal himself to do it meant that Leylin had already succeeded in suppressing internal strife. Seeing this unfold, many influential emissaries were left in deep thought. The ceremony shall begin, Parker yelled after Leylin was seated. The emissary from the rustic woodlands, Louis greets Duke Leylin. An old fellow dressed in a red suit took the lead and saluted Leylin. The Lord's promotion to the Morning Star is a grand occasion for all of us in the central continent. This is a gift from our master. The entourage standing behind him lifted the cloth off a tray to reveal a rock shimmering with brilliance. An astral stone? Such a huge astral stone is rare indeed. The rustic woodlands is so magnanimous. The comments from the surrounding visitors were incessant. Leylin nodded his head and smiled, evidently very pleased. Such opportunities to receive free gifts without obligations were always welcomed. I have just been promoted to the Morning Star, and my need for astral stones is undeniable. Thank your master on my behalf. Leylin expressed his contentment, and the emissary was delighted. He bowed again and retreated. Duke Leylin, I am the emissary from the Farlier family, and I present to you a personalized private ride, the Colossal Serpent. Another emissary stepped forward and presented a core controller. In the middle of it, an image of a private airship could be seen. The detailing and ornamentation of the warship structure were vivid and thorough. That is very considerate of you. Leylin nodded his head. The Farlier family controlled the entire airship network. They also had the support of the monarch of the skies, and gifting every newly promoted Morning Star their very own airship was their tradition. As such, Leylin voiced, I thank the kindness of Chief Farlier and the monarch of the skies. Perceiving Leylin to have understood their intentions, the emissary respectfully bowed and retreated. Almost immediately, yet another emissary stepped forward. The etiquette for this ceremony was complicated, but Leylin still had to receive them one by one and express his own goodwill. It would be extremely important and beneficial for the Ouroboros clan. Leylin was brimming with enthusiasm and was all smiles. He conversed casually with many of the emissaries with ease, showing no impatience. At this time, a magus with a head of brown hair who was wearing a silver robe stepped forward. Impressive undulations emitted from his body without restraint. He clearly lacked manners and was disrespectful in front of Leylin. You've come with ill intentions. Leylin's eyes narrowed, and he glared at the magus. Greetings, my lord from Collins of Jupiter's Lightning. Collins straightened his back and looked straight into Leylin's eyes without a hint of fear. Collins is one of the more able ones in Jupiter's Lightning. He clearly wants to test Leylin's strength as a baseline comparison. Paul remarked from the side, smiling at Philip with a wineglass in hand. Collins' abilities are not comparable to Cyril's. Shall we give him a helping hand? Philip rubbed his fist, his eyes glistening with ambition. There's no need. Duke Leylin is very powerful, do not ever underestimate him. Paul's dead fish eyes glimmered with a smile. The atmosphere inside the hall didn't seem right. All the emissaries' eyes were locked on the confrontation between the two morning stars. Since it was a celebration, Leylin and Collins did not go overboard. On the surface, it looked like they were just staring at each other in the face. However, a ruthless cross-sword fight between the spiritual domains had already unfolded unknowingly. A few minutes later, the color started to drain from Collins' confident face, and beads of sweat appeared on it. Witnessing the scene, the other magi thought they had seen a ghost. Paul and Philip exchanged glances, and both broke out in smiles. Oh! A moment later, Collins scathingly stumbled a few steps back. Although there were no differences in his expression, the imposing aura on his body had disappeared. Leylin, on the other hand, continued to sit upright. No one could tell what he had in mind. This is a present from our chief? Collins no longer dared to look Leylin in the eye as he presented the gift. Soon after, he left in haste. All the magi who witnessed this silent confrontation grew more fervent about Leylin. The revelry lasted until midnight. After receiving bountiful gifts, Leylin began conversing about his experience during his advancement. It was, in a way, his means of imparting knowledge. Many of those present were rank 3 magi after all. Leylin was forthcoming, pointing out mistakes made during the construction of the point mass, as well as other general tips. Many rank 3 magi were intoxicated by this essential information, and even some morning stars fell into deep thought. When it was time to disperse, many felt reluctant to leave. After the banquet was over, Leylin chose not to rest and instead headed out to meet another guest in a private room. Distinguished Azure Mountain King, we meet again. Leylin smiled calmly and sat opposite the magus. The person here was certainly the Azure Mountain King. He possessed the same appearance as his clone, with blue hair and a pair of starry eyes. He had not come to this ceremony representing Azure Mountain City and instead snuck in on the pretense of a diplomatic mission. He'd felt threatened by Leylin. "You can call me Zack." The Azure Mountain King spoke in a deep tone, without any further intentions of undermining Leylin. "All right, distinguished Zack, let's talk about the compensation that you have to make with regards to my territory." Leylin leant back on the sofa, intertwined his hands. He was unusually relaxed. Opportunities for such extortion, where one took advantage of another's weakness, were very rare. "Sure, your people, your land, and any other losses, I'll pay you for it all. I'll even pay double, as long as you promise not to leak the matter of the Stardust bugs," Zack said frankly. He only yielded to Leylin as Leylin knew his biggest secret. If this information was leaked out, the entire Oakheart clan would be faced with imminent disaster. Even his own life would be in danger. Leylin was well aware of this, but he also knew that the destruction of the Oakheart clan and the fall of the Azure Mountain King would not net him any benefits. On the other hand, such extortion had the potential for a lot of profits. As such, he didn't mind letting Zack leave, as long as he paid his due, of course. "Let's not talk about the territory for the time being. You destroyed my Magus Tower. Shouldn't you compensate me with another?" Leylin laughed with a hint of profoundness. "Consider it done. I will build you one that is exactly the same." The Azure Mountain King replied with a rich and overbearing tone. "Oh, no, no, no. I think you misunderstood something." Leylin swayed his finger. "What I need is a Magus Tower that corresponds to my current status. Do you understand?" "What?" Zack took a cold breath and immediately blurted out, "Impossible. This is extortion." Although Leylin's previous Magus Tower was of considerably high quality, it was only fitting for a rank 3 Magus. In the central continent, anything that catered to the Morning Star rank would cost more, especially so for the Morning Star Magus Tower. The construction cost of a Morning Star rated Magus Tower would be at least 10 times more than that of Leylin's previous Magus Tower. Even if he were to sell his territory, it could not even cover the cost of building one level of it. Leylin's request was like a lion biting a huge chunk of meat off the Oakheart clan's body. Based on Zack's proposed bill of compensation, the Oakheart clan wouldn't suffer a huge loss. But to build a Morning Star rated Magus Tower, even if Leylin were to decline all the other compensations, this request alone would still be outrageous. "Indeed, I am extorting you. Didn't you know?" Leylin mockingly laughed. "Compared to the matter about the Stardust bugs and the whole Oakheart clan being erased from this world, I think it's a good deal. With the accumulated wealth of Azure Mountain City, there should be no difficulty in constructing one such Magus Tower, right?" Being reprimanded by Leylin, Zack's face hardened as he gritted his teeth in anger. "Fine. That's the way." Leylin smirked, obviously pleased. His expression immediately turned from one of hostility to that of friendliness, and this made Zack perplexed. "Other than the Magus Tower, I have no other requests, so long as you assist me in building an astral gate." Having sensed the limits of Zack's tolerance, Leylin naturally and pursued further benefits without scruples. After all, Zack wouldn't suddenly appreciate him if he lowered his requests, so he could just as well get a hold of as many benefits as possible. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 511, Attitude. After some haggling, Leylin and Zack finally reached an agreement. The Oakheart clan would bear the burden of building a Morning Star level Magus Tower, as well as provide him with all the resources for an astral gate. In return, Leylin guaranteed that he would never divulge information regarding the Stardust bugs in any shape or form. The two of them had even made an oath under the Trial's Eye, which was at the request of the Azure Mountain King. However, he did not notice the look of mockery in Leylin's eyes. After that, Leylin got Zack to narrate the details of the Allied army's attack on the Ouroboros clan from start to end. After receiving this information, his eyebrows furrowed. "Jupiter's lightning?" After sending Zack away, Leylin half laid down on the couch, massaging his forehead and sinking into deep thought. "I never expected it to be them. Why would a haughty radiant moon, Magus, have any interest in the Ouroboros clan?" Before Gilbert and the others reappeared, nobody would be able to give him an answer. Leylin himself could only make wild guesses. Most emissaries had yet to leave after the end of the ceremony, when another monumental event occurred. The Morning Star Warlock, Duke Leylin, had announced his engagement with the leader of the Blood Serpent family, Freya. Bloodline warlocks were generally very picky when it came to picking partners. This would affect the passing on of bloodlines and determined the rise or fall of a family. The engagement of a Morning Star warlock implied that new chem-in blood would spread, forming another formidable family. Though there were only 2 people in the family, Leylin and his fiancée, nobody could deny the strength of a family with a Morning Star warlock within. Based on some faint rumors, Duke Leylin's bloodline was unbelievably pure, and perhaps even surpassed that of the other 3 Morning Star warlocks. His fiancée was also of a prestigious chem-in family, and her bloodline was pure. The emissaries and warlocks could envision an exceptionally powerful chem-in family rising to power in the Ouroboros clan. Though they were cursing within, these emissaries all looked elated at Leylin's engagement and gave their sincere blessings to them. Only after the engagement ceremony was over did the emissaries of the multiple organizations leave Phosphorescence Swamp. They had seen far too much at this celebration and ceremony and needed to report back to their masters. Leylin could finally relax, handling some miscellaneous work. "Your Grace!" On the way, many warlocks stepped aside when they saw him from afar, bowing to him from the sides of the road. Leylin's expression remained solemn. At most, he sent a nod of recognition in the direction of high-ranked warlocks, his movements revealing boundless dignity. His status in the Ouroboros clan made it such that he could move without obstructions. He headed for a building that seemed like a beehive, formed of countless giant laboratories. This was the headquarters of the technical department. Upon noticing Leylin's arrival, there was a flurry of activity at the entrance. Shat, who was wearing glasses, was escorted by warlocks donning large white gowns as he welcomed Leylin. It made him feel as if he had returned to the research centers in his previous world. "Your Grace," Shat bowed respectfully. He was extremely grateful towards Leylin. If not for his advancement, the Ouroboros clan would probably have been done for. "Bring me to the astral gate," Leylin said indifferently after a nod. He then followed Shat as they went in deeper. After passing through the layers of isolation and detection spell formations, Shat brought Leylin before a gate formed entirely of astral stones. The entire gate emanated a starry radiance. The innermost layer actually possessed a stony surface, and there were multiple bright runes floating above the surface of the stone gate. "This is Lord Emma's astral gate. We've moved it here." Shat sighed as he took off his glasses. "We've determined through multiple experiments that there is no problem with the gate itself. However, there was an unknown interference that stopped us from locating the coordinates, making the second attempt at finding the coordinates even more difficult. What level of power do you think is needed for this to happen?" Leylin's eyes shone as he asked. "I'm afraid." Shat's temperament suited research perfectly. He explained things as they were and did not beat around the bush. Only interference from a Radiant Moon Realm Magus can cause the 3 elders to make an error in judgment. Radiant Moon Realm. A great rank 5 Magus. The moment the words exited Shat's mouth, the rest of the researchers all trembled, evidently feeling weak. Just a Morning Star Magus was enough for the Ouroboros clan to be on the verge of being destroyed by the allied forces. What if a Radiant Moon Magus were to do the job himself? The bleak future immediately caused these high-ranked warlocks to tremble in fear. "Don't be so negative." Leylin patted Shat on the shoulder. "Just focus on saving Mentor and the others. You must work hard on this." "Understood, Your Grace." A hint of shame appeared on Shat's expression as he lowered his head deferentially. Initially, he had boldly bragged that he could find the coordinates within 5 days. However, multiples of that time period had passed, and he had yet to determine which world Gilbert and the others were trapped in. Every time he was about to find the coordinates, he would be obstructed by berserk spatial turbulence, barring him from finding the real location. If there was the slightest discrepancy in the coordinates, the 2 areas could be millions of kilometers away from each other, being 2 separate worlds. With trouble both internally and externally, the warlocks would definitely not dare have Leylin take the risk. On top of that, they had no clue if Leylin would listen to them. In actuality, even if they had determined which world Gilbert and the rest were lost in, Leylin might not aid them. Since they had already determined the other world was a trap set up by a Radiant Moon Magus, how could he go in like a lamb to the slaughter? Leylin was not so selfless as to take this risk. I should find a chance and take care of those warlocks. Leylin touched his chin, eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. Those who had been urging him from the shadows to save the elders were not anyone else, but the many descendants and students of the 3 Morning Star Warlocks. Of course, they did not dare request anything of Leylin in the open, but as long as there was no evidence, they were bold in their discussions. In Gilbert's case, Leylin was one of them, and they thus had the least complaints. With Emma, Freya was a mediator, and they were less impatient. Only the students and family of the other Morning Star Warlock pressed him on, and Leylin was preparing to make use of them. He was no saint, and would not save others and then give up his power to be shared. And yet, Gilbert was his mentor and had taught him much. Thus he would save him, but now was not the time. Leylin was confident that with a bit more time, he could set up his own authority and spread his influence. By the time the 3 Morning Stars were back, they would not be able to affect his status. Hence, he had to make use of this time. Though he could use his strength and force everything, Leylin did not want to end up with an Ouroboros clan that was divided. Shat's report was exactly to his liking. This way, it was not because he was not trying hard enough, but that he was lacking information and had no way to do this. Leylin had long since secretly determined their coordinates, but for his own purposes, he had kept mum until now. After consoling Shat and the other members of the technical department, Leylin returned to his castle. There, 2 precious guests needed to be attended to. Lord Paul, Lord Philip, sorry for the long wait. Leylin apologized to the 2 Morning Star Warlocks. After the other organizations had left, these 2 emissaries had stayed behind for some unknown reason. As they were Morning Stars, this was also good for Ouroboros clan, which was why Leylin had no complaints and was so welcoming towards them. We only just arrived as well. Duke Leylin must have investigated thoroughly, right? Paul grinned, the beady eyes on the octopus head seemingly able to see into the Leylin's soul. Yes, Jupiter's lightning. They went too far. Leylin clenched his fists, face flushing red and showing his anger. Through the investigation of the Shadow Snake Department as well as the Azure Mountain King's story, he had confirmed that Jupiter's lightning was behind this. In this case, he would not reject the good intentions of these 2 Morning Star Warlocks. I'm going to be frank with you. That radiant moon Magus of Jupiter's lightning has been finding us bloodline warlocks an eyesore and caused conflicts with the Union. Even the organizations backing us are in a cold war with them, Philip said. The burly werewolf smiled wryly. Leylin vaguely understood their meaning. The intentions of these Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair warlocks was to seek external aid. However, he would definitely not reject them. Radiant Moon, Magi were not existences he could deal with as of yet. If he could pull someone else over to contend against them, the pressure on him would be slightly lesser. For this reason, Leylin did not seem to even hesitate as he exclaimed, "If there's anything you need me for, just say the word." While that was what he had said, Leylin would not be so stupid as to rush to the front lines without any benefits. Paul and Philip exchanged a glance and saw the elation in each other's eyes. No matter what it was, Leylin's attitude meant that this trip had not been made in vain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, Revitalization of Bloodline. Revitalization of Bloodline. Of course, we hope you can form an alliance with us. We wish to take on Jupiter's lightning together, Philip interrupted. With your current status as Duke, you can definitely represent the Ouroboros clan. I need to think it over. After all, there are many seniors who I need to pacify. When it came to proper business, Leylin seemed to draw back. Paul silently cursed at Philip for being too hasty, and also Leylin for not being willing to be more open until he saw benefits. He merely continued smiling, which was difficult enough with his octopus face. Duke Leylin, you don't know this yet, do you? We Morning Star Warlocks organize a gathering every once in a while where everyone will exchange information. Sometimes, we even have trade meetings. This gathering is only for bloodline warlocks, who must be at least at the Morning Star level. Someone even needs to vouch for them. A few elders from Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair will attend as well. How about we continue the discussion there? Gathering? A gathering amongst Morning Star Warlocks was still very attractive to Leylin. Furthermore, he was not worried that their leaving the Ouroboros clan would bring any harm to them. To be frank, the Ouroboros clan's safety all depended on him. As long as he was fine, it would be well fortified even if there was nobody here guarding them. If anything happened to him, the allied armies would immediately level the place. In fact, if he managed to slip out of headquarters without being seen, it would put his foes under a lot of pressure instead. With this in mind, Leylin answered, "Sure. When the time comes, please notify me." Seeing Leylin agree, Paul heaved a long sigh of relief before he laughed in answer. "I'm sure that our other comrades are eager to see an up-and-coming youngster like you." It looked like this gathering was a small circle where bloodline warlocks interacted. Watching his expression, Leylin nodded inside and began to anticipate the gathering more fervently. Since everything was settled, Paul and Philip had no reason to stay longer. They chose to leave. With how hurried they seemed, Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair had probably fallen on hard times. As important deterrents, they would not have been able to squeeze out the time to attend if not for Leylin's ceremony. "We're rich, my lord." Within the hall, Parker's eyes glinted as he gazed at the account book in his hands. Just the gifts from the other organizations is equivalent to dozens of fiefs. But of course, you only ascend to the Morning Star realm once. And it's a good time for other organizations to form good relationships with them. Though Leylin seemed as calm as an ancient, unused well, he was actually very happy. He just kept it in. At the same time, he had gained a better understanding of the great status Morning Star Magi held in the central continent. The destructive power of a Morning Star arcane art was far too high. If a Morning Star Magus were to let go of all qualms and act as they wished, the geography of the entire central continent would be destroyed. Radiant Moon and even Breaking Dawn Magi would regret the damage caused. As a result, every time a Morning Star arose, everyone would express their goodwill and intent to be on good terms with each other. These were actions that large organizations were used to. "The moment I stepped into this realm, everything changed." Leylin sighed to himself, the look in his eyes even more intense. What would the scenery be like after the ranks of Radiant Moon or the Breaking Dawn Throne? In his eyes, rank 4 was far from the limit. His goals were on higher peaks, and he did not pay attention to even the shackles to his bloodline that had troubled bloodline warlocks for many years. Of course, he could overlook his opinions while strategizing, but tactics needed to be done properly. Hence, he sent Parker away and ordered for all his gifts to be stored. After handing over the important items, Leylin returned to his laboratory. He was now the highest power in the Ouroboros clan and could mobilize all resources. The laboratory he used was the best they had, which was usually reserved for Gilbert and the other two. This was just another one of the many advantages. That was not all. The treasury of the Ouroboros clan was completely open to him, and the treasures accumulated over thousands of years by a large-scaled organization, such as this had Leylin's eyes going green in envy. The first thing he did was to take a pile of astral stones and keep them in his spatial pouch. Though the Oakheart clan had agreed to build him an astral gate, it was better to have more astral stones in reserve. After all, passing through planes required the usage of astral stones, which was why they were so highly valued. They had always been a strategic class resource. Beep, ascertaining identity. "Welcome, Duke Leylin Farlier." After passing through the stringent aura detection system and numerous disinfecting procedures, Leylin finally stood in a room seemingly cast entirely in crystal. The translucent crystals emitted beautiful light, and the area was spotless and unbelievably glossy. Seeing the data the AI chip provided, Leylin couldn't help but sigh. Though the strength setup is different, in terms of disinfecting and dust, it can achieve the same effect. Such an environment was extremely similar to the sterile laboratories in his previous world. Ancient Magi were no fools, so how would they not have noticed the effects germs and the light could have on research? Even without scientific methods, they could use magic to achieve the same effect. Within a giant glass container at the heart of the laboratory, a broken sword was soaking in a translucent green liquid. This was the same blade that held the bloodline of the Sun's child and the wing of the Sun meditation technique. Numerous transparent air bubbles could be seen arising from the hole-filled dull blade, and only the area with the blood was glowing brightly. He'd already recorded all the information about the wing of the sun through his AI chip. The only thing left of value was the blood, which he had yet to extract. The golden blood was like warm light as it slowly grew on the sword, somehow moving automatically as if breathing. As expected of the blood left behind by a rank 6 creature. Even if all its vitality has been lost, a slight simulation from the external world allowed it to regain its instinct. Leylin was full of praise. The ancient sun's child was at the peak of breaking dawn, and was an existence he could only look up to. Just a single drop of blood could multiply, enough to form life. If it placed its spirit branding inside, an almighty ancient being could definitely revive itself from just a droplet of blood. The bloodline of the sun's child was that terrifying. Of course, confirmed by the appraisal of top-notch masters, the bloodline of the sun's child on the blade had long since lost its vitality and was impossible to stimulate. This breathing movement was only an instinctual reaction and not a display of full revival. If the bloodline of the sun's child could be made use of, the broken sword would not have been sold off at such a low price. Even if the Azure Mountain King, Zack, had to fall out with Cyril over it, he would definitely use force to keep the bloodline. However, for Leylin, who was an expert in ancient bloodline experiments and had the support of the AI chip, it wasn't an impossible task to stimulate the revival of the bloodline. He was now gazing at the broken sword in the glass container, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. The restoration is coming along quite well. I can begin the second phase. He, who had acquired the research data of the Quicksand organization, had grasped the finest technology of the ancient era. This naturally included many methods to restore bloodlines. At that point in time, due to his lack of strength, he could not display all his skills. Many of the methods required the coordination of soul force, and Leylin, who had only been rank 3 at the time, would only be working in vain. Now, however, this was no longer an issue. Soul web. Threads of black soul force brought with them a simple radiance as they shot out from between Leylin's brows, forming a web-like structure that disappeared into the green solution. Large amounts of fine runes with unknown functions emerged from the thin web. The soul web seemed to have no effects on the broken sword and went straight through the blade. However, the golden blood seemed to be attracted, gathering onto it. Minutes later, all the blood on the broken sword had been shifted to the soul web, causing it to turn golden. Gulu, Gulu. As the last thread of golden luster left the blade, the metal immediately corroded into nothingness in the green solution, leaving no residue behind. It was only made of the plainest materials. Only because of the will of the sun's child had it been preserved for over 10,000 years. The moment the blood is removed, it instantly reverts to its original form. Leylin's eyes shone, no longer focused on the sword. All his attention was focused on the soul web, as he manipulated the golden web to float over to another large breeding pool. Countless loach-like, long fish poked their heads out of the dim yellow pool, translucent bubbles being spat out from their lips. These were blood-sucking loaches and were rarely seen bloodline creatures. All the reserves of the Ouroboros clan were stored here. Go! Leylin controlled the soul web until it was atop the pool. Drop by drop, the golden liquid fell, being devoured by countless blood-sucking loaches that were trying to outdo each other. Water splashed everywhere in the cultivation pool, and Leylin watched the changes in the loaches without blinking. Golden threads appeared from the stomachs of these blood-sucking loaches. Then, their eyes rolled back and they began floating in the pool. The bloodline of a rank 6 creature is too powerful for these loaches. Leylin shook his head, but did not stop the experiment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513 Morningstar Magus Tower Morningstar Magus Tower threads of golden radiance emanated from the carcasses of the blood-sucking loaches, and were then swallowed by other loaches which had not managed to get the blood the first time. This process was repeated as the loaches died. Leylin watched on expressionlessly. After 3 rounds, where the blood-sucking loaches could hold on for longer and not die immediately, the golden bloodline seemed to have become more reserved and guileless. Looks like I can continue. A look of excitement appeared on his face. As long as this was successful, there was hope to stimulate the revival of the sun's child's bloodline. Maintain this process and ensure there are no less than 20 blood-sucking loaches in the cultivation pool, Leylin ordered the spirit genie. Leylin knew this would take a long time. After observing for a while longer, he left the laboratory for his castle. He now had many tasks to direct, and while troublesome, it was the best way to exert his authority. Though the students and families under the Morning Star Warlocks' care all hoped Leylin would act as soon as possible and rescue their mentors and family leaders, they did not dare exhibit their wishes openly. They were also extremely afraid of contradicting Leylin, all doing as asked to the best of their abilities. Even when Leylin took all the astral stones in storage, they did not say a word. It had to be said that these warlocks knew their place. Even so, Leylin could not be bothered to bicker with them over trivial matters. Besides, with his current strength still inadequate to deal with Jupiter's lightning and radiant moon Magi, he needed to save the dukes first to increase the strength they had on their side. The issue of when this would happen would depend on him. This was not just about gaining power in the Ouroboros clan, but also to avoid the trap set up for them. If 3 Morning Star Warlocks could disappear, Leylin would not be an issue at all. Leylin was well aware of this fact, which was why he did not dare make a move until he made sense of the situation. "Your Grace, there's a female Magus claiming to be from Azure Mountain City here." Also, Faisal bowed, with none of his high spirits from before. Humility had taken that place. Ever since Leylin had exited his secluded cultivation, he had been maintaining this attitude. He'd even been the first to side with Leylin, and Leylin relied on him heavily. "Also what?" Leylin found the puzzlement on his face laughable. "She also said, she's here to help my lord construct a Magus tower. Azure Mountain City used to be the Ouroboros clan's enemy. However, they were now coming over trying to get into Leylin's good books. Faisal had lived for over 600 years, but even he seldom met with such a situation, which led to his confusion. In that case, I don't need to see her. Help me choose a good location in the headquarters. My Magus tower shall be erected there." This had previously been decided upon with the Azure Mountain King, and he was merely going through with the agreement. Leylin did not pay much heed to these matters and waved his arms, sending Faisal away. The reason he had not built the Magus tower at headquarters originally was because he was afraid of being made use of. However, things were different now. He was the one ordering others to work, and nobody would come and bother him. Leylin naturally wanted the Magus tower to be located in headquarters now. "What's wrong?" Leylin asked Faisal, who stood in the same spot, eyes full of mixed emotions. Though these were just a few simple words, Faisal felt cold sweat running down his spine. Leylin was now no longer a marquis he had jurisdiction over, but a great elder. He was the highest authority, the commander of the entire Ouroboros clan, a Morning Star Warlock. Every one of his titles was like a huge mountain weighing down on Faisal's heart. When all these identities gathered on a person, this person was someone he definitely needed to look up to. "It's like this, Your Grace. My family, the Dos and Alka families, and the others are all willing to contribute to my lord's Magus tower." Faisal gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. From his perspective, it seemed that Leylin had accepted offerings from outsiders, which was a very dangerous sign. It signified that he had lost all trust in all these traditional, well-known bloodline nobles, which was absolutely unacceptable. At this thought, he could not help but begin to reproach his own allies. Though saving the elders was extremely important, they could not be so hasty. As expected, it resulted in this terrible result. Faisal could not help but begin to envy the blood serpent family. As long as Freya was still around, Leylin's relationship with them was secure. There were even rumors that Leylin would have one child inherit the blood serpent's marquis position, which immediately resulted in the envy of multiple bloodline families. The bloodline of a Morning Star Warlock, and especially that of Leylin, who was unbelievably talented. His bloodline was said to be extremely pure, and something many bloodline families did not dare hope to have. However, the blood serpent family had gotten this so easily. It seemed that in the next few hundred years, the blood serpent family would definitely rise sharply. Of course, it would be under the lead of the Farlier family. Thinking this, Faisal could not help but sigh inside while simultaneously beginning to wonder if there were female warlocks like Freya in his own family. "Good, go and discuss with Azure Mountain City." Since there were people in a hurry to send him money, Leylin obviously accepted it. With the cooperation of so many families, his Magus Tower would be built more quickly, and its quality could even be raised. Why would he have anything against this? Watching Faisal fall back so fearfully, Leylin couldn't help but laugh. Only trying to mend relationships now. How could sly old Leylin not know what he was thinking? He never had plans of having anything to do with those families, and this was the situation. This peaceful life continued for a few months. In these few months, the Ouroboros clan's surroundings were calm. He had the few key regions in the phosphorescent swamp in his palm, while the Allied forces seemed to have some worries. With both sides showing restraint, the region completely regained its peace, and the fires of war seemed to have been put out. However, only Magi who saw things long-term could see the undercurrents under this calm surface. In the headquarters of Ouroboros clan, Warlock City, a giant and awe-inspiring Magus Tower was slowly constructed, full of dignity. Many high-ranked warlocks and magi were all crowded around the tower, whose structure had just been completed, and began work on the details. Every lower-ranked warlock would bow slightly as they passed by, eyes full of reverence as they glanced at the Magus Tower. This was the Morning Star Magus Tower, where their pride lies, of the Morning Star warlock, Leylin Farlier. Your Grace, the main body of the Magus Tower has been completed, and it has also been connected with the cores of all the other Magus Tower in the headquarters. It has the highest authority. Faisal tried to curry favor as he spoke, while Leylin had his hands behind his back, watching his own Magus Tower with interest. Compared to the Magus Tower he had constructed himself, the resource consumption of this Morning Star Grade 1 was terrifying. It could be said that the price could not be measured in magic crystals, if not for taking advantage of the huge reserves of the Azure Mountain King, as well as the generous offerings from the old bloodline families. This would not be so successful. How much more time will we need? Leylin watched the Magi that looked like ants floating at the sides of the Magus Tower, numerous runes flashing in their hands and entering the Magus Tower. He could not help but frown. There was someone he knew among the ones working on the tower. It was the host who he had seen at Azure Mountain's auction. However, Leylin had no intentions of going forward to meet the said one. He now had a different status, and it wasn't as if there was anything to say even if he went there. Faisal produced a white handkerchief and wiped his cold sweat before he spoke. The main body of the Magus Tower is the easiest part to construct. As long as there are enough materials, work will be completed quickly. However, the embedding of the spell formations, and especially the construction of the energy pools, as well as the design of the tower genie needs to be done by you personally. Just the preparation for that will take 10 years, and that's the fastest, as I expected. The blue rays vanished, and Leylin's eyes returned to black, seeming warm. I will be out for a period of time. Handle the matters at headquarters with Freya and Parker. If there are major issues, the majority decides. Though secret imprints could be used for communication, they did not extend to a wide area and could easily be intercepted and listened in on, or even used to determine locations. Hence, Leylin typically did not like using them. My lord, you're leaving? Faisal's eyes widened, and he even forgot to wipe off his sweat. Yes, there is a bloodline organization gathering for the upper class. Lord Paul from before invited me. There was nothing to hide, and Leylin admitted this easily. He also had thoughts of exploring the central continent. In the past, he had had too little strength, but after attaining Morning Star power, he could go to many places in the central continent. It's very important to be on good relations with other bloodline warlocks. Faisal expressed his approval of this and spoke with some regret. It's a pity that we can't be involved in interactions between Morning Stars and can't provide you with any useful information. Faisal was merely a student, and him knowing which organizations Ouroboros clan was on good terms with was already a lot. As for which high-ranked organizations the Morning Star warlocks of the Ouroboros clan were close to, or who their foes were, and who was only friendly on the surface, all that was a shot in the dark. At this crucial moment, he did not dare give suggestions, and Leylin could only make his own judgments. If not, if anything were to happen, he would not be able to take on the repercussions. Don't worry, I will judge for myself. Leylin nodded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514 Phenomenon in a Small Town. Phenomenon in a small town, the sun slowly sank beneath the horizon. The sky a brilliant blend of red and orange. With twilight looming, the town looked shabby and dilapidated. At the only inn in the heart of the small town, a boiling cauldron of voices could be heard. The aromas of different wines and barbecued meat mixed with the musky smells of sweat and body odor as it permeated the air. As the night was chilly, the hotel had long shut its windows and doors. Even the cracks were closed up, thickening the smell inside further. But the drunk patrons with their flushed, puffy faces and the exhausted travelers didn't mind it at all. In such weather, so long as there was a place to keep them warm, allowing them to enjoy some strong wine along with some barbecued meat, they would feel like they were in heaven. "Master, your meal?" A heavy-set kitchen lady efficiently brought forth a few dishes and served a customer. There was only one young man at the table, and the kitchen lady only stepped away after stealing a glance at him, blushing with satisfaction. A Breaking Dawn lord? Such a handsome man, he must be a noble lord. Leylin couldn't be bothered by the kitchen lady's thoughts. His eyes were fixated on the sumptuous meal set in front of him, yet his mind was wandering elsewhere. After he'd given the orders and made the necessary arrangements for the entire Ouroboros clan, he had begun his own journey. As he wasn't pressed for time and hadn't had the opportunity to venture far previously, he planned to take his time to explore the vast central continent, which was filled with a fascinating mix of various odd ethnicities and mixed bloodlines who coexisted with other humans. The geographical landscape was also much more confusing. Coupled with the pollution of the radiation of some high-ranking magi, it was no wonder that almost every location seemed bizarre and puzzling. Abandoning the convenience of traveling by his airship, Leylin had to admit that with his current walking pace, to cover the entire central continent, he would have to use at least a century as his unit of measurement. There were many bizarre scenes along the way. However, as Leylin had already been promoted to the Morning Star realm, his scope of vision was extraordinary. Thus, under the probing of his soul force, the number of scenes that he could not understand were greatly reduced. His current urge to venture to this small town was to seek out a rumored marvel. Leylin's supposed leisurely ventures were not for recreation. He wanted to research these odd phenomena to strengthen his AI, chip's analyzing capabilities by accumulating more information in its database. Leylin pondered about his current situation. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Warlock bloodline, giant Chem-N serpent, complete form, strength, 50 agility, 45 vitality, 65 spiritual force, 503.7 magic power, 503 magic power in synchronization with spiritual force, soul force. After advancing to Morning Star, limitations of calculating soul force relatively based on spiritual force data started to surface. As the AI chip lacked the necessary data on soul force, it could not successfully compute the soul force statistics, which somewhat frustrated Leylin. Before a Magus reaches rank 4, they depend on their meditation technique to accumulate spiritual force. However, after rank 4, other aspects of the soul get involved. "My Chem-N's pupil can't be regarded as an advantage anymore," Leylin sighed. His meditation technique was way too low-level, and the information that he had gathered was actually from the wing of the sun. As compared to spiritual force, the training of one's soul force was complicated and profound. Even the wing of the sun was not able to completely elaborate on the details, let alone allow the AI chip to reinforce to the highest standards. As such, Leylin thought of his previous research into spiritual bodies. Through that, he could accumulate statistics and information on the power of souls in an attempt to complete his own database. After some thought, Leylin couldn't help but scrutinize the 2 columns at the sides. Chem-N's pupil meditation technique level 5 derivation progress, 6.92%. Soul force database completion, 26.8%. Such a heavy burden with a long way to go. Leylin smiled wryly to himself. Aside from the derivation of the meditation technique, the Chem-N's pupil had only 4 levels to begin with. This was the boundary that many giant Chem-N serpent warlocks failed to break through. Based only on the AI chip simulations, Leylin ambitiously wanted to challenge the uphill task of compiling his own 5th level with 0 resources. And the collection of the database on souls was even more difficult. Once the point mass was condensed, one could purify and advance spiritual force into soul force. Looking back, Leylin's past research as an acolyte and a rank 1 magus was such a joke. The scientific law of life and death of one's soul was not easily identified. At many times, there would be a theory that ruled the system on one day, yet on the next day, it would become obsolete and be overthrown. The rules and regulations of developing one's soul are really deceptive. Leylin was evidently upset. In fact, the souls that he met were not exactly souls, just some remnants and unwilling fragments of memories that were the result of energy transformation. Hence, even if that information proved to be of some use, it could only be a reference. Only after the promotion to Morning Star and acquiring soul force would he be better equipped to start a further exploration of the soul. And that was what Leylin was striving extremely hard and advancing for. All in all, the physiques of the humans in the central continent were much stronger than the ones in the south coast and Twilight Zone. Also, with the abundance of energy particles, the probability of dead spirits transforming into souls was greater. Coupled with the mix of radiations of many high-ranked magi everywhere, this place gave off the feel of a very primitive and complicated place for spirits. Whenever such an environment surfaced, Leylin would hit the town to collect data. That was the reason for Leylin's presence here as well. Every year during hazy winter nights, a spirit wave phenomenon occurs at midnight, he mumbled to himself. At the same time, he acutely felt many pairs of eyes peeking at him, making him laugh to himself. Seated alone with a huge spread of delicacies, and yet eating none of it, he was attracting the wrong kind of attention. After some thought, Leylin picked up his cutlery. The central continent's standard of living had always been higher than that of the other regions. Even a hotel in a small town served food that was considerably more delicious. Not only did they serve a glass of honeyed wine, they also served white bread and steak. The steak was tenderized with baking soda and a mallet, making it extra tender. Coupled with some honeyed wine, it tasted rich and mellow. Observing that Leylin had begun to eat his food, the drunk patrons either shot him a glance or cursed him under their breath, and thereafter turned their attention away from him. A faint light glowed from the depths of his pupils. Even at this small hotel, there were some magi present. It seemed like they had been attracted by the same spirit wave phenomenon. With a sweep of his soul force, he was able to immediately identify a few black shadows in the corner. A pair of grandfather and grandson, seated next to the counter, also caught his attention. A few rank 2 magi, and another rank 3 vapor phase, not bad. As a Morning Star magus, Leylin was now qualified to scan these magi. And because he was able to restrain the energy undulations on his body to its point mass, Leylin was regarded by those present at the hotel as an ordinary knight in training that had happened to set foot in this town. No other oddities were detected. The pair of grandfather and grandson caught Leylin's attention the most. After all, for a rank 3 vapor phase magus to bring along his grandson for such an outing, there must be something important. And if it was indeed related to the spirit wave, Leylin was even more interested in finding out about it. The grandson tagging along with the elderly magus looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. With a pair of wine-red eyes and golden blonde hair, he was very adorable. Judging by the freckles on his face and energy in his darting eyes, it was clear he seldom ventured outdoors. All these magi can't be here just to view the phenomenon, right? Leylin stroked his chin. Although the spirit wave was a magnificent sight, he was sure there were no other benefits. With the exception of idle individuals like Leylin, who came specially to collect data and check the spirit wave out, the number of magi who came forth had greatly reduced in recent times, and highly ranked ones like this old man were a rare sight. Spirit wave is about to begin. I am going to strike it rich this time. That's right, I have been waiting for this. Wearing shabby clothing, the drunk patrons were yelling at the top of their voices. Some of them were adventurers, some were mercenaries. Others were gold panners and such. They had all gathered to try their luck. Although the spirit wave had no huge instrumental use for the magi, it was still considered a gold mine for the commoners. And along with the huge amount of rubbish and remnants left after every spirit wave, there was bound to be some good stuff. If one could find it, they might very well have a windfall. This was one of the reasons why the small town was still in existence. Otherwise, although the spirit wave posed no threat, the commoners would have found it difficult to be neighbors with a mass of spirits. Other than Magi, no other would have such courage. The oppressive, loud chiming of a copper clock rang. Many of the tourists were jolted awake. Even those blurry-eyed drunkards were nudged awake by their companions. The midnight bell has tolled. The midnight bell has tolled. Many adventurers called out in excitement as they started to wipe and polish their weapons. These weapons had no effect on the spirits and were also not meant for dealing with them. In the face of such enormous treasure, the ones they had to be wary of would be one another instead. "Let's go!" The old Magus picked up a napkin to wipe his hand. His movements were elegant and relaxed, evidently having undergone training. On the other hand, the young grandson was still rather stiff. Leylin followed the crowd and stepped foot outside the hotel. At this moment, a full moon hung in the middle of the sky. A thin layer of fog surrounded it and blurred the moonlight, forming a silvery white halo. The chilly wind whistled. The northern air in the night was known to be bone-chilling. Gushes of white vapor could be seen emerging from the adventurers' noses and mouths as they breathed. Many doors in the small town suddenly slammed open, and a crowd started pouring in. A majority of the crowd were well-built men. Some of them looked ferocious, while others were old with multiple scars on them. They were carrying baskets or knapsacks, weapons in hand. In short, they were all well-equipped, one way or another. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, The tomb. The residents of the small town were evidently prepared to join the army of scrap collectors. This might also have been the reason why they decided to live here, or their aim in being here. At the same time, they were very unfriendly towards the foreigners who stayed in the inn, casting grave and stern looks at them from time to time, clearly treating them as prey. As compared to the residents, who were great in number, the adventurers and mercenaries were outnumbered and divided. They gathered together and couldn't help but grip tightly onto the cleavers and swords they held. Although they knew that the others did not harbor good intentions, these people who they could consider one of their own made them feel more at ease in comparison to the sea of residents outside. It was fortunate that, although the two groups of people both shot glares at one another, they didn't land themselves in a more heated conflict before the spirit wave could begin. At this moment, a bizarre energy wave spread across the town, sending chills down everyone's spine. As for Leylin and the other Magi, the feeling was more distinct. "It's beginning." Leylin gazed at the haloed moon in the sky. According to the AI chip's readings, the intensity of a type of dark and cold energy waves was rapidly rising. So much that the region around the small town seemed to be enveloped in what seemed like a domain barrier. The Morning Star realm? No, its intrinsic qualities slightly fall short. It can only be a force field belonging to rank 3 Magi at most. The appearance of such a barrier made Leylin's pupils contract, but he relaxed soon after. It's appearing." At this moment, a voice sounded, trembling either due to dread or excitement. Leylin followed the crowd. Numerous rays of light that resembled shooting stars converged into a long, glittering river, flowing slowly from the perimeter of the small town. Brilliant rays with resplendent streaks splashed across the horizon. Leylin's eyesight allowed him to see the items in the rays of light clearly. A single yellow leather shoe flew past, with tiny white wings on each side. The shoelaces were left on the side in a mess, yet the tip of the shoe was polished and shiny. Behind the leather shoe was a black walking stick, likely processed directly from some sort of vine. Similarly, it was flying with the wings below its handle. "What is this thing?" Leylin looked baffled. Soon after, he also saw a rag doll, a shabby table and chair, and other items fly past, such as the kind of flower vases that were usually placed on counters. Is this a gathering of dilapidated commodities? He was speechless, but still commanded the AI chip to record this scene and monitor the energy waves. After the junk flowed away along the river, Leylin could no longer bring himself to laugh. Right behind the flow of light, a faintly discernible white line gradually drew nearer. When it came closer, he could see numerous unfeeling faces. They had long, jet-black hair and were clothed entirely in white, slowly walking over along the ray of light. Perhaps walking would be an inaccurate description, because a cloud of mist hung under their feet. Their entire beings seemed to drift forward continuously while suspended in midair. Although the adventurers and mercenaries next to Leylin had long heard about such a phenomenon, their legs still trembled with fear. They couldn't even keep their jaws shut, and the sounds of teeth chattering could be heard as they shuddered. In comparison to those people, the residents of this town ought to have gone through this before and had experience. Although their faces were also deathly pale, they could still compose themselves and were not humiliated. The densely packed silhouettes converged to form an enormous tide, which surged up violently next to the small town. Leylin stood at the side, solemn, as his AI chip frantically recorded the data. There are so many spirits. Perhaps something major once happened in the vicinity, and it might be related to high-energy radiation. In actual fact, many of the strange sightings observed across the entire central continent were caused by battles between high-ranking magi or contamination by radiation. Such phenomena usually did not die out even after thousands upon thousands of years, and instead expanded outward unceasingly, vying over territory with the humans who lived there. Hence, the prevention and cure of such contamination was a hot research topic for many of the large forces. Numerous white phantoms squirmed towards a particular direction unhurriedly. Among them were males and females, children and the elderly, yet they were all expressionless. Their hair was let down and covered their pupils. Such an odd phenomenon made even Leylin's scalp tingle. Souls have always been seen as something highly bizarre and idealistic. In his quest for more knowledge, he had no choice but to carry on. At this moment, the grandfather and grandson he had been observing with his soul force suddenly made a move. Upon seeing the wave of numerous spirits, the elderly Magus seemed excited and fished out a yellowing notebook. He appeared to be making comparisons and even left the town secretly. On the other hand, the other rank two magi exchanged looks, then went to their separate corners and took out various materials from their robes to display on themselves. They are likely trying to use the power of the spirit wave to alchemize the magic items that are coming through. Leylin's alchemic skills were high enough for him to be a grandmaster. With merely a slight glance, he immediately found a clue. Feeling that it was beneath him, he snorted coldly and didn't bother about it. He thought of leaving a phantom at where he was, while he himself would slip into the cracks of darkness so that he could follow the grandfather and grandson out. In the notebook that the grandfather had taken out earlier, Leylin had seen something incredible. If that's really the case, it will be interesting. A brilliant light flashed in Leylin's eyes. "Grandfather, are we really going to be around these spirits?" The grandson was only a cowardly acolyte. Seeing the translucent spirits, he tugged the elderly Magus' sleeve in fear, his face pale. "These spirits are of the lowest level and aren't likely to attack. What's there to be afraid of?" The old Magus reproached, seemingly feeling a little helpless. Although his grandson had pretty decent innate skills, he didn't have much courage to speak of. "But we're about to integrate into the sea of spirits directly. Once they discover that something's not right, they'll definitely rip us into pieces." The old man's reassurance did not calm the young boy down, but instead made him more fearful. "If we don't integrate into the spirit channel, how will we get to the tomb and obtain that?" An unyielding look was written across the old man's face. He grabbed his grandson's arm, then took out a few scrolls and ripped them apart. Buzz, upon ripping open the black scrolls, the pair was enveloped in a dull white glow. After the radiance dispersed, both of their figures started to become ghost-like, and they even emitted energy waves similar to those of spirits. The hostile glares that the spirits had been shooting at the pair also vanished immediately. "Done," the elderly Magus, who was becoming translucent, patted his chest. "This is a spell that has been passed down our family for generations, which can make these spirits temporarily view us as their kind." Seeing this, the boy was finally at ease and squeezed into the stream of spirits together with the old man. What an intriguing spell. A ray of light flashed in the air, and Leylin's silhouette appeared. It's unlike the traditional spells from the central continent, and instead has a style reminiscent of the astral plane. Although the spirits were rich in number, most of them were of very low rank. They were absolutely incapable of detecting any flaw if a Morning Star Magus chose to conceal himself deliberately. It was only until Leylin integrated into the spirit wave that he finally felt different. Space. It's the power of space. No wonder that guy called this place a spiritual channel. Leylin muttered under his breath. And he realized the path that the spirits were taking was oddly isolated from the rest of the central continent, forming a special channel. Here, even if something was visible to the naked eye, it might actually be as far as hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. If one could grasp the rules of this channel, they would be able to use it to do things that many magi would think unimaginable. The old man ahead seemed very familiar with this place and dragged the young boy along, advancing quickly. A blue light twinkled in Leylin's eyes as he followed them closely. He's using the spirit channel to hide something. I'm sure he must have been a morning star before his death. The further they went down the path, the more serious Leylin became. There were many dangers here that even he would be unable to ignore. If not for the fact that there was someone leading the way in front, he could not be sure if he would make his way through successfully. There were fewer spirits lingering around at the back of the wave. A silver ray of light had appeared on the ground, and the old man was walking on it together with his grandson. The minutes ticked by, and when they finally arrived at a particular site, ecstasy spread across the old man's face. Found it! Leylin's footsteps came to a halt. The elderly Magus in front of him was standing under a huge butternut tree. The enormous forks in the branches formed an eerie symbol with 3 heads. Upon seeing this tree, which seemed like some sort of landmark, the old man choked up in agitation, even shedding a few tears. We've finally found it. The ancestral tomb? Right here. The young boy looked at the forked and ostensibly demonic branches as the silver moon shone with an oddly nefarious glow, making him shrivel in cowardice. Yes, right here. The old man was so excited that he nearly broke into a dance. Our family's cemetery is almost always hidden in the spatial rifts. Only when the spirit wave hits once every 100 years can we pass through the spirit channel to get here. A blazing radiance lit up in his eyes. In the tomb lies the meditation techniques and magical equipment belonging to our ancestor. Just these items are sufficient to revive our family. If that's the case, why didn't our ancestors just leave this behind? The young boy asked doubtfully. I'm not too sure myself. Anyway, this tomb is our family treasure, that's for sure. The old man seemed a little baffled himself, but it would soon be replaced by an even greater madness. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516 Gargoyle, all my efforts in coming here are for your sake. The old man watched his grandson lovingly. You have the best talent in our family. As long as you have a high-grade meditation technique and magic artifact, advancing to rank 2 and rank 3 will definitely not be an issue. You even have hope of reaching Morning Star? The old man was so emotional that he trembled, on the verge of spitting froth. This immediately caused Leylin, who was hidden, to roll his eyes. He was the most qualified to talk about the difficulty of reaching Morning Star, and this old man was just spouting nonsense. If one could reach Morning Star with just better talent and a high-grade meditation technique, the continent would not have so many crystal phase magi who had lived out their lives without being able to advance. However, Leylin did not think them completely wrong. The many planes were so vast, and if their ancestor really had some method of reaching the Morning Star realm unimpeded, it could very well be possible. But the young grandson seemed to hesitate, seemingly not believing in this judgment. If not for the tomb of his ancestor and his blood-related grandfather bringing him here, he might even have had plans of leaving, awakening the ancestor's spirit and honor with my blood and heading towards the door of success, with hell as the final destination. The old man took a silver-white dagger and sliced his wrist, dripping the blood on the roots. He continuously chanted something, as if conducting a solemn ceremony. With the blood spreading everywhere, coupled with the eerie surroundings, the young boy shrunk back. "Grandpa, look!" All of a sudden, his pupils shrunk and he tugged at the old man's sleeves while beginning to yell. Following his gaze, the blood on the tree roots had been absorbed by the soil and roots quickly. It was as if water had been sprinkled on a sponge. This is a defensive mechanism that our family set up. Only the blood of the descendants, coupled with the correct chance, can open it, the old man spoke slowly. However, Leylin's eyes lit up with suspicion. A bloodline lock. A bloodline lock again. Could they be a warlock family? They don't have any warlock undulations on them, though. Huala. After absorbing the old man's blood, the giant walnut tree's messy arrangement of branches began to tremble, and the trunk turned a bloody red. Ka-cha. All of a sudden, the middle of the trunk cracked apart to form a hole, and a passageway that led downwards could be seen. Follow me. The old man walked ahead, and the young grandson followed closely behind, hands tugging tightly on the old man's sleeves. He appeared terrified. Leylin bowed his head in thought for a moment, but eventually followed behind them. The passage was short, and in no time they reached a tomb. The old man lit an oil lamp in the middle, and under the dim light the tomb presented itself to Leylin. This underground room was very small. There were 2 gargoyles at 2 ends, seemingly standing guard over the place. Between the 2 gargoyle guards, a stone coffin appeared before them, with sealing runes on the surface. The young man's teeth began to chatter as he pulled at his grandpa's sleeves tightly. There's nothing here at all. Let's leave as soon as possible. I have a bad feeling about this. What are you afraid of? The old man flung his sleeve in annoyance, and a stream of air began to flow. The light breeze blew over the lights and darkened the tomb. Look closely. The old man's voice was hoarse and full of emotion that he could not conceal. I lit the lamp just so you could see this. The young man could not help but widen his eyes, his pupils enlarging as well. Through the dark yellow flames, he could see a great number of colored murals on the walls of the tomb. Through the murals, he could see the process of a Magus acolyte struggling ahead, from rank 1 to rank 3. After that, there was a legendary battle. The Magus in the mural, who was also the owner of the tomb, seemed to have obtained something in the battle and reached Morning Star. The young man's eyes widened. However, other than a scaly monster with multiple eyes and arms battling his ancestor, he recognized nothing else. This is the most brilliant piece of our ancestors' history. It only appears when this oil lamp is lit. The old man's voice showed his pride. If it's an outsider who doesn't know this mechanism, they will be attacked. Leylin had hidden in a crevice in the shadows. He was surprised by the mural on the wall. The monster that had eventually been killed was one he had seen before on another mural. We meet again, Beelzebub, or should I say the sovereign king of gluttony? Leylin's voice was light but resolute. In ancient times, a clone of the sovereign king of gluttony descended upon the Magus World, causing large numbers of casualties. It was eventually killed, body split into countless pieces. One of the pieces fell into the hands of the Quicksand organization, becoming the cause of the Parble family's tragedy after Robin obtained it. It seemed like the owner of the tomb had once been a participant in that great war, and had been extremely fortunate to obtain a gluttony imprint. Then it's obvious how this fellow advanced to Morning Star after victory. Leylin touched his chin. With the power of gluttony, spurring on one's spiritual force to break through and reach the Morning Star realm is quite possible. He already had an imprint like this in his hands, and had even been prepared to use it to advance to the Morning Star realm. However, he had already made ample preparations and ended up not needing external support. Leylin had no wish to be connected to Beelzebub anyway. This was someone who was probably at or above rank 7. Just a finger would be enough to crush the current Leylin. It was obvious why he would not want to have any connection with him. Even if something related to Beelzebub fell at his feet, Leylin would want nothing to do with it. Based on the records of the ancestor, his meditation technique, as well as the treasure that can help one break through, are all within the coffin, accompanying his long sleep. The elderly Magus' eyes shot out a piercing glare as he ambled forward slowly, arriving in front of the coffin. A mechanism was activated, creaking sounds coming out as a red light shot out of the 2 gargoyles' eyes. They shrugged off their stone skin and pounced towards the old Magus. Wang. A golden membrane suddenly rose on the Magus body, separating the sharp claws of the gargoyles from his person. A look of disbelief appeared on the old Magus' face. I am his descendant and came with directions. Why am I being attacked? Creak. The gargoyles would not answer him. The 2 immediately let out piercing sound waves, and as the berserk waves swept through the acolyte immediately fainted. Blue. The old man's eyes turned red, hands morphing into beast talons. Ka-cha! He grabbed hold of one gargoyle and viciously ripped it into two. Great amounts of soil and rocks flew everywhere, and the other stood very still, the light on its body reserved. It began to emanate a violent energy. Want to self-destruct? Light burst out of the old Magus' eyes as he charged to the front. A thick layer of light, alike to the kind emitted by a spear spell, covered his sharp claws. Pooh! A single claw swept forward and went through the gargoyle's body like a knife through hot butter. With a twist of his hand, a giant mechanical heart was gouged out. After losing its power core, the aura on the gargoyle crackled and disappeared, leaving it dead. Blue, wake up! The old man undid the transformation of his hands, and a green radiance that was full of vitality wrapped around the young boy. Minutes later, the young boy came to, looking dazed. This is probably not the ancestor's tomb, but a place sealing some terrifying thing. If not, why would this sort of guard be around? The first thing the young man did after waking up was warn his grandfather. "I'm not willing to leave just like this." The old Magus' eyes turned red, and he looked stubborn. Perhaps those two protectors were a test by the ancestor or a joke on the younger generation. Even so, even he himself could not believe his words. However, his perseverance and the cry in his heart were urging him to open the coffin and obtain the things within. "I'll take just one look, I promise. Then we'll seal this place and leave immediately." The old man's eyes were distant as he approached and pushed the cover of the stone coffin away, revealing the items within. Leylin, who had been watching at the side, suddenly had a change of expression. What was inside the giant coffin was indeed the remains of a Magus. His body was rather thin, but his hair and eyebrows were still present. He looked lifelike, and the imposing aura of a morning star emanated from his body. Though his eyes were tightly closed, his features were extremely sharp, with a steadfast resolution and strength. His hands were folded before his chest as if holding something. With Leylin's eyes, he was able to see a stone rune without any trouble. Though it was different from what he had, this was definitely a true gluttony imprint. "I told you there's a treasure?" The old Magus was in a bad situation. He looked dazed, as if he was being controlled by something. He went forward, hands reaching for the rune. "Grandpa," just as his fingers were about to touch the rune, the young boy's cries pulled him back. "What's going on? Why am I here?" The old man was bewildered, but immediately after, a stranger situation occurred. With wailing that sounded like hell reappearing, multiple black shadow fingers appeared within the tomb, threads of black gas being dispelled from the old man's bosom. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, Killing the Clone's Projection. Killing the Clone's Projection. Why is the temperature rising at this rate? The old man swiftly took out the black notebook from his chest. Not only was the notebook heating up, traces of black currents swirled around it. Buzz! With a sudden spike in the book's temperature, the old man scrunched his face up in pain as he subconsciously tossed it from his hand. A big patch of the old man's hand was scalded from the momentary contact. White blisters started forming on its surface. Even with a Magus physique and the protection of his innate spell, he was still injured this way. Woo, the almighty Beelzebub, you are the king of hell, the darling of the original sins, with the control over gluttony. The desires for all cuisine lies in your hand. The phantom became more intense as the chants and songs of praises filled the entire tomb area. Leylin had seen such situations in the past, hence he immediately became vigilant. As for the old man and his grandson, they huddled together in a corner with looks of regret on their faces. A black ray of light swept out from the notebook, and like a remnant of an illusion seeped into the stone rune on the coffin. After the flow of light had dissipated, as if it had completed its mission, the notebook burned to ashes in front of their eyes. Colorful light flowed out of the stone rune, and traces of this light started connecting with the morning star corpse. Like lightning, the ray scanned through the tomb as the morning star corpse opened his eyes and once again descended upon this world. Am I Ezekiel or Gordius? No, I am Beelzebub, sovereign king of gluttony, Beelzebub. The Magus' eyes looked lost in the beginning, but they soon glowed brightly. His morning star domain had apparently descended, and both grandfather and grandson fell to the ground. Morning star, it's our morning star ancestor. By now, the corpse was sitting partially upright. The old man was ecstatic and was about to speak when a flash of ruthless light sparked from the corpse's face. A ray of crimson red flashed across the old Magus, and he disappeared immediately without a trace. A pretty good supplement, and it appears to be a direct descendant of the corpse too. The red glow in the morning star Magus' eyes intensified. He stroked his belly and darted his eyes towards the young teenager. The scene a moment ago left the young teen on the verge of collapsing. He opened his mouth and attempted to speak, but could only murmur some incoherent words as his body froze up and stiffened. The gaze from the morning star Magus did not linger for long on the young teen, as it swept its line of sight behind him instead. Following an indistinct sigh, Leylin's silhouette emerged from the crevice. Morning star Magus, you're the kid from before? The words spoken by the corpse in the coffin were filled with much astonishment and a lot of deep-seated hatred. That's right, it's me. I'm a projected clone of Beelzebub. Leylin admitted his identity magnanimously. With the opposite party's gluttony imprint on him, Leylin couldn't deny the facts. And by now, he should have been able to discern all that had happened anyway. During ancient times, Beelzebub's clone died and the remains had transformed itself to become a huge rune of gluttony, and thereafter he attempted to invade the different coordinates of the world of Magi. Magi who attained the gluttony rune would have been tainted by the sin of gluttony, and hence have their appetites awakened. They would also get the ability to advance beyond their realms, and additionally with the power of gluttony in their body, they became potential host bodies for Beelzebub himself. The Magus buried here was lucky to have obtained a remnant. And after his own morning star breakthrough, he seemed to have noticed something amiss and hence sealed himself in and isolated himself from the probe of Beelzebub. Unfortunately, the notebook that he regularly carried around had been tainted over a long period of time, and it was even entrusted with of spirit fragments. After a very long time, his grandchild, bewitched by the notebook, had come forth to open the coffin and release the clone. Unexpectedly, you have advanced to Morning Star. The Magus possessed by Beelzebub looked extremely imposing. Every single move was filled with an imposing aura, and behind him, the image of a huge demon appeared that vaguely resembled the King of Hell. How do you intend to compensate for my previous losses? It was odd that this clone did not pursue the matter further, and instead hinted at settling it. Leylin looked even more baffled as he stepped up to the clone. He looked it right in the eye. Do you take me for a fool? Once the words were spoken, the clone immediately changed color. Leylin continued, as you are now, you aren't even a clone, but just a fragment of a spirit with some power of projection. Besides, this Morning Star Magus corpse's point mass has followed its spirit and returned to the astral plane. While this high-quality body has been contaminated by the power of gluttony, with your current reliance on this Morning Star body, how much strength can you exhibit? Buzz. As the darkness loomed in, the earth looked like it had been isolated them from the outside world. Silver radiance filled the whole sky, and the stars scattered all around. A real Morning Star domain had descended. Once the clone's domain came into contact with Leylin's, it immediately shattered. Witnessing the outcome, the expression on the clone was hideous, while Leylin heaved a sigh of relief. His previous prediction had been accurate indeed. Of course, he could have stopped the old man, but he wouldn't have been able to deal with the Magus inside. Allowing both dangers to happen simultaneously and dealing with both issues at once was Leylin's preferred style. After all, he did incur some hatred from the Sovereign King some time ago, and he naturally couldn't let the matter rest and allow the opposite party to develop their plans. Even though this was just a projection of a clone, it wasn't wise to ignore him. He could have gone out to replenish himself well, and someday might even become an uncontrollable threat. Leylin definitely wouldn't want that to happen, yet letting it go was also not an option. The best course of action, then, would be to destroy him completely when he was at his weakest. Beelzebub's clone was a mess, with strands of hair standing on end, exhibiting his extreme anger. Goodbye. Disregarding his opponent's rage, Leylin waved his hand. Terrifying energy condensed into his palm, forming a red flame that then morphed into a huge blazing serpent that coiled around him. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, the original stone coffin immediately turned to ashes. Leylin eyed the blaze indifferently. A black radiance appeared, gradually glowing as it sucked in all the fiery blaze. After the fire died out, Beelzebub could be seen opening his mouth wide and swallowing the flames. What was even more bizarre was that after swallowing them, his aura seemed to have grown stronger. Devouring capability. Your understanding of the power of gluttony has reached the level of laws, Leylin clapped without flinching. Based on the power of the opposite party's body, attaining this level was no big deal. It's a pity, though. Your foundation is too weak. How much more energy can you absorb? Leylin's words angered Beelzebub so much that his face contorted in rage. Any absorption of power would have a limit to it. And since the opposite party had no mass point belonging to the Morning Star, there was an obvious upper bound to it. Leylin focused on this point and attacked him mercilessly. It was advantageous that the opposite party was currently weak. It wasn't likely that Leylin would have such opportunities in the future. Boom! A torrential blaze, like a huge wave, swallowed Beelzebub. He became unsure, not daring to swallow anymore. Uncountable black tentacles appeared on his body, wrapping him up. Upon contact with the scarlet-red flame, the black tentacles immediately started dissolving. Counteracting each other, the attacks from both sides gradually weakened. Ivory Devourer, ferocious black teeth, that seemed to have melted in the void, surrounded Leylin. Yet it was blocked by a red shield that had giant Chemlin serpents carved on it. Indeed, how many more attacks can you sustain? The huge black teeth grazed across the surface of the shield, leaving deep grooves and creating big sparks. At this moment, Leylin's looked like he had a plan in mind. You, bundled within the black tentacles, Beelzebub could only blurt out a single word and was soon enveloped by the fiery red blaze. This. What is happening? The teen lying on the ground looked up and saw what looked like the aftermath of a big battle. At long last, the Magus with a head of black hair appeared and stood among the stars in the sky. He looked like a god descending onto the earth, moving the fiery red blaze to swallow up the strange creature in the coffin. A long time later, the shimmering stars started to dim, and the black hair Magus came before the teen. His face looked tired but was filled with delight. "Your name is Blue?" Securing the other gluttony imprint well, Leylin smiled. Leylin obviously would not want to keep the consciousness of the opposite party. To deal with a rank 7 and above, one could be drowned in their layers of crafty schemes. Unwittingly, the radiation contamination would have become a handful, similar to the example of the old Magus and his ancestor. However, these gluttony imprints were very much worth researching. And the laws themselves were of much importance. The power of laws, it was like a door separating rank 6 and rank 7. Only after attaining the necessary power of laws could one be promoted to the Breaking Dawn realm and above. As such, Leylin showed no traces of politeness and kept the gluttony imprint to study thoroughly later. Although at the present moment his rank was considerably low, he would definitely come into contact with it in the near future. "Yes, Master, I am Blue." The young Blue bowed respectfully to the Morning Star Magus. It was the kind of respect that the whole central continent would give to one. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 518, Creevy City, violent winds howled as a huge airship broke through the airflow and cruised through at supersonic speed. In a comfortable cabin, Leylin gazed at the copious amounts of books that he had, satisfied. On this trip to the town, not only had he managed to record the spirit wave data, he had also ended Beelzebub's conspiracy and got rid of that hazard. He even got hold of a gluttony imprint. It could be said that he had reaped huge rewards. He even obtained the research notes and experimental data from the acolyte, Blue. Those used to belong to Blue's Morning Star ancestor. In return, a few spiritual force potions were sufficient to make the other party shed tears of gratitude. The research and insights of that Morning Star, Magus, inspired Leylin greatly. As he hurried off, Leylin did not forget to command the AI chip to record all of this information and enrich his database. After settling the matters regarding the spirit wave and Beelzebub, Leylin boarded the private airship gifted by the Farlier family, the Colossal Serpent. It was about time for the appointment he had arranged previously, thus he decided to abandon his more leisurely mode of transport. As it was an airship custom-made for a Morning Star Magus, the Colossal Serpent had a comprehensive list of functions. The slightest tremor would not be felt even if it were to be caught in a thunderstorm. At the same time, all the flight paths and supply points across the central continent were open to the colossal serpent and provided free maintenance services. This caused Leylin to be more impressed by the Farlier family. Of course, this might also have been the actual intention of the Farlier family and the monarch of the skies. Even though it was an industry under the control of a breaking dawn Magus, it still dominated the air freight business across the entirety of the central continent and had to spend their money somewhere else. As compared to trading in various aspects, this amount spent on currying favor with a morning star Magus was nothing. The colossal serpent traveled at high speeds. At full speed, it only took Leylin less than half a month to arrive at his destination, Creevy Highlands. This area was jointly protected by numerous bloodline organizations and was equivalent to a meeting point that was specially open to all Warlocks. It housed many hybrid races, Warlocks and those whose bloodlines had been contaminated. Rumor had it that as long as one had the bloodline of a Warlock, or had any associations with bloodlines, they would be taken good care of here. Thus, in the central continent where the Magi oppressed numerous races and the humans thrived, Creevy Highlands was like a paradise for those of the other races and mixed bloods who were cast out by both sides. A private exchange would be held between Morning Star Warlocks in Creevy City, the biggest city in the heart of Creevy Highlands. Paul and Philip had also tried their best to invite Leylin here to interact more with the other high-ranking Warlocks. This, of course, was naturally what he wanted, and he'd immediately agreed. As he didn't want to attract too much attention, Leylin did not head towards the airship berth next to Creevy City, and instead landed in the countryside. He put the colossal serpent aside and proceeded to Creevy City by foot. The road was bustling with activity: carriages, gold-smelted vehicles, enchanted flying carpets, and other means of transport. Numerous Magi from all walks of life formed a vast stream of people who came and left through the main gate. There was a characteristic that most of these Magi shared, and that was the immense saturation of their bloodline aura. Regardless of whether they were Warlocks or people from other races, or even those whose bloodlines were contaminated, none of them were discriminated against like they would have been in the outside world. Upon passing through the city gates, Leylin intentionally scanned the guard at the side. He was of a humanoid race and stood at 2 meters tall. He had a long, dog-like nose and ears, but otherwise, the rest of his body apart from his head was similar to a normal human being's, just with more fur. A canine militant? Leylin immediately thought of the kobold's close relative. While the kobold was rumored to share the same lineage as the ancient giant dragon, the canine militant was certainly a species of bestial humans. However, the people of the central continent widely classified them as close relatives, or even considered them as belonging to the same race as kobolds. Having purified the bloodline of the ancient red dragon before, Leylin understood clearly that the kobold really did share the same lineage as the dragon race. Yet he didn't feel any dragon bloodline aura exuding from these canine militants at all, not even the slightest bit. If I write a paper with this as the thesis, perhaps my name will be made known across the entire continent, although it won't bring me any benefits. Leylin's mind wandered off, but he immediately trashed this idea that would only bring him endless trouble. However, the average strength of these canine militants is actually similar to that of the kobolds. On top of that, they share similar appearances. No wonder the people of the central continent confuse the two. Sensing that these canine militants had the average strength of a rank 1 Magus, Leylin couldn't help but regard highly the strength of the Warlocks in control of this city. Individually, they had outstanding levels of strength, and furthermore, they possessed remarkable tracking and scouting abilities. Just these canine militant guards alone were enough to intimidate unlawful people who were waiting for a chance to cause chaos. Welcome to Creevy City. This is a Warlock city. Please abide by the bloodline rules and respect the other races. Please choose the district you wish to proceed towards from the following: lava terrains, great woods, heart of the ocean, tomb of darkness, central core. Upon entering the city, a prompt sounded in Leylin's ear. 5 huge teleportation formations surfaced in front of him, taking in large amounts of people as rays of light flashed periodically. The entirety of Creevy City had been divided into 5 major districts, according to the 4 creational elements: earth, fire, wind, and water. They were split according to the concentration of the elemental particles. Among them, the lava terrains was a blazing district made up of a large amount of magma and soil. The concentration of its earth and fire elemental particles was almost at its maximum. The Great Woods was actually a humongous ancient tree. All sorts of Magus buildings were constructed on its leaves, where many magi lived. The wind and plant elemental particles were the highest here. The heart of the ocean was a gigantic building complex that floated on water, surrounded by vast seas and sandy beaches, exuding strong tropical vibes. As for the Tomb of Darkness, it was where the darkness elemental particles were present in the highest concentration, and was also the place where one's aura was the most suppressed. As there were many warlocks who chose darkness, this location still occupied a firm spot in the city. If one looked from a bird's eye view, he would be able to see that the entire city had a golden central district at its core, the rest of the town being equally divided into 4 parts. The azure blue sea, the fiery red magma, the lush green of the giant tree, and the darkness with all things wilting. These 4 districts each presented rich colors, yet were distinctly separate. Dazzling and uniformly distributed, none of the colors bled into the other. The central district at the heart of it all was naturally the place where the interaction between these 4 districts took place, and also where the public facilities were located. Here, the enormous yet complicated geographical landscapes were forcibly mashed together by the power of the Magi, forming a marvel that was a rare sight in nature. In order to balance such a huge wave of elemental particles and maintain the stability of the environment, a blue glow flickered continuously in Leylin's eyes. At the very least, it requires setting up a gigantic spell formation under the entire city. The sheer number of magic crystals spent on just operating and maintaining it alone would amount to an astronomical figure. Leylin gained a deeper understanding of the strength of these high-ranking warlocks. Glancing at the people around him, choosing which district to be teleported to, Leylin tilted his head in thought. He decided not to head towards the central core and the Tomb of Darkness, but instead walked into a turquoise teleportation spell formation, being transported to the Great Woods along with other magi. Rays of light flashed, indicative of the teleportation process. Leylin no longer felt uncomfortable when experiencing spatial changes during such a short journey. After all, his current body was now able to withstand teleportation across different planes through the astral gate. This was like peanuts to him. While the other magi were still feeling giddy from the residual effects of teleportation, Leylin had already walked out with both hands behind his back and started sizing up the Great Woods. The place they had been transported to was evidently a crossroad. When Leylin arrived outside the teleportation spell formation, the first sights he saw were the humongous leaves and numerous magi structures. He walked to the edge of the path before realizing that the wide road he was walking on was actually just a twig of the giant tree. Sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the earth. As the crown of the tree was too large, the rays of light were very dim. One could see the glow of numerous eternal light spells and eternal flames in front of the Magus structures. The Great Woods could just be the highest place in the whole of Creevy City. Perched on the giant tree, one had a panoramic view of the other districts. Leylin took in the sights of the fiery magma, the sky-blue seawater, and even the huge, gloomy tomb. It was only the central core district that was shrouded in a layer of haze, and it couldn't be seen clearly. Indeed, that area is an important strategical location. Controls must be put in place, Leylin thought as he wandered along a branch. Most of the Magus structures in the Great Woods were built on tree leaves and were evenly distributed all the way to the top. If any Magus wanted to cover the entire district completely, he would have to scale the tree endlessly. On the way, a few yellow and green and birds flew past Leylin from time to time, occasionally resting on high twigs and tweeting, which was pleasant to the ears. Under the effect of the gigantic purification towers, even normal creatures could withstand the radiation contamination unintentionally emitted by Magi, as long as it was not too much. Hence, average humans and other animals were able to exist in many Magus cities across the central continent. Such an environment seems to be what the elves would like best. Leylin couldn't help but check out the passersby on both sides. In Creevy City, most of the population was made of warlocks and other races. However, in the Great Woods District, the most commonly seen race was the elves, who had pointy ears and tall and slender figures. One had to admit that the appearance of the elves possessed many special characteristics unique to warlocks. If not for the difference in their aura and the ears which gave them away, many magi would likely mistake elves for warlocks. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Picking Up Scraps, Lily's Cozy Cottage. Leylin looked at a shop signboard made of oak leaves and written in both the continent's characters and elven language. Compared to all the other shops, this shop was evidently more attentive to details. Even the corners had greenery with plants and flowers sprouting, emitting pleasant flora scents. Welcome. As he stepped foot into the shop, a boyish-looking elf greeted Leylin genuinely with respect and a smile. Respectful customer, how can I be of service to you today? Oh, I am just looking through. I see you sell many miscellaneous things here. Leylin's eye swept over to the sales counter. There was a huge clutter of spell materials like ore, furs from living creatures, scrolls, and other handcrafted articles. There was great variety, but almost all of them were without tags and placed haphazardly. And despite that, it looked like an organized mess. Yes, from the islands of the south coast to Sky City, everything in existence can be found here. The elven shop owner beamed and replied proudly. Really? Leylin plastered a smile on his face. These days, the number of objects that could garner his attention had been dwindling. However, from his observations a moment ago, he did notice some valuable materials on display. For a tiny shop like this, it was rather rare. Leylin was about to exit the shop when an item in a corner caught his attention. Is this item for sale too? Leylin casually picked up a spell scroll. It was a very old scroll covered with dust and marks of damage. Wrapped up between both the horizontal axles was not common spell paper, but some kind of beastie skin, with a hint of glossiness in the texture. Leylin unfurled the scroll and saw the records of a rank 2 spell model. It looked like it was well used as the content had become very faint. Magi could use their spiritual force to break and extract the knowledge and spell models within scrolls, and many methods of learning included the use of them. When a scroll was repeatedly used for study, it would eventually deteriorate to this state. Magi required the spell model's structure to be stable and would thus demand extreme precision and quality. Hence, a scroll in such a condition would have totally lost its value. After all, an unstable spell model could prove to be fatal. As such, this old scroll had just been left there, unsold for a long time. Thus, seeing Leylin pick this up, a light of puzzlement flashed in the elven store owner's eyes. This is the spell model of a rank 2 spell, Hand of Illumination. The original price was 5,000 magic crystals, but since it is your first visit here, my offer is 3,000 magic crystals. Just 3,000 magic crystals and it will be yours. Is that so? Leylin gave a smile that was not a smile and looked at the elf till he felt somewhat ashamed and hung his head down. The price quoted had exceeded way past the original value of the scroll, causing the usually noble and elegant elf a little embarrassment. However, for the sake of his livelihood, he had to do it. You are a wind elf, right? Leylin could feel the wind elemental particles hovering around the opposite party. It was unusually light and graceful, so Leylin couldn't help but ask. Yes, my lord? The middle-aged store owner lifted his head. There were many magi who could recognize him as an elf, but not many were able to specifically identify him as a wind elf. The wind elven tribe is rumored to be close to going extinct in the continent. I didn't expect to meet one here. Leylin smiled and rolled up the scroll. He picked up a black ore from the sales counter. Including this item, a total of 3,000 magic crystals. The elven store owner scrutinized closely, and upon confirmation that it was just an ordinary ore that wasn't particularly valuable, he nodded his head in agreement. Noticing the shame in the elf's eyes, Leylin did not criticize further. After settling the transaction, he left the shop. Sigh, even a graceful and elegant elf cannot escape from nature's laws. Leylin turned around to take another look at the exquisite door of the shop. According to ancient legends, the elves had migrated here from the other world and had many different branches elsewhere. Among the elves, The moon elves, gold elves, and wind elves possessed the highest grade of bloodline, similar to the nobles of the human race, possessing high prestige and good reputation. They were also regularly depicted as protagonists in the works of many poets. As for the dark elves, and such, they were regarded as the odd one-outs among the race, hence not comparable to the rest. And so, for a noble and elegant wind elf to fall to this stage, Leylin couldn't help but sigh under his breath. But, since you are the one who started this, you can't blame me. Leylin laughed as his palm stroked the cover of the scroll. The strange texture of it made him gleam with joy as his eyes lit up. Beep. After the database comparison, item confirmed as the epidermis of an ancient creature, horned rhinoceros. The AI. Chip reported, and Leylin's mood lightened. Although the spell template on the surface of the scroll was not very useful, the material used was remarkable. An ancient living creature, the horned rhinoceros was similar to the giant Chem-In serpent. Both of them could reach Morning Star in their adulthood. The epidermis contained a high level of spell resistance and was a necessary material for many Morning Star Magi equipment. For Leylin, being able to obtain this for a mere 3,000 magic crystal was indeed a fabulous deal. Not only that, but the ore he'd picked out was also made of a high-grade material, secret silver. Although it was embedded under layers of ore, Leylin's AI chip was still able to detect it. This small shop made a huge loss from our transaction. Their two most valuable items had been bought by me. Leylin sniggered silently. After his promotion to Morning Star, and after attaining the supplementary assistance of Soul Force, his AI chip's probing capabilities had increased by leaps and bounds, and could be considered unprecedented in history. Very few items could hide their true form from its scans at this juncture. As such, his current advantage was too huge. Even if he did nothing substantial every day and just browsed the multiple shops casually, he might be able to pick up items that were needed for his Morning Star research and breakthroughs. It's just, Leylin stroked his chin, doing so would be too pompous and would attract the wrong kind of attention. If the secret of the AI chip is leaked, there might be more trouble. Besides, Leylin's pupils sparkled. He helplessly shook his head and arrived in front of a teleporting spell formation at a crossing, where two magi were waiting. These two magi had obvious characteristics of a different race. One had a head that resembled that of an octopus, while the other's body was covered with wolf fur. Leylin walked up and gracefully made his salutations. Lord Paul, Lord Philip. It's been a long time. We hope we are not imposing on you, Lord Leylin. Paul laughed and pointed at the ore Leylin held in his hand, both exhibiting a tacit mutual understanding. Morning Star Magi are indeed not easy to deceive. Your Soul Force's probing ability is commendable, detecting the secret in this ore so quickly. Leylin rolled his eyes silently, but did not mind it much. After all, the probes by his own AI chip were usually done covertly, and until now had not been discovered. Other Magi would have thought that he had depended on his acute soul force to uncover the treasures, and so it wasn't considered a big deal. Yes, we apologize for interrupting your leisure. Our social gathering is about to begin, come, Philip courteously replied. Leylin didn't reject him. Sure, please show the way. He was absolutely sure that the entirety of Creevy City had a specialized spell that was used for detecting morning stars. However, he did not use any spell to alter his own appearance and energy waves, as he was confident in his abilities and was certain he would not be easily discovered. After some careful consideration, he concluded that it was understandable. Creevy City was the main headquarters of the entire Warlock Union. It held a lot of symbolic importance. They'd provoked their fair share of Morning Star Magi already. If they didn't have an increased alertness and powerful warning system, the prosperity of the city was going to short-lived. Leylin unenthusiastically thought about this as he followed Paul and Philip to the front of the teleporting spell formation. These two made no attempt to conceal the energy waves on their bodies and caught many looks of reverence. The Warlocks voluntarily stepped aside and left a wide berth for the huge teleporting spell formation, so much so that only the three of them were left using it at that moment. No matter where they were, morning stars carried a terrifying amount of prestige. Rays of silver light flashed, and when the scenery was visible again, Leylin found himself at an unfamiliar place. Every building was short, and the concrete slabs on the road had many depressions on them, appearing very shabby. Even the density of energy particles in the air appeared to be very weak, similar to the rest of the central continent. Surprised. For the core area of the Creevy city with its 4 elements to be so simple and crude is unexpected, Paul remarked as he led Leylin onto another path. Ka-cha! When Leylin stepped foot on one of the slabs, it seemed to come alive, floating up and carrying Leylin forward at the speed of lightning. A little yes, Leylin nodded his head in agreement. To the core of the castle? Paul spoke to the concrete slabs and all 3 accelerated. Once that was done, he looked back at Leylin, smiling as he explained, "Due to the limitations of our bloodline, we Warlocks in the central continent have experienced a long period of darkness. As such, many of the masters suggested during the construction of the city that the core shouldn't be too extravagant and needs to be equipped with a good sentry system." "I see," Leylin nodded. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 520, Warlock gathering bloodline Warlocks could make use of their bloodlines to advance rapidly, experiencing no real bottleneck at ranks 12 or even rank 3. All they had to do was wait for their bloodline to mature. They left regular Magi far in the dust, their rate of advancement extremely terrifying. However, there was an obvious disadvantage. Bloodline shackles. This curse hounded bloodline Warlocks eternally, causing them to be forever unable to surpass the power of the source of their bloodline. It was impossible to notice this disparity at the lower ranks, and wasn't especially obvious even at the Morning Star realm. However, once one entered the circles of the Radiant Moon realm, there were few Warlocks who had the bloodline to advance that far. Hence, Magi were superior to them at that point. Once the terrifying Breaking Dawn Magi came into the picture, the gap between the two was made even more apparent. Due to the emotional instability from their bloodlines, they were rash and quick-tempered, often offending many Magi. On top of that, many of their bloodline experiments were considered taboo, which resulted in the discontent of many. As a result, when the Warlocks fell, the Magi joined forces and held them down. Under these conditions, the original Warlocks in the South Coast and Twilight Zone died out. The situation was slightly better in the central continent. Just as the Warlocks were pressured to the point that they were practically at death's door, the reopening of the astral gates helped the Warlocks bring in new blood. In the ancient era, the splendor of Warlocks had come from the support of bloodlines from other planes. Though they had not completely regained the glory from the past, there were a few Warlocks who had successfully reached rank 5 and therefore preserved the inheritance of Warlocks. Creevy City had been built under those circumstances. Even the core region was made of buildings passed on from ancient times and had not been altered. It held traces of the progress in its history. The glorious efforts of every bloodline ancestor should be studied and revered. Leylin couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. If not for the perseverance of the high-ranked Warlocks in the past, all of these traditions would have been destroyed. His environment would be millions of times more difficult to endure than it was now. Hence, Leylin was full of sincere gratitude towards them. Click. While they were in the middle of their conversation, the 3 concrete slabs landed in a depression within the square of a simple castle, setting themselves inside steadily. They seemed to fit perfectly, with no gaps at all. "This is the core of power in Creevy City, the Blood Stronghold," Paul presented to Leylin. The 3 Morning Star Magi left the square, approaching the gate to the castle. Leylin naturally began to size up this ancient castle. Its black walls were mottled, bringing about with it the aura of ancient times. Though it looked shabby and was not even comparable to his previous Onyx castle, the powerful energy undulations and the ancient aura was something that his castle lacked. "Haha, welcome, welcome. Lord Leylin, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Outside the gate to the castle, a middle-aged Caucasian man with silver hair had been waiting for a long while. After seeing Leylin, his eyes gleamed as he immediately went forward to shake both of Leylin's hands. His palm was extremely thick and warm, full of power. It was akin to the stream of water under a layer of ice, the strength buried within the depths by the layer of ice. His starry eyes seemed as clear as spring water, and there seemed to be a sense of affinity between them that affected even Leylin. "Is he really taking me in sincerely? especially since we're meeting for the first time? Leylin revealed a smile, looking extremely touched while he was astonished. Though he was also a Morning Star Warlock, the other party was probably overdoing it by being so enthusiastic. At this thought, he silently commanded the AI chip, "Scan." With the bonus from his attaining soul force, the AI chip's capabilities at energy scanning had become even more outstanding. It could even catch hold of some information from Morning Star-ranked Warlocks. Under the scanning of the AI chip, the human form before him turned into a 3D image and was projected in front. Data constantly updated itself at the side. As expected, even if the other party was a Morning Star Warlock, they were still unable to discover the undulations from the AI chip. Leylin, who saw this, could now completely relax. Target is a Morning Star Warlock, determined affinity to be with illusory elements. The AI chip's first conclusion allowed Leylin to make some guesses. Beep. Energy undulations have been discovered, determined to be passive illusions. Target can automatically form an illusory force field around his body, causing all beings in the vicinity to develop favorable opinions of him. As expected, an illusory ability due to his bloodline, it's even able to affect Morning Star Magi. How terrifying! Leylin silently put up his guard even as he put on the sunniest smile he could. He acted as if he now had an even better impression of the burly man. Upon seeing this, Paul and Philip exchanged a glance, laughing as if they had reached a tacit mutual understanding. This burly man had inherited the bloodline of the ancient illusory crystal scorpion, a creature whose formidable illusory abilities entered the realm of the terrifying. Even radiant moon Magi had previously been affected by his illusions. Besides, he hadn't even unleashed all his abilities, merely his automatic force field. Even if Leylin did discover this, he still had an excuse. It was impossible to use just these illusions to manipulate a Morning Star Magus, but if he could influence someone secretly and give hints to the other's mind once in a while, the other party would unknowingly work in his favor. That was very much possible. At this thought, the grins that Paul and Philip had on their faces became even brighter. For young Warlocks, this was a test to enter the core area. At the same time, it was a test of loyalty. It couldn't be helped, since after the attack by the Magi, these Warlocks were now paranoid. "I'm Leylin Farlier. It's an honor to be able to meet you." Leylin snickered in his heart, though his expression looked strangely sincere as he bowed with a noble's etiquette. "Haha, we're all bloodline brothers. Just call me Jalan." Jalan and Leylin began to discuss things affectionately, and he secretly sent Paul a gaze that told him he could relax. After the assurance, Paul and Philip could put their hearts at rest. "You were the only ones left for the gathering. Come in." Jalan stood by the gate and invited them. The three immediately entered. Poe. As if having passed through a formless layer of water, Leylin immediately felt the excitement boil in his blood once he entered the ancient castle. It was as if he had reached a very comfortable area, his body unconsciously relaxing. He revealed a look of astonishment. This was practically a heaven for bloodline warlocks. "You must be surprised," Jalan said with pride. "The bloodlines of all warlocks will resonate with the Blood Castle, to the point that their bloodline will even mature faster when here." There was no need for any more words. Leylin immediately understood how important this place was for lower-ranked warlocks. It was a godly place that could have the time one needed to advance. The Blood Castle was huge, but there was no such thing as a servant here. It seemed rather empty, with at most a few puppets and shadow servants. The Baroness surprised Leylin. Jalan brought Leylin and the other two deep inside the castle and opened a giant golden door. He then loudly informed the many warlocks inside, "Come, let us welcome our newest comrade, Leylin Farlier of the Ouroboros clan. Welcome, welcome. Come on, cheers." Behind the giant golden door was a large ballroom. There were giant crystal chandeliers all along the ceiling, gemstones glittering with kaleidoscopic light. The many warlocks in the ballroom were separated into their own little cliques as they spoke in low voices. Occasionally, one of them would go and lead a few dances. A few musicians that had been summoned as slaves through necromancy were seated in a corner, performing elegant and graceful music. When Jalan interrupted them, the ballroom first lapsed into silence. It was short-lived, however. The Warlock's gazes flitted over to him, and they began to cheer for the entrance of another comrade. Leylin immediately felt a twinge of fear, but ultimately relaxed. The number of morning stars here nearly exceeds the total number I've ever met before. Looks like this is a circle that one can only enter once they have a certain amount of power. Leylin returned greetings every once in a while, and he couldn't help but sigh ruefully when looking at the number of morning star warlocks here. Warlocks who could advance to the morning star realm clearly had bloodlines that surpassed the bloodlines of ancient creatures of the morning star realm. This fact was pretty obvious. Leylin carefully distinguished between the mess of tyrannical auras in the hall. The savage rhinoceros, water monkey, ancient velociraptor, there are too many. There are still many completely foreign bloodlines as well. These must be bloodlines of morning star creatures from other planes. Leylin looked around politely, but he was completely startled inside. Like every other warlock, most of those present here looked incredibly stunning. Even the unique characteristics of their morning star bloodlines had no effects on their external appearances, and instead added a feeling of natural strength. Come, Leylin, let's go sit. We need to discuss Jupiter's lightning. Paul brought Leylin along to greet each circle individually, and then pulled him into a corner. Jalan had long since taken his leave. Here, multiple long sofas had been shifted to form a circle. The morning star warlocks seated her had frightening energy waves coming off their bodies. These warlocks had very distinct features. Among them, some had octopus heads, clearly warlocks of the spirit circle. Besides them were a thin old man and young girl who had the traits of ancient wind wolves. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521, Transaction Plane. It was obvious that all the morning star warlocks in this group were from Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair. If this was in the past, Gilbert and the other two were likely to be part of this company. However, currently, Leylin was walking up there alone. Lord Leylin, let me introduce you. Paul and Philip pulled Leylin down to sit before Paul started the conversation. These are the two eldest warlocks in Spirit Circle, Lords Blair and Brunn. It is my pleasure to meet you too, Leylin said while bowing respectfully. The appearances of spirit warlocks were so eccentric that even Leylin could not figure out whether those two were brothers. Their octopus heads made it much harder to differentiate between the two. Philip also introduced a few others to Leylin. This is the eldest warlock of our Wind Wolf Lair, Lord Cybele. Beside him is his granddaughter, Palesa. Greetings, your graces. It was obvious to Leylin that the conversation here would mostly center around Cybele. After all, even his granddaughter was of morning star status, showing that he was not a simple fellow. The aura of his bloodline was so concentrated that it caused even Leylin to feel fear. Only such a bloodline could produce offspring who were also morning stars. You're Leylin, Gilbert's student? Cybele slowly opened his eyes, seemingly from a long period of rest. This contrasted with Palesa, who was looking at him from the side, her gaze full of curiosity. Leylin seemed to be too young even for a bloodline warlock. Yes, Leylin admitted. With a morning star mentor as their leader, there was no doubt that Leylin would benefit greatly from joining their team. Since you are Gilbert's disciple, you're no stranger to us. Cybele nodded his head. Philip, pass him the astral coordinates. Yes, sir. Philip solemnly passed Leylin a ball of light that resembled a star. What is this? Leylin exclaimed. His pupils shrunk, and the AI chip immediately started analyzing it. Beep, discovered astral coordinates, recording information in Astral Experiments database. The AI chip responded immediately. This is an astral coordinate, one that is attached to a miniature plane. Do you know what a plane is? Cybele explained slowly. Leylin recalled a description in an ancient book he'd read as he replied. It is a place that is not high enough in rank to be called a world. It is a tiny space where the rules are fragmented and incomplete, but the worth of any plane greatly exceeds that of a pocket dimension. The difference between a plane and a pocket dimension that could only be located within a world was that a plane could directly take root in a turbulent dimension, and also had the potential to grow into a world, just that it was extremely rare. Some planes had absolutely no signs of any living soul, but some others nurtured the existence of many powerful beings, and were not much different from worlds, just like the plane the devils resided in. That's right. This is one such plane. It's the plane where transactions take place between Morningstar Warlocks, Cybele exclaimed. A transaction plane? Leylin's pupils shrunk. Yes. Don't you find it extremely troublesome that every time we gather, we have to travel such long distances, especially when a specific material is required for the transaction? A few radiant moon magi thus gathered to create a miniature plane right next to the Magus World, as the headquarters and base of transactions for Morningstar Warlocks. Cybele slowly revealed what was going on behind the scenes. Were it not for his being a Morningstar and also a bloodline warlock, Leylin would never have the opportunity to obtain this information. However, even if it is convenient to have a transaction using an astral gate, the energy it uses up, astral gates opened up passages to a different plane. The energy they consumed to make this possible was extremely overwhelming, especially if an object or even a living organism had to pass through. The amount of energy required might even exceed the value of the object itself, which was shocking enough to make any magus puke blood. That's only when we connect to distant planes. Cybele shook his head. The amount of energy required to connect to a plane naturally increases with distance. Forget transactions of goods, even the cost of exchanging spiritual force messages will not be worth it. However, a transaction plane is a different deal. It's located right at the edge of our world, so the energy required to open a gate to the place is so little it's practically negligible. Were it not so, we wouldn't have used such a thing either. This explanation was very logical, and Leylin nodded his head in agreement. But on the inside, he was shocked by the Warlock's magnanimous gesture to forcefully seize a plane and hook it up at the edge of the Magus World, as the core of transactions impressed Leylin quite a bit. The strength and spirit of these radiant moon warlocks was amazing. Once you set up your very own astral gate, you can use these coordinates after branding them on. What you'll find inside will definitely be a good surprise. Cybele was speaking extremely slowly, as if he'd fall asleep at any moment. Yet Leylin nodded seriously. Thank you, Your Grace. Judging from how one needed to be at the Morningstar realm to even participate, the things he could find there would definitely not disappoint him. Furthermore, it would definitely suit bloodline warlocks especially. On top of that, the mode of transaction was very convenient, and one could even complete the transaction from within their own Magus Tower, which would be incomparably swift. Were Gilbert still here, Leylin would have acquired these coordinates the moment he advanced. But he wasn't. Cybele granting him these coordinates was no small matter, and hence Leylin sincerely expressed his thanks. Cybele closed his eyes with a grunt of affirmation before moving on. Paul, it's time to talk about Jupiter's lightning. Just the mere mention of the name turned all the warlocks present pale. The deterring power of a radiant moon magus was truly terrifying. I do not understand. What is it exactly that Jupiter's lightning has against my Ouroboros clan? I apologize for my lack of knowledge. I spent all my time before this focusing on my promotion and rarely participated in such affairs. Leylin's question revealed his own shortcomings. We understand. Breaking through to the Morningstar realm does take up all of one's time and energy. It is fully understandable that you didn't take notice of anything else. Let me explain the situation. Leylin's specious response and overly young age immediately made Paul think that he had gotten an answer out of Leylin. He told the story from the very beginning. You can see for yourself that this so-called union is only a very loose alliance. There's actually a lot of smaller circles within it. Paul took a sip of the green beverage on the table and pursed his lips. Yet the three of us, Spirit Circle, Wind Wolf Lair, and your Ouroboros clan, have always been collaborating with each other. Exactly 3 years ago, we took control of a region that we had been coveting for, banishing the small Magus organization already present there. We originally only thought that they were a small organization, and we didn't expect that they actually had the backing of Jupiter's lightning. This was how we invoked their wrath. Even though Paul's explanation seemed simple and direct, Leylin felt there was more to it. There was likely to be something in that region that neither side would want to give up on, perhaps some top secret or some other substantial benefit. Magi were shrewd people. If not for such a thing, they would have solved any dispute long ago. It was impossible for something so minor to become such a big deal. After that, we surrounded that region and began our attack on Jupiter's lightning. However, they too struck back, ambushing the 3 elders of your clan." Paul's expression was gloomy. One could easily tell that their clan hadn't had an easy time either during the series of attacks. "Jupiter's lightning has a radiant moon Magus. How exactly did we manage to endure their attacks?" Leylin finally asked the question that had been stewing in his mind for ages. "We'd managed it due to the alliance between the 3 Chem-Dukes and Lord Cybele. The 3 Chem-Dukes were already accomplished enough to match up to a radiant moon Magus. With the addition of Lord Cybele, we even held the advantage." Paul sighed before he continued. However, now, Leylin's expression sank. He realized that with the loss of 3 Morning Star Warlocks, they were currently in a precarious situation. "What would you want me to do about the impending war then, my lords?" Leylin was cautious, already prepared to immediately reject them if they asked him to do anything dangerous. The moment Cybele, who was sitting in the center, opened his eyes, it was as though a ray of lightning had streaked through the place. The glow was so bright it hurt Leylin's eyes. "Even though Jupiter's lightning has harmed 3 of our comrades, we will never admit defeat. We won't let them off. I've already sacrificed quite a bit to invite a Radiant Moon Warlock to help us suppress the Radiant Moon Magus on their end," he exclaimed, giving them some extremely important information. "A Radiant Moon Warlock?" Leylin cried out involuntarily. A rank 5 Bloodline Warlock was one of the highest-ranking Warlocks in the entire continent, and a rank 5 Warlock could even defeat Breaking Dawn Magi. That sort of person was extremely rare, and none of them had even shown up for the gathering. For Cybele to be able to acquire one's assistance caused Leylin boundless surprise. Due to the reinforcement by the Warlock's bloodline, he would definitely far exceed a Magus of the same rank. Jupiter's lightning's radiant moon Magus would be no match. With the amplification by the bloodline, the best radiant moon Warlock would make even a breaking moon Magus wary of them. This ensured that the heritage and status of Warlocks was passed down in the central continent. Such characters were the foundation of every Warlock organization's strength. It was not easy to ask one for their assistance. And yet, Cybele had managed to do exactly that. This made Leylin wonder what sort of conditions he'd offered to make that deal. Leylin rubbed his chin as he looked at his surroundings. Even though this was not the first time they'd heard this news, all the Morning Star Warlocks had excitement written on their faces. Cybele turned fierce. "Our mission is to join forces and eradicate all the remaining Morning Star Magi in Jupiter's lightning at once, and then seize Crystal Mountain completely." "Agreed. Agreed. I have no objections." The Warlocks present at the scene all nodded simultaneously in agreement. Afterwards, all the attention was placed on Leylin. It was time to hear his stand on the matter. "If it isn't too dangerous, I'll agree. However, first, I'd like to take a look at the memorandum and crystal records." Leylin's face was filled with gloom, but he still eventually agreed to it. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 522, Changes in contract after the banquet ended, Leylin decided to stay at the Blood Castle for a while. During this period, he constantly received intelligence about the situation at Crystal Mountain. The Crystal Mountains was the main area where the conflict with Jupiter's lightning happened, a mountain range that was located near the Isle of Arcelor. The Crystal Mountains were named so because of its production of a type of high-energy crystal ore. This ore could, to an extent, replace magic crystals as a power source for puppets, or to build formations and artifacts. This led to a decent demand for the ore, which kept the prices high. It could be found everywhere on Crystal Mountain, even on the surface. This made extracting the ore easy, causing the place to be regarded as a natural source of wealth. Of course, even so, it could only entice weaker magi. It wasn't nearly enough to draw the eyes of morning stars. Ore mines of such quality were already present in Jupiter's lightning, Spirit Circle, and even within the Ouroboros clan. It wasn't worth a fight between morning stars. The real worth arose from a rumor about the place. Legends recounted that this was originally the headquarters of an ancient, large-scaled Magus organization, Scarlet Crescent. During the war, the ancient Magi had peered into the future and decided to conceal the entire region with spell formations. They left their heritage there, and it would only appear when it was time. Many magi had brushed this off in the beginning in mockery, calling it nonsense. But on-site inspections by Cybele and the others revealed that those remains indeed existed and even hid enormous wealth. Jupiter's lightning had learned of this information at the same time. As such, there was a disagreement about the ownership of Crystal Mountain. Battle soon ensued. Both sides had shown restraint in the beginning. The battle was restricted to a small spatial rift, and only involved those at or above the Morning Star rank. But when the radiant moon Magus found himself at a disadvantage against the combined forces of the 3 giant Chem-In serpent warlocks and Cybele, he felt extremely embarrassed. Thus, this matter abruptly intensified. What followed was the 3 dukes being lost in the astral plane, and the allied armies besieging the Ouroboros clan in the midst of trickery. Were it not for the unexpected factor called Leylin, the Ouroboros clan could possibly have been annihilated in this tempest, ending the legacy of the giant Chem-In serpent warlocks in the continent. You merely had a small disadvantage, and your revenge was already so vicious. Leylin had already formed an image of the radiant moon Magus of Jupiter's lightning. He was a cruel, petty man. Normally, such characters were not to be feared, but once one fellow possessed such enormous abilities, Leylin would dread meeting him. According to rumors and the data collected by Mentor and his team, the surfacing time of the remains of the Scarlet Crescent would be when the sun, stars, and moon converge, and when the Ark of Oak appears. Leylin put down the top-secret documents, and the AI chip began calculations. Time format identified to be from the ancient era. Converting into the calendar used by the central continent, date is approaching soon. Leylin stroked his chin. No wonder the struggle got so violent that they even wanted to get me involved. As for the intentions of Spirit Circle and Wind Wolflair, he was very clear on what they wanted. They might have made some pact with the 3 Morning Star warlocks of the Ouroboros clan previously, setting regulations about the distribution of the spoils. The other party in the pact had disappeared, but the contract still stood. And yet, they were unwilling to just transfer these benefits to him. As such, getting him involved and having him represent the Ouroboros clan, they wanted to rework the pact imminently. If they didn't, they'd have to share all the benefits they painfully acquired with Leylin, and it was not a welcome thought. However, even Leylin agreed with this matter. Simply put, the benefits were meant to be for the 3 Morning Star warlocks. And now, although the benefits had been reduced by a little, they were meant solely for him. He was, after all, the sole representative of the Ouroboros clan, possessing the right to negotiate on their behalf. Thus, it was understandable that they'd give up a few things to garner his support. In this scenario, the gains of the Ouroboros clan, on the whole, would reduce, but he would have good profits himself. With that being the case, why wouldn't he agree? "Lord Leylin, are you there?" Paul's voice suddenly sounded from outside. "I'm here," Leylin replied as he opened the door. "If you have made your decision, we can proceed with the contract alteration ceremony." Paul smiled as he conveyed the message. "Certainly." Leylin nodded his head and followed Paul to the hall. Those present numbered 5. Along with 2 spirit warlocks were Cybele, Palesa, and Philip. In the center of the tiny hall was a long table dressed with a red tablecloth. On it was the contract, along with a goose-feather pen and ink. Leylin trembled the moment he stepped foot into the hall. He felt as if he'd entered a boundless domain, one filled with an air of righteousness. "This is the domain of righteousness. This place was the witness when we signed the contract with the 3 Duke the last time too," Cybele explained. "Contracts made among Morning Star, Magi could not be broken. With the included effectiveness of this binding, the pact was absolute." No wonder Cybele, that old monster, still had no choice but to follow the rules and make allowances for Leylin, getting him to alter the contract. Leylin walked towards the table, scrutinizing the slight differences between the old contract and the new. The new one halved the Ouroboros clan's benefits, causing Leylin to knit his brow. But under the column that noted the beneficiary, the name had been changed. The names of the 3 dukes had been replaced with Leylin Farlier. The 3 dukes had placed the condition upon Cybele that, were they to die, the benefits would be transferred to the Ouroboros clan. Now it was all being handed over to Leylin. "How is it? If there is any problem, feel free to tell us. We will address it and make the changes right away." The urgency in Cybel's tone was evident. The time for the revelation of the remains was drawing near, after all. If they hadn't even solved internal issues, how were they to vie over other things? Leylin closed his eyes for a second as he pondered before asking. The contract states that additional spoils will be distributed on the basis of military strength and contribution. Exactly what are the criteria? Of course, it will be based on the achievements of the Morning Stars. Cybel answered without hesitation. In his opinion, the troops below the Morning Star realm weren't even worth consideration. Very well. I wish to add another clause regarding emergency evacuations. In the event that one encounters an irresistible strength, namely an opponent at the Radiant Moon realm, we are permitted to use any methods we wish to exit the battlefield. This will not change the distribution of the spoils. Any objections? Leylin presented himself like one who specialized in law and litigation. Cybel and the others were stunned, and they exchanged glances with one another. If that is what you wish, sure. Cybel nodded his head, and Philip immediately stepped forward, making the alterations with the goose feather pen. I have no other issues. After ironing out some disputes, Leylin finally nodded his head in agreement. He took out a seal from his chest and stamped on the contract. Wang. After the seal was stamped, an image appeared on the light yellow paper. It was that of a black snake biting its own tail, swiveling around unceasingly. This was the official seal of the Ouroboros clan. It was originally held and controlled by the previous 3 giant Chem-In serpent warlocks, and now it was in Leylin's hand. Fortunately, due to some unknown reasons, the 3 dukes had signed the contract under the Ouroboros clan's name. Otherwise, Leylin would not have been able to make the amendments. After the last seal had been stamped solemnly by the last Morning Star warlock on the contract, the power of righteousness in the hall rose to the limit. The new contract gradually floated into the air, glowing a beautiful golden yellow as the old contract silently turned into a pile of ash. All right, let us discuss the next arrangements. With the contract successfully altered, Cybel and the other Morning Star warlocks seemed to have been refreshed with confidence and started to develop positive feelings for Leylin. Cybel impatiently urged everyone to begin planning battle strategy. He clearly couldn't wait. Leylin plastered a smile on his face, but deep inside he rolled his eyes. How could I not alter it? I'm alone, unlike the 3 mentors. If I'd persisted, I would end up with nothing in the end, even attracting the malice of your 2 organizations. Weighing his options, Leylin had ultimately chosen to alter the contract. It was the best option under his current circumstances. He believed that even if the 3 dukes were to return from purgatory, they would not be displeased by his decision. Within Jupiter's lightning, other than the radiant moon Magus, there are over 10 morning stars. In the middle of a room that resembled a command center, Cybel slowly explained the details of Jupiter's lightning, and Leylin was finally exposed to their strength. The other party's leader will be pinned down by the Radiant Moon Warlock on our side, don't worry. We just need to take care of the remaining 10+ Morning Star Magi. Many of Jupiter's lightning's important territories and missions required Morning Star Magi to oversee them. As such, I suppose not more than 9 Morning Star Magi will be at Crystal Mountain. Cybel seemed to be very familiar with information about Jupiter's lightning. He either had a specialized channel of information or managed to ambush a spy. Spirit Circle can take care of 3, Paul remarked with surety. Very well, Palesa and Philip will hold up 2 of them. That means we are down to 4 morning stars. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, Plan and Operation Cybel glanced at Leylin. I can take on 3. It won't be a problem to take care of the remaining 1, right? After all, you managed to kill Demon Hunter Cyril. I look forward to witnessing you opening the battle with your great skills, hopefully ending quickly and assisting others. No problem, Leylin stroked his nose. Cybel seemed to be at the peak of the Morning Star realm and could even take on 3 Morning Star Magi at the same time. No wonder the other warlocks respected him so. After the deployment had been settled, Cybel heaved a heavy sigh, his tone tinged with regret. Actually, Leylin, if your mentors were present, we would be at a great advantage. Pity, but it's all too late now. Besides, you and you alone can take care of this matter. We can only furnish you with logistical assistance. It would be good enough to have all of this, Leylin quickly declared. It was fundamentally impossible for one organization to interfere and provide military support to another. It was an extremely easy way to seize power. In the event that Cybele had deliberately tricked Gilbert and the rest, causing them to perish in their search for purgatory, it would be too late for the Ouroboros clan to even shed tears. Although the possibility of this happening was slim, prevention was better than a cure. As such, Cybele and the rest had to remain low-key to avoid attracting suspicion. All right, we'll set off immediately and head towards the Crystal Mountains. This time, we need to get our hands on the historical remains of Scarlet Crescent. Cybele waved his hand in the air, emanating a heroic spirit. The other Morning Star's eyes gleamed with a thirst for success. At a Magus military base, the entire place was covered with detection towers and barriers, sinister-looking steel puppets and bio-beasts alongside fangs and cannons. From time to time, spiritual force undulations of crystal phase magi could be felt as they swept through the area on patrol. In fact, there was even the terrifying aura of an occasional Morning Star Magus, causing the most ferocious of mutated beasts to be petrified and whimper in fear. We do not know the concrete location of the historical remains, though we do know that there are a total of 13 likely sites. 5 of them are in our hands and the rest are with the opposite side. This place is one of their military bases. The ones keeping watch here are the hunter Boric and the marine giant Siebel. The silhouettes of Leylin and Philip appeared at the heavily guarded military base. The convergence of the sun, stars, and moon and the appearance of the Oak's Ark is very soon. Leylin's eyes sparkled. With the help of the AI chip, his calculations of the star's trajectory was much more advanced and accurate than the many astrologers on the continent. The lower right corner of the AI chip's interface stated the time clearly: 1 hour 24 minutes. Ridiculously, Cybele and the others believed that the historical remains would appear in these 2 days, and they were seizing the military bases everywhere. It requires a huge amount of calculating and researching to determine where the remains would appear. Even Jupiter's lightning along with Cybele, and his men could only conclude that these 13 locations were likely. As for Leylin, he was certain that this base was more than 80% likely to be the location. This was due to the amazing processing power of the AI chip. With him joining the Union, Cybele had revealed all information associated with the place. Thus, unknown to him, Leylin was able to determine both a time and a place for the reappearance. Leylin guarded the secret of the AI chip fiercely and would obviously not reveal anything. He only fought for the opportunity to be bestowed this mission and then watched Cybele assign the subsequent missions. It's almost time to start. Philip looked at the pocket watch in his hand. Leylin turned to look at the Wind Wolf Warlock. According to his calculations, this location looked to be the entrance to the historical remains, and Philip along with himself would, unfortunately, be the first Magi to enter and explore. With him here, Cybele and the others will be attracted to come over. I will have no need to worry about being a lone soldier. Leylin was very generous. Besides the point that it was mentioned in the contract that one should not attack their own ally, he would not be able to pocket such huge portion of historical remains alone. The starting time Philip spoke about was the time they'd agreed on to launch their combined offensive. Before the radiant moon Magus from the Jupiter's lightning was pinned down, no one was willing to make the first move. At this moment, a wave of frenzied energy passed through the area. It was close enough to hear the rumbles from where it passed. Leylin could faintly see the image of a 3-headed golden-yellow lion appearing, dragging a Magus whose body was covered in lightning images into a struggle. This is the power of the radiant moon? Leylin looked at the golden lion, and his face revealed a faint sense of loss. This was a rank 5 Warlock, someone who walked the path of the bloodline as well. The guidance he could get from this was incomparable to anything else. This is the clone of Lord Wade, the golden lion? Philip's tone was filled with respect, and Leylin's eyes opened wide in amazement. What? He pointed at the lion's golden heads in disbelief. They were spouting fire, ice, and lightning at the same time. This is just a clone. How formidable is his true form? We Warlocks are rightfully much stronger than the Magi, Philip proudly declared, Lord Wade is one of the main pillars of support of the Warlock Union. His true form is feared even by breaking dawn Magi. One clone is enough to deal with a mere radiant moon Magus. During their conversation, Leylin saw that the aura that emitted from the phantom of the three-headed lion formed a lightning cage that dragged the radiant moon Magus into a spatial rift. Damn, be careful, I'm sure they have more cards up their sleeves. The moment the rift began to close, an unwilling violent yell was transmitted that echoed throughout Crystal Mountain. The men at the base Leylin had been initially woken by the strong energy undulations. Now the uproar was even more direct, and two streaks of strong morning star undulations appeared. To draw away the enemy, we will have to expose ourselves. This is an inevitable price to pay. Philip heaved a deep sigh. It's our move now. Indeed, Leylin nodded his head in agreement. Soon after, he saw the image of an ancient wind wolf, the size of a mountain, manifesting behind the other warlock. This enormous green wolf's body was covered with a layer of spike-like fur, all standing on end with a steely luster. Its eyes were glowing with a bloodthirsty aura, and a huge storm covered it, forming a bizarre form of armor. Rank 4 spell, Storm Annihilation. Philip's voice was deep and gloomy. He did not have the courage to use the Morning Star arcane art in the Central Continent. However, regular rank 4 spells were not off the table. The phantom wolf howled in sync with Philip. The distant and gloomy howl was extremely piercing and traveled far. Huge wind elemental particles violently came together, forming a strong convection current and finally creating a strong violent storm. Storm Annihilation. This was exactly what Leylin had employed at the West Seas Canyon to destroy the Azure Mountain King's clone. It had appeared here once more, this time at a much larger scale. Stop it! A flustered and exasperated voice emerged, and two streaks of light shot over. Ha, it's too late, Philip laughed heartily, hastening the effect of the Storm Annihilation to mercilessly crush the military base. The violent winds whistled. In the face of a storm that had the ability to destroy anyone below the Morning Star realm, the heavy guard of the military base was a joke. Countless puppets and the mutated beasts turned to dust, followed by a huge number of magi and buildings' runes etched into them. Stop them, don't let them rescue the others. Philip and Leylin firmly obstructed the way of the two Morning Star magi, stopping them from helping the others. Soon after the black storm was over, the original military base razed to the ground. The ground itself had sunk down a few layers. In front of a Morning Star, everyone else and any spells cast were as good as nothing. Two silhouettes emerged, glaring at Leylin and Philip. One of them was a dwarf with a huge wooden bow on his back, the other a blue-skinned brute who was over 3 meters tall. An enormous amount of pressure was released from both their bodies. Hunter Bollocks and marine giant Siebel. Philip gave a wide smile, revealing the sharp teeth in his mouth. I want the hunter, you can have the marine giant. The dwarf with the wooden bow smiled sarcastically as dark green whirlwind sprang forth from his body. He was a wind element Morning Star Magus and had been dissatisfied with Philip for a long time. No problem. Leylin moved a few steps to the side and obstructed the way of the blue giant. Let's change the battlefield, shall we? Philip eyed the opposing dwarf with provocation in his eyes. The huge phantom wolf exposed its sharp teeth. Humph! The dwarf opposite him snorted coldly, grabbing the huge wooden bow from his back. Space cracked apart in the between them, forming a huge rift. The spatial ripples were as if a curtain that was being drawn, and Philip and Bollocks were gone in the next moment. We do not need to change location. Let's settle it here. Leylin locked eyes with the giant in front of him and smirked. As the damage from clashes between Morning Star Magi was great and extensive, they usually made their moves in spatial rifts to prevent harming the Magus World. With Leylin's words, marine giant Siebel's face hardened. For a Morning Star Magus to dare to fight in the open, they were either crazy or absolutely confident in their power control. Evidently, this warlock was of the latter category. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, Marine Tribes Original Form. Marine Tribes Original Form. Leylin chose to battle here right away. He was confident in his energy control, and on top of that, he didn't want to move too far away. It would be too tragic if he failed to be the first one to detect the reappearance of the remains. He was also prepared to try out an interesting idea. For marine giant Sibyl, Leylin's attitude was nothing but a provocation. He shot Leylin a piercing gaze and soon released the massive power of his domain. The power of one's domain would only be perfected at the Morning Star realm. The effects of amplification and suppression would intensify, and the range of effect would also be extended. Morning Star domains were a far cry from rank 3 force fields. Turbulent, vast, and immeasurable. White ocean waves and the crystal-clear sea surface formed a horrifying scene. The depths of the ocean were darkened by the frantic waves, giving one an ominous premonition. The enormous tides engulfed Sibyl, completely hiding his body. Yet his voice was transmitted clearly, "This is my domain, ocean." In a split second, the ocean engulfed the entire area, burying the alpines and the wreckage left by Philip's spells. The boundless blue ocean roared at Leylin in rage. A real Morning Star domain, and the rules he controls are those of the water element. A glimmer of blue light flickered across Leylin's eyes as the AI chip recorded all data about the fluctuations and the power of the domain. Sibyl's aura rose quickly in this ocean, causing Leylin to be thrilled. "So you're of the marine tribe. No wonder your domain is such, changing the battlefield to be underwater." Leylin's voice trembled a little. It managed to traverse the depths of the ocean, but there was no reply. The marine tribe was a non-human species. However, they cohabited the Magus World with humans. They occupied the ocean while the humans occupied the land. It wasn't like there weren't any wars, but most of the time it was peaceful. There were legends and records about a great Magus Surhome who led all human magicians and fought off the enemies from the ocean. There were also Magi amongst the marine tribe, but they were extremely rare, as their chance of advancement was even lower than humans. To be able to meet with a Morning Star Magus of the marine tribe thrilled Leylin. He was puzzled as to why Sibyl was a part of Jupiter's lightning, but soon came to a realization. Despite the fact that Jupiter's lightning had the help of a radiant moon Magus, who was one of the top forces of the central continent, it was difficult for even them to nurture a Morning Star Magus. Other than resources and experience, luck was an important factor in becoming a Morning Star Magus. Given their high status in the central continent, it was extremely hard for any faction to have 10 or more Morning Stars like Jupiter's lightning did. It was impossible to rely on training their own, so they would recruit foreign Magi as well. The auras of the previous bowman and marine giant were pretty much impure. Leylin was rather puzzled back then, but now it looks like they could be from a different tribe or are hybrid Magi. The enormous waves surged into the sky, forming two dark blue crystal-like hands that gushed down towards Leylin. The sharp increase in the air pressure formed unstable currents and caused the space in the region to be unstable. Beep. Data about the ocean domain has been fully recorded. Leylin smiled upon hearing the mechanical voice of the AI chip. Corrosion. Gently, an ancient Byron runic chant slipped out of his lips. Hiss. Hiss. A large amount of uneven black pores appeared on the dark blue hand, corroding almost the entire arm within a second as if turning it into a beehive. Crack, crack. The gigantic arm lost its support and fell apart in the air, soon turning into a huge stream of water that merged back into the sea. "In the name of the Warlock, my power of bloodline," Leylin chanted out loud as a crimson barrier appeared on his body. Absorption of bloodline. Blood-red lightning flashed across his eyes, piercing through the pitch-dark ocean as it revealed everything. Meanwhile, aiming at a specific spot, Leylin stretched out his right hand and made a grasping motion with great force. An invisible air current appeared, causing a massive whirlpool in the middle of the ocean. "Aah!" A voice bellowed in agony from the whirlpool. "All bloodline creatures will be under my bloodline's control. Show up now," said Leylin, and the blood-red glow on his hand converged in his hand as he lifted his right hand into the air. Water gushed up into the sky and rained down like a huge fountain as a gigantic blue figure slowly appeared from the middle of the whirlpool. Numerous veins protruded from the blue skin, as if about to burst out at any moment. The wriggling veins looked like earthworms, sending shivers down one's spine. The giant groaned in agony, forced out of the sea while being battered by crimson lightning. "Multi-limb strength?" Leylin's eyes glittered, and the humongous phantom of a multi-armed race member appeared behind him. This phantom was much clearer than the previous ones, every single scale and pore on his body distinguishable. Even after reaching the Morning Star realm, this foreign arcane art could be of great use. Leylin even felt that combining the nourishment of his spirit with the body refinement of multi-limb strength, he would be able to reach the peak of the Morning Star realm at a much quicker pace, and would end up far more powerful than the rest. The phantom punched out in tandem with Leylin. Even a single arm of the humongous phantom was as large as Sibyl. It felt like 7 huge mountains appeared out of thin air and came crashing down at the same time when all 7 arms smashed towards him. Sibyl placed both arms in front of his chest, forming a dense shield of water that was to reduce the shockwaves from the attack. However, it was all in vain. The water shield was destroyed under the force of the phantom's arms. Bang! Sibyl was shot backwards by the explosive force of the collision. At the same time, threads of luminous blue liquid shot out from his pores and gathered to form a thumb-sized ball that landed on Leylin's palm. The bloodline of a marine giant at the Morning Star realm. Leylin nodded with satisfaction and kept the bloodline in a test tube. This was a rare material for bloodline experiments and could earn him a good sum even for his current realm. You are not an ordinary Morning Star Warlock. Who are you? As Sibyl regained consciousness, he stared at Leylin cautiously. With the amazing defensive and recuperative abilities of a Morning Star Magus, this sort of injury was nothing to him. Yet, Leylin was completely relaxed as before, clearly indicating that this wasn't his full strength. Sibyl gazed at the black-haired Morning Star Warlock in front of him, running through all the top-ranked Morning Stars in his mind, but did not manage to match the face to anyone. That is, until he recalled some more recent information, something that detailed Leylin's background. You are Leylin Farlier, the Morning Star Kempin Warlock of the Ouroboros clan. The one who killed Demon Hunter Cyril. Sibyl was in shock. Demon Hunter Cyril was considered a powerhouse among Morning Star Magi, but he'd been easily slain by Leylin. This accomplishment was much more challenging than a win-lose in an ordinary face-off, and Sibyl was well aware of that. For now, the best-case scenario is that I keep up my defense and sustain myself. I might even have to request reinforcements. He smiled bitterly at his own thought. Just then, a ring of pearls glowed around his waist, and he heard urgent voices shouting around, "It's the 3rd East region. We need immediate reinforcements. We're under attack by Spirit Circle. West region calling for reinforcements. 3 layers of defense have been destroyed. Damn it, the Warlocks seem to be fully concentrated in this region." "No, you bloody liars. Sibyl is in our North region. We should be the ones getting reinforcements." Ah. The transmitted voices had a lot of interference, and there were also loud sounds of explosions in the background that added a violent shuddergy. Sibyl's heart hit rock bottom. Knowing that Sibyl was here as well, he felt hopeless. "So this is your plan?" Sibyl looked fixedly at Leylin, but could not get any details off that expressionless face. "Even if it is so, I signed an agreement with Jupiter's lightning. Don't think you can get rid of me so easily." Sibyl thought in his heart and roared out a jumbled chant of sacrificial phrases. The serenity of the ocean was broken again by the violent movement of water as large amounts of it gathered around Sibyl. When the rumbling ended, a monstrous creature that was 1,000 meters tall appeared in front of Leylin. The monster had the head of a cow, the body of a human, and tentacles for feet. It growled like a raging bull. "This is your original form?" Leylin fended off the water bullets, looking at the humongous form of the magician, and chuckled. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 525, Scarlet Ruins. Scarlet Ruins. The marine tribe were not humans. Born of the ocean as they were, their bodies were like a manifestation of the laws of nature. Those of the marine tribe seen on the continent were similar to humans and had at most a few scales on their bodies. However, that was only the form they used specifically to communicate with humans. This monster that had appeared in front of Leylin was over 1,000 meters tall, and it was the true form of the marine tribe. After he revealed his true form, the undulations from Sibyl's body surged wildly, inspiring much greater terror than before. Leylin, however, revealed a grin of excitement. "I Chip, begin calculating the trajectory of the homing light rays. Endless blue light glowed in Leylin's eyes, and most of the AI chip's power was allocated to this task. Setting up model of opponent. Calculating trajectory. Siebel in his true form growled wildly, and soul force at the morning star realm mixed with enormous amounts of seawater, compressing it into just a centimeter-wide ball. Flickering with a blue light that transcended any normal brightness, it reached Leylin in the blink of an eye. Good timing! Leylin burst out in laughter. Bloodline power and soul force converged in his palm, the formidable energy undulations finally colliding with the blue ball with a rumble. The air buzzed and trembled, but there were no intense explosions or spatial cracks that appeared, causing the marine tribe Magus to be confused and his movements to slow. Shua. At this moment, the blue ball of energy was enshrouded by crimson light as it streaked through the horizon like a meteor. The light arched in the direction it headed, similar to a rainbow that suddenly filled the heavens. "Oh, Ochre Arc?" A shout of disbelief was let loose from the marine tribe Magus' lips. He raised his head and saw a bizarre scene. A giant sun suddenly emerged despite the fact that it was night, fusing with the moon and the brightest star, Venus. The dazzling yet harmless light formed a thin line that descended to the earth. Rumble! The air was unstable, and it seemed as if another large space was squeezed into the place, causing the two spatial force fields to overlap. "It's a success," Leylin rejoiced covertly. Using the AI chip's terrifying calculation abilities, he had mixed the opponent's strength with his own, causing the time of opening of Scarlet Crescent to be brought forward. This had not been his original intention, but he had suddenly been inspired after seeing the other party's morning star Magus. It ended up being an advantage for him. The early arrival of the ruins would likely cause the specific plans of the person behind all this to be affected. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it was to Leylin. This is the ruins of Scarlet Crescent? The marine giant's eyes grew wide as he mumbled in disbelief. Though he knew it was possible that the ruins could appear at any of the 13 strongholds, it was too much of a coincidence that it had appeared where he was. Seeing the image gradually becoming more distinct and forming a spatial passage glimmering with dark silver light, Siebel hesitated. However, he still chose to contact the other Magi and even their leader, the Radiant Moon Magus. However, when his soul force touched the communicative device, Siebel was suddenly startled. Their leader, the Radiant Moon Magus, was still in a spatial rift. Messages would definitely not be able to pass into the place. Even his other comrades were busy with the Morning Star Warlocks from the other side. The situation wasn't going well, but where could he go to find reinforcements? Seeing the look of hesitation on his opponent's face, Leylin chuckled and had no intentions of continuing. Though he was certain he could kill his opponent, he would need to use his Morning Star arcane art, and it would consume too much time. This was not the time and place. Thus, like pulling open a curtain, Leylin's hands pushed at the spatial crack, and he walked in without the slightest hesitation. After Leylin completely vanished into the spatial crack, Siebel gritted his teeth and spoke a few sentences to the communication imprint. He then followed and allowed the spatial waves to swallow him. The bodies of Morning Star Magi were able to go through even spatial turbulence. Spatial passageways like these that were similar to teleporting to pocket dimensions generally had no specific teleportation spell formation and could only be entered through force. What? The ruins have already appeared? So quickly? The Magi of both sides who were battling at the other strongholds seemed to receive the information at the same time. They, who were stunned by this sudden news, stood opposite each other for a moment without acting, then immediately rushed in the same direction. At this moment, in the outer regions of the rift in the world, boundless stars and vortices were part of the background, filling it with a sense of vastness and might. Here, it was as if a great war on the same level as that of ancient times was being replayed. A majestic lion that had a body of golden fur and 3 heads that kept spouting flames, ice and lightning suddenly stopped, seeming to be deep in thought. In front of it was a Magus with a luxurious pitch-black magic robe, a strange moon-shaped rune on his forehead. Wade, you made an error in your calculations. Though you might be able to stall me, someone else is benefiting. This Magus was obviously the great rank 5 Magus of Jupiter's lightning. Now, however, his expression held a rare expression of exasperation. This strange creature was not Wade's main body, but one of his most powerful clones. It had inherited the innate skills of the ancient clans, and its strength almost reached rank 5. Even he would find it difficult to take this being down, and might even be suppressed here. It's a mistake on the astrologer's part. It has nothing to do with the original plan. A middle-aged man's icy words sounded from the middle head of the three. Furthermore, I'm different from you. I'm just a clone. The three-headed lion raised its claws, looking pleased. Could it be that you? The radiant moon Magus expression suddenly changed as he tried to break through the seal and return. Trying to leave? How could it be that easy? Stay. The three-headed golden lion roared, its 3 gigantic mouths opening. A terrifying suction force similar to that of a black hole shot towards the radiant moon Magus. Even the rays of light in his surroundings were not spared as they were all sucked in. Howls and cries of indignance sounded every once in a while. In the main world, a golden meteor streaked through the horizon. Within the golden rays was a male Magus with long flaming hair that looked like a golden sunshine. His body and face seemed to be formed entirely of gold and was full of dignity. Meanwhile, however, he seemed to be deep in thought. Outside, in the direction of the ruins of Scarlet Crescent, 2 groups of Morning Star Magi, and even Philip as well as Hunter Bollocks, returned to their factions. After persisting with the confrontation for a while longer, they still charged into the spatial passageway at the same time. The air suddenly became tranquil, and only the deep depressions in the ground and large puddles of water proved that there had been a battle of morning stars here. Due to the extremely intense spell radiation, the region would be barren and void of life for a long period of time. There could even be formed a range of phenomena that would attract creatures of different planes, becoming another fearful area that would become famous in the central continent. Whoosh, the air rippled as a breeze blew past, revealing the sudden appearance of another human figure. What's going on? I calculated the timing based on the records of the ancestors. How could it have been brought forward? A simple-clothed old man with a full head of white hair muttered, eyes without focus. The opening of the Scarlet Crescent ruins was initially an opportunity for our organization to rise, but unexpectedly such complex issues are involved in there. The old man began to mutter to himself. First was the discovery of our secret, causing several Warlock organizations and Jupiter's lightning to covet it. It even resulted in a war, and the diary that stated the time of appearance of the ruins was wrong. What exactly is going on? Because of Leylin, this old man whose origins were unknown was beginning to have doubts in his outlook of the world. However, his education from a young age and the philosophy he had developed over the years allowed the old man to quickly regain his calm. No matter what it is, my ancestor was a member of Scarlet Crescent. My organization is also one of the branches that has inherited part of the teachings of the ancient Scarlet Crescent organization. This ruin should be ours. The old man's expression instantly turned vicious, and a halo of resplendent starlight burst forth. The spatial passageway opposite began to tremble as if it had sensed something. It, too, shot out a large amount of light, fusing with the splendor on the old man's body and absorbing the whole bundle of starlight, leaving nothing behind. What a strange setup. Leylin currently had his hands behind his back as he strolled along a spatial corridor filled with starlight, his own body shrouded in crimson. There were multiple spatial rifts that caused turbulence within, but they could not cause even a ripple on his body. To completely isolate this region, I can only wait until a specific time. Only then can I enter the passageway through the spatial flow. Leylin's eyes were full of praise. Such an intricate setup, as well as space division spells. This is truly frightening. The morning star realm that he had reached was only the bare minimum of ancient times. There was still a long way ahead, and he would naturally not feel conceited or complacent. On the contrary, the more he knew, the more Leylin felt that the information he had acquired was much too little. He became increasingly humble. The power who had set up such a spatial spell formation was an existence he needed to look up to and learn from. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526 Radiation. Now, the ruins seem to be nearby, but in fact, Seeing the indistinct space in front of him, Leylin shook his head. He'd just found the entrance. It wouldn't be easy for him to achieve his goals and enter the place without using the right way. The others that had come afterwards were in the same situation. After all, it wasn't likely that they'd find the successors of Scarlet Crescent, so Leylin and the other Magi didn't bother to deduce the proper way to go in. With them being morning stars, as long as they found the entrance, it would only be a matter of time before they broke in. However, the rules of space were powerful and mysterious. Leylin could only manage to survive in here for now, and he needed to deduce a plan to break through this spatial defense. The other morning stars who came after him were also stuck in the same dilemma. Thus, time was one of Leylin's advantages against the rest of the Magi. This was why he'd used Sibyl and made the ruins appear in advance. Although they had an agreement about the distribution of the spoils, that was only on the whole. As for who got what, it was largely dependent on who found it first. Wandering in the spatial passage was like taking a walk in outer space, nebulae of different shapes everywhere. There was even a silver spatial storm every now and then, and spatial turbulence whizzed by on occasion. Threads of a dubious black material were even coagulating around the passage, forming mysterious black buds and gave off a dangerous vibe. After walking for who knows how long, Leylin suddenly missed his footing and felt like he was falling down from up high. Even more strangely, he felt like he was rising up afterwards. After the strong sense of weightlessness passed, Leylin found himself standing in a little garden. The black buds he saw before covered the flower bed, some even making it onto the hedges. A wooden board covered in tentacles was posted in a corner, the words on it faded. "Flowers full of malice and danger," Leylin muttered to himself. The AI chip searched the database but found no such ancient plant. Suddenly, the black flower buds trembled and bloomed, showing a crimson pistil. Thump, thump, thump. Like a chain reaction, masses of black buds bloomed, and the garden was instantly full of black petals flying in the air, red pistils emanating a threat like the tongues of snakes. The faint sense of an ancient curse made Leylin frown. Is it a final defense against intruders, or is it a warning? Leylin smiled, and his pupils turned into vertical slits that glowed red. The next moment, a strong and violent radiation was emitted from his body. This was the radiation of a morning star Warlock's body, containing the power of the bloodline of the ancient giant Chem-In serpent. Leylin kept it repressed in his everyday life, but now he let it all out, and it caused a horrible change. A layer of rainbow-like five-colored light shone with green and orange fluorescence filling the whole garden. The air turned hazy and the scene distorted. After the radiation passed through, the entire space seemed to become still, and the faint smell of rust permeated the air. The original colors of the garden were also diminished with the radiation, leaving only black and white. It started to look like an old photograph. A cracking sound rang out as a slight fracture appeared in a corner. It spread across the whole grayscale garden, leaving spatial cracks everywhere. And then, like the falling of a glass bottle, a low and jarring sound rang out as the whole garden was shattered apart, exposing the dark void filled with spatial storms. The storms roared, devouring all those fractures. The silver storms continued to mince the garden for a few minutes before the ruins were visible once again. The black buds in the middle had disappeared, leaving a few broken petals on the ground. It gave the environment a sense of gloom. Leylin's pupils returned to their original color with a flash of strange light. This burst of strength had taken a toll on him, but he had no choice but to employ it to maintain his time advantage. The full strength of a morning star Magus was enough to affect the normal functioning of many formations. On top of that, Leylin was not any Magus, but a warlock with the bloodline of an ancient organism. Combining his own power with that of his Chem-In bloodline, the power of his radiation was much greater, to the extent of even attracting extra-dimensional creatures. Leylin stared at a point in the void, silent. Over there, a conscient, or rather, a group of conscients was coming through slowly. Although it was invisible, Leylin could sense the being through his soul force. Creatures from a higher dimension. Or a plot of Scarlet Crescent? Leylin's eyes showed surprise. Outsider, what have you come here for? A conscient entered Leylin's mind through the connection of soul force. The voice was that of an old woman, but it was interspersed with much more, the roars of multiple other creatures. "To find the truth," Leylin said with a low voice, providing an ambiguous answer. "The truth." Even those of Scarlet Crescent were still pursuing it. "You've come to the wrong place," the voice sighed. "I didn't come to the wrong place. The ways of the ancient warlocks will be a valuable reference, and their experiences will save me time." Leylin's soul force countered the unknown creature sharply. He could sense that this creature did not have a normal body. It was just a ball of light emitting a strange power, perhaps a creature hiding its true body in a higher plane. Even so, after confronting Leylin's soul force for a while, the will seemed to yield. "Follow the path of quandary, it will lead you to your answer." As the voice faded, the sound of movements could be heard as a brand new aisle appeared in a corner of the garden. The floor was made of gray stone, and black specks spread out along the floor like numerous insects. They had the figures of twisting faces. Scanning with his soul force, the outline of the path of quandary appeared in Leylin's mind. After ensuring that there was no danger, Leylin bowed to the void and stepped directly onto the path. The sound of footsteps could be heard as the black garden disappeared from sight the moment his feet hit the stone floor. All that remained was a long sigh. Soul whip! Massive invisible waves of energy swept through the air as dozens of giant swamp monsters trembled. It was as if they were tortured by some invisible whips, and they hit the floor after a while, their unconscious eyes filled with fear. "My lord, this seems to be the maze lock. We are in a defensive trap of Scarlet Crescent," Paul reported to Cybele. Although both of them were Morning Star Magi, their powers were far apart, and thus they had widely varying statuses. "This is the Naraku Type 2 maze, a kind of maze liked by those ancient warlocks. There should be 9 levels, each level having its own keys and riddles. We must break through them one by one, or we'll never get to the end," Cybele nodded. He'd obviously studied up on these things. Beside him, other than Paul, the warlocks from Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair had all disappeared. And a few unfamiliar Morning Star Magi were just watching everything detachedly. "Well, it's our turn this time. According to our agreement, you are up next time." Cybele took several green gems from the swamp monster as he spoke to those morning stars. "Of course," their leader replied, his eyes cold. This Magus with a golden headband had no sense of fear even when confronting Cybele. Seeing this, Paul smiled bitterly in his mind. The sudden appearance of the ruins of Scarlet Crescent rendered most of their plans useless. The entrance of the ruins contained some mysterious spells cast by ancient warlocks, and those who entered through abnormal ways would encounter barriers. The dispersion made Paul feel depressed. Were it not for Cybele, he would have been killed here. After all, they were mortal enemies before, and that was still true. Paul sighed. Even the tentacles on his head seemed dispirited. He would be safe following Cybele, but there wouldn't be any gains. Leave alone those Morning Star Magi, even Cybele would leave him with nothing. Compared to his resignation, the Magi on the other side were hysterical. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 527, Path of Quandary. Path of Quandary, how could it be? Someone has already entered the Path of Quandary. That's extremely close to the core. The old Magus, wearing simple attire, observed the light yellow notebook in his hands, letting out a low growl. His expression was that of anxiety. On one of the pages of the light yellow notebook, a general map had been drawn out with weak black lines. There was a little black dot moving slowly in one of the central passageways that was labeled the Path of Quandary. There were also other dots on this map, but they were all situated at the exterior regions. The old man himself was marked with a white dot. Though he was much faster than the morning stars outside who were being hindered by the labyrinth, he was still at the middle section and a distance away from the core. In contrast, Leylin's black dot was only a few steps away from the core, which was marked in red. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why is there a Magus that's so fast?" the old man cursed, his expression full of impatience and indignance. "It's a pity that I only have the correct method to enter the ruins. I can't control all the secret mechanisms, or else." Though the old Magus ancestor had been a member of Scarlet Crescent, he was merely an ordinary member. While he had participated in the construction of the ruins, he had not been able to make contact with the core areas. Hence, obtaining this map, the password to enter, as well as some information, was the limits of what could be done. Leylin had also unexpectedly brought forward the timing of the opening of the ruins, causing things to become disadvantageous for the old man. Even if he was hurrying along, careful not to fall into any traps, he was still behind Leylin. I don't care anymore. As long as I can get to the core area, I still have a chance of turning the tables. The old man angrily used his fingers and traced the map, finding another route. However, just when he was about to move, his pupils suddenly shrank. A black dot entered the edges of a map. It was several times larger than the rest and was ringed in red. The few traps and patterns at the exterior were completely destroyed in the face of the large dot, and even their names disappeared from the map. The man wailed in anguish. A rank 5 Magus rushed here so quickly. Are you even giving me any chance at all? While he kept lamenting, the old man's footsteps did not lose speed. Instead, he began to move more quickly. If he was slightly slow and allowed the rank 5 Magus to take over this place, this area would no longer be of any concern to him. Besides, there was a certain item at the core region that he needed to obtain, which was his main goal. Just wait till I get control of the core. The old man stared at the little black dot in the Path of Quandary, his expression revealing his frustration. Leylin, of course, did not know that someone had him in their thoughts. He was now walking on a little pathway of ash-gray stone. The path was surrounded by white fog on both sides, and it became increasingly dense as it concealed the scenery. On the still, empty road, only his footsteps sounded unceasingly. The scenery that was exactly the same on both ends made it easy for one to forget time, giving rise to a strong sense of fear. Combined with the unique power in the fog, even a Magus' tenacious willpower might not hold out. If it were other lower-ranked magi, they might long since have broken down, crying and yelling that they wanted to return, begging for release. However, resolution showed on Leylin's face, as if this was negligible. In the face of his mindset, that was 10,000 times more stronger than steel, things that ancient magi had specifically set up to test one's will were trivial. As Leylin went deeper in, the surrounding fog became more dense, and even his feet became unclear. Every step seemed like he was walking on clouds. Leylin took a step, and the scenery suddenly changed. Now, the room had dark yellow planks and a moldy ceiling. The squeaks of mice could be heard from the corner. It was the most common image seen by commoners in the continent. There was not one piece of furniture in this little wooden cabin. Strangely, all that existed was a golden parrot cage at the center, a toad with a pipe in its mouth on top. "Hey, brother. Are you here to give me a love letter on Miko's behalf? Please tell her that I'm busy and can't make it to the date tomorrow evening." The toad was dressed in a black top hat, looking relaxed. It puffed out one white smoke ring after another from the pipe. Leylin was dumbstruck as he watched the toad, unsure of what was going on. "Are you not Miko's messenger? Oh, then it must be Elizabeth. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. That skin, full of folds and spores, as well as those protruding eyes, oh, she's my angel." The toad jabbered on, but what it said only baffled Leylin. At one point, he could no longer take it and asked, "Where is this?" "Quark's cabin, number 232 at the edge of the world." "Is there a problem?" The toad put its pipe down, its large eyes that were like light bulbs shooting Leylin a glance. Could it be that the Path of Quandary is similar to an astral gate? Has Scarlet Crescent's defensive formation sent me to another plane? This sudden thought left Leylin unable to decide whether he should laugh or cry. Many ancient defense systems had a last resort when they encountered an enemy that was much too powerful for the spell formations to be of use, banishment to an alternate world. This was akin to an astral gate, teleporting magi out of the Magus World. As this was a one-time thing with no definite coordinates, unlucky magi would usually be sent into spatial turbulences far, far away, or even into a giant storm. It would be extremely lucky to find another plane with life on it. However, returning to the Magus World, there was no need to even think about it. The current situation caused Leylin to have doubts. At this moment, the floor suddenly began to tremble, seismic waves passing through every few moments. "What's going on?" Leylin tried scanning with his soul force, but found that his soul force had been repressed to the limit. It could not even see past the cabin. It's nothing. I have a new neighbor preparing to move in. The toad jumped off the parrot cage nonchalantly, bouncing as it headed out. Leylin turned his head and thought about it for a moment, eventually following behind it. After opening the door of the wooden cabin, his body suddenly went stiff, eyes flashing with disbelief. In front of him was a large sandy wasteland. There were black holes and distorted nebulae in the sky, and a large green shadow that seemed to have taken root in the cosmos was shifting its body. It was a giant ancient tree, its green leaves spilling with a jade-like luster. Leylin had seen many ancient trees before, and there were enormous trees in Creevy City where houses could be built on their leaves. However, the entirety of Creevy City was like a tiny thing in comparison with this gigantic tree, not comparable to even a leaf. "Hello, new friend, do you need any help?" After seeing this tree, the toad happily went forward to welcome it, jumping onto a root as thick as a mountain. Compared to the tree, the toad was like a speck of dust. No, it was 10,000 times smaller than a speck of dust. Leylin was speechless. Soon after, he realized that he had indeed walked out of a wooden cabin, but the surroundings were a depthless black starry cosmos, and the cabin had been floating in the sky. There was even a shaky scrawl on the bronze doorplate, reading number 232, Edge of the World. This house belongs to Toad Quark. On that gigantic root the toad had jumped onto was another little cabin, this one constructed askew. There was a number there as well, 233. The name had changed to Wisdom Tree. Leylin had no idea how big the other party was or how they entered the cabin. Watching the cabin on the tree root, as well as the toad, he could not come up with anything to say. Shortly after, however, his expression changed. The ancient wisdom tree, the intellectual being of the Magus World that once enlightened multiple great ancient magi, the culmination of all wisdom, rumble. A few large cracks opened up on the tree that extended to the cosmos, sucking in the violent spatial storms and producing soundless whimpers. Two enormous, yellowish eyes opened, followed by lips full of wooden lines. "It's been a long time, my old friend." The tree's words were extremely loud. Just the sound waves were enough to blow everything over. Toad Quark had no choice but to hug the root tightly in order not to be blown away by the violent hurricane. The wisdom tree's speech was very slow, taking a minute between syllables. It seemed that each thought required a great amount of time. "And also, a new friend," bang, the ground exploded, and a root that was like a mountain flew over, raising Leylin till he was before the ancient wisdom tree, meeting its starry gaze. "I smell myself on you." The wisdom tree's words were hard to decipher, but Leylin immediately understood what it meant. "Is it the essence of the ancient wisdom tree? And this?" Leylin produced a wooden cup, though it was now empty. It had once contained the essence of the wisdom tree and had been vital in supporting Leylin's advancement to rank 3. This wooden cup had been said to be made out of the bark of the wisdom tree. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, Breaking Through the Fog, Breaking Through the Fog, You're a Warlock? Ah, I remember this feeling. You must be from the Magus World, right? The ancient wisdom tree spoke slowly, each syllable taking a significantly long time. It was enough for any quick-tempered Magus to get annoyed. However, there were no traces of impatience on Leylin's face. On the contrary, he was full of respect towards the ancient wisdom tree, especially since his advancement to rank 3 was all thanks to it. Hence, he bowed deferentially. "Yes, I am Leylin Farlier, a rank 4 warlock of the Magus World. Greetings, mighty enlightener." The Enlightener was a title given to the ancient wisdom tree by the combined decision of all the magi in the Magus World. It was rumored that the ancient wisdom tree was the culmination of all wisdom. It was even knowledgeable in all the mysteries of the cosmos and the universe. There were countless high-ranked magi who had gained enlightenment with its help, and even the glamour of the ancient era was, in part, possible thanks to its guidance. However, the mighty ancient tree which had granted enlightenment and solved riddles had disappeared from the Magus World all of a sudden. No matter how hard the ancient magi tried to find it, no traces were left behind. In the following generations, many Magus historians had attributed the fall of the ancient era to the lack of guidance from the wisdom tree. leading to many ancient magi walking a path ridden with errors. Though Leylin did not really agree with this standpoint, it was true that it was very knowledgeable regarding magi. The Magus World. The ancient wisdom tree's large eyes flashed with nostalgia. I still remember, 20 or 25 dark ages ago, the magi were all adorable little children. Oh, there was one called Auden, and he was pretty good at barbecues. The mighty ancient wisdom tree was like an old man trying to chase after the past, jabbering on and on. Leylin waited silently at the side, while Toadquark was beginning to get annoyed. Old friend, are you moving again? You've only lived here for 87,000 years. I've only taken a nap and you're already moving again. An 87,000-year nap, Leylin was speechless. Yes, my friend, I feel the descent of terror. Even the end of the world can't hinder the spying of such power. The aftermath of the ancient era will continue to cause ripples, involving other worlds. The ancient wisdom tree said something that sounded like a prophecy, causing Leylin to be surprised. However, no matter how he inquired, it would not make a sound. It doesn't finish its words. Ugh, Leylin rolled its eyes inside, but then heard the sounds of the wisdom tree after speaking to the toad. And there's you adorable thing. I can answer one question of yours as a present. Of course, it cannot touch upon the topic from before. Many thanks, mighty enlightener. Leylin was elated. An opportunity to have the wisdom tree solve a riddle was not something any magus could have even in ancient times. Even a Breaking Dawn magus would smash their own head in for such a chance. However, after the moment of ecstasy, he grew perplexed. What should I ask? How to attain immortality? That's too vague. Leylin opened his lips, but eventually did not ask the question. After an intense struggle, Leylin's pupils flashed with soberness. Even if it's truly the ancient wisdom tree, it's only one of the ancient legends. It's probably at rank 8 or 9 as a magus, and even such a being needs to defend itself. Asking about is pointless. I need to think of something more suitable for myself. Having thought it through, the fog in Leylin's mind finally completely dissipated. Leylin took in a deep breath, clenched his fists, and asked the ancient wisdom tree this question. I would like to know how to break through the bloodline shackles of Warlocks. For now, there was nothing more important to him than solving this issue. The ancient wisdom tree raised a root and propped it against its lips, looking extremely similar to a human in thought. You can. The fog disappeared, and Leylin was started awake. He rubbed his forehead, that was slightly aching, and glanced at the gray slabs on the ground. The fog was dissipating from the surroundings, and buildings were gradually revealing themselves. The lost look in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with confusion. Was that scene real or an illusion? Leylin glanced at his hands. I'm already at Morning Star. Under the scan of my soul force, any illusory spells should have been seen through. Furthermore, Leylin felt his heart beat. The answer from the wisdom tree is still deep in my heart. It's very feasible. Such a situation left Leylin bewildered. Perhaps the Path of Quandary was a superior illusion, allowing intruders to find answers amidst their perplexment about where they were. This answer might already be deep in the intruder's heart and only made known at this point. Of course, if it can't be found, they would remain lost there. Combined with his former knowledge and experience, Leylin came to a specious conclusion. Inside, however, he felt as if what had just happened was real. With the strength of ancient magi, it was not impossible to create a scene like that. Another plausible reason would be that through endless flowing from the river of time, many scenarios had converged at this point. In other words, Leylin's mind had passed through the isolation of time and space, reaching one of the spatial fragments in the ancient era, and met the true ancient wisdom tree. I don't care anymore. There are only benefits for me here anyway. If it doesn't make sense, then so be it. When I get enough strength, I might even understand all of this naturally, Leylin thought optimistically. There were no cons whatsoever in coming to the Path of Quandary. He had even obtained a method to solve the issue of his bloodline shackles. While this was merely a tentative plan, it was still very precious. It might not even compare to all the benefits from Scarlet Crescent. However, since I've gone through the Path of Quandary, I should be getting some rewards. Leylin touched his chin, watching the large Magus building that had completely revealed itself, as a smile appeared on his face. What had appeared in front of Leylin was a little Western-styled building that was 2 stories high. The window at the balcony was still open, as if the owner had only been gone a short period of time. The brass door handle had a simple yet splendid luster and seemed to have been used regularly. Leylin knew, though, that this building had been abandoned for at least over 10,000 years. It was naturally magic that resulted in this effect. Ka-cha! After gripping the handle and putting some strength into it, the door was easily pushed open, revealing a hall with a giant fireplace. The firewood in there was still crackling and burning, a wave of heat gathering indoors. Besides what's on their bodies, Magi keep their most precious objects only in the bedroom, study room, and laboratory. Leylin scanned the area quickly and immediately gave up on the living room, going up to the second level of the building. He first found the study room. There seemed to have been some spatial spells used here, and upon opening it, what was presented in front of Leylin was an enormous space comparable to a football field. There were large bookshelves that towered at 10 or so meters tall, but everything there was empty, leaving behind only a pile of ash in the compartments. Leylin rummaged through the area quite a few times and had the AI chip check the area repeatedly without giving up, but he eventually resigned himself to the situation and left the study room. I never expected that all the books and research materials would have been taken away. What else would be left? Leylin was slightly dejected, but still searched through room after room. He then found the original owner's bedroom. Unexpectedly, he was easily rewarded with something on the makeup table. A blood-red earring in the shape of a crescent moon lay quietly in an opened jewelry box. After Leylin confirmed it was not a trap, he took it in his hand, and a stream of information was immediately transmitted over. Scarlet earring, high-grade magic equipment, work of Mefolk. Ah, this is presented to my goddess, Janice, my true love. From the opened jewelry box, it seemed that the owner had been preparing to wear the earring, but everything had suddenly come to an abrupt stop. Leylin was confused as he looked through the bedroom, but still did not find anything that looked suspicious. A strange setup, Leylin mumbled to himself, keeping the scarlet earring and adding many seals outside. Even if it was a trap, a piece of high-grade magic equipment was worth the risk. Besides, Leylin was very confident in his judgment and the AI chip scans. While leaving, he consciously took a look at the mirror frame at the makeup table. There was a large oval silver mirror inside, reflecting Leylin's image. Strangely enough, the Leylin inside had a secretive laugh, causing him to be startled. By the time he came back to himself, everything in the mirror seemed to have returned to normal, as if all that had just happened had merely been an illusion. But would Morningstar Magi hallucinate? That was impossible. Leylin's expression became gloomy as he gritted his teeth, quickly keeping the mirror and running out of the bedroom and out of the villa. The moment he left the villa, it completely vanished, leaving behind a large depression that looked to have been gnawed at by beasts. Bang! A fist smashed onto a table, causing dust to fly. Despicable. Damn it, he's actually taken it away. That was the magic equipment that was the easiest to obtain, and it was even of a high grade at that. In an unadorned crystal private room, an old Magus looked annoyed, unwilling to accept this. It's not just that. He even took that away. The old man's expression changed a few times before he made his mind. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529, Obstruction and a Grin. Obstruction and a Grin. No. No matter what, I have to get it back. The old man took out his light yellow notebook. A map with many black dots appeared on it immediately. Find him, rip him apart, and bring everything back. Following the old man's growl, streaks of crystal-clear light flashed in the secret chamber, and a few translucent puppets suddenly widened their bloodshot eyes. As if they understood the old man's words, they rapidly shuttled through the void, gradually vanishing. This feeling, something bad's about to happen. Leylin's eyebrows furrowed. He'd actually been feeling a sense of discomfort ever since he exited the Path of Quandary. It was as if someone was secretly spying on him. However, the scanning of the AI chip and his own soul force could not discover anything. And now, this feeling of discomfort suddenly intensified, even to the point of turning to anxiety. The malice that's pervaded the atmosphere. Leylin shut his eyes and quickly opened them again. At this moment, his pupils had already turned into a pair of amber slits. A thin, blood-red line flashed across them. Suddenly, rumbling sounds rang out as a large amount of spell runes flickered. A colorful radiance shot into the sky and formed a gigantic ice cage, trapping Leylin within. What? I definitely didn't trigger any traps, unless... Leylin squinted his eyes slightly. This situation caused him to become clear-headed. Haha, I, who have gained control over the entire core secret chamber, am an invincible existence in Scarlet Crescent. In the core control room, the old Magus face shone brightly, his hands still grasping a piece of ruby with its tips connected to numerous crystal threads. Strings of complicated commands were continually transmitted through the ruby in his hands. Numerous crystal-clear hexagonal snowflakes suddenly condensed within the trap, forming a large quantity of icy blades, shields, axes, and such. They all smashed loudly towards Leylin's head. Leylin thought of an idea. Chem-in scales. Blood flame? His body was immediately wrapped in a layer of dense, black snake scales as a blood-red flame raged above him, subliming the large quantity of ice. As if it was provoked, the ice condensed once more with a sizzle. Its blue core became even more crystal clear, emanating a piercing chill. The ice, which was covered by the blue radiance, stood firmly while it was being roasted by the flames. A large quantity of cold air was emitted, even breaking through the blood flame's seal. It shot in front of Leylin, who smashed it apart with a frown. Sharp icy blades slashed his body, only enough to create thin, long sparks. They couldn't even break through the outermost energy defense. Absolute 0 Kelvin. Leylin's pupils narrowed, and his face no longer had the previous relaxed look. This was undoubtedly set up by ancient Magi. Such a formation that unifies all the runes in the area is definitely difficult for ordinary morning stars to withstand, however. It doesn't seem to be working at full force. That means... Leylin seemed to be in a deadlock with the huge icy spell formation on the surface. However, he was actually calculating something in his mind. Whoosh! Suddenly, space twisted, and a few rays of white light seemed to have broken through the boundary as they appeared right before Leylin. The handle, which bore the sharp broken sword, had already pierced the edge of Leylin's chest. So fast, it was difficult for Leylin to react in time. The only thing he managed to do was strengthen the Chem-in scale's defense to the maximum. Compared to other spells, the innate spells of Magi were activated purely by thought. With such incomparable speeds, they were the common last-ditch resorts when their lives were in danger. Schlick, a broken sword, seemingly forged out of pure crystal, pierced through the energy defense as well as the runes outside the black scales with much difficulty, coming into contact with the scales themselves. Pop. Leylin frowned, as if at something bursting. Behind him, a large multi-armed race phantom came into existence and channeled a dark green energy to cover his body. My goodness! The muscles on his right hand flexed, hammering a punch at the opponent. This made the translucent figure retreat. After waiting for the opponent to put a certain amount of distance between them, Leylin looked at his chest with a gloomy face. A bright white line in the shape of a crescent had been carved on the Chem-in scales. The sword had left behind a deep pit, taking a few smaller scales with it. Puppet! When Leylin got a clear view of the figures making a sneak attack, he shouted in surprise. In front of him were a few translucent figures in pure white, body-fitting Magus robes. In their hands were a large quantity of physical weapons, including the broken crystal sword from before. A puppet that is able to break through my Chem-in scale's defense, such a rank, I'm afraid, can only be created by an ancient Magus. Leylin looked at the bloodshot eyes of the puppet before him, confirming his conjecture. Someone's behind all this. So this is the power of a morning star. Even the void assassin could not take down the opponent. In the core, the old man's dignified face warped as he clenched his teeth. It doesn't matter. I have the spell formations to control the core and the puppets on hand. Even if it takes up a little more energy, I have to take down the enemy. With his orders, the arms of the void assassins surrounding Leylin warped, revealing daggers, knives, and even weapons that looked like power saws. They were all translucent, except for the golden runes twinkling on them, seemingly made from crystal. Space twisted once more as these void assassins vanished into thin air again. It was as if they were vipers hiding in the dark, preparing to deal a fatal blow at any time. With these enemies around eyeing covetously at their prey, in addition to the pressure of the icy cage above their head, any ordinary morning star would definitely have sustained serious injuries. "It's a pity that you met me." A sneer emerged at the corner of Leylin's lips. Wasn't the shadow attribute giant Chemhin serpent even better at concealing itself in the void? He'd previously used spells such as shadow stealth to lay in ambush, and he naturally knew about the weaknesses and disadvantages of such spells like the back of his hand. Although the ancient spell formation was a little more troublesome, the enemy evidently did not have complete control over it. This gave him an opportunity. "Only," Leylin laughed coldly as a radiance sparkled in his eyes. A translucent figure shot out from the void with a whoosh, the dagger in its hands aimed ferociously at Leylin's eyes. Leylin's face remained unchanged, and he suddenly stretched out his wrist. When it came to a stop once more, he was holding one of the puppet's arms in his hands. A gigantic blue iceberg, with a great blazing flame at its bottom, started to exert pressure on everything below as it rumbled. At the same instant, a sharp aura suddenly shot out in the other three directions. "Good, very soon that thing will belong to me." In the control room, the old man watched a pale Leylin. Looking at his wounded body, he could not help but let out a carefree smile. "Haha, so what if you're a morning star? I'm the king here." The old man spread out his arms and cheered, but his voice was instantly silenced with a grunt, as if he had been strangled at the neck. When it came back, it returned as a frustrated curse. How did he escape? In the projection he'd been looking at from the control room, Leylin's condition had already hit rock bottom. His entire body was soaked in blood, and he seemed ready to die at any moment. However, every opportunity to kill him was thwarted by small problems in the coordination of the Void Assassins, letting him evade it by luck. At least, that's what he'd seen it as. And right when he was in the most desperate straits, that lucky Magus had actually discovered a flaw in the spell formation, directly breaking through space and escaping. The old man roared in anger, smashing his fist violently on the platform of the control room with a bang. "If I had known all the control spells and obtained the highest authority, even a radiant moon Magus wouldn't be able to escape this place, let alone this morning star." What followed the bout of rage was a sense of helplessness. Indeed, he'd used his map and reached the control room, obtaining partial authority by following his ancestors' notes. In fact, he didn't encounter much danger at all. However, his ancestor did not have a high position in Scarlet Crescent. This naturally meant he had no way to gain complete control of the place. That previous spell formation was actually the limits of what he could accomplish with his current authority. As for those Void Assassins, he had to thank the fact that their creator was none other than his ancestor. That was why he had a backdoor method to take control of them. Damn, 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 the old man's face was full of indignance. Just these Void Assassins have already made this trip worthwhile, but the most important item is still not in my hands. Not to mention, this place will definitely be monopolized by great forces in the future. I'll no longer have a place here. He subconsciously shot a glance at the other black dots. They were already very close to the core area, especially the one that represented the radiant moon. It seemed to have an unstoppable force, barging its way through and already sweeping past several small-scaled resource points, making the Magus secretly hurt. Such desire and the strong indignance led this Magus to a decision. Try again, no matter the result, you have to leave. He looked at another screen, pressing the jewel down without hesitation. A huge flame exploded forth, forming an enormous blazing giant that blocked Leylin's path. So it's fire after ice, but it's still of the same degree of power as the previous one. Leylin shook his head, becoming more confident in his judgment. Catch him, catch him! The old Magus grabbed the jewel with both hands, his eyes full of excitement and desire. And at this time, Leylin, who was on the screen, suddenly lifted his head and laughed at him. The old man's hair stood on end. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 530 Sweeping of Obstacles, found you, you little rat. The Magus was able to make out Leylin's words from his mouth's movements, immediately causing his eyes to turn red. "Void Assassins, don't hold back. Kill him." As if having lost his self-control, the Magus held onto the command stick and roared. Whoosh, 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 At least 8 void assassins appeared instantly, charging straight for Leylin. In front of him, the large flame giant was also snarling as it brandished a large flaming metal whip. The ceiling formation, the flames, and the surprise attacks from multiple void assassins would be extremely troublesome for normal morning stars to deal with. Even Demon Hunter Cyril would probably be seriously injured under such an attack. Beep found spiritual force link, eliminating 3 areas with fake signals, determining coordinates. The AI. Chip's robotic voice sounded by Leylin's ears, causing a smile to rise up on his face. Ever since he realized that there was probably someone behind the scene, Leylin had commanded the AI. Chip try and identify the location of the core control room. The slip-ups and injuries sustained from before were all intentionally done to get his opponent to take the bait. A spell formation was not able to supply adequate data and information, but the other party had obviously not been satisfied. He had dispatched someone to attack, allowing the AI chip to discover his traces immediately. From my guesses and the AI chip simulation, the other party probably isn't that strong and may not even have access to the core control room of the ruins. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an attack just of this level. Leylin watched the sharp blade and flames coming towards him, a strange smile appearing on his face. A splendid layer of crimson red rays suddenly emerged from his body, turning into 4 rings that floated up and down. Rank 1 innate spells, Chem in Scales, Eyes of Petrification. Rank 2 innate spell, Toxic Bile. Rank 3 innate spell, Intimidating Gaze. Rank 4 innate spell, Bloodline Metamorphosis, combining to form the Morning Star Arcane Art, Chem in Serpent Transformation. Rumble. A humongous serpent that measured tens of thousands of meters long suddenly descended on the region. Spell formations fell apart, the earth cracked, and multiple buildings turned to dust. Even the air was beginning to shake. Poe, the flame giant from before, as well as the many bindings and fire elemental spell formations, were swept away by the large snake's body. All the runes were destroyed, and even the spell formations at the base of the buildings flickered out. In front of the giant Chem-In serpent, the void assassins that were the size of a regular human were like ants. Their sharp swords could not even pierce through the scales, and instead were sent crashing to a random area with a swing of its tail. The arcane art of the ancient Morning Star Warlocks, Chem-In Serpent Transformation. This trump card that would allow Warlocks to transform into a terrifying ancient beast appeared once more. The giant black snake hissed as it aimed its head in a specific direction, its starry amber eyes the very personification of ridicule. Its body was like a black storm as it crushed the area. Thump, thump, thump. On the way, various little flickers of brilliance could be seen on the giant serpent's body, which then dimmed. Wow, what's going on? Is this a Morning Star arcane art? He dared, having been locked onto by the aura of an ancient, giant beast. The Magus in the core control room went limp and fell to the ground. As he made contact with the other party's eyes, the fear hidden deep in his genes exploded forth as his body went stiff, unable to move even a finger. The direction in which the giant serpent had looked in was evidently the location of the core control room. Seeing how the other party was crushing everything in its way, it would probably take seconds to reach him. This old man shuddered, now regretting provoking this fiendish person. Boom! Like in a magnitude 9 earthquake, all the items in the core control room jumped up and fell loudly onto the ground. Hearing the accompanying hisses, the old man shuddered even more in fright. He knew that the terrifying ancient, vicious beast had now reached the outside of the core control room. I have the defensive spell formation of the core control room. It'll be fine. The attack from before had been obstructed, giving the old man some confidence. However, before he could struggle to get up, an even more powerful tremor could be felt. Rumble. Bricks fell everywhere and the roof was torn open. 2 eyes that were like stars shot out terrifying rays of light. Ah, the old man went limp, a fishy smell even traveling from the crotch of his pants. Little worm, do you think you can hide? The gigantic serpent suddenly turned small, regaining the size of a regular human. Large amounts of black gas turned into armor that merged onto his perfect body. Leylin charged into the control room and held the old man by the throat, eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. A mere crystal phase Magus dares attack a Morning Star on the sly? His own aura had weakened slightly. The consumption from before had not been small. Due to the limitations of the peace agreement, Morning Star Magi were not allowed to use arcane arts that would affect large areas in the central continent. However, this was the Scarlet Crescent Ruins, and technically speaking was not on the central continent. Naturally, that agreement did not extend to this place. But why did the other Morning Star not use it? It was because there were usually extremely powerful spell formations in the ruins. If the range of the arcane arts were too large, there would definitely be a chain reaction that would not be beneficial to the Morning Star Magi. The second was because Magi had entered in order to plunder resources. How could they use such a powerful technique and destroy everything? Did they not want the loot? Only people like Leylin, who thought nothing was taboo and had the AI chip to find the specific location of his opponent, dared to bulldoze through after determining there were no traps or counteracting spell formations. This also had to do with the old man having yet to gain complete control. If not, with the activation of any of the true ancient spell formations, Leylin would definitely be unable to break through and might even be trapped to his death by the spell formation. But since I started it, the situation will immediately change. Leylin laughed wryly inside. This was the consequence, but thankfully he'd already prepared himself mentally. Even if he did not gain much here, it was all worth it. These undulations, Morning Star arcane art? Vicious energy undulations immediately passed through the range of the ruins. Almost all Morning Star understood in that instant. Since someone has already made the first move, we need to hurry up. Cybele glanced at the wall made of large amounts of vines and immediately looked annoyed. Get out of the way. Of course, my lord. Paul, who knew what Cybele was planning on doing, immediately retreated far into the distance in case he got injured. Afterwards, frightening energy undulations gathered at Cybele's body, and a giant, all-annihilating storm even more terrifying than Philip swept through the place. A bunch of youngsters who don't know how to follow rules. At the other end, a middle-aged man, golden all over like a god, shook his head helplessly. He put down a document in his hands. Anyway, someone has already taken control of a portion of the detection spell formation in the ruins. There's also that feeling of being spied on. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed. I'm afraid that this truly must be the headquarters of the ancient Scarlet Crescent and must have a high value. If news of how I had come here with a group of morning stars and yet was one-upped by someone else spreads, it'll definitely be a huge joke. In that case, the phantom of a giant gold lion appeared behind the middle-aged Magus. Boom, just the pressure from the aura was enough for the entire building to collapse, the air shattering like iron chains. This feeling, these undulations, it's a great radiant moon Magus. Collins, as well as the other Morning Star Magi, began to look grim at the other end. The phantom image of a golden lion in the horizon gave them a very bad feeling. It was not just the morning stars of Jupiter's lightning. Even the Warlocks of Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair immediately sped up their movements, berserk energy waves emanating from them. When they no longer had reservations, the terrifying, destructive ability of Morning Star Magi were showcased completely. As expected, after I made the first move, it caused a chain reaction among the other morning stars. None of them are holding back anymore and charging in this direction. Leylin looked at the notebook that lay wide open. Many buildings had already been broken through by a few black dots, and there were warning sirens everywhere. Gurgle, gurgle, the old man was almost unconscious. Never did he expect that, in just a short instant, these morning stars would suddenly turn into ancient oppressive beasts, the defensive spell formations like a mere joke in front of them. At the thought that he had even thought of relying on the spell formations here to deal with them, cold sweat unceasingly dripped from the old man's forehead. Leylin had yet to come up with a way to deal with the descendant of Scarlet Crescent. He had a very soft personality, and just by being threatened, he had immediately handed everything over, which included even the jurisdiction to control the Void Assassins. This saved Leylin some time, and also allowed the old man to escape the gruesome fate of having his soul searched. It was not just this. On the other party's body, Leylin found the inheritance from his ancestor, which was quite a large harvest. From his eyes, Leylin could tell that the old man still seemed to be hiding something. Time was scarce, however, and Leylin could not waste more time to settle it. What are you afraid of? The setup of an ancient magus won't be that simple. Leylin shot the man a glance and spoke disdainfully. Though his earlier actions might have seemed reckless, the root had already gone through the AI chip's meticulous probing and calculations, and he had not triggered any fundamental, large formations. After all, for ancient magi, Morning Star was the bare minimum level. How could there not be specific countering spell formations? Those magi would probably soon be in trouble. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531 Carelessness, Ancient Morning Star Arcane Art, Ocean Crash. With a body thousands of meters tall, a monster with the head of a cow, body of a human, and tentacles for feet emanated powerful energy undulations. Behind it, 4 giant rings of light constantly flickered and fused, and the power of its point mass strengthened immensely from before, forming an alarming spell. Like an ocean god had been enraged, great amounts of ocean water formed horses, goblins, dragons, and various other ancient beasts, drowning the large spell formation opposite it. In front of the Morning Star Arcane Art, the large spell formation had broken out a powerful defensive force, but it was still smashed to smithereens, the vast ocean water bringing a great amount of pressure and washing through. This seems to be a cultivation base. Siebel's aura suddenly grew unstable before he returned to his human form that would consume less energy. He charged into the spell formation and began to rummage through as he wished. The arcane art left the base in a mess, looking like ruins after the end of the world. Yet, there were still some intact objects lying in the dust and emanating light that attracted Hai's attention. This is a 1,000-eyed worm egg. It's so big and can practically be exchanged for an astral stone of a similar quality, and very concentrated refined gold. There's so much. Siebel's eyes lit up, cheeks turning a rosy red. Various famous and also unknown precious materials were lying on the ground like trash. Though many had been destroyed, they were still of high value. Such enormous wealth was placed before him to be chosen from. Even in his life, this experience was very rare. Ha! If I'd known, I would have done this long ago. Though it might affect some treasures, I can save time and attack a few other areas. Siebel's eyes turned slightly red as he scanned the ground and kept anything of value. He then left, reaching another area. The surroundings of the large laboratory were flickering with crystal luster, obstructing Siebel like a city wall. At the door, there was a wooden sign that was a warning. Grandmaster Nuke's Alchemy Laboratory. Do not disturb if you are not supposed to be here. You will bear the consequences. He's already been dead for over tens of thousands of years. Who are you kidding? Siebel had originally been surprised by the crimson words on the sign, feeling a chill down his spine, but the harvest he had reaped caused him to get greedy. Once I attack this place, I can move on to the core area. The treasures there must be even more amazing. Siebel's expression changed several times, but he gradually made his decision. Rays from innate spells of various ranks lit up from his body. Of course, he had also set up several layers of defense, with magic equipment that looked like shells covering his body. Be ruined. Morning Star Arcane Art Ocean Crash. The azure ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see, as well as the vicious ocean animals, immediately submerged the laboratory in front of him. All sorts of lights exploded before dying down. By the time Siebel was done, the laboratory had turned into a large ruins. All the spell runes had either been destroyed, smashed, or had disappeared. As expected. My guess was right. The counterattack he had expected did not arrive, and Siebel's face showed his elation. He first sent a few puppets forth cautiously, and after determining there was no danger ahead, pounced towards the ruins hastily and began to look through it. Even Morning Star Magi did not get such chances often. Meanwhile, various violent and dangerous reactions were rapidly happening out of sight. Determined to be point mass reaction, judged Morning Star-ranked enemy at area DK-34, activating counterattack spell formation. Up in the air in the secret space, large amounts of vacant spaces fused together and formed the strange shape of a crystal ball. At the heart of it was an unusual human in black robes, eyes giving off crimson rays. Traces of a mysterious aura were emitted along with the control room's command. In the area above what had been the laboratory, a concealed spell formation began to operate. Extrapolating force of point mass. Attribute determined to be water. Activating counterattack spell formation. Begin. What's going on? Sibyl raised his head, and in that moment, his intuition as a magus made him feel immensely threatened. Some existence was giving him the chills. Not good. I need to leave immediately. He turned into a blue silhouette as he darted out. However, it was too late. With a terrifying, high-pitched sound, a large, crimson spell formation appeared in the air. Large numbers of runic chains formed a cage, trapping him inside. Target confirmed, beginning annihilation. The icy, robotic voice immediately gave Sibyl the feeling that he was in immense danger. However, as a Morningstar Magus, he would naturally not sit and wait to be killed. Ah, you want to kill me, just with this spell formation? Sibyl snarled, body exploding and revealing his true marine form. At the same time, the enormous undulations from the Morningstar final technique appeared once more. Morningstar Arcane Art Ocean Crash. A tremendous ocean descended, and many ancient creatures thundered as they charged straight for the runic chains. Wang, the attacks fell on the thin runic chains, but were not able to cause any damage at all. Large amounts of blue light were absorbed by the chains, causing Sibyl's face to immediately turn pale. Ho-how, seeing a spell formation like this that could absorb a whole Morningstar arcane art, Sibyl seemed to have been dealt a massive blow. Were Morningstar not able to do as they wished in the continent? Their arcane arts were even more horrifying, so how could this have happened? Only now did he understand how terrifying ancient magi were, but it was far too late. Ziu. A giant blue bow appeared, still having some of the power Sibyl's own point mass as it shot out blue flames. At the heart of the blue flames, there was a unique long arrow, the arrowhead having alarming black threads that distorted time and space. Pooh, like paper being ripped through, his defensive layers were pierced through by the blue arrow, and even the Morningstar Magus famed soul force was rendered useless under the black threads. The giant blue arrow pierced through Sibyl's chest, pinning him to the ground. I will actually hear, in the hands of a trap, Sibyl's expression cycled, and he was unsure if he should laugh or cry, though these injuries would cause regular people or even magi to die straight away. Morningstar Magi had a vigorous life force and powerful vitality that still allowed them to struggle for their lives for a period of time. I never thought I'd die here. Thankfully, I still have the Marine Tribe's deity egg and can be reborn. Sibyl had a wry smile on his face, unwilling to part with the precious items and magic equipment he had found. However, there was no way around it. The Marine Tribe's deity egg was a secret method of the Marine Tribe Magi to save one's life, for morning stars and above. It was able to separate one's blood, flesh, and soul in the form of a marine egg, and after the fall of the main body, they would then be reborn in the egg. As it was part of the Magus, after a period of training, it was possible to even return to the morning star realm. Since it was so valuable, it was obviously extensively sought out. However, due to the limitations of the race, only the Marine Tribe were able to use it, causing many human morning stars to wring their hands in defeat. Though there were some magi who had one or even a few clones, if the main body fell, it was extremely difficult for the clone to reach morning star and was even considered impossible. Collection of soul aura complete, beginning obliteration of soul brand. At this moment, the icy robotic voice sounded once more, giving Sibyl the impression that he was really in trouble. Immediately after, he felt a strange force being transmitted to his body through the bow and arrow, and with the sensing abilities of his soul aura, felt it trace the source and reach a part of the past. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind. It was that of when he had carefully placed the deity egg in his Magus tower. At that moment, multiple black threads were sent out, puncturing the deity egg. "Oh, no," Sibyl yelled while struggling. He could tell that with the changes in the scene, his original connection with the deity egg had been completely broken, and he would no longer have any chances at rebirth. In that case, if he were to die, it would truly be the end. How did it become like this? Large amounts of blood spilt from the corner of Sibyl's mouth, which then turned into blue bubbles that exploded. His eyes closed for eternity. In ancient times, there were many magi with clones or those who entrusted their lives elsewhere. The methods were strange and hard to be determined, but many magi who had participated in the great ancient Magus War had still fallen. Once the original was completely wiped out, even a morning star would be helpless. Poof! A spot of light that was like a morning star emerged from his body, and with the guidance of a stream of astral light, broke through the space and left. This was a morning star Magus point mass, holding his soul within. Based on legends of the ancient Byron Empire, when morning star magi completely died, their soul would return to the astral plane for eternity, floating in the deepest part of the astral plane and waiting for their next chance at reincarnation. Point mass discovered, beginning seizure. A few large hands full of black runes emerged from the air and grabbed at the point mass. The formless force immediately spread throughout the area, causing the starlight to turn unsteady. Sue. Taking this opportunity, the large black hands grabbed hold of the point mass, disappearing into the darkness. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, Setup. Previously, hidden in the control room, the scenes of Siebel's death were displayed on the crystal screen for a pair of crimson eyes. When the point mass was caught by the person behind this whole situation, the power bar increased by 1 unit on the side of the screen. The crimson light in that pair of eyes flickered intensely, but it soon subsided. The chamber turned deathly silent again. A dark figure stayed at its spot, unmoving, unbreathing. Meanwhile, news of Siebel's death swept through the entire ruins like a hurricane. What's this feeling? Leylin's face changed the moment the astral plane opened automatically upon Siebel's death. He felt the fluctuation in the atmosphere of the astral plane and the point mass. It was the same feeling he'd gotten when he'd killed Cyril, something he'd never forget. The death of a morning star Magus, the point mass returning to the astral plane, Leylin mumbled in disbelief. He took a long breath afterwards. Sure enough, ancient ruins aren't this simple. Even this core control room could be a mere disguise, with another true one hidden somewhere else. Leylin had gotten this suspicion a little earlier. Even if the old man didn't have full authorization, the defense of this place was far too weak. Now, it seemed it was only to be expected if this place was just a ruse that could only control the simplest spell formations. Those powerful spell formations that had the power to suppress morning star magi, and were even strong enough to kill them, were all hidden somewhere in the dark. Leylin looked at the old man, who was lying on the ground with sympathy when he thought of this. It was obvious that his ancestor was of little importance in Scarlet Crescent. He had not even gotten a single bit of information about such matters. Anyway, all these things is none of my business. I've gotten what's important, and therefore it's time to leave. Leylin smiled, then flipped open the pale yellow notebook. Even if the old man's ancestor did not have much status, they had been very careful and had even noted down a secret passageway for the sake of their descendants. It allowed Leylin to leave Scarlet Crescent directly without returning through the original route, which greatly reduced the level of danger. If this works out, the mission this time will truly have gone perfectly. Leylin rubbed his chin. The others only know that I have entered the ruin, but they don't know what I have gained. There's still room for manipulation. At the bottom of his heart was an idea about how to break apart the bloodline shackles, a gift from the ancient wisdom tree. This was priceless information for bloodline warlocks. Because of this, Leylin had to safeguard the secret, or else he could be rejected and even persecuted by the bloodline warlocks. The timing's just right. I know Siebel's dead, but the rest of the Morning Star Magi aren't aware of this, which means he can be my scapegoat. Leylin could not help but sneer as he thought of what he saw in the core control room earlier on. The other Morning Star Magi did not have the spell formation of this control room to monitor the entire ruin. At most, they only knew that one Morning Star Magus had perished, but they would not know which one it was. In this case, it was possible for him to disguise himself as Siebel. It wasn't like the dead could talk. Transfiguration, projection technique. With a thought, Leylin's aura changed, becoming similar to Siebel's, but this was far from enough. His cover would be blown the moment a Morning Star Magus scanned him with soul force. I planned to use this for research or just to sell it off. Who knew I'd be using it now? Leylin flipped his palm, revealing a translucent test tube. There was a tinge of blue blood in it, emanating light. This was the blood Leylin had extracted from Siebel during their fight. Conceal the bloodline. This is going to remove all light and resist detection. Leylin spoke in a half-singing and half-chanting voice. These were arcane arts that the AI chip had deduced from the inherited memories of the bloodline. It enabled one to use the bloodline of the target, covering up their own aura and imitate the energy fluctuations on the target. Soul Force would be unable to detect it. Moreover, this was a long-lost arcane art of bloodlines. Leylin had witnessed it when he'd awakened his own Chem-In bloodline. Other Morningstar Magi would definitely not have thought of it. The spells sounded out as the test tube opened up in tandem with Leylin's incantation. The blue blood drifted into the air, turning into a hazy shadow that enveloped Leylin. In the blink of an eye, Leylin looked as if he changed into another person. Not only did he have the same look as Sibyl, even his aura mimicked those of the marine tribe. It was so much so that the energy fluctuations of a Magus were emitted from him, as opposed to those of the vastly different Warlocks. Even the radiant moon Magus of Jupiter's lightning would find it hard to recognize him under such circumstances. "Ma, Master?" The old man who sat on the ground saw Leylin changing completely into someone else, and he could not help but stutter. Leylin soon turned and looked at him, a trace of hostility flashing in his eyes. Tremendous golden flames crackled and melted the void within seconds, clearing out a path of lava. A blonde-haired middle-aged warlock walked out with both hands behind him, followed by the phantom of a humongous golden lion. Right here, this is the first location where the energy fluctuations of a Morningstar Magus appeared. The core control room must be nearby. His brows furrowed while he glanced through the scenery on both sides. Looking at the huge depression and the remaining seawater, he frowned. Was I too late? Bang! Just then, the core control room nearby exploded, and a ferocious blaze engulfed everything. The warlock snorted with disdain, and a huge amount of fire was absorbed by the phantom at his back in an instant. His powerful soul force scanned around and discovered a blue figure immediately. "Are you still trying to leave?" He smiled sarcastically, while a ray of golden lightning shot out immediately from the phantom behind him, quickly arriving at the blue figure. Arcane art, myriad waves. An illusory domain in the form of a blue ocean was emanated from the blue figure, and a large surge of waves rushed ahead to form a huge wall that shielded him. Ka-cha! Golden lightning split the waves apart, revealing the original form of the trembling fellow. This was a giant who was a few meters tall, covered in blue skin. The inhuman aura was obvious. Marine giant Sibyl. Indeed, he was the fellow guarding this region, and one of the first to enter the ruins. The middle-aged warlock nodded, then he saw Sibyl's figure flicker before he fled quickly. "You can't escape." Wade, the radiant moon warlock, followed after him right away. As the blue giant was the first to reach the core control room, he must have gotten lots of treasure. Just the structural plans of the ruins would have him green with envy. "Hand me everything you've obtained, and I will allow your true soul back into the astral plane." Wade looked indifferent, but the phantom lion behind him started to fidget. "Only a fool will stay still." Half of Leylin's body was severely burnt, but his figure moved swiftly in the ruins to escape. Even though the situation was bad, he had managed to escape from Wade for the moment with the guidance of the map he had acquired. Leylin put in huge effort to disguise himself as Sibyl in this time period. Not only had he changed his aura completely using the arcane art, he had also used the data recorded by the AI chip to imitate his domain, perfecting the facade. With the aura, domain, and even the face matching, even if Leylin told him the truth now, Wade wouldn't believe him. Not to mention that he'd spent a lot of effort to conceal his powerful spells. With the rush he was in, his opponent would not have a single clue about his identity. As for the old man and the core control room, Leylin had destroyed them both. He would never let someone who knew his secrets to live. After all, once the old man fell into another's hands, his disguise would be rendered useless. "I didn't expect him to be this fast. Moreover, he's a rank 5 Magus who excels at lightning-based attacks." Leylin smiled wryly. He had disguised himself as Sibyl and even had to mimic his spells. Despite the fact that Leylin knew water could not outpower lightning, he continued to use water spells to fight against Wade as he could not risk exposing himself. What was worse was that the opponent was way too fast. He had been caught unprepared. However, it was all worth it. A trace of a smile showed up on Leylin's face, and blue light flickered in his eyes as he tested Wade's patience with the help of the numerous spell formations in the ruins. At last, Wade fumed with rage at the slippery moves of the Morning Star Magus before him and did not want to probe Sibyl any longer. Void Devourer. His hand reached out ferociously, and the phantom opened its monstrous mouth in an attempt to swallow him. Buzz, as if a massive black hole had appeared in the void, everything distorted and disappeared into the lion's monstrous mouth. This was what I was waiting for. Leylin's eyes glinted, and he hid behind another huge bell tower. Crack. The bell tower was broken, and even the foundation was uprooted by the suction force. Buzz, a strong wave of energy appeared, unveiling a complex spell formation hidden underground. What's this? Power from the core? Wade's brows furrowed. Soon, he was buried in crimson spell formations that came out of the blue. Intruder spotted, Radiant Moon Warlock. A cold, mechanic voice sounded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, The Continuation, Success. Not far away, the Golden Lion Phantom was trapped in a crimson spell formation. Seeing it growl continuously, Leylin clenched his fist resolutely. Since he had the guts to take Sibyl's place, he naturally also had a way out. Many important locations were marked out on the notebook he had seized. The energy hub was one of the most important places. Leylin was confident that once this area was attacked, the hidden defense program would immediately be activated. After all, he had intentionally avoided many spell formations along the way and used Morning Star arcane arts with restraint. Thus, he appeared relatively harmless. Needless to say, the program would deal with the more terrifying rank 5 Warlock first. A Radiant Moon Warlock was not to be trifled with. Even in the ancient times, such a Warlock was a strong contender that conquered. The collisions between these two would instantly devastate their surroundings, causing an already chaotic region to become even more disordered. Even if there were any problems or clues left behind, they would have been quickly wiped out in the destruction. As the Golden Lion Phantom continued growling, Leylin smiled coldly, his body completely fading into the void. The ruins no longer held any attraction for Leylin. The dangers would increase exponentially, and forcing himself to stay wouldn't bring him any benefits as well. Leylin thus decided to evacuate. Half a month later, Phosphorescent Swamp, our Roboros clan headquarters, inside of Leylin's huge castle. How were the ruins of Scarlet Crescent? Leylin was now wearing a loose robe and conversing leisurely with someone else through the screen in front of him. Paul's figure surfaced on the screen, just that he seemed a little gloomy. Even his tentacles were drooping listlessly. Evidently, he didn't receive any good news. It has been confirmed that the ruins of Scarlet Crescent have been completely closed. The coordinates have all become invalid, and I reckon that it has undertaken a spatial jump. Paul didn't look too well. Previously, with the directions from the notebook, Leylin had managed to escape unharmed through a spatial path that had opened up. Hence, he also missed the drastic changes that had taken place afterwards in the ruins. Of course, this was how he avoided danger. It was only after Paul and company emerged in a fluster that Leylin found out about what had happened in the ruins. It turned out that the ancient Magi from the Scarlet Crescent had left behind an adamantine golem in the ruins, which acted as the control center. This adamantine golem had an intelligence on par with humans and could think like a normal human being, except that it was equipped with a program to comply with orders. What was even more special was that not only had this adamantine golem mastered all the ancient spell formations in the ruins, it could also recharge itself by devouring Morning Star Magus Point masses. During the previous fight, upon discovering that it couldn't defeat the rank 5 Warlock, Wade, the adamantine golem immediately started attacking the other Morning Star Magi in the ruins. Numerous ancient spell formations had surfaced, costing Paul and company dearly. In front of spell formations specially deployed by the ancient Magi, even Morning Stars were destined to fall. Blair and another Morning Star had fallen straight away from Spirit Circle. On Wind Wolf Lair's end, Philip was seriously injured while Palesa fell directly. Even Cybele, the strongest of them all, was severely wounded, and was rumored to have almost fallen from his morning star position. On the other hand, Jupiter's lightning was no better. At least half of their men suffered grave injuries, while the remaining few had superficial wounds. After recharging through absorbing numerous point masses, the adamantine golem started to show its prowess. With the assistance of the many ancient spell formations, even Wade was wounded and eventually chased out. The other morning stars had to get themselves out of danger one by one. Paul was lucky. He had managed to jostle his way into a spatial crack and was teleported to the border of the Magus World, which saved his life. From then onwards, the Scarlet Crescent ruins vanished from Crystal Mountain. Other magi came forth afterwards, but no matter how hard they tried to scout it out, not even a trace of the place could be found. According to the judgment of a few specialists, the adamantine golem must have activated a spatial jump right after attaining sufficient energy, teleporting the ruins away. Under such a situation, these magi were so stunned that they could only drop the idea of going in for another round of looting. As for Leylin, he fabricated a lie about how he hadn't gained a lot after entering the pocket dimension, and had immediately backed out after the rank 5 battle started. This, of course, raised doubts from Cybele and the others, but those were only suspicions. Furthermore, as they had just lost a great deal of strength, they were in no position to question Leylin. Additionally, someone else had taken the limelight away from Leylin. "Oh right, has Cybele been found?" Leylin asked seriously, trying to contain his laughter. Due to Wade's allegations and other evidence, many morning stars unanimously agreed that the marine giant Cybele of Jupiter's lightning had gained the most fortune from the ruins, and had even intruded into the core control room. Jupiter's lightning reacted relatively strangely. They declared that Cybele had already fallen and perished. Even the deity egg in the Magus Tower was damaged. This did raise some suspicions. However, the Warlocks led by Wade were enemies with them, and thus did not receive any response. They could only try to probe for information on the sly. He hasn't. As you know, prophesying about a morning star Magus is really troublesome, especially with the presence of the morning star domain. Coupled with the radiation from the Magus himself, even a radiant moon Magus specializing in prophecy spells cannot solve such problems. We need someone that is at least a breaking dawn, and he has to be an expert in prophesize. Paul gave a forced laugh. A breaking dawn throne specializing in prophesize? Leylin smirked. Such a person has never been seen before in the central continent. We suffered many losses this time round and returned with only injuries. Only you managed to reap some decent gains? Paul seemed sour, which was rare. He stared at Leylin's right ear. Leylin gave a light laugh and touched his earlobe. A crescent accessory covered his ear, casting a crescent shadow. This was a high-grade magic equipment, the Scarlet Earring. After confirming that it didn't pose any danger, Leylin immediately put it on. A high-grade magic equipment. Even Morning Star Magi would be envious. After all, even the raw materials of such an item have disappeared from the face of the central continent for a long time. Thus, it would be impossible to produce it again. Perhaps only the Breaking Dawn noble powers who have explored other worlds and obtained loads of resources might own a few of these items. Most of the magic equipment that Leylin had seen before were low-grade items, and even middle-grade items were rare. It wouldn't be hard to guess the value of this high-grade piece magic equipment. Not only did Leylin escape unscathed, he even reaped relatively huge gains. It was no wonder that Paul was envious of him. It was only after much deliberation did Leylin that decide to display this magic equipment. His previous actions may have appeared suspicious. If the first batch of magi who entered left without a single piece of loot, it would attract unwanted attention. Now, the appearance of the Scarlet Earring would serve as a reasonable explanation for all that happened. Paul thought to himself, if it was me, perhaps I would have been satisfied with the discovery of the Scarlet Earring as well. It would have been enough for me to stop there and find my way out instead. What was more miraculous was how the complete disappearance of the Scarlet Crescent ruins had made most of the contract that Leylin signed with them obsolete. He didn't even have to redistribute what he'd obtained. Initially, when they decided upon the allocation, they had included the entire ruins as one of the most important lands. Now that they had suffered a dead loss, the agreement would naturally lose its validity as well. This was definitely beneficial for Leylin. He was prepared to keep the secret of the ancient wisdom tree until his death. It was only an intelligence report anyway, and didn't occupy much of his share. Withholding this piece of information and then distributing his profits fairly would deceive everyone. Now that he was the sole owner of all the shares, it was even better. As the previous agreement was made obsolete, anything obtained from the ruins would belong to the person who found it. No matter how jealous Paul was, he couldn't do anything about it. With such a high-grade magic equipment, it was needless to say that Leylin's strength would increase exponentially. Now that Cybele was suffering from heavy losses, they couldn't make things ugly even if they wanted to, as their strength could not be compared to Leylin's. Not only that, Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair had suffered great losses in terms of strength. The successive fall of their morning stars caused problems to surface in their rule. Enemies from before also started getting themselves ready for action. In such uncertain times, they would be more than willing to receive external assistance from Leylin, who had good connections. This would be more favorable than allowing him to side with their enemies. That was how this matter passed. If it were not for the 2 radiant moons, Leylin secretly added on. Although Leylin had tried his best to cover his tracks through questioning himself, it was hard to guarantee that he didn't leave any traces behind at all. If the Scarlet Crescent ruins were found, or even broken into, it would be possible to find gaps through on-site tests. There were many tricks up the sleeves of those Radiant Moon Magi, many of which he would not have even thought of. Thus, there was still a hidden danger. But what was a little risk compared to these returns? Furthermore, the Radiant Moon Warlock on Leylin's end, Wade, was very certain that the marine giant Cybele was the main culprit. This imperceptibly lifted immense pressure off Leylin. Since he had long offended that Radiant Moon Magus from Jupiter's lightning, a little more enmity wouldn't make much difference. "Oh right, Sir Leylin, you seem to have gained a lot from this trip to the Scarlet Crescent ruins. I have a few items here as well. How about a mutual exchange?" Paul finally revealed his true intention of making the call. Although both he and Leylin had obtained a few items in the ruins, they might not be fit for use. Thus it was vital to exchange items of equivalent value. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534 Morning Star Area. All right, we can make the trade in the Morning Star trading area, Leylin said after a moment and nodded. He then ended the call. The point of the transaction was a small plane that was accessed and linked through the astral gate. It was the channel to which Cybele gave Leylin access for trading amongst Morning Star Warlocks. That was a large camp and trading area built together by a few Breaking Dawn Warlocks, and Leylin was delighted. Though his Magus Tower and Astral Gate were still under construction, he could still travel through another astral gate. While pondering over this, Leylin entered a large honeycomb-like structure in the technological section. Here was an astral gate that could be used. "Your Grace!" Shat brought a group of warlocks in white coats that looked very much like researchers from his previous world and bowed to Leylin. "I want to use the astral gate here. The rest of you can leave first." Leylin waved his arms, sending Shat and the rest away. With his current status, Shat did not dare say more. He immediately brought his subordinates away, giving up the spacious laboratory to Leylin. Astral Gate! Leylin saw a giant stone gate in the spell formation at the center. Around the stone gate were blue flames that formed a giant bundle of light and covered everything. If Leylin wasn't at the Morning Star realm, he might not even see the true body constructed of astral stones. The stone gate was simple yet dignified, spatial runes roving around and revolving every once in a while as they emanated a unique luster. Astral plane, what a vast, wide place. I wonder if I'll be able to explore it to its depths in my lifetime, Leylin sighed. He had a premonition. Perhaps, when he completely understood the secrets of the astral plane, he would achieve his goal of immortality. Beep. Astral gate opened. Please determine coordinates. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded. The giant stone gate emitting blue astral light began to rumble, a large black whirlpool appearing in the middle. Boundless silver spatial rays shot out from within, as well as a vast, mysterious astral aura. "Go!" With a wave of his hand, a point of light that was like a star landed on the astral gate. These were the coordinates to the Morning Star trading area that Paul had given him. After the AI chip had recorded it down, he could use soul force and turn the location into a point of light. The coordinates of different worlds and plans were very different from the 2D plane coordinates in Leylin's previous life. It was definitely not 3D either, but something that constantly warped and jumped in curves. At the same time, they seemed to have some point of reference in the astral plane and formed a specific frequency. Even with the powerful calculative abilities of the AI chip, it was still unable to simulate the entire process. Only through continuous use could it be completely understood. When the point of light that was like a star landed on the surface of the stone gate, a startling change happened. Bzzz. The astral gate trembled, the countless wandering runes emitting an alarming luster. The two sides of the gate opened with a rumble, revealing a spatial passageway that was like a galaxy. As expected, the consumption is very little. Just the reserves of astral stones that I borrowed can be used for 3 days or more. Leylin was in no hurry to enter, only watching the AI chip as it recorded data, and couldn't help but nod. The operating rules of the astral gate still had to abide by the most fundamental physical laws. The further the teleportation, the greater the consumption. The Morning Star trading region was at the edges of the Magus World, and the consumption was obviously low to the point that it was negligible. It was very convenient in moving manpower or cargo. That's not right. This Morning Star area is obviously a strategic location for large bases and war movements of high-ranked warlocks. Leylin was startled, but immediately understood. With a point of communication in the Morning Star area, as long as organizations had Morning Star warlocks and astral gates, they could be sent aid from the Morning Star area through astral gates, and could even have warlocks from the Union lend their support. It could be said that the Morning Star area, along with the astral gates, was a huge teleportation network that linked all bloodline warlock organizations. What an amazing plan. Such a convenient method of receiving aid, and very flexible as well. It's no wonder that bloodline warlock organizations are spread throughout the central continent and are still so close. There doesn't seem to be any issues that might divide them. The more Leylin thought about it, the more clear it was. He couldn't help but begin to admire those radiant moon warlocks for their thoughts and decision. Of course, the requirements to enter the teleportation formation was very high. There needed to be at least one Morning Star warlock or above, as well as an astral gate. Any one of the dukes of the Ouroboros clan could have sent for help from the Morning Star region through the astral gate. The invaders would immediately be destroyed, and Leylin would not have had to risk his life alone. At this thought, Leylin had little to say. If he had obtained the coordinates to the Morning Star region earlier, things would not have been so difficult for him, to the point that he needed to gamble on some things. However, it wasn't too late. The connection between the Ouroboros clan and the Morning Star area was established once again, and he could obtain reinforcements anytime. He would not have to be as cautious as before. Leylin laughed, a trace of dark soul force emitting from the area between his brows and into the passageway. Since it was the first time he was making contact with the Morning Star area, he would not put himself in danger. On top of that, the consumption of having his body going through as compared to just his soul force was much higher. Using his soul force would save a lot of energy. It had to be said that sometimes, Leylin was a very miserly magus. The spatial travel was very quick this time, and the repercussions were mild. Leylin focused his mind on the soul force, and immediately felt it going through the astral gate and linking with another small-scaled plane. Foreigner, this is the gathering area of bloodline warlocks. State your name and status. Just as the soul force reached the outer regions of the plane, Leylin felt a powerful undulation being transmitted to him. That was the bloodline aura unique to radiant moon warlocks, ruthlessly scanning Leylin's soul force. A radiant moon warlock, and their real body at that. This must be the protector in charge of the Morning Star area, Leylin wondered inside, his soul force emitting a stream of information. I am Leylin Farlier of the Ouroboros clan. At the same time, the dark soul force instantly sent out a layer of crimson brilliance with the aura of the Chem-In bloodline. The unique power of a warlock's bloodline, as well as the aura of the giant Chem-In serpent, symbolized his status. It was a mark that was difficult for others to imitate. N. Cybils brought you up before, and the bloodline power is correct. "Welcome home, little guy." The conscient immediately turned friendly, sending Leylin some words of encouragement and retreating into the other plane. Leylin's soul force did not hesitate and followed him in. "Is this the Morning Star area?" A streak of dark light formed a black human figure. Leylin couldn't help but look around, fascinated. He was now in a large square. Raising his head, he could see a shattered sky, with nebulae and giant protective stars and the like in the spatial cracks. Above some of the protective stars, there was a huge ring of light that was even larger than the sun, looking as if it was about to fall. High-ranked warlocks could be seen walking around the square on occasion. Compared to the small-scaled gathering before, Leylin now saw even more morning star warlocks, and with some, he could not even sense the source of their bloodline. This was the point where high-ranked bloodline warlocks in the central continent gathered, and naturally could not be compared to the last time. Leylin began to observe carefully. The warlocks here were naturally at the Morning Star realm, and above, their bodies all having unique auras. Some looked completely different from regular humans just from their outer appearance. It was evident that this was not their first time here. They were not surprised by Leylin's presence in the square, going about their own matters. Some of them had descended with their real bodies, while there were others like Leylin with just a thread of their soul force changed into flames, bundles of light, or other shapes. "Paul, I'm here." Leylin's soul force turned into a rune and sent out a message to the imprint. Almost instantly, he received a reply, "Welcome, welcome. Are you at the square? Wait, I'll come get you." Minutes later, a large steel puppet reached the square, its sapphire eyes shooting out light and immediately finding Leylin's location. Identifying people by their soul force was the main method Morning Star warlocks used to distinguish people. They were rarely wrong. Seeing Leylin staring at his puppet, Paul couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, my friend, it's your first time here. I'll gift you a steel puppet soon, since it's slightly inconvenient without a body." Morning Star warlocks used astral stones very sparingly, and if it was not necessary, they would not try to pass through with their real bodies. Instead, through their soul force, they would prepare a clone or puppet, and things would be fine. The black figure formed from the thread of Leylin's soul force laughed and spoke. "This isn't bad either. Aren't you going to bring me around?" "Of course." The large steel puppet immediately led the way, every step causing an earthquake, attracting the attention of many warlocks. "This is the Morning Star area, the holy land of bloodline warlocks. It's also where all our strength and hope lies," Paul explained. "You should understand how trading and everything works, right?" "Of course." A network of teleportation spell formations spanning across the central continent. As expected, it's a huge project. Leylin sucked in a deep breath. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 535, Protected Star Trading. Yes. Through the Morning Star area, any Morning Star warlock can get support at any time. Even if our brothers are spread throughout the central continent, this place can still keep us closely linked. Paul's words held a tone of awe, and the respect he held towards the warlocks who had thought up this plan was obvious. "Yes, if I had had the coordinates to the Morning Star area the last time, things wouldn't have been so difficult." Leylin sounded helpless as he sighed. "Haha, but it's not too late to know now." The hand of the steel puppet seemed to pat Leylin's shoulder, but went through the black figure. As if trying to hide his embarrassment, Paul immediately laughed as he spoke. "Oh, by the way, all of our bloodline warlock organizations provide each other with long-distance delivery services. Of course, they take a fee and need to be on good terms with the other party. Bloodline warlocks are very united." Leylin's eyes shone, immediately knowing the function of the service. Even if it was the airship network of the Monarch of the Skies, it would take years to travel from one end of the central continent to the other. In the process, they had to move across countless dangerous regions, and even Morning Stars would find this troublesome. Unless it was absolutely necessary, other Magi would stay in their own territories, and seldom conducted super long-distance travels. With the teleportation through the Morning Star area, traveling to any region in the central continent could happen in an instant as long as there was a Morning Star warlock organization there. Of course, as the teleportation was through the astral gate, the arrival would be at the other party's headquarters or even Magus Tower. This served as a threat to the Warlocks who teleported over. The Warlocks that received them would not easily reveal secrets of their nest to another Warlock. This required a certain amount of trust from both sides, as well as unity. However, Leylin believed that with the huge pressure from the external world and the coordination of the few Radiant Moon Warlocks in the inner circles, this was not yet a problem. The space here is large, and there are many uninhabited areas. As long as you take control of it, it's yours and you're free to do as you like, as long as you don't encroach on public territory. Paul continued on, I have a castle outside, but you need to be careful. In these uninhabited regions, there are vengeful spirits and the like. Things will get very complicated if you get hurt, since it's malice that has been amassed in a location. Leylin looked grim as he nodded, tactfully not asking what had happened to the people who had fallen to this state. By the way, where is the trading hall? Leylin took a quick look. After walking out of the square from before, there were only a few shops here and there, with some puppets or clones inside selling personal items. Some of the shops had even closed their doors, only accepting members. However, just the light from the front desk had Leylin in a daze. The astral stones that he had found so difficult to acquire when he was rank 3 seemed to be of less value, with each shop having a couple pieces. There were obviously many treasures here. Leylin even saw quite a few medium-grade magic equipment. However, what confused Leylin was that the trading hall that he was looking for could not be found. Even after he walked a whole round through the trading area, he could not find anything that resembled a building. Lord Leylin, my castle isn't too far away. How about we go there and rest, sampling rainbow juice and jeweled meat from the gourmet world? How about it? Paul awkwardly laughed. Leylin's expression turned cold with dissatisfaction. Paul was obviously afraid that after seeing the trading hall, he would be able to accurately gauge the real value of his items, thus disabling his ability to take advantage of him. Hee, big octopus, are you swindling newbies again? Before Leylin had even flared up, a large flower that looked like a rose giggled from the side. The rose looked about the size of a regular human, its roots twisting around each other and forming something similar to a human's 2 feet. A little girl's face appeared at the stamen. Hey newbie, the public area for trading is above you. Just look up and you'll know. No need to thank me. The giant human-shaped flower hummed while skipping off, while Paul's face turned red. Thankfully, he was now controlling a puppet, and it was not evident. Above me? Leylin raised his head in amazement, staring at the large, starry skies that were like the universe, particularly at the giant star that looked ready to fall. Numerous rings of light formed a pattern around her, bright and beautiful. Could it be? Leylin was shocked, soul force immediately extending to the protective star. Rumble. Like a universe exploding, information streamed into Leylin's brain. If he had not already reached Morning Star Realm and had some experience in the past, he might explode from this onslaught of data. Selling 5632G Astral Stone, accepting exchange with item of equal value. High-grade meditation technique, Void Phantom, total of 5 levels, complete. Requesting, purchasing bloodlines, remains, or even goods from ancient creatures at a high price. Price will be favorable. Add me immediately. At the side was a secret imprint symbol. Medium-grade magic equipment trade. I need a defensive magic equipment. Any difference in price can be compensated with another 100 star gems. Selling living beings, desolate bone wolf tribe, as well as a wolf king with a limit of rank 3. Selling spatial arcane art, as well as an incomplete spatial coordinate. If interested, please hurry. Leylin's eyes flashed with blue, the AI chip quickly turning and gathering all this information, forming a large price list and a curved line of the selling price. Leylin chuckled, clearly understanding the preciousness and general prices of certain items. Haha, the weather's quite good, Paul laughed. Lord Leylin, there's too much chaotic information here. I just wanted you to get some rest. Paul said something even he wouldn't fall for. Would Soul Force need rest? Unexpectedly, Leylin immediately agreed. Lord Paul, please lead the way. Wah, what? You still want to go to the castle? Oh, no. I mean, are you not going to take a look at the market? Paul was slightly confused and even bewildered, to the point that he forgot his words. Haha. Spirit Circle is my Ouroboros clan's ally, so I obviously believe you. Besides, I'm rather curious about the rainbow juice and jeweled meat. Leylin lifted his head and chuckled, looking as if he did not mind. Paul was immediately touched. What he did not realize was, in the moment Leylin laughed, there was a cold glint in his eyes. After walking out of the public area, everything instantly seemed desolate. The Morning Star area was a plain after all, and no matter how many of their few Radiant Moon Warlocks had dealt with it, they could not attend to every single area. Even public places were frequented only by Morning Star Warlocks, and thus appeared like a ghost town. The area was large, but there were few people, and the frequency of an individual occupying a lot of land was extremely high. The situation was even worse outside. Besides a few castles and buildings like that near the public region, the other areas were basically a wasteland. The vengeful spirits formed of malicious thoughts and ill intent were very stubborn and difficult to deal with. Before a complete purification, even Radiant Moon Warlocks had few methods to deal with it. They could only allow them to lie around idly, not even able to make use of them. They headed all the way to Paul's castle. While it was called a castle, Warlock's aesthetics were rather different from those ordinary people. The castle in front of Leylin was a few large spheroids floating in the air, with a column connecting the bottom to the ground. Look, this is the castle I designed myself. What beautiful arches, and that feeling of complete perfection. Oh, it makes me want to recite a poem. Paul was obviously in a good mood, but Leylin politely declined. On the ground, there was an installation similar to an elevator. The smart butler immediately recognized Paul's aura, sending him and Leylin into the castle. "Ha! This area is rather crude with only a few refined gold servants. Don't take offense." Leylin brought Leylin to a strangely shaped hall to sit, and an intellectual servant immediately brought a round plate over. Inside was juice that was spilling over with an aroma, as well as roasted meat. The juice was poured in a transparent glass cup, but revealed a 7-colored luster, similar to a rainbow. The meat, too, had a tint on the surface similar to jewels. These two were food from another world. Even Morning Star Magi would have difficulty obtaining this. The taste was amazing, and though Paul usually could not bring himself to enjoy it, he had taken it out and shown off his treasure for Leylin's sake. "It's all right," Leylin laughed as he shook his head. While he knew that, in theory, they could move migrants here to work, the purification was not thorough enough. Besides Morning Stars, even other low-ranked warlocks might not be able to handle the contamination, much less regular people. Perhaps, the Union head had already attempted at experiments in this area, only to be met with failure. Leylin did not think into this, picking up his cutlery in a practiced manner and elegantly cutting himself a piece of jeweled meat. Oh, the moment the piece of meat on the fork entered his mouth, the delicious juice from the meat combined with a unique aroma and began to attack Leylin's taste buds, causing every cell in his body to rejoice. "That is delicious. I'm not going to hold back then." Mind ready to take some revenge, he began to enjoy the food without restraint, feeling a thrill go through him as he watched Paul's heartache. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, Soul Issue. The gourmet world was another world in the astral plane. Rumors from ancient times had it that even a brook or a rock would taste supremely delicious there. This was the pinnacle of enjoyable food, and many magi could not resist the temptation. Based on Leylin's knowledge, the Warlock Union had yet to have any records of a successful attack on another world, which made these all the more precious. Seeing the delicacies in front of Leylin constantly being consumed, Paul's robotic face seemed to be in anguish, especially the soul force that unwittingly showed his emotions. Leylin was even more cheerful as he ate quicker. Though his main body wasn't here, the pleasures felt by soul force could be connected to the main body. When Paul could no longer endure this, Leylin raised his head properly. "Lord Paul, seems like we can now discuss the issues about trading the spoils." The look of grievance Paul had on his face had Leylin laughing inside, but his expression was even more serious. Paul wanted to vomit blood. After coming out from Paul's place, Leylin's expression still held a smile. Though he had taken a hasty look, the AI chip had already remembered the prices of everything in the trading market, giving Leylin a price list of objects used by Morning Stars and above. With this list, Paul's thoughts of taking advantage of Leylin's unfamiliarity with market price was thoroughly fruitless, and he had even suffered a loss of great amounts of treasures from the gourmet world. Recalling his expression of wanting to vomit blood, Leylin felt the urge to laugh. Of course, Spirit Circle was still Ouroboros clan's ally, and Leylin had not gone too far. At least, when he had been eating the meat, he'd thrown a few bones to Paul. When he sold off some of the treasures from Scarlet Crescent at a slightly discounted price, Paul's dead expression eased slightly. That said, the other party would definitely not dare deceive him anymore. Boom! Yellow earth exploded, and a giant black figure strode forward, each step causing the surroundings to tremble. As expected, a puppet is easier to use than soul force. Leylin controlled the giant black steel puppet, extremely satisfied. The soul force from before had only been a virtual body, and he could not do many things. On top of that, the energy consumption was high. Now that he had the puppet, it was like giving his soul force a layer of clothing. Not only could he do things that needed a corporeal body, even the energy consumption had lessened. This puppet was obviously not Paul's. Leylin had teleported one over himself. After negotiating the trade, the two of them had immediately used the astral gate and sent over the items, finishing the trade in an instant. The teleportation fees were meager, but Paul took responsibility for that. Leylin had taken the opportunity and sent over a puppet for himself, causing Paul to roll his eyes. Something I made myself is easier to use. Besides, I don't dare touch any of that octopus things. Who knows what soul-scrying techniques or traps are inside? Leylin was still quite fearful towards the most mysterious branch of bloodline warlocks, the spirit warlocks. Leylin's eyes flashed, having discovered something. His body turned into a black figure, colliding into a little hill like a savage beast. Boom! The hill exploded, sending rocks flying everywhere. While dust flew everywhere, a human figure flew out. The human figure looked thin and small, and its body was translucent. One was somewhat able to see the scenery behind it. A vengeful spirit that possesses worldly malice. Leylin burst out in laughter, soul force forming a large hand and grabbing it. By the time his opponent came before him, Leylin realized that the vengeful spirit looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. It looked like a delicate boy, eyes still holding fear. The environment isn't bad here, and the vengeful spirit created here is considered top-rate even in the central continent. Should I take over a place and build a spirit experimentation area or something? Leylin watched the boy's faint figure in the large hand, stroking his chin. This vengeful spirit was completely intimidated by Leylin's terrifying pressure and could only tremble. Is this power the malice of the world? While grabbing the boy, Leylin felt a strange force emitting from the body and even trying to invade his soul force. This was a force similar to the force of destiny, yet at the same time also similar to Gaia's extensive will. If not for Leylin having researched deeply into these two areas, he might not even have noticed it. If it was a complete and powerful world, even morning stars would be unable to handle its malice. It's a pity, Leylin sighed. This was merely a plane, and it was broken. Even Gaia's will had been defeated at the hands of radiant moon warlocks till it was in tatters. If not, it would not have only this amount of strength. Gaia's will was, in actuality, the culmination of common trains of thought amongst living bodies, and even non-living bodies such as the earth and ocean. Now, however, all intellectual beings of this plane had been exterminated, leaving behind vengeful spirits and allowing warlocks to take over more of it. Perhaps, tens of thousands of years later, humans would thrive. Gaia's will, which would be protective of the new humans and warlocks' benefits, would completely replace the original will here and beat these down. This sort of malicious intent depends on the entire plane. If a new Gaia is not created or the area is completely destroyed, this situation will not completely die away. It will be very troublesome. Leylin's brows furrowed. Soul force began to quiver with a specific undulation, immediately shaking out this malicious intent. Bang! The faint figure of the boy in his hands immediately looked sinister and quickly exploded, turning into streams of black air and dissipating. How long will it be until all the mysteries of the soul are laid bare before me? Leylin observed the desolate area, sighing ruefully as he commanded. AI chip. Show me the progress on the simulation of the 5th level of Chem-In's pupil. Beep. Progress of 5th level of meditation technique, Chem N's pupil, 30%, the AI chip loyally intoned. This number had been stuck here for a long while, and if he did not make any breakthrough, he would probably not be able to make any progress. Looking at this number, Leylin sighed silently. In terms of a Magus progress from ranks 1 to 3 relied on spiritual force. From 4 to 6, it would touch on the soul. The even more mysterious rank, 7, required the grasping of some power of the world, or in other words, laws. Leylin was now stuck in the training of the soul. Chem N's pupil only had 4 levels, and there was no elaboration on the later realms. Leylin could only grope around blindly. However, soul force was hard to understand. Even the AI chip now could not completely come up with the date of others. How could he conduct simulations and the like? Perhaps even rank 5 or 6 Magi or Warlocks might not be able to fully understand the working of souls. In addition, while strengthening soul force, one can only rely on meditation techniques and long periods of time. Leylin couldn't help but recall the wing of the sun. Even this top-grade meditation technique's explanation about souls was not clear. The author had often marked speculation and guesses. That meant that even a terrifying rank 6 being like the sun's child did not have enough understanding of the soul, and only depended on the characteristics of its race to gain power. Compared to Magi, Warlocks use the power of their bloodlines to strengthen the soul. Most of the time, nobody understands how it works. Meditation techniques mostly teach how to activate the power of the bloodline, which is why their knowledge on souls is even lesser than that of Magi. Maybe that's one of the reasons why, amongst bloodline warlocks, there haven't been the appearance of any rank 6 thrones. Leylin touched his chin, beginning to make conjectures. First things first, I have to completely revitalize the bloodline of the sun's child. With the wing of the sun, I might be able to gain something. Next, I have to purchase large quantities of renowned works on souls by Magi and Warlocks, and I must obtain level 5 or 6 high-grade meditation techniques. These 2 methods are the most practical. For the latter, I can solve it right here. At the thought of the information at the trading market, Leylin's eyes brightened. Rumble, though it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, he was still awed by the large amounts of soul force and conscience mixed together. The scene of uncountable amounts of data streaking through still left Leylin with his mind blown. On the giant planet of the Morning Star area, basically all Morning Star warlocks left a trace of their soul force or will here to conduct trades. Some will stayed here, relying on selling information and earning large amounts of top-grade resources. Leylin noticed keenly that the use of magic crystals had been lowered to the utmost, and they were almost completely unseen. This was very normal. Among Morning Star warlocks, who did not have a few or even tens of large-scaled magic crystal mines, this could not be used as something of much value. The currency here was something else that Leylin was very familiar with: astral stones. Astral stones had become the norm and were the currency being used. If Morning Star warlocks had something they needed, they would usually sell off what they had on hand and, after accumulating enough astral stones, buy it. For Morning Star warlocks, astral stones were an eternal, hard currency. They would not depreciate in value. The information in the market changed completely every few moments, making Leylin think back to the stocks, securities, and futures markets of his previous world. It caused him to feel dazzled. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, Bloodsucking Loach, AI Chip, Begin Scan, Keywords, Soul Force, High-Grade Meditation Technique. Thankfully, Leylin had the AI chip which was fused with his soul. It responded instantly to his thoughts. Beep. Mission established, starting scan. Soon enough, a blue display was projected in front of his eyes, showing a very long list. Leylin gathered himself and started looking through the information carefully. High-grade meditation technique, Void Phantom, 5 layers in total and complete. As long as Ancient Soul Force Arcane Art, Multi-Luster Sacrificial Rite. Able to strengthen soul force and improve the power of spells that are rank 4 and above by 50%, all in exchange for the egg of a nefarious filthbird. Crystallized Soul Force. 500G of the crystallized soul force of a morning star in exchange for astral stones of the same quality. Ancient bloodline, offspring of the white-scaled illusory tiger. Not only can it keenly sense soul force, a contract with it has the extraordinary effect of strengthening the soul. Prices to be negotiated face-to-face. The large amounts of data dazzled Leylin, every item on the screen nearly causing him to salivate. He realized then that he was poor. He was way too poor. Whether they were from his plunder of Twilight Zone or his other sources of wealth, his resources that could originally be sold off at astronomical prices were dispensable to morning stars. Other things, such as his bloodline refinement method and the data on Quicksand's experiments, could not see the light of day. Leylin suddenly found that the only things he could take out to sell were the astral stones he'd appropriated from the clan treasury. This won't do. I need to find a source of revenue as soon as possible. Leylin watched the items on the screen, eyes turning slightly red. These Morning Star Warlocks had gathered too many amazing items. As long as he obtained a portion of any of them and handed over to the AI chip to experiment with, the progress on the analysis of soul force would definitely increase rapidly. This was very important to him, but a source that suits a morning star, and it needs to be regular as well. He found himself in a bind. Other warlocks would surely have taken such sources over already. How would he get a chance? His only option was to think up a brand new source of income. Leylin flipped through the pages absent-mindedly and finally found some things he was interested in. Teleportation required. I need to reach Sunset Mountains within 3 days. If any friends have teleportation points, please contact me. Prices are negotiable. Requesting help. Rebellion by marine dragon whales at the East region. Need at least 3 morning stars to suppress them. Each will be guaranteed a minimum of 1,000 G of astral stones, and additional rewards will be given to those who capture their enemies. Assistance required in attacking the Mage Basin. Once conquered, offering 5% of their yearly profit. All sorts of conscients gathered at the other end of the trade area, communicating rapidly. The deals were near instant. If there isn't anything else, I'm afraid I'll have to take on some missions here, becoming a mercenary of sorts. Face grim, Leylin followed a thread of information to a dark conscient. May I know if Sire here is selling high-grade meditation techniques? Floating in front of Leylin was a bundle of black light. An extreme darkness full of terrifying energy converged on it. Though it was merely a conscient, it was still enough to cause Leylin to feel fear. N, the other party answered unwillingly, as if not really interested in this deal. Unlike other items, this sort of knowledge and special techniques could be sold off multiple times and not even at a very high price, which was Leylin's first target. After all, he had already gained a top-grade meditation technique, Wing of the Sun. With this one, as well as the other accumulations from before, the AI chip's research would reach a whole new level, and he could obtain more information. May I know the price? Leylin calmed down, readying himself to negotiate with the other party. He did not have a lot of astral stones, and there were a lot of good resources here. He needed to be frugal. Besides, the requirements listed by the other conscients were just unbelievable. Even Leylin could not take it, especially the one asking for the egg of the nefarious filthbird. He'd blacklisted that choice right away. The nefarious filthbird and Trial's Eye were at the same level and had the ability to traverse worlds. How could it be of equal value to an ancient arcane art? Just thinking of this, Leylin felt that they were crazy. As for the soul force crystals, he could just produce himself. They weren't all that useful anyway. In general, since there was news of people hoping for an exchange, they obviously wanted to sell items off at a higher price. Hence, very few deals were made in this trading area. Most of the idle soul forces and conscients lazed around here, and once they saw a cheaply priced trade, immediately pounced forth like a bunch of sharks that smelt blood. Morning Star Warlocks were erudite, and also had the detective ability that soul force offered them. Each and every one of them was old and sly, and while it was not impossible to pick up cheap gains, the effort and time one needed to put into it was too much. This was the conclusion Leylin came up with after surveying the scene multiple times. Hence, he gave up on the thought of picking up cheap deals and began to trade honestly. My Void Phantom not only has 5 complete levels, but also includes an affinity to the element of illusion. It's at an unconditional price of 5,000 G of astral stones. The dark conscient didn't seem to care if Leylin actually wanted to purchase it. However, its requirements for the users is too high. Besides, we're all warlocks. The high-grade meditation techniques of Magi are only for reference, which makes your price too, Leylin frowned. With his knowledge of high-grade meditation techniques, just a few casually thrown-out sentences caused the conscient to begin hesitating. Furthermore, haven't you sold this meditation techniques many times already? How can it have the same price as before? Realizing he had a chance, Leylin immediately attacked. After a complicated negotiation similar to the business deals in his previous world, Leylin finally bought the high-grade meditation technique, Void Phantom, at a low price just like he wanted to. However, the astral stones he had gotten from the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan had been practically halved in that instant. He calculated it all carefully. The real wealth was definitely on the three dukes, and all that was left in the headquarters were merely scraps. Leylin had too few astral stones left on him after buying the meditation technique. He took a look around, and upon finding nothing special, quickly found a little corner, his sole force withdrawing from the Morning Star area. In the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan, at the core laboratory in the technological department, Leylin gave a long huff and observed the black crystal in his hands. Beep. High-grade meditation technique, Void Phantom, has been recorded. Saved into database under high-grade meditation techniques, the AI chip's emotionless voice sounded. Very good. Seeing the progress bar that was now progressing again, Leylin's heart that had been aching was finally consoled. He left the technical department and came before the Bloodline laboratory from before. This was the core laboratory of the Ouroboros clan, and only the 3 Morning Stars were allowed access to it. Of course, after Leylin took over, he had used this as his own laboratory. The experiment on the revitalization of the Sun's child bloodline had been performed here. Tower Genie, how's the situation with the specimens? Leylin asked. The specimens are currently doing well. The number of surviving blood-sucking loaches is being kept at 20 and above, and they have consumed 32.7 tons of culture fluid. The Tower Genie projected a series of data in front of Leylin, to which he nodded his head. At the beginning, the blood-sucking loaches' numbers had rapidly dwindled, but after the other specimens had gotten used to the bloodline of the Sun's child, they could finally survive for a longer time. At this point, a decent number of them could remain alive at a time. Leylin came to the cultivation pool from before. The liquid in the pool had already turned a dark green, with occasional streaks of gold flashing underwater. It had also expanded tenfold from before. Water splashed everywhere, and a golden monster jumped out to bite at Leylin, its mouth full of sharp teeth. It was even spitting out flames. TSSS. Before the flames could reach him, they were blocked by a layer of white light. Black lightning grouped together to form a large hand, slapping it back into the water. It's very lively, Leylin chuckled, judging this mutated blood-sucking loach. Perhaps calling them blood-sucking loaches was no longer suitable, since what was in front of Leylin was a whole new species that had gone through the stimulation from the bloodline of the Sun's child. It had expanded in size by 10 times and was full of golden scales. There was even a strange horn-like thing on the head, and it had scarlet eyes and sharp teeth below. It growled, on the offensive. As if the attack had given rise to some chain reaction, multiple golden streaks jumped out from under the water with a splash, beginning to attack each other and roaring. Some of these loaches had grown a pair of sharp claws at the stomach area and were unusually ferocious as they launched attacks at their own kin. The offensive abilities of the blood-sucking loaches has increased by a large amount. Every time there's a bloody battle like this, the surviving blood-sucking loaches will gain even more strength. The most powerful blood-sucking loach is estimated to survive for 45 days and 21 hours. Its bloodline was from a blood-sucking loach king, the Tower Genie introduced by Leylin's ear. Is it this one? Leylin had noticed the golden blood-sucking loach right at the center. It had already bore no semblance to its previous form and had grown to become a more powerful being. Flowing scales covered its entire body like a layer of smooth liquid. The bloodied look in its eyes had not ebbed, but it now seemed to have some intelligence. After observing for a while longer, Leylin ordered, "That's enough." Prepare the next phase. Rumble, the ceiling above the cultivation pool suddenly opened, and some mysterious fluids were poured in from a translucent crystal container. As if it had been exposed to a stimulant, even the largest blood-sucking loach immediately immersed itself in this civil war. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538, Bloodline of the Sun's Child. Bloodline of the Sun's Child. I'm afraid the conditions here are still inadequate for the last bloodline purification and activation process. Leylin scrutinized the entire laboratory, the crystal-like ground, as well as the unique radiance emitted by the walls. Such an environment was a good location for experiments even for a Morningstar Magus. Even so, some of the steps required to activate an ancient bloodline were very troublesome and even posed a certain amount of danger. It was still best that these sorts of experiments were conducted in one's Magus Tower. But there was still a period of time before Leylin's Magus Tower could be completed, hence it was still necessary to remodel and reinforce the place as appropriate. As he looked at the muddled breeding pool, he was no longer bothered by the yells and struggles inside it. Instead, he gave a few orders to the formation genie before leaving the place directly. Morningstar Magus Tower? Although Leylin had only been gone a short period of time, the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan had undergone many changes. The number of warlocks in the place had increased. With the war having calmed down, many refugees from other territories had fled here. On top of that, there was now a tall tower built in an eye-catching position. This Magus Tower was not only a few times larger than his old one, it was also filled with a sense of terrifying grandeur, its peak appearing to pierce through space itself. This was the Morningstar Magus Tower than the Oakheart clan and the other bloodline warlock families of the Ouroboros clan had cooperated to build for Leylin. Although the construction of the tower could not be completed this soon, the rough framework had already been set up. A large number of high-ranked warlocks, as well as Magus craftsmen and formation magi from other regions, surrounded the Magus Tower, working tirelessly. "Your Grace!" Faisal and Parker immediately came to greet him at Freya's side. "You guys have done well during this period of time." Leylin smiled at Freya before speaking to Faisal and the others. "It's because we adopted your Grace's blueprints and followed your advice. We're confident that we'll be able to complete the construction more quickly than normal." Faisal reported respectfully. There was still a slight shock in his heart. In his view, with Leylin being able to promote to the Morningstar realm at the mere age of 200 or so, his talent as a warlock was incomparable to begin with. What he did not expect was that Leylin could actually focus on both the construction and formation spells whilst undergoing Magus practice. It made Leylin seem monstrous. Of course, those thoughts were hidden within his heart. He definitely couldn't show them on the surface. "Good, pass down my command. The work is to be halted every night. I want to handle it personally in a more in-depth manner," Leylin said plainly. "Could it be that you want to?" Faisal's eyes sparkled, and he left shortly after. "Now, who can overthrow you?" Leylin looked at his own Morningstar Magus Tower, a confident look emerging on his face. His previous Magus Tower had been destroyed by the Oakheart clan, but now they'd had to pay with a Morningstar Magus Tower instead. Furthermore, Leylin was now confident in his own strength. Even in the entire central continent, there were not many who could destroy his Magus Tower again. He also would not allow himself to fall into such a low. Leylin looked at the huge landmark-like Magus Tower, and a slight joking expression flashed in his eyes. "Perhaps, after millions of years, this Magus Tower will come to symbolize me. Let it stand here forever." Deep in the night, there was not a single Magus around the Morningstar Magus Tower anymore. Even Faisal and the others had left the place long ago. They understood that the Magus Tower was the core of a Magus power. Surely Leylin had some secrets that he would set up, and the fewer that knew the better. Moreover, the intense radiation of a Morningstar warlock would exert great pressure on them. It would be safer to avoid it. Leylin walked alone inside the empty Magus Tower. Most of the runes and spell formations hadn't been set up yet, and many of the basic amenities were also unused. The tower right now was just an empty shell without a defense. "AI chip, begin scanning the entire Magus Tower, slowly adjust the radiation power," Leylin commanded. "Mission acquired, beginning synchronization." Adjusting, the AI chip immediately responded. Accompanying the AI chip sound, a 3D structure appeared before Leylin. A brilliant radiance was also emitted from his body that began to merge with the entire structure. Compared to the previous time, where his radiation spread out without discrimination in Scarlet Crescent, destroying everything, Leylin was currently extremely careful in controlling it. This process allowed the Magus Tower to slowly accept it and adapt. High-ranked magi could revitalize ancient materials through their radiation and even produce many anomalies. This was common knowledge in the central continent. Although Leylin's Magus Tower made use of high-quality materials, he still needed to use his radiation to unify the materials in order to let it reach its peak condition. Many rumors held that there were often ghosts, vengeful spirits, and other such things where magi lived. A byproduct of the changes a Magus radiation caused in the surrounding territory. Leylin was currently strengthening his Magus Tower, and at the same time leaving his own mark on it. Even if it was deliberately held back, the radiation of a morning star Magus was a disaster for weaker magi. This was why Faisal had immediately transferred those magi away as night arrived. As for other times, based on Leylin's control, as well as the compressive abilities of the point mass, he had long since become able to securely lock up the radiation in his own body. Since he didn't leak the slightest bit, there would be no problem. If someone looked from outside, they would see a beautiful view. Standing out from the surrounding darkness, a morning star Magus Tower seemed to be wrapped up in a colorful radiance. Even the dark sky was dyed with its colors. If they got closer, they would hear an increasingly clear hiss of a giant serpent, causing one's hair to stand. What accompanied the hissing of the giant serpent was another sound which seemed like a singing curse, yet at the same time like a worshipping voice. It surrounded the entire Magus Tower, making it seem mysterious. Because Leylin had joined in himself, the construction of the Magus Tower had been sped up. The building seemed to be morphing day to day. It has finally reached this point. Leylin's pupils gleamed with excitement as he watched the gold creature in the large confinement room. Now, the blood-sucking loach had completely lost its previous image. Instead, it had transformed into a terrifying creature that was similar to the golden dragons from legend. Golden scales covered its entire body, their glimmer making it seem as if it was a god from the ancient times. On its forehead was a rune in the shape of a sun, emitting a blazing light. Leylin had a premonition if it was not for him suppressing this beast all this time. The first thing the creature would do was probably to transform into a gigantic fireball, rising from the ashes and advancing to the morning star realm. In other words, this was a morning star creature. Now, creatures of this level were already very rare. If it were placed among the circles of morning star magi, it would probably cause a huge sensation, even more so encouraging the emergence of another bloodline warlock clan. Upon seeing Leylin, the golden dragon howled and a blood-red light flashed in its pupils. It immediately turned towards him, emitting an aura unique to the dragon race. The layer of glass in front was instantly drowned in a brilliant golden flame. The tempered glass warped under the extreme heat, cracks beginning to form on its surface. "Oh, you deliberately kept your firepower a secret, huh? This level of intelligence already surpasses that of a wild beast." Leylin laughed without much ado. As he watched the golden dragon displaying its invincible might, he could not help but think of the ancient sun's child, wondering what rank of power and influence it possessed. "What a pity, I created you, and I can also destroy you at any time." A chill suddenly appeared in Leylin's pupils, making the golden dragon retract its neck. "Blood seal?" A crimson radiance flashed in Leylin's eyes as his right hand reached out to grab the golden dragon. Bang! Immediately, a large amount of blood began to flow out from beneath the golden dragon's scales, turning it red in a moment. Its original dignified roar had been replaced by a pitiful cry. Even locked to 35% of its bloodline, it's still so terrifying. A hint of worry flashed across Leylin's face as he watched the shrieking creature. The experiment that he had performed on the golden dragon previously out of convenience had immediately allowed him to understand the stubborn nature passed down through its bloodline. However, this sort of attitude verifies the wisdom tree's hypothesis. Now all I need is extended research, clinical trials, and then... Leylin stroked his chin and made up his mind. But the good thing is that the bloodline of the sun's child has been completely activated. It's the bloodline of an ancient rank 6 creature after all, and even a drop is enough to create another morning star creature. The corner of his lips curled up in a slight smile. Now, onto the final phase. Boom! A ball of golden blood, which was the size of a fist, floated in the air like a fireball. It released a terrifying amount of light and heat, slowly raising the temperature of the room. The temperature was so high, in fact, that space itself distorted, rifts appearing near the blood. This was the unstable phenomenon resulted from the burning of the sun's flame. "Activate," Leylin said emotionlessly as he watched the scene. A great amount of light emerged with a whoosh, strengthening the surrounding walls. Many runes shot out one after the other, locking the blood down. At this point, it looked like a miniature sun. Leylin had specially reinforced this secret chamber, with the express intent of locking the bloodline of the sun's child. From how it looked, the effect wasn't rather bad. He nodded secretly before looking at the AI chip's status screen. Beep, completing the genetic makeup of the sun's child, beginning imitation, deducing according to the meditation technique, wing of the sun, the AI chip intoned loyally. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539 Recuperation. The wing of the sun was a top-grade meditation technique that was meant to complement the bloodline of the sun's child, and was abstruse and unfathomable. Even the AI chip had not been able to analyze it. Now, however, the combination of the real bloodline of the sun's child and its DNA sequence worked together to solve the many difficulties that had been confounding him. With the Dragon King's mystic might he had obtained in the past, he now also had the Void Phantom, which came to 2 complete meditation techniques. This meant he had a decent, accurate database to draw upon. The simulation of the 5th level of Chem-In's pupil saw some progress once more. Seeing that his main objective was satisfied, Leylin couldn't help but sigh with relief. Rank 6, top-grade creature, sun's child. Leylin observed the blood that was like a little sun and began to furrow his eyebrows. With this and the wing of the sun, he could instantly create a powerful warlock family. Warlocks with a bloodline stemming from a rank 6 creature hadn't yet appeared in the central continent. If another warlock or magus were to find out, things would get complicated for me. A wry smile appeared about Leylin's lips. How could it be only complicated? The moment this news leaked, even if malicious warlocks weren't an issue, it was highly likely that the Breaking Dawn monarchs would be alerted. After all, they would not want to see the rise of another Breaking Dawn bloodline warlock, which would affect the current equilibrium of power. It's a pity, if not for my bloodline being permanent, I would long since have used the sun's child's bloodline. Leylin heaved a long sigh. But his eyes immediately cleared up. Classify this area as a forbidden region of the highest grade, confidentiality rank X. Anyone who comes in here besides me is to be killed. No exceptions. His voice was cold, as if every word of his carried with it chilly air that contained millions of ice shards. Understood. The spirit genie's similarly unfeeling voice sounded. Perhaps only beings that lacked human intelligence would not understand the terror that was Leylin. On top of that, Leylin looked at his empty surroundings, gently stroking a crystal ring on his finger. Whoosh! 5 translucent phantoms appeared around him like a breeze, as if voluntarily squeezing out from the void. There were no energy waves, just 5 pairs of bloodshot eyes staring at him as their owners half-kneeled on the floor. Protect this place well. Any who dare intrude are to be eliminated immediately, Leylin said as he sent out a spiritual command through the ring on his finger. The 5 phantoms nodded speechlessly and immediately disappeared into the air. With them concealed, even the AI chip could barely discern their auras. These void assassins are pretty useful. It's a pity that there are only 8 left. Leylin was full of admiration as he watched the assassins disappear, touching his chin. These 8 void assassins were naturally his gains from Scarlet Crescent. He had carefully checked before. Every one of these void assassins had the strength surpassing a crystal phase magus. Their method of traveling through the void was stealthy and hard to defend against. Even a Morning Star magus would be in danger if 5 of them acted in tandem, ambushing him. With these defenses, he could somewhat relax. I can't keep it here, and I need to use it as soon as possible. Alternatively, I can wait till the Magus Tower is completed and deposit it there, Leylin pondered. Using the bloodline of the sun's child to perform experiments on bloodline ignition was too much of a pity. Leylin still had other uses for this blood. The bloodline of an ancient rank 6 creature was an invaluable treasure. Next is to amass more strength and push for the advancement of my soul force. The best would be for the AI chip to represent soul force numerically, which will make everything much simpler. Leylin subconsciously looked at his status. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent. Strength, 50 Agility, 45 Vitality, 65 Spiritual Force, 506.9 Magic Power. 506 Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force? After entering Morning Star, the aim was to make progress in regards to the soul. His spiritual force and other stats would no longer undergo major changes. At this thought, Leylin looked into the progress of the AI chip simulation of soul force and found it to be stuck. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. The analysis of soul force cannot be done in a day or two. A thread of understanding rose in Leylin's mind. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The original Ouroboros clan had now completely stabilized, though the other allied forces still occupied a part of the territory that had belonged to them. A larger war had not occurred. From how a few organizations were silently withdrawing their forces, the general situation was progressing positively. Those warlocks seemed to have forgotten their hatred from the past, and the situation at Phosphorescence Swamp stabilized as they continued with their lives and research. And yet, the subconscious bloody glint that remained in the depths of their eyes proved that the traces of the war were still present. Or rather, the seeds of revenge were buried deep in their hearts. They were lying quietly in wait for these seeds to grow, until the day they began to thrive and became strong and healthy. Leylin couldn't wait to see it happen, and even added fuel to the flame. From his perspective, the bloodline warlocks before led far too comfortable lives, particularly the Chem-In nobility. They spent their days in their territories intoxicated, not spending any time on their warlock training. Thankfully, after this war, most of these vermin had disappeared, leaving behind many capable and hardworking descendants, each of them outstanding. These talents were the strengths and assets that he regarded as important. As long as he could lead these warlocks and complete their revenge, he might instantly gain their undying loyalty. That would allow him to completely control the Ouroboros clan, and even the return of the 3 dukes would not change anything. Through these 5 years, Leylin had extended his authority to all aspects in Ouroboros clan. He had even secretly influenced many warlocks of the new generation, and they completely accepted his rule, thinking it was normal for things to continue like this forever. Faisal and those few bloodline families had become smarter after the attack, and Leylin could find no opportunity to deal with them. That was rather regretful. However, no matter how long he tried to delay matters, there were things that needed to be done: blood extraction. Above a geographical basin holding an ethnic group, Leylin wore a luxurious platinum Magus robe that was actually a piece of magic equipment. His expression was stern as he reached out his hand, and a formless giant vortex appeared in the air with a grab. Large amounts of blood beaded down, turning into a stream as it gathered in his hands. It formed a highly concentrated crystal that looked similar to a ruby. Below him, a giant tribe of a different race had suffered heavy casualties. Besides a few high-ranked magi, almost nobody had survived. All of them had their blood drawn and turned into dried-out corpses. This bloodline drawing method is truly tyrannical, Leylin nodded. The arcane art he was using to extract blood came from his own bloodline inheritance. In ancient times, it had only been a convenient spell to draw blood on a large scale. However, with his modifications, as well as the power from the soul force of a morning star, the effect was truly terrifying. Its strength was enough to destroy a country. That was not all. The bloodline gems gathered from the bloodline extraction were also a very important resource for warlocks. Crimson light flashed in Leylin's eyes as he tucked away these concentrated crystals that sparkled like blood diamonds. "You of a different race, you dare?" A roar full of denial and pain sounded out, bringing with it energy waves at the morning star realm. "My job is done, the rest is your business." Leylin bowed with a smile and retreated to the back. "Leylin, you really know how to goof off." In front of him were a few morning star warlocks. The burly man who was the head teased Leylin, but still went forward. "Who exactly are you? Why did you come here?" The rays of light dimmed, revealing the morning star that had hastened over. It was a giant formed of flames, eyes full of fury. "There's no reason. If you want to blame something, blame yourselves for occupying this area." The burly man sneered, the phantom of a large black goat that was thousands of meters tall emerging from his back. This goat not only had the horns of a demon, but also a torso that was similar to a human. However, it was full of black fleece, looking to be like the demonic satyrs of the underworld. "Morning Star Warlock?" The giant fire elemental elder couldn't help but blurt out. Following that, others in black clothing stood up before him. The morning star auras they similarly emitted caused the fire elemental elder's pupils to shrink. Rumble, the few morning star warlocks surrounded him in an enormous formation. The energy undulations extended to the horizons and even dispersed a few large dark clouds. Once everything was over, the burly man from before approached Leylin. "Lord Leylin's blood extraction truly is worthy of its reputation. Here is your reward." The burly man tossed a little pouch full of astral stones to Leylin. "The total comes to 13,423 grams of astral stones. Check the amount?" "Many thanks," Leylin sighed heavily. This time-consuming and very lengthy mission was finally over. Besides concentrating on his own research, he would take on a few missions from time to time from the Morning Star region, earning astral stones to purchase other items to nourish the soul. The task this time was a mission to help the burly man suppress the fire elemental elder. HMPH, these tribes actually worship an elemental being from another world. Even death cannot wipe out their sins. The burly man scolded, still angry. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 540 Sudden Change. Listening to the mission leader's complaints, Leylin remained silent. The large-scaled tribe that he had massacred was not a fire elemental tribe. However, they had obviously been influenced by the fire elemental morning star to the extent that they formed a faith that worshipped fire. It might have to do with them being of a different race, but warlocks obviously did not give them preferential treatment, nor were they tolerant towards them. Though the Warlock Union claimed to take in those with all bloodlines, that was merely talk. It sounded nice to listen to, but those who believed that were fools. Leylin knew how things worked in the Union. If they were a race protected by a morning star, they might have some status in the Warlock Union and could help their own people. However, if they were a race without the protection of a morning star, then they would probably have to struggle pitifully, enduring exploitation and oppression. After all, the leader of the Warlock Union was a mighty bloodline warlock. They did not think themselves human, but nor did they think themselves to be of another race. Hence, their attitudes towards completely different races seemed rather hypocritical. Especially for beings like these who hadn't even joined the Union and sided with the enemy, there was no consideration for them. Of course, Leylin did not bother with these trivial matters. He had taken on and successfully completed the mission and had thus gotten the rewards. It was that simple. The time spent on investigation and combat was already annoying him. In addition, with his experience from his previous world, he was beginning to feel concerned. Why would a morning star-ranked fire elemental elder appear here? He had even bewitched many tribes to be on his side. If not for them finding out and eliminating him in time, this entire region was likely to have fallen into chaos soon. And yet, that wasn't what worried him the most. The other party had already begun spreading a religion, and that put him on his guard. Recruiting believers and propagating religious beliefs was a very dangerous signal. Leylin, who had experience from his previous life, understood the gods that the Westerners worshipped purely based on some misinformation, legends, or even utter nonsense. This act of preaching was evidently different from that of high-ranked magi, and it wasn't the sort of primitive worship of uncivilized communities. Real gods, and not only one at that, were spreading their own religions. It was not just the worship of fire. A plot was also afoot to revive Beelzebub, the sovereign king of gluttonous desires. It all gave Leylin a very bad premonition. Even though Leylin rarely bothered with religion in his previous world, he wouldn't get this wrong. Of course, this was just a conjecture. He had no idea what the real world of gods was like after all. Most documentation from the ancient era did not touch on this. The appearance of the world of gods was the beginning of the ancient Magus World's decline. Hence, the amount of books that had survived that era were the fewest. This was why Leylin had yet to gather much data on it despite his status. This could, therefore, be a misunderstanding on his part, but Leylin did not want to continue down that line of thought. No matter how superficial his thinking might be, he knew that the real gods in the world of gods were, at the very least, at rank 6 and above. They were existences who had grasped a certain power or law, and such great strength was what Leylin needed to look up to. The moment he were to be caught up in giant complications like this, only death awaited him. With his current strength, at least, he would amount to nothing. Leylin had always stood by the motto that one could only accept responsibility equivalent to their strength. That was how he had been able to live till now. He knew himself well, the games and contests between the gods and Magus World. Let the higher ranks take care of it. In any case, there were still many Breaking Dawn monarchs in the central continent. Rejecting the burly man's sincere attempts at urging him to stay, Leylin traveled through the astral plane, instantly arriving back at Phosphorescence Swamp. Blue light flashed, and Leylin's figure broke through the enormous astral gate. The feeling of long-distance teleportation is really... Leylin shook his head and laughed. The spatial pressure that had almost killed him while he was at rank 2 was like a cool breeze to him right now, not affecting him much. Welcome home, master. A green elf similar to the tower genie from before flapped its wings and flew above Leylin. Leylin nodded. The AI chip linked with it, and he then knew all the recent events in the Magus Tower like the back of his hand. The large astral gate behind him stopped humming, and the light from the blue flames above it began to fade. After the light completely dissipated, the astral gate returned to its state of an unadorned stone gate. The teleportation from the Morning Star area required the astral gates of both sides to be linked simultaneously. Leylin had obviously entrusted this task to his loyal tower genie. You did well, Leylin nodded in praise. It's my honor to serve master. The tower genie had inherited the AI chip's partial intelligence and had an icy expression. There were no fluctuations in its voice. Leylin had long since gotten used to this. After all, one could not have very high expectations of a program. He was pragmatic. It would never betray him due to the AI chip's commands, and that was what was important. Outside the astral gate were many laboratories and binding rooms. A few terrifying adamantine and mithril puppets, even void assassins on occasion, would appear in the corner every once in a while. Streams of black air seemed to constantly flow down the walls on both sides, bringing with them a mysterious luster and color, causing the decorative oil paintings to change slightly. This was the inner section of Leylin's Magus Tower. With his own participation, as well as the selfless financial aid from the Oakheart clan, the construction was already completed. On top of that, the other party had supplied a large amount of astral stones and helped Leylin build an astral gate of his own, the one he had just exited. Based on the intelligence he had, the Oakheart clan had practically exhausted their reserves and even sold off many properties to build the tower and gate. It was a huge setback for them. Leylin obviously cared little about this. Instead, he was very satisfied with this Morning Star Magus Tower. Furthermore, with the influence from his radiation, the entire Magus Tower had somewhat gained a life of its own. The tower body was now very harmonious, and automatically generated a few shadow servants, dark serpent tentacles, and the like, perfecting the defensive abilities of the building. Suddenly recalling something, Leylin told the tower genie, "Tell your mistress that I'm back, and that I plan to have dinner with her tonight. Your will shall be carried out." The tower genie bowed and quickly retreated. Evening in the hall of the Magus Tower. There were brilliant lights and vibrant colors everywhere. A few high-ranked Warlock maids who were lucky enough to be selected to enter the Magus Tower were tense as they worked busily, laying the long dining table with intricate gold and silver cutlery, candles, and the like. While everything was completed with nervousness, Leylin held Freya's hand and walked in slowly. "Your Grace, my lady." A few maids immediately bowed to Leylin and the woman at his side. Beside him was obviously Freya of the Blood Serpent family. She had married Leylin years ago and now dressed like a noble. She looked very poised and had an inborn noble temperament, though there was a trace of gloom between her eyebrows. "I know what you're worrying about." Leylin couldn't help but console her in a tender manner after noticing it. "But I think there might be a chance for my bloodline to become even more perfect, or perhaps advance to an even more powerful realm. Hence, my bloodline still isn't mature, and the children born of this will become a regret. None of us want to see this, do we?" After listening to Leylin's explanation, Freya seemed to feel better, revealing a smile that even enchanted the maids. Leylin chuckled. His previous words were half-truths. However, through the Scarlet Crescent ruins as well as the conversation with the Wisdom Tree, he now had an idea as to how he could solve the issue of his bloodline shackles. Hence, he was in no hurry to leave behind children. If not, he would be harming his own blood. When he advanced to a higher level, the descendants he had would definitely have a higher starting point and potential. This would be beneficial to both of them, and even if Freya were puzzled by this, Leylin would still persist. "I'll listen to you." Freya pursed her lips and laughed, and then got Leylin to sit. Within the Ouroboros clan, Leylin was an existence that could hide anything from the masses. His will was the will of all the giant Chem-In serpent warlocks in the Ouroboros clan. Freya naturally did not say more. Furthermore, in the deepest part of her heart, she was very trusting of Leylin. This would affect the Farlier family, after all.